But his case will be worse if APC is voted, because the man who is running now for APC does not even know half of what Buhari knows about government or national security. If you have the time, I will tell you more about what they are campaigning with as an agenda or as a rhetoric that he did well in Lagos. I will tell you, between 1999 to 2007, if you take out context, he actually performed worse than some governors in Nigeria, because the Lagos that they say he did, he improved the revenue, he only collected tax. All the infrastructure needed for a state or in fact a country to develop was on ground. Lagos used to be the Nigerian national capital. Before Nigeria was formed, Lagos was a colony. You have all the infrastructure for economic development. As what you didn't establish them. There was seaport, there was airport, you have commercial activity, all the embassies are there. So transaction with foreign envoys is in Lagos. All the hotels are there, headquartered in Lagos. All the banks are headquartered in Lagos. All security apparatus, every facility and infrastructure for economic development was in Lagos. He didn't bring them. Asiwaju did not invite or introduce or brought to Lagos any serious foreign investor or domestic investor. And these revenues we are talking about that they claim he has generated, we are on. It's just that the government didn't have the infrastructure in collecting those. So what he did throughout this period was to collect tax. That's what they claim by revenue. And even then, the reason he did that was because the company that was collecting the tax, the company is allegedly traceable to him. So if you pick a man on the street and you tell him, I want you to collect tax in a given area, your percentage is 30%, he will be optimal. He will be highly effective. This is the summary. But let me tell you what he did in Lagos. One, he attempted to destroy democracy. He wanted to introduce what we call monarchical democracy. A democracy that is not reflected by the will and wishes of the people, but reflected by the choice of a man, and people should run around it. He introduced the concept in politics in Nigeria that we call take the queue, follow the queue.
That's not my mic.
Give us details.
What's your question again? I'm sorry.
Where were you? What was
I was in my house in Are. Are is not far from here. It's outside this estate, down the road. So I don't know what I felt, but I just felt that the building I was inside was shaking. I got back from work around, I think, past 8, so I was really tired. I had slight headache, so I was just sleeping. I was trying to rest in my bed when I felt that building shaking like it was going to come down. So I don't know what it was. So I called a few of my friends and my relatives around Bodija. So they told me what is happening. And before I could even come outside my house, I was really scared. It took me about 30 minutes or 1 hour. And when I got here, this is really catastrophic. Very, very disastrous. Because if I could count correctly, we have about, like I said earlier, we have about 6 or 7 buildings here. And like I said, I wish we could get help. We need lights. We need bulldozer, whatever we can get. I still feel like even here that I'm standing, there might be people under, but we are not even getting the help that we need. The medical teams are here to give people first aid, but we couldn't even get inside to bring people out. We don't have something as simple as lights. People are just using their phone lights to do what? And everybody's leaving.
My brothers and sisters from Enugu State, I beg, please make una help me tag the governor of Enugu State, because I don't understand what is happening in Centenary, guys. This is my house that I built. I know they do yahoo. I know they do. If you come investigate, I know they do yahoo. I suffer every blessed day. You understand? To make my money. You understand? This is the house I do in Centenary. Everything I bought the land, everything is documented. Everything they here. I went to Lagos State. I came back. This is what I saw. Removed by. This is it. And this was the date. 12th. This was on the 12th.
On the 12th.
You understand?
Today is
19th. They came to Sentinel. I was sleeping. My boy have to wake me up and say, they don't they destroy houses so. Let me show you around, guys. They destroyed all the houses. Look at. This is people's investment. Look at. See, and every house in Centenary is damaged.
Every house.
Show them around.
Every house. Guys, we are just begging. We beg the government.
Please,
if you have any
pass
contact
this message
to the government,
I beg.
I beg. I beg. His document,
everything is complete.
All the documents is complete.
This is my house in Enugu
He
State.
buy him. I beg.
Please, because they came here, they were threatening to destroy my house. They can't even carry caterpillar come. They want to come.
I beg.
You understand?
I beg.
I'm just saying this so that the governor of Enugu State can see. I beg. I don't do any bad thing. Get money, build house.
If you can share this video, God will bless you.
Please share this
high
video.
blood. I don't feel they wake up every morning. They worry about in health. Please, I'm begging you.
I beg.
I'm begging you.
They say more invest, more leave Lagos, come invest for her home.
We don't leave Lagos.
We left Lagos. We came to Enugu State to invest. This is our
peace
place.
Of mind.
We were born in Enugu State.
We bought the land.
We were born in Enugu State.
No peace
Please.
of mind.
Please.
No peace of mind.
I beg.
If you move round, they don't scatter everywhere. They don't scatter everywhere, guys. If you go round, they don't scatter everywhere. Caterpillar is entering everywhere.
Follow me. Let me everywhere in Centenary, they destroyed more than 200 houses in Enugu State today. Please, come, follow me. Oh God.
No peace of mind. There's no peace. For the past how many days? We like security posts with the day so that we can beg.
Look at it.
So that we can beg.
Look at it.
This is the place I nearly paid for.
Enugu State government. Pitamba, I beg. We do respect, boss. I beg. This message is for you. I beg. Now my only house be this for Enugu State.
I beg.
I beg.
I beg. I beg.
You understand?
Begging.
Okay, make I come on colony.
I
beg.
I begging.
Now my house for Enugu State be this. I know there's another house.
If there's anything we have to pay
if there is anything where we go pay.
May they know.
I beg.
This is full-time sweat. This is full-time suffering.
Boss, I
now
beg.
when I be fast, now when I see the video.
Please share this video. All my Igbo brothers, I beg. Igbo brothers and sisters, where una dey, I beg. I need una now. Enugu State, I beg. Centenary, my house for Centenary.
Guys, if you go around,
they destroyed all the houses. Every house.
No sleep. Nobody feel sleep.
Only God intervention. If not, my house we don't go today. I beg. I God that they use God. I beg that they use God beg our governor.
To every single person seeing this video and you have the governor's contact, share this video. I beg. Call them.
Look at houses they destroyed. Let me show you. Let me come. I want to show you. Let me show you. Please, the governor, I beg. Show them this one. Zoom and show them that one. Yes, this house too. Come and show them.
Everything was leveled.
Come and show them.
If we see things like this, how our own go take this safe? How our own
see
go
my
take
house
this safe?
here. They destroy a house, the next house.
How our own go take this safe? To every single person watching this video, do good to share this video. I beg. Mona tag the governor for this comment section. Tag him as many times as possible.
I don't understand what's happening in Centenary. I hear that there are a lot of arguments and fights, but I beg. We came here because we can't stay in Lagos. You understand? Lagos, you know, they say more come house, come invest. Now why we are here? You understand? You know,
and I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you
not
took my
going
time to talk. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
There is
Billions.
And this interior, don't feel like you are making a mistake. And I've actually had this is exhausting. Our people, my God, this is exhausting. I think I'm going to leave this place because people are exhausting. I've had this conversation with CM. And he pretended as if he doesn't know the context you were talking from. This is scary. This is just scary. Our people,
because
are so dishonest.
You
know what?
Sorry, forefather.
You should come and take over. You are too dishonest.
No, let me see.
I am tired of you people. It's unbelievable. Show can come and take over. Show you can come and take over, please.
Forefather.
Have just full of dishonesty.
Please.
They will never tell you the truth. I don't know whether
what are you accusing me? You see,
whether it's deliberate or not.
Calm down,
Something
please.
is wrong. Something is broken in our people.
Oh, Father.
Something is broken.
See,
calm down.
See,
we've had long conversations. That's made this.
They asked a question.
A topic
I gave you instances.
A long one.
I gave you instances. What is
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Today is Saturday, the 20th of January 2024. We're coming to you live from New York City. Thank you for joining us. And this is going to be a wonderful show. We are going to talk about African Cup of Nations, the explosion that happened in Ibadan, and the implications for Nigerians. We're also going to talk about the ongoing crisis, the scandals that we are reading about concerning the government of Bola Tinubu, and insecurity, the kidnapping happening in Abuja and everywhere in the country. So we're going to talk about all these issues. But to begin the conversation today, we have a special guest joining us. For those of you who've been wondering what's going on in the Southeast, he's going to give us insight into that. Let me play this video to introduce him. All right, he's a title holder and a media consultant, a PhD, and former managing director of the Anambra Broadcasting Service, ABS. So it's my honor to welcome to the show Dr. Uche Nworah. Ezudo, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thanks for having me.
Getting a titled person to come here. I have all these ordinary like ordinary people, but it's an honor to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
It's been we just had the Christmas and the New Year celebration, so I want you to weigh in on certain things going on from the perspective of the Southeast. So let's start with I played a video a few minutes ago of this guy complaining about what was happening to him in Enugu.
Yes, I saw it. Yes.
Yeah. What do you think about do you know him and what's going
Yes,
on?
I know the two gentlemen. They are skit makers. They are comedians. I think they go by the name Untouchable Comedy or Untouchable Comedy, something like that.
Okay.
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, sometimes we really have to take some of these videos with pinches of salt. I think the guy has gone for the dramatic, and what do I mean by that? If you really wanted to speak to the governor of your state, I think there are better ways of communicating if really there's a genuine concern. So I think what he's doing is, trying to, comedians and skit makers, how they make money, by the number of people that watch your videos on YouTube, on Facebook, Instagram, and all that. Now, let me tell you the story about that centenary city. There's a contract between the Enugu State government, because I did look into that issue. There's a contract between the Enugu State government and a company, to do that project. So what has happened is that I think some other land speculators have moved into that location and are now, selling off parts of the land that the government had acquired or, to use for that project. So these guys have also started selling the land off to other people. So this Untouchable Comedy guy, he bought from those guys. So, but the government has said, there's an official document from the government. I saw that document. I think that document came out 2 years ago, signed off by Professor Otuanya. Professor Otuanya used to be the secretary to the state government, warning people not to transact, not to buy, not to build in that location. That explaining everything, explaining all the issues. So, but you know how Nigerians are. Government will just wake up and decide to go and execute their policy. So maybe for 2 years, government didn't do anything, and now government decides to wake up to go and reclaim their land. So, but you also ask yourself, we saw in the video, the gentleman was saying that, hey, they pulled down every other person's building, they didn't pull down mine. So they didn't pull down his because he's a comedian, he's a popular guy. But that's also not fair on other people that their buildings were pulled down. So is the government trying to take back and reclaim, their land? And it doesn't really matter. But the person, once you don't own a piece of land, even if you build a skyscraper there, it doesn't belong to you. So it's more like what's happening in Lagos. And people are saying, that is anti-Igbo. But you are supposed not to build in that land. It doesn't matter whether you spend hundreds of millions of naira building, but the fact remains, you should not have built there. So that's why I'm saying sometimes you look at these issues, we don't get swayed by emotions and sentiments and all that. So you need to dip a little bit deeper.
All right. Yes. That's good. And when he was talking, he referred to what happened in Lagos.
That's right. Yes.
And we've had this unofficial policy of Akuluono.
I'm aware of that. Yes.
Yeah. So how does this play into that?
My brother, listen, I worked in Anambra State for 8 years. When I was the MDCEO, I was part of that campaign, asking people to come back home and invest. But you must invest rightly, okay? Identify the right developer. Just like what's happening is going to happen in Anambra very soon. Because there are all kinds of real estate people prancing about, selling off lands to people here and there. And then you bring in your money and you go and buy. Meanwhile, have you done your due diligence to ascertain that actually the land that you're buying, actually belongs to the people that you're buying from? So what I'm saying is, Akulono, yes, is a good call. That call started under...
All right. Our guest is...
Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you, but we can't see you.
Hello?
Okay,
Hello, Rudy?
You're back. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so that call, the Akulono call, started on that, and successive governments in Anambra State have also pursued that. I think Ngige did, Obiano did, Soludo is also doing the same. It's a good call, but that doesn't mean that you just bring in your money and wherever you see, start building and start developing. That's wrong.
Okay. All right. Let's go to another issue. This one in Anambra State, which is the governor of the state. I know you used to work for the last governor. You were there for 8 years as MD.
Sorry, I can't.
You can't hear me?
I can't hear you.
Oh,
okay. I can't hear you. What has happened?
Right. I'm not sure.
Sorry.
We can hear you.
I can't hear you. Sorry, I don't know what has happened.
Okay. Maybe
I
you
can
can.
see you, but I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you can hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
I can't hear you.
All right.
Unfortunately.
So what I would say is, why don't you? Let's take a break. Why don't you
Oh man.
Why don't you rejoin us? Log out and rejoin
Sorry,
us.
Rudy. I don't know what to do. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't know what to do.
All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Technical problems. We have to bear with that. We're still whenever we have a guest from Nigeria, we have that problem. Thank you so much.
No problem. No problem.
So we were talking about. I think I was laying out.
Akulono, yes. Akulono, yes. I think Akulono, like I said, is a very good call. And the traditional ruler of Onitsha, Abogidi, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achepe. I remember in 2016, 2007, thereabout, when Anambra State was celebrating one of its anniversaries, I can't remember which now. He delivered a well-received paper, where he called on people. He was the one that actually kind of, in the modern time, in the modern era, publicized that Akulono call. And the message is, he wasn't asking people to bring back 100% of what they own, but he's saying bring back some of what you have so that we can develop our homeland. Because if we develop our homeland, it gives us a basis, to negotiate and be proud and then go out so that people will know that you have a home back home, So that's is a good call. It was also along that call that people like us, Rudolph, I used to live in Europe, I used to live in the UK. And it was along that line that we all heeded that call and came back home. And we're still back here, so.
We'll get to that, how it's doing, how you are moved back home, how you feel about home. But let me come to Anambra State, which is your state and where you worked for the last 8 years. And
that's right.
There's several stories, but let me look at this one first from you. What your take is. This is the Obi of Onitsha. I just mentioned him. The stories are all over the place, but
yes, I'm aware.
Anambra chieftaincy and
yes.
What's going on there? What is going on there?
Well, I think it's Rudolph, when 2024. I know the gubernatorial election is in 2025, so it's all politics to me. I think as an elder, I now consider myself as an elder in the state and as an opinion leader, as a community leader, a peacemaker. I think I don't want all these issues to be, I don't want them to be out in the open. I mean, if there are issues between the government, between the governor and the Abogid, I think these issues should be, taken back in-house and sorted out. It's just a very little issue. I think it started with reality. Reality is that the traditional rulers, they have a council, okay? Obi of Onitsha is the chairman of the council. So the traditional rulers on their own, did come up with some, would I call it guidelines or policy of how their members should behave. So what happened was that the traditional ruler of Neni went and gave out some chieftaincy titles. Now, in the guide document that the traditional rulers themselves put together, you're not supposed to do that without recourse to the commissioner for local government. I mean, if you're giving an external. So the person in question is a senator of the Federal Republic. So they gave the person, traditional title. So what happened was that the commissioner now acted on behalf of the council of traditional rulers. He's not supposed to do that. It's the traditional rulers that should discipline the Igwe, assuming that he has erred. So, but I think, that's why I said, there are some political undertones and all that, but that's all in the past. My own is, where are we now in this situation? Let us all get together. We don't want to be throwing our dirty linen in the public and all that. So I think the two sides have erred. The government side, they made mistake. And I think also, I wouldn't say that the Igwe never makes mistake, but I think that he wasn't quite well guided, when he made that his statement public. I think it's something that should have been done in-house.
Oh, he didn't start it. He didn't start it. The commissioner started it by making his own public.
That's right. I mean, come on, two wrongs don't make it right. That's what I'm saying. I said the two sides I've heard. Commissioner made his public. So the OB, was within his right to also make his public. But I'm saying, as elder statesmen, as elders, as opinion leaders, yes, we understand all those issues, but people are now beginning to laugh at us. So let's all come back and then sort this out. It's not just I think it's a storm in a teacup. That's the way I would describe it. Yes.
All right. Thank you for that. And let's also look at another issue, which is the governor himself. Soludo, how is he doing in Anambra State?
Well, it's I think they just had their. I mean, I'm not part of the government, so I'm speaking now as an independent, and I'm not here to knock, and I'm not here to praise. So the government, we read in the papers, they concluded their midterm review. Midterm review, they do that after 2 years because they will be voting in Anambra next year. And I think from their own statement, they scored themselves very high. Okay. Now, what are the people saying? And as somebody who lives in Anambra, I would say the government has done some things right, but he has also not done some things right. Nobody ever gets this right 100%, if you get what I'm saying. But the thing is that in Anambra, we always have too much expectations. We're in a hurry. We want this, we want that. And also because of the promise that the government, the government came in with so much promise and potential, okay? And that hasn't also, people are beginning to feel like the government hasn't quite lived up to its promises. So that's what's leading to all these, would I say, complaints and all that. Now, let me tell you one thing. In Anambra, security means a lot to them, security. Why is that? Because we have a homecoming mentality. Our people like to go back home every year, at least once a year during Christmas. Some do go home during Easter, during summer and all that. But Christmas, we don't play with Christmas. So, but it appears that in the last 1-2 years, the security situation in Anambra has really kind of, it hasn't really been the way people would have expected, because of kidnapping and all, there's a lot going on, so that's why people are judging the governor, negatively. However, the government will claim, I'm not speaking for them, but they will claim, because I follow what they do, having been a part of the previous government that brought in this government. Government will claim that they're also trying. They will claim that insecurity was already there, when they took over, and they've also tried to reclaim some of those local governments that people were not able to access in the past. Well, I mean, it's subject to people's different views. Also, the government will claim that they're doing 400 kilometers of road. Now, Rudolph, you're from Nobi, I'm sure of that. If the government says they're doing 400 kilometers of road, you also want that some of those roads to be in your neighborhood or in your community. It's now for you to judge, have you seen that road in your community? I am from Enugu, and I haven't seen, some of that 400 kilometer road in my community. That doesn't mean that the government is not doing it, but I'm just saying, people, I don't know where they're doing those roads. Yes, we've seen some things in Oka here and there. The government is trying to do inner city roads in Oka and all that. Yes, I've seen some of those. I drove through some of those as well. But I think it's 2 years. I don't think it's enough time to kind of finally assess what the government is doing. So in that sense, I would say I'm not giving them a pass mark, and I'm also not saying that they failed. So that's I'll leave it at that. Yes.
Okay. Let's look at this. Can you compare?
Can we have a timeout for a second, please?
Okay. All right. We'll take a break, and when we will hear more from Uche Ezudo. All right.
Thank you. Yes. All right.
and that's the arrival of High Chief Emeka Ezoni Kemba Nnobi alongside Ochiagha Nnobi. Ijibia no nyelu ndị eji ama atụ n'ụbọchị nke taa.
All right, welcome back, everybody, and we are speaking to our guest, Dr. Uche Nworah, Ezudo, Nenugugu. So before you were talking about how Governor Soludo
performance, yes.
Soludo. So you said that depending on who is looking at it, that people felt this differently about that. But let me ask you: can you compare him at this point to Governor Obiano that you worked under? Who do you think?
Listen, I think I want to measure what I'm going to say now. Because when I was in primary school, we used to have this proverb that nobody will ever tell you that the mother soup is not sweet. So what I mean by that is I served the government of Willie Obiano proudly, and I'm very proud of the work we did, and the passion, the dedication. A whole lot of us left UK, America, Lagos, Abuja, wherever we were, and went back to Anambra State to serve. So in that sense, I will always say that we did our job creditably well. I don't want to do a comparison because it's because I've moved to a different political party now. Whatever I say now, people may think that because I'm in a different political party, I'm knocking the party that I had served. So I'll just leave it at that. But I would want to say that we served Anambra and we served Anambra very well, proudly. Yes.
You said you are with a different political party. What party?
Well, I now belong to the All Progressive Congress, APC. Yes.
Oh, you're in APC now?
Yes, I am, yes.
It's good to know because I had no idea.
Yes, I am, yes. You see, the thing is, political parties are platforms, they are vehicles, for people to use to achieve their political ambition. Back in the day, we say ABGA is party in Igbo. There's nothing like a party in Igbo. APC is a political party just like ABGA, PDP, and all that. And it's a discussion for another day anyway, yes.
Yeah, but before we leave that, I want to know, why did you leave? Why did you think that ABGA will not serve whatever purpose you think?
Well, it's let me explain to you. ABGA is a political party. They've been there, done that, still doing this, doing that. But ABGA is a regional political party, if you get what I'm saying. So, I live in Abuja now, and I'm connected to a federal agency. So it's you want to do federal politics, you have to be in the right party, a party that also plays at the center, if you get what I'm saying. Yes.
Do you think, I know you don't speak for Soludo, do you think that he's going to eventually leave ABGA when he goes for the national position?
To be honest with you, 24 hours is a long time in politics. No matter what anybody tells you now, it could change tomorrow. And why am I saying that? Now, ask yourself, look at all the guys in all the different politics. These are guys, Soludo himself started from PDP. He wasn't always an ABGA guy. He was in PDP, then came into ABGA. So even Peter Obi, the leader of the labor movement in Nigeria, Peter was in ABGA, then went into PDP, and then now he's in labor. So anything can happen. Soludo might wake up tomorrow and feel like for him to actualize his second-term ambition, that this political party might serve his interest better. So, why not? There's no law. There's no law that says that people can't jump political parties. It's just a way for you to achieve your political ambition or your political objectives or targets or whatever. So, it doesn't really matter. That's the way I look at it, yes.
All right. So, before we let our audience in, let's talk about the main topic that we brought you here. So, this Christmas, just like every other Christmas, Igbo people went back home.
That's right.
Something felt different from the previous one. And I thought it had something to do with the situation in Lagos and other parts of the country where they felt they were being home. So what is your take on what happened this Christmas?
Rudolph, let me tell you, in the last, I've always spent Christmas in Anambra State in the last, would I say 12 years? Okay, so the thing is, every other year feels like it's the best. Every other year feels like it's better than the previous year. Why is that? Because Anambra is Anambra. I think there's no other state like Anambra State. I must tell you that. You know, we're the 8th state. You know, we love our cultural parties. We love our title taking. We love our Fala festivals. We love our Eguaro. We love our Ozons, Oba, Eyomo. So every other year in the last, would I say, 12 to 15 years, always seems as if it's the best. However, what has happened this year in particular was over the last 2-3 years, people kind of slowed down in coming back home. People will come back home and stop in Lagos or stop in Abuja or, you know, we're Port Harcourt. And then they will now invite their people to come over and see them. Because people were afraid of insecurity. People were afraid of kidnapping. People were afraid of all kinds of things. But it appeared that this year, people say, well, we die here. You know, that's a popular balance that people use in Nigeria. And I can tell you, my younger brother who lives in Europe, he hasn't been back for a while. The guy came back with all his family, 5 of them. And, you know, in my hometown, Enugu, you know, the place, okay, that's us here in the video. You know, the place was a buzz with all kinds. People came. There's my friend, you know, in this video. He's from Uli. You know, Chief Head.
All right. Okay. Bear with us. You know, we're talking to. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I was just giving you this particular video you're showing. The guy in the middle, his name is Chief Henry Okoliabo. They call him Igiliguli. He's from Uli. And of course, everybody knows what's happening in Uli. People haven't been to Uli in years. Igili has not gone back home for 2-3 years. But this particular year, Igili came home, came to Enugu, we did all this, and then he went back to his hometown. Because at the end of the day, people said, let me say this in Igbo, as in, are we going to run away from our hometown? So it was like that general resolve for everybody, let's move back home. So people came back in droves from America, UK, Australia, everywhere. I mean, it was back-to-back events, title taking. It was like things that people hadn't done for 2-3 years because of insecurity. They were afraid. They all now decided to bring all that out this past Christmas. So that was why, you know, it was really a great Christmas celebration.
Okay. Now, there are cultural and political implications of what happened. I want to show some videos probably of some people going home from Lagos and the kind of things they were talking about. Let's see if we can get some of the videos.
Okay.
All right. There are so many videos of people taking families home and showing how and basically talking to other people watching that this is where we come from. We didn't come.
That's right.
So what do you think is responsible for that, and what are the implications politically?
I think it's people are waking up to their identity, you know, being proud of their heritage, their cultural heritage. And I think there's a resurgence in the love for Igbo language, Igbo culture, and all that. And I mean, it's good to see. It's great to see. And of course, with social media, with technology, you know, and of course, in this day and age, everybody is now a content maker, content creator. So some of those videos, that's also what's fueling all this. You know, people do short videos, 1 minute, 2 minutes, and the next is on Instagram, is on Facebook, and you know, they're ending with those as well. So that's why suddenly, you know, this thing is all out there. I also did some of those videos myself because I have a Facebook page that is monetized. So some of my activities were also on that on my platform. So that's what has given that you know, the homecoming, the Anambra homecoming or the Igbo homecoming thing a huge boost. Okay, all over the internet, you know, the masquerades, the Ofala, the Eguaro, the Ozo chieftain. There's all sorts, and again, it's also I know that I hosted some people from outside my community in my house, and they spent 3 days. And that 3 days, we had a good time moving from one place to the other, one event to the other, and all that. I mean, that's all. Is a way for Ndibo. You come back home, you charge your batteries, you energize yourself, and commune with the spirit, with the gods. You go to your late parents' grave, assuming your parents are late, and go and pray for them, and they'll bless you, and all that, and all that. It's all part of it. Yes.
We also saw a lot of people open their houses. They were all over the south. And it shocked a lot of people who have never been there in the southeast. This is in most places. I saw Hofia where I've never been to Hofia, and I saw videos of the place, and I was surprised. But I'm from Anambra State, somewhere
yes.
and I know. But some people who are maybe from other parts of the country who were seeing parts of
that's
South,
right.
were really shocked.
Yes.
What do you think that would be?
Rudolph, we're not poor people. I mean, Anambra people, Igbo people, we're not poor people. Let me put it like that. And I think for many people, part of the reason why Igbo people don't get married on time is because first you have to go build a house in the village, And I'll give you an example. There's a friend of mine, he lives in the US. I think he lives in Atlanta. And the guy built a house, and he never came home for 5 years to come and open his house. He was afraid of kidnapping, insecurity, and all that. But this past Christmas, he came home with his wife and his kids. And then he opened that house, So there were a lot of people like that, probably they completed their projects 2-3 years back, but they couldn't come home. They were afraid of insecurity. But this year, everybody now said, come on, we're not going to run away from our hometown forever. And I know this particular house you're sharing. Now, it belongs to Ike Nobi. I know him. Yes, yeah. The guy is a friend of mine. And there are many mansions like that, So, I mean, it's a good thing to see that people are thinking of home, Akulon, bringing back their wealth, and then, doing big things. Yes.
Now, can you give us a little historical perspective? We know from what I heard that before the war, a lot of Igbo people who lived outside of Igbo land did not think about building homes in Igbo land until the war started.
Happened, yes.
And
yes.
They found out that they had nowhere to run to.
That's right.
This concept. And there are people who are saying that of recent, people started thinking again. They forgot the war. They started thinking that they've lived, they are okay wherever they were. And then this movement, this kind of election happened, like the last election, and that happened. And people are now beginning to think, okay, maybe we should do more.
Back home. Well, I think it's from two perspectives. The generation that saw the war or that, heard stories about the war. Like, for example, I didn't see the war. I was born during the war, but I heard stories from my dad. My dad was living in Aba with my mom during the war, and they had to leave everything that they had. He had a big poultry, he was a big merchant trader and all that. But he left everything and fled, okay? So what that meant was, it was from my father that I learned that the first thing you do as a man is to go and build a house. Two things he told me. He said, let me say it in Igbo. He taught me this in Igbo. He said, boss or landlord, as in wherever you live, first thing you do is make sure that you build a house so that the landlord will come and bother you. And then this was in the 80s. And he said, because school fees is never a problem. Once you live in your own house, you will always manage to eat and then pay school fees for your children. But landlord is the worst one, because landlord can disgrace you and throw away your property. So that's what I learned from my dad. Boss or landlord, number one. And then also the war experience of the things he lost in Aba. He also must build something in the village. So, but after their generation came our generation. And some of us try to live with that concept. But of course, that we now have kids that are in their 20s and all that. They don't know all those things. And our kids were probably born in America, in Europe, and UK. So they don't know all those challenges of war, abandoned property, and all that. So they are the ones that will be thinking, why are you going to waste money and build a house in the village? And all that. So I think it's our responsibility, because we are now between our parents, who probably may be late or already old, and all that, on their way out, and then our kids that don't understand these issues. So I think it's our I think it's for us to now let them know, okay, that yes, it's always good to think home. Okay, they don't have to go and build the kind of mansion that it cannot be built, the one you just shared with us. But at least, you guys are from somewhere. Okay, and funny enough, anytime I bring my children home, they love it. They couldn't come home last Christmas, but my younger brother that brought his kids home, the guys were almost like crying when they were about to go home. I'm telling you, when they were about to go back to London, so we need to bring them home, as often as we can. That fear, people used to think that when you bring your kids home, they will kill them, they will do juju, they will do, forget that's crap, forget all that, okay? And I live in Anambra. And when I was working in Anambra State, every other day I was in my village and I interact with the locals. They see me, I see them. How come they've never killed me? So I mean, that's what I have to say to that.
Okay, one more question. Igbo people outside Igbo land, especially in parts of Nigeria, they tend to have this relationship, love and hate relationship with their communities. One of the issues is about traditional titles and and you're a titled person, and now you are in Abuja. Do you have Igbo Eze in Abuja where you live? And
well, I have a view about this. Okay, my view about this is that we should abolish all those Ezendibo and Abuja Ezendibo. I don't believe in all those. Okay, because what it does is, like I tell you, I give an example. There's a guy from my community. The guy lives in Lagos. He goes to some place, I don't know what he did, and says he's Eze of that place. Okay. Now, last Christmas, I did raise this at the cabinet meeting. I said, listen, I see this guy is the way he's carrying himself. Let this guy not come back to Enugu and he starts to challenge our ego. Okay, last Christmas as we came back, the guy, he's occupied his hand fan. He writes His Royal Highness. And of course, yeah, although he qualifies that by saying SND Igbo or so place in Lagos. I don't want to mention the place. Now, of course, you know how Nigeria is. Once you have a little money, you can assemble a motley crew. Now, anywhere the guy is going, people are following him and are ringing bell, are calling him His Royal Highness. So, look at that. Okay, so I don't think that is okay. Now, Rudolph, let me ask you a question. We come to Abuja, we go to Lagos and Port Harcourt, and we claim that we are Zendibo of so place. Now, if a Yoruba man comes to Alibo and says he's the Bashoru,
the Oba,
we're not going to like it. We won't take kindly to that. Or if an outside person comes and says he's the Sadano of Ndausa in Kano, in Enugu or Oka, we won't like it. So why are we not behaving the way that will also lead to harmony in this country? We're the ones causing the problem. Okay? Now, just think about it. So my view, like I said, is I don't think we need all those. Yes, we have all those kind of people in Abuja, but I don't get involved. I don't interface with them. I don't believe in all those. Yes.
Mm-hmm. So what should, as a media consultant, if Ohaneze Ndib or whatever group comes to you and says, help us figure out how do we pull back? How do we solve this issue that is a line of conflict with other people? What will you suggest?
Well, I think people are doing this for pecuniary reasons, because now this reminds me. There's a guy, during that election in remember last year's election. There's a guy Ezendibo in Ajayo State.
Yeah,
you remember that guy? That guy that was talking and saying that, we're going to do this. That guy is still in the cooler.
Yes.
Now nobody's going for him. The guy is there. So because these guys begin to arrogate powers to themselves that they don't have.
But is it right that he's still locked up?
No, that's a different issue. But what I'm saying is, it's that Ezendibo title that he has arrogated to himself that made him to be talking as if he owned Lagos. You're in another man's land, for Christ's sake, if you know what I'm saying. So, but he's still being locked up is a different issue. And I think that, I don't know whether he has the right lawyers and the human rights people should get involved and all that, but it's just to let you know that once you're outside of your territory, that's why you have, when I was living in Lagos, I belonged to Enugu Community Development Union, Lagos State Chapter. Okay? Now I'm in Abuja. I belong to Abuja Chapter. I also belong to Umuaku Community Development Union, which is my village union. So there are ways, and we also have Ohaneze. So there are ways that if we want conflict resolution, we want to promote intertribal relationship, we can use those platforms and those channels. I've never seen anything that these so-called Ndibos have resolved anywhere, except that, what they get from people. Igbo people go there and they give them titles. How can you give somebody a chieftaincy title when you're not even a king yourself? And they give people titles, and those people are carrying those things, and they think, I saw some people, they say that members of cabinet of Ndibo are some funny place. Meanwhile, the man that made you a cabinet member, he's not even a king, he's nothing, he's nobody. Okay? So is that crazy? But I think, like your question, I'll just tell Ohaneze, listen, it's something that we have to, okay, look at our video. We are not township chiefs. We are local village community chiefs. We are known. Okay? So if you're a chief, or you will go to your community and go and do it and let the people see you. So now, what I'll tell Ohaneze,
yeah, go ahead, finish up.
What I'll tell Ohaneze and Ndebo is, you need to make a statement, and then if they invite Ohaneze, all these so-called Ndebo, wherever they are, they invite you to the event. Don't go there and put a disclaimer. These guys are bastardizing our culture. They're making a mockery of what we're doing. Okay? Any community in Abuja, Lagos, Port Harcourt, in America that wants to have an event and they feel like they should invite their traditional ruler, they should invite the traditional ruler, the real authentic traditional ruler, let them come over there and do it. Now, you see this Obunkata, this big hat we're wearing?
Yes, I wanted to ask you, what is this? Is it?
Wait, let me explain. This Obunkata comes out once a year.
Only?
And this Obunkata doesn't live in Enugu. He ends in Enugu.
That's by law.
Yes, now, because if the Igwe catches you with this Nkata outside, they will excommunicate. I'm telling you. So, these things, you must quiet these things, Ugu. You must respect these things. Now, the Igwe also has a similar thing. Yeah. If I was one of those kind of guys, I'll carry my own Nkata. I'll go and do a replica and come to Abuja and say, I'm SND Igbo. So, it comes out once during our annual Eguaro festival. Okay? It's done first Saturday of every January. And once it comes out, is the cabinet chief. The Igwe has his own. The Igwe's own is and when you see the Igwe's own, you know that this is the Igwe. We are the cabinet chiefs. And once we do all this procession and all that, and it goes back to where you keep them. So that you respect it, respect the culture. Okay, so that's what it is.
So this red hat that you're wearing, is it how is it that it's possible to have this kind of law that people who are not titled are respecting it, they don't wear it anywhere else?
Listen, Rudolph, there's a proverb in Igbo language. Sorry that I use a lot of proverbs. I'm a titled man.
You're a titled man.
It is whatever you call your dog that the dog will answer.
Yeah.
Anybody on the street can go and build this Nkata. We call it Nkatuku. You can go and do it and wear it. That's your business. Sure you get. But we that understand what it means, understand the heritage, understand, really that we should respect this thing. We don't joke with it. We don't mess with it. Which is why every cabinet member in Enugu longs and hopes and works hard to come back home every year to be part of that procession, where you guys are taking that long walk in the community, and because it's a mark of respect and honor. Okay? Something that you can't start wearing it every day. So, like I said, anybody can go and do the Nkata. After all, there are people that do it. You can't do it and wear it. That's your business. But people that know will know that it's not something that you wear every day.
So how do we have, when I was there, we used to have chief and people who are titled, they have titles. But now we have high chief, double chief. How did that develop? How did that happen?
Well, let me start with my community in Enugu. We do not have high chief in Enugu. We do not have double chief. We do not have triple chief in Enugu. The reason being that chief is chief. For example, I'm a cabinet chief in Abagana, personally. Okay, they gave me an honorary chieftaincy. I'm also a cabinet chief in Oka. I am Ezudon Abagana. I am Udoka Oka. So I have, but I can't start calling myself now triple chief. But there are some that do. If that's what makes them feel good, let them go ahead. But it's not. It's not normal. It's not decent. A chief is a chief, and don't like double chief, triple chief, and all that. Yes.
Okay. So it's interesting because sometimes we have people on this show who have Mazi title to their names. And so is this something that anybody can?
Well, Mazi in Igbo culture is like Mr. Okay, if you go to Arochukwu or you go to migrants from Aro that are in Anambra, people like people from nearer what's we called again. I'll remember the towns. I'll tell you. That's how they greet themselves. They say Mazi. Okay. Now, the titles we have in Igbo land, to the best of my knowledge that I know. Let me use my community and Anambra State. You can be a chief. That means you've been given either you could be a cabinet chief or an honorary chief of a community. Then people can call you Chief Rudolph Okonkwo or Chief Uche Nworah. You can be an Nze. I'm also an Nze. Nze is a traditional society, just like Ozo. Ozo is a traditional society. Back in the day.
What's the difference before you continue?
There's no difference. Let me give you an example. It's like, how do I explain it now? Okay, now you have, before the white man came, some Igbo communities didn't have chiefs. They didn't have kings. Okay? That was why the white man ruled through what they call the warrant chiefs. My late grandfather was a warrant chief. Okay, warrant being that he was the Oyibo. It was a white man that gave him that warrant to be a chief. Okay? So, that's why people say Igbo Enweze. But there are some communities in Igbo land like Nri, or you go to Arochukwu. Those guys have always had kings. Like Nri. Nri has always had kings. But Enugu, the current Igwe that we have in Enugu is our third king. Sorry, is our second king. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
So our very first king was the late Osita Aguna, Igwe Osita Aguna. So the current Igwe is our second king in our history. And you can imagine how old Enugu is. So before them, we had warrant chiefs in Enugu, of which we had 5 warrant chiefs in Enugu. My late grandfather, my maternal grandfather, my mother's father was a warrant chief. Okay? So that's the way the culture is. But you go to some communities, like I said, like you go to Agu, you go to Unre, they had kings. Okay? So that's just the way it is. And people should understand this history. Now, Nze is a society. If you have money, you join. Ozo is a society. If you have money, you join. For men, as long as they consider you fit, because it's a very expensive, like in Enugu now, to be an Ozo title holder, you're thinking about 20 million naira. Now, let me tell you what's happening. Then for the women, you can do Iyom, there's Iyom title, and then there's what they call Otuodoeze. Otuodoeze is the type my wife belongs to. Because in Enugu, if you're a chief in Enugu, your wife is also a chief. Because they give you guys the title the same day. So the women will join the Igwe's wife under Otuodoeze, while the men will join the Igwe in the cabinet, okay, in the royal cabinet. However, there is a society called Iyom Society. Iyom is like women version of Nze and Ozo. Now, back in the day, Rudolph, how do you know a wealthy man and a rich man in Igbo land? By the size of his barn, yam barn. Okay? So back then, Igbo men used to marry many wives. And those women used to go to the farms. Okay? So they go and cultivate yams, and they come to man's yam, and you see lots of yams. That's why you also have SAG title in some communities. We don't have them in Anambra. Now, another investment that Igbo men used to do back in the day, they used to invest to be also title holders and Nze title holders. Because once you become an Ozo and Nze title holder, in perpetuity, anytime a new member joins, you get money. Okay? So that's why it appears as a resurgence of people wanting to belong to Ozo and Nze. It's an investment. Okay? I mean, if you spend like 20 million, maybe 10 million for all the membership fees and all that, then another 10 million for the food and drinks, by the time the next person will join, you will now be part of the people that will share the money that he will pay. So it's an investment. Now, you know what led to this story was, I was telling you that before, Ndi Igbo didn't have kings. It was the Ozo people and Nze people. They were the custodians of culture. If there was a community dispute, there was an issue, they were the ones that people would go to settle it. That's why they say, Okalom Manile. That means you've used knife to cut your tongue, so that you will always uphold the truth anywhere. So the Ozo people and Nze people were the ones that people would go to if there was an issue, land issue, or any other kind of community, because they were very, very revered in the communities. That's the role they were playing in the society until, communities now started having kings and all that. So the kings, the Igwes, now started taking over, adjudicating those responsibilities, those things. Yes.
Okay. I want us to just touch on this briefly. There was a speech made by the governor of Anambra State recently during this Christmas period where he talked about people coming home, people building.
The government individuals this Christmas season, and all over the state. Now commission projects, communities and individuals solo. Esim Nibo, Eben Nibo in the US, were a fantastic hospital. So very well equipped with telemedicine and all the technology. Nibo in the US. Esim Eba, Esim Sinibo, Java Abatete. Abatete, a group of people, a group of them. They are commissioning 11 kilometers of road, hard by private individuals. Umweri, a young boy, probably in his early 30s. They commission roads all over here. We see about our Newi, General Health Center, General That's him also all over here. One young man, I commissioned the whole market, all of the open shops. One side, well, was here the lock-up shops, 140 something of them shops, and then got to the tape. With about 3 kilometers of road start in the community.
All right, so let me stop you here. He was saying that he's been going around commissioning projects done by different groups, individuals, groups, different town, union, and so about that concept of governments.
Rudolph, come on. You know, we're Igbo people. You know, we've always been known for self-help community development projects. I mean, come on, that's why we go home every Christmas. Like, we just came back from my community, from my village, you know, this Christmas. And we've decided what project we're going to do. We're going to launch a new transformer for our village. So some people will do transformers. Some people will go and do roads. Some people will go and do civic center. Some people will give scholarships. Some people will bring seed money for traders. There are all kinds of things. Okay, so it's nothing new, you know, that the governor has said. So I mean, that's number one. It's something that indeed we have always done. Now let me shock you. Enugu General Hospital was built by the community in Enugu, which the government later took over. Enugu Post Office was built by Enugu, which the federal government took over. Enugu Civic Center was built by Enugu, but when they created Anambra State government took it over to do House of Assembly, to use it as a House of Assembly. And I'm sure it's like that in all the other communities. There are individuals that will do roads and do all kinds of things. My community, one of the guys in my community I know, the guy lives in Lagos. He's doing one village road. I know I drove through that road this past Christmas. There's also another guy, he has completed his own in a village called Enwagu in Enugu. So people are doing things. That's one thing. But that is not to say that the government should not do what it's supposed to do. Because first of all, I know that the government never ever, I've been in government, never ever will they have money to do all the roads they want to do and all the projects. It's not possible. So it's in the kindness of Ndi Anambra to also remember their communities and then to take some of their wealth home. So if it's roads you want to do, go ahead and do roads. If it's schools you want to do, go ahead and do schools. 2 years ago, Enugu people did a 200 million naira ICT center in our secondary school in the community. So this is what we do. This is what Igbo do. This is what Anambra do. Okay? So governor saying all this is yes, he's saying what is obvious, but that doesn't mean that the government should also not do the ones they're supposed to do.
All right. So thank you so much. I hope you stay with us for a few more minutes so we can get our audience to maybe ask questions and take it. All right. So if you want to join us, please click on the link I shared. And also, if you join us, turn on your camera so that we can bring you in to have an opportunity to talk to Dr. Uche Nworah, who is the Ezudo of Enugu, who is joining us. He was a former MD of Anambra Corporation. All right, so let's welcome to the show Mazi Prince. Mazi Prince, welcome.
Oh boy.
Ezudo, this is one of those people asking Mazi something from Sonia. I'm not.
Maybe Mazi is from Arondi Zog or he's from Ojale.
Mazi is answering Mazi out of California. I'm not sure he has any title or he pays his dues to his village, but let's see. Mazi, show.
Oh shit! What is going on?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. You can hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, where did the stuff go? Okay. Oh, okay. Now I see. Good morning, Dr. Rudolph. And good morning, Dr. Uche Nworah. I think I
What?
knew you when you were at ABS. Yeah.
Okay.
Actually followed you based on this other lady. What's her name? From Okuzu. This girl from Okuzu that does, goes into villages to interview people
Oh,
about their culture.
Ogamba. Yes.
Uh,
Yes. Yes.
if I remember her name, I will say it. Yeah, yeah,
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Do we ask questions or do
Yes,
we?
yes. That's why you're here.
Okay, Dr. Wara, for me, I love the fact that you've been in diaspora, you've lived the life, you've seen how things are going. And just suppose that to mean that now you are very much involved in government. You are in Nigeria, and by the grace of God, you are in APC. Hmm? Would you say that what APC is doing is right? Since you don't want to compare ABGA and APC, so I will just.
Mazi, during the show, I told Rudolph that nobody, when we were in primary school, nobody, there was this thing that we were saying there, nobody would say that the mother's food is not sweet. And I was telling Rudolph that, let me finish. I was telling Rudolph that political parties in Nigeria are not really ideological based, just like you have in the US, where you have the Republicans, the Democrats, and all that, there are strong ideology. People will be in that party and they'll be there for life. You see, Nigerian situation is different in the sense that political parties in Nigeria are seen as platforms or vehicles or avenues through which people can achieve their political ambition. Okay? Now, people's political ambition could be different. It depends on what you see. Having power is one thing, then what you do with that power is another. Some people come into politics because they want to serve, genuinely serve. Some people come into politics because whatever they want to do with it, it's up to them. So what I'm saying is APC is a political party, okay? I will not say, I cannot do a blanket, to say, what APC is doing is right, is wrong. Because as a political party, just like ABGA and PDP, they have done some things right. They also have not done some things right. So it depends on, at the state level, are you judging it at the state level, at the federal level? So that's the way I look at it. Okay. But I'm also not here as a member of APC. I'm here because Rudolph asked me to come and talk about Anambra. So I wouldn't want to do, I don't want to speak on behalf of APC, please, if you get what I'm saying. Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you
Yes.
so much.
Yes.
Exera, welcome to the show.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph.
How are you?
Good evening from here.
Yeah. How are
I
you
hope
doing?
you guys can hear me clearly.
We can
Yes,
hear
sure.
I'm fine. Good evening, Dr. Uche Nworah. It's a privilege to be here with somebody as powerful as you are from Anambra State. I love that state so much because there's a lot of promise. No matter how bad any governor is in Anambra State, it cannot be too bad because people are always there to put you straight. I don't know of all the other states or Imo, Abia, those are disappointments, but Anambra states, I know it can never be too bad. But I have a question.
Okay.
The state has a lot of promises. I want to see what the possibilities are of selling these states to the generality of Nigerians, to the extent that somebody who is from another tribe can say, I want to come and invest in this state. Say, for instance, see how Nigerians all over the diaspora, they are buying piece of land in Lekki. They are buying up to Ikorodu. Some are going to Mowe, Ogun State. People from different tribes. How can we make the Southeast, using the Anambra State as a shining example, that somebody from Yoruba land can say, I just bought one piece of land in Ayamifula Estate in Anambra State. How can we sell Anambra to that extent? So that when people are chasing Igbos from Lagos, you too will say, we have Yorubas here in Anambra State too. And you as a media consultant, how can you do that for us?
My brother, Exero, honestly, this is your question, man. You know, listen, you see, I used to be like you guys, you know. My wife and my children still live in London, you know. But let me tell you something, It is this same love you have for Anambra, that was what drove me back home. I'll give you an example. I came back from the UK to work in Lagos, to work in a bank in Lagos. And from there, Obiano asked me to come and work. If I tell you the income differences, you know, me leaving my job in Lagos to go. Okay, I'll give you an example. We went to Anambra because of love for Anambra. And Rudolph, look at Rudolph here. Ask Rudolph how many times Uche Nworah, me, and my associates brought Rudolph to Anambra to organize a book reading for him from our own resources. Ask him here. Because, you know, Kendibe, we did same for Kendibe. So we were the ones always trying to sell that state, using guys like Rudolph, like when we were working with them, to show that in my Anambra, you know, creatives, you guys can come, things can happen. You know, my brother, you can only do the one you can do. If my government is the big elephant, government was doing it. So we do, like Mazi Prince said when I was in ABS, I can only answer for myself. I can't answer for the whole government. You can judge me based on my work, my 8 years work at ABS, and I'm very proud of the work I did. Okay? So why I'm saying that is, I will wish that other people that are serving in different positions will have similar passion. What I found in government is that people get involved in things where through which they can make money. I'm telling you, you can quote me any day. I'm telling you. So it's a good thing that I like the way you're thinking, and I hope that things will change. That we, you know, eventually we'll have more people with passion for the state, love for the state, you know, that will come home and or that are even already serving at home and do things. Now, back to the issue of your question about estate. The biggest estate project happening in Anambra State, or that happened in Anambra State ever, is an estate called Oka Millennium City. Okay? Oka Millennium City is being promoted by an Oka man called Dr. Clem Nwobo. And I have been their media consultant from day one. So maybe, I'm sure if you can note this down, after this conversation, you go on their Facebook, you go on their website, there's okamillenniumcity.com, or just Google Oka Millennium, you find them. That is a window and an avenue, an opportunity for people wishing to buy into Anambra State. And I can tell you, the return on investment, you know, for people that, you know, took their stake early enough, it has crossed 50%. Okay, and this project has been on now for 4 years. So that's the very first practical example I'll give you. There's no estate like it in the Southeast. It's a very smart city. It's a smart city, you know, well built and all that. So that's the window I will give you for somebody wishing to come in. And if you wish to know further, Rudolph can give you my number after this, and I can connect you to the guys. Thank you. Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, please, Rudolph. Please give me his number, please.
Yeah, you give me your own number too. Go to the private chat and then give me your number.
Okay. All right.
Precious, you used to be one of Prestige. You changed your name. Happy New Year. Welcome back.
Yeah. Happy New Year to everybody. Everybody on the panel. This is my first time in about 6 weeks or so, because I just came back, you know, on Wednesday.
From where? Where did you come back from? From where?
From Nigeria. I was in Nigeria.
Where exactly?
I'm from Imo. I'm from Owerri.
I'm married. My wife is Owerri. Is from Owerri. I'm Anambra, but I'm married to a Owerri woman.
What part of Owerri is there, or just Nazi?
Ikeduru.
Oh, okay. I'm familiar with it. But anyway, nice to be on this platform. It has been a long time. I think the last time I was here, I was in December. So I have to go home, you know, let me first greet Dr. Uche Nworah. You know, it's a privilege to have you on this platform. Like you claim you're an APC person. You can't see any APC people will come to this platform because they know this is a very tough platform. We're going to
I've nothing to hide, man. I've nothing to hide.
That's why I said. That's why I'm commending you for coming to this platform, because if you come to this platform, We're going to interrogate you. We're going to give you a hardball. We play hardball here, but it's all love. So I hope you appreciate that. And I'm going to give you a little bit, but I just want to greet you for coming.
No problem.
Yeah,
no
like
problem.
I said, I greet everybody. I just come back from Nigeria. I've been there. So I know exactly what Mr. Dr. Nworah was saying about how Igbo, came back in drove. I've never seen anything like that, in my lifetime, because I've been going home every year. But this year, it was like a phenomenon. I mean, everybody, of course, the whole of my family came home. People I have not seen for 10 years, 15 years, everybody came home. But whatever it is that happened this year, man, I hope it continue. But having said that, let me ask you something about the situation in Nigeria. It's very difficult. It's some of us who are here in the United States, we are doing okay. So when we go to Nigeria, even at all we have say 100 naira, we live like a king. We live like a king for a week or 2 weeks, and come back here. So, but in America, we're not king. So having said that, it was very beautiful, what happened in the eastern part of Nigeria. This, of course, you're in Nigeria, so you saw everything more happen, and you have already commented about that. But I'm going to ask you, reference about, you joined APC. So what was, like you properly stated, when it comes to Nigerian politics, it's not based on ideology, because we have Republican and Democrat, but in Nigeria, it's for political, whatever your political purpose is. In my own opinion, I think their main political ideology is to go there and embezzle Nigerian money. I'm not talking about you now because I don't know you. So that's the way I see most of them, very few of them, and I'm not going to hide it. Even my dad, who is still living, it was an PDP person, but he voted for Hope Uzodinma. He was part of those Iwanyang caucus, they convinced him to vote for Hope Uzodinma, and he didn't want to tell us. He's here right now with us. But anyway, so having said that, why did you join? What did you join APC on your own philosophy, depending on what you believe? Because APC has run that country in the last more than 8 years right now. Yeah,
Precious. Let me be honest with you up front. I did ABGA 8 years, okay, and I believe that. And I don't know, you and I don't know, so you probably don't follow me on Facebook. But I'm sure Rudolph, Rudolph and I are on Facebook. We did the P2OB thing, Labour, we carried it on our heads. You understand what I'm saying? I was in Lagos up until last year. I was working for Globalcom when I left Anambra State government. I went back to where I was working before as a GM. Okay? So while I was there, we were doing the P2OB thing and all that, fully community mobilization, funding, everything. And then the team went as it went. Okay? So I sat down and I asked myself, so now what next? What next? Because I have been politically exposed for the past 8 to 10 years, if you get what I'm saying. And I was like, listen, man, APC is a party, is a vehicle, is a platform. Now, look at our brother P2OB. Despite the huge following, despite everything that I also personally, if you go on Google and search me, you see, just do Uche Nworah Labour Party, you see all the stuff we did. Okay? So it didn't work the way we wanted. And I said, well, listen, there are also other ways I can serve my people. Me, I'm for serving my people. I'm for helping my people. So I said, listen, I don't want to do Lagos anymore. I don't want to do Anambra anymore. Anambra is ABGA. And I believe that I've done 10 years of ABGA. And it's now time for us to get into the national. What do I mean by national? National is the Abuja. If you're not in Abuja and you're not with the right people and all that, my brother, the Southeast will keep on losing out. So I didn't want to be on the sideline and do opposition politics for 4 years, for the next 4 years. My people, I have followers. I'm a community leader. I have people I take care of. I have widows. I have all kinds of people that I look after, if you get what I'm saying. And because I want to be in national politics, and whether you like it or not, Precious, APC is the party that will be there for the next 4 to 8 years. So that was why that's why I changed my mind. And I moved to Abuja. And you can't be in Abuja and you're trying to hobnob with the, with the big and mighty, the politicians and all that, and you tell them that you're from ABGA. No, they won't let you inside the door. If you get what I'm saying.
Let me add something, sir, before you finish. You just made a comment about everybody, joining APC. Is it a good democracy to have one political party? Because it seems like APC is the only political party. There's no opposition right now. PDP is dead.
Precious,
Okay?
I'm talking to you realistically as some guy who has been on the ground, who has done this, done that. My brother, if you want to achieve political power in Nigeria, you need to join the right political. Just like you go into Anambra State and you want to win elections in Anambra, of course, you have to contend with APGA. Okay? So that's the way it is. I'm saying that if you want to play federal politics, what I mean by federal politics is, you know what I mean by federal politics?
Yeah, I understood.
Yeah, PDP is almost like, they're almost like on their way out. Labor is not funded. Nobody's funding Labor. So we don't know what will happen to Labor in the next 3-4 years. And moreover, Labor was just driven by P2B. So if you take away P2B from Labor, there's no Labor Party. So
then Nigeria is gone for one political party. It's not a democracy.
So people like us, we're not talking about democracy now, my brother.
Okay.
I'm just giving you the honest, answer. That's the way it is. We're facing facts. Now, there was something you said about, I think you talked about sending money. Do you know how hard things are for you? My brother, my wife and children live in London. I haven't sent money to them in the last 6 months. Before, when we came back home, that was why I came back to live in Nigeria. It was easy for me to pay my bills in London and still have extra. But we're not able to do that anymore. Because do you know what you will do in Nigeria to get 1 million naira? And even if you get that 1 million naira, it's not even up to $1,000. $1,000 is probably about 800, 900 pounds. That can't even pay your mortgage in London. So just to tell you that we are also feeling the pain. It's tough for us. Okay? So, but we can't run away. We have to salvage the country. That's why we're here. We're stuck neck deep here.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Let's go to Mazi TA. Another Mazi. He explained this now.
I see Mazi's agenda is African woman for president.
Dr. Rudolph, I'm under the weather today, so I'm not going to stay long. Dr. Uche, I'm so happy to see someone like you, to be honest. Someone that could think outside the box, And first of all, even the reason why I joined was the first issue was the Mazi thing. Thank God for clarifying that look, anyone can use Mazi. Mazi is just Mr.
Yes.
Exactly. So because before when I searched the Google,
not everybody can answer.
There was a part that says that someone that lost his father that can be Mazi. So that's why I chose that. So, but Prince from California corrected me and said, look, this is the meaning. And I agreed. And I'm still using it, Now, one thing I'm trying to, say is that, look, I've always believed in unity of Nigeria. And I've always believed in unity of Africa in general, And first of all, one of my questions is, do you believe in Biafra, as in, segregating the 5 eastern state of the Igbo tribe? That's the first one. And secondly, my view, because look, I've been here and there. I grew up with the Igbo people, and we don't see ourselves back then. We don't see ourselves. You are Igbo, you are Yoruba, When another party, when they're doing a party, I go there at the young age. I still go, dance. All those, I eat the food. You understand? So back then, in Lagos, we love each other. And what is happening in Nigeria now is like, it's so crazy. Back here in UK, an Igbo guy, I remember when I go for my barbing to cut my hair, when I go there, there's a Yoruba guy there, there's an Igbo guy there, because the Igbo guy cuts my hair the way I like it. If I go to him, first of all, he knows me, and there's a Yoruba guy there. I don't want to know. He does the job right, and that is it. Right here in the West, if you're good at what you do, they employ you. if you're very good at what you do, they employ you. They don't look whether you're this tribe or that tribe, you know. So my next question is, how do we eradicate this issue of ethnicity within Nigerian sector, where we say, look, everybody has a fair chance, either to be the president or to be whatever, you know, if there's a law that can be, you know, brought back to back that.
Mazi, I think let me start by answering your first question. You asked if I believe in Biafra. Well, I think the way I look at Biafra is an ideology, and you ask yourself what led to Biafra and why are people still agitating for Biafra? Biafra happened as a result of perceived injustice. In Igbo language, you can write it down. There's what we call amaluke. Amaluke. Amaluke means if I have something with you, okay, and it's time for us to divide and share, then you're taking 90% and you're giving me 10%. That's what has led to Biafra. Injustice in Nigeria, in the Nigerian system. And that injustice was not only against the Igbos. There are also other smaller tribes, okay, that also suffered as a result of that. My father lived in Aba, okay? He was a businessman, a trader. He worked in John Holt. Because of Biafra, the man lost his earnings. He lost everything that he had, his property, everything. So he had to start from the scratch. So you need to understand Biafra from the generation of my father. I was born during the war. And okay, let me give you a personal example why Biafra is in the heart of the average Igbo person. I was born at the Ekulobe General Hospital. Ekulobe is in Anambra State. My mother tells me the story that she was taken to the hospital by her own mom. And in the middle of the night, fighter jets started bombing. And everybody in the hospital ran away. It was just my mom and her mom and myself inside her tummy. As she said at midnight, without any aid, no help, I popped out. That was why she named me Uche Nworah. That means, let the wish of God happen. My mom said they thought they were going to die because they were bombing. They were hearing bombs all over the place. Now, when you hear stories like that, of how you were almost killed at birth, or what your parents went through, you cannot tell me that in your heart you will not be feeling sympathy for the people that have been, that people have been oppressed. So that's the story of Biafra. Now, that's one thing. Then the second thing is, have things changed in this country? Have things changed in Nigeria? Are we still not seeing injustice? Are we seeing fairness? Are we still not seeing oppression in this country that we live in? So that's why you will see, it will appear and it will seem as if Biafra is still a recurring decimal. However, there are those genuinely asking that things should turn around for the better. But there are now criminal elements that are exploiting that issue. They are the ones that are now doing killings, kidnapping, and all that. So we need to dimension the issues. That's number one. Number two, how do we unite ourselves in Nigeria? I work for a Yoruba man. I'm an Igbo man. There's a man called Otumba Michael Adenoga. He owns Globacom. Right? I was a GM in his system as an Igbo man. And he gave me a trusted role where the budget that I was commanding in a year, was humongous. As an Igbo man, I was on one-on-one with him. I left Globacom system last year, June, as an Igbo man. Very privileged position. So, how can I not? I wouldn't say that I'm the right person to talk about discrimination because I haven't had people discriminate against me. Using the Globacom example. However, I see discrimination all around me. For example, I'll tell you what has happened. Last year in January, last year in the heat of the election, a friend of mine that owns a restaurant in Lekki, the tax people came there and shut down the restaurant on a Friday. Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays are their best days. You know what the guys said? The guys brought a tax bill of 100 million naira. 100 million naira. And slammed it on them. And went away that weekend. So, first of all, they couldn't do business that weekend. And you know what the tax people were saying when they were leaving? Is in other place where Igbo people park big cars and talk about obedient. Okay? So when they shut down the restaurant, the guy reached out to me. What do we do? That we should start making calls. Because the guy felt I knew some people. So we started making calls. Finally, by Monday, we were able to, speak to some people, and they brought down the bill to 20 million. However, now you could see that's injustice. There are a million restaurants in Lekki. Why shut down this particular restaurant with the comment that is it not the same place where Igbo people gather and do obedience and park big cars? So that's injustice, my brother. So what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, we're all interlinked, we're all interconnected. And I think we have to do the judgment based on the people that we relate with. I've told you how a Yoruba man has been kind to me. You know, how he was nice to me and everything in my career. For 8 years, I was in his system, in the Globalcom system. Okay? I've also told you how a friend of mine, how his business was shut down by a Yoruba person. But that's not, because of that, I will not go and make a judgment and say Yoruba people hate Igbo people. Because personally, I've experienced kindness from a Yoruba man. So, I mean, it's subjective how we make that judgment. You know, that's all I have to say now.
Thank you, Doctor. Last question, quickly. Yeah, just quickly.
Yes.
You just mentioned something now, sir, Dr. Uche, when
Yes.
you said, you know, because the previous stuff that when I asked about the Biafra, you know, I remember back in Lagos.
Yes.
When the war succeeded, as in it wasn't happening anymore. When some Igbos were coming back to Lagos, their houses were kept for them. Not like when it happened in other places where those things were taken over. You know, we have bad elements in different people. You know, be it Yoruba,
That's right.
be it Hausa, be it, you know, we have some people bad element, but there's some people. One thing I've always known the Yoruba for is that look, there's something they call I don't know if Olumide would know how to translate this. Majegun, Ogun. So, as in, don't take something that is not yours. You know, so it's like if you take something that is not yours by force, you know, there's a repercussion for it. You know, so because I'm not, you know, but what I'm trying to say is that look, in general, what we should be talking about is love. Yeah. UK was ruled by the Romans. Yeah. Where's Rome today? You know. So we shouldn't be talking about what has happened in the past. We should learn from it, you know, but not try to now force our way through that. Look, we want it to happen at all costs. And that's what I believe that we should be preaching to one another. Let's work together. You know, forget the Igbo issue, Yoruba, Hausa. Let's be Africans. You know, let's join together because look, we're at the lowest level of the food chain. First the Europeans, now is the Chinese, yeah, the Arabs, the Africans are the lowest part. So we need to start working together as a continent. So we have one voice together. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mike. All right, let's go to CM. CM, you're next.
Okay. Thank you, Rudolph. Good afternoon, everybody. From the land of the king, UK. Uche Nworah, Dr. Uche Nworah, nice meeting you. Let me ask you first question first. How is Dr. Nechukwu, our mutual friend? Dr. Nechukwu from Akweze. I've not heard from him for quite a while.
I think I don't know. I think there was a time I heard he passed. I heard he passed. He used to, the one that used to live in, he used to live in Germany, right? He used to live in Germany. Yes.
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 Dusseldorf.
Yes. Yeah, I heard he passed. Yes, I heard he passed. Yes.
How long ago was that?
I'll probably say 2-3 years now. I heard. Someone told me. Yes, I heard. Yes.
It might not be. How can? But I communicated with the son via email.
Anyway, let's take this conversation offline.
The first one is a doctor. Okay. Offline. Okay, later. Thank you for being our guest today. What I want to contribute is this. I'm from Anambra as well. What I want to say is this.
Where?
It's like you were born in my town. Maybe I'm from Ezinifite, next to Ekulobia. So it's like Ezinifite, next to Ekulobia.
Yes, I know.
Yeah. So what I want to ask you is this: the Anambra you see today, because it's like you are the eye now. You've been you were there for 8 years. Can you give me a picture of what we have to expect in the next 4 years? Not that I don't want you to profile Soludo's administration, but just everything put together. What do you think? What Anambra can you record? Can you say in the next in the next 4 years? Let me make it 5 years. Let me not say. Let's say in the next 5 years.
Okay, sorry. Can you repeat that question, please? Repeat that question, please.
Okay, my question is: I said you've been in Anambra for 8 years
Yes.
as a
Yes.
CEO of
Yes.
ADS. In fact, you are in the
Yes.
you are in the nick of things. So what I'm saying, that with all what you've seen, what picture of Anambra can you paint for us in next 5 years? Not for 5 years.
Well, honest view, I would say positive. And positive when guys like you that are outside, you guys have to get involved in what is happening. I'm telling you, whether for good, for bad, show interest. Because Anambra belongs to all of us. Because if you keep staying away, the bad guys in quotes will be the ones getting into politics, and they will be the ones running the show. So you have to get in there. If I tell you the battle we fought, even in government, when I was in government, it wasn't all rosy for me. Because people have their. If I tell you some of the experiences I had in government, it wasn't all rosy. Okay? But that's not to say that, good things didn't happen. Because what I found was sometimes decisions are taken not for the right reasons, but for political and pecuniary reasons. Okay, but do we have opportunities? Yes. Will Anambra be greater and bigger? Yes, but we'll have to get involved. Ideas, investments, akuluno, linkages, networking, definitely. Anambra is on the rise. Over the last Christmas, Rudolph shared some videos. You saw many people opening their palaces, their palatial mansions, their homes. These are all investments coming home. People are also doing investment in the area of real estate, factories. You see what Innocent is doing. There's another new car company coming in. So there are things happening. But what I think is happening, the hope of Anambra is not really in government. I think we should understand that. What we want government to do is create the enabling environment. Okay, we would have wished that the revolution happening in Abia. I grew up in Aba. We would have wished that we had that kind of momentum in Anambra, but unfortunately, that's not the situation. Okay, but therefore, Anambra, a lot of money is in the hands of private individuals, and that's where I think that we can do more. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, CM. Before I come to Olumide, let me ask you, you just mentioned Abia State and the revolution happening there. Was happening. Do you think that Alex Otti will outshine Soludo in the next 4 years?
I don't think this is a case of competition in the sense that I do some consulting media work for the Southeast Governors Forum. Okay, I have some role.
So you are speaking as a
yes. No, I'm not an SA. What I'm saying is Uche Nworah is the DG Southeast Governors Forum. So part of the role that we do is to promote cooperation, promote harmony, among the Southeast government. But that doesn't mean that when we see something nice, we shouldn't say it. I don't think we should look at it as competition. What they had there is what they call peer review. There should be a peer review mechanism where the state governors should, have an opportunity to look at what the others are doing and see what they can borrow. I'll give you an example, Rudolph. I don't know if any of you have been to Ebonyi State in the last 2, 3, 4 years. What is happening in Ebonyi State is exactly like what happened in Akwa Ibom State. Do you know back in the day, Akwa Ibom people were known only as people that you could hire to be your houseboys, to be your cooks and all that. Not until Akpabio became their governor. And he launched a cultural reorientation campaign and project where they called that project, I followed it at the time, they called it Akwa Ibom Dakada. Dakada means that Akwa Ibom, you can be greater, you are great, And first of all, he started by doing ambitious projects for them. He started doing 6-lane motorways. He started doing big projects. So, and he asked Akwa Ibom people to come back home. So when you come back home, there are things for you to do. And they now saw that even the states they were looking up to, they were now better than those states. So that's how the orientation changed. And he told them that you people, if you don't have money to go to school, come, I'll give you money. He started giving them scholarships. So he changed the mindset of his people, cultural reorientation, and he invested heavily in infrastructure. That's why they still love the man till tomorrow. That's for Akwa Ibom. Now, Ebonyi State, I'm sorry to say this, but in the Committee of States in the Southeast, Ebony used to be back at the wrong, if you know what I mean. But look at what Umahi, their former governor, did.
Yeah.
Umahi started doing ambitious projects and very big projects. And I think he must have understudied what Akpabio did. Now go to Ebony now. So what are we doing? We are still priding ourselves that we are Anambra, we are a state, light of the nation. But all the other states, you can see gradually through the, through what their governors and overtaking us. And now look at Abia. Everybody knows what's happening in Port Harcourt. My parents used to have a house off Port Harcourt Road, Ozubu. Alex, what is doing in Julius Berger Road on Port Harcourt Road? We saw in the news, he treated an economic team, and he has the likes of Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. He has Uzodimma. He has the African Bank MD, Orama, who is from Anambra State. Look at the kind of people he has in his team. Sanusi, former CBN governor, is in that team. So does that not tell you that this guy is ambitious? So in the next couple of years now, Abia will overtake us. So, I mean, what I'm saying is, we should do peer review, but it shouldn't be competition. We should get worried. Just like when you're in a classroom and the guy sitting beside you is coming first every time, and you tell me that you'll be happy that you will always be in that position. No. You have to work hard and read harder and see that the world is not waiting for you to, because you're Anambra, therefore, we should bow before you. No, people are no longer bowing before Anambra. People are doing big things, ambitious things. Now look at, go to Enugu State. Mba. See what is happening in Enugu State. Enugu State, they are doing another Enugu 2.0. And they want to recreate another Enugu. Look at Enugu that doesn't have water. I went to secondary school in Enugu. I went to CIC. I went to IMT. I went to Enugu campus for my MBA. Enugu has never had water. Now Mba promised them water within 18 months, and it's happening. They are signing big projects, and all the donor agencies and donor partners are all going to Enugu. So, upon that, they already had more infrastructure than Anambra. I'm sorry, I'm talking like an Anambra man. So what I'm saying, Rudolph, is I'm not saying competition, but we must look around us, open our eyes, and see that people around us are moving. They're not waiting for us. But what do we have in Anambra State? Igwe,
what of
Achebe,
Imo State, Imo State. Talk about Imo State.
I'm coming. So what do we have in Anambra? The news that everybody has been following since last week. Oh, Soludo Commissioner sacked Igwe Ndeni. He gave traditional title. Oh, Obi of our nation has written. Are those the issues? Are those the issues? That's not what we should be talking about as Anambra. We should be worried. Anambra, people say that Anambra is Igbo. In the next 5 years, Rudolph, somebody asked me, I think it was CM that asked me what will happen to Anambra in the next 5 years. Are we still going to be Igbo with the way we are going? I don't think so. Now, you asked me to talk to Igbo State. My brother, my wife is from Imo. I know where. I need to be careful before my in-laws will come after me. So let me take the Fifth Amendment, like people say in America.
Thank you, Ezudo. What we're going to do, because you will be here much longer with us here on the show. So when I call you, just go straight to your questions so that we can get to everybody. Olumide, you're next.
Yeah.
Hello, Dr. Uche Nworah.
Yes,
very good. Nice to meet an erudite scholar like you. We appreciate when people who are very learned come on Rodolph's platform. I only have two questions basically, and don't mind it if some of us come out very blunt and very straightforward.
Yes.
We know the situation in the country kind of is not. I mean, it kind of puts us in a tough spot to react that way. Okay, straight to my question. Just two questions for you. In your opinion, what exactly is the essence of politics? That's one. And then I heard you talk about cross-carpeting to APC. So what is your primary goal? And what do you hope to achieve in joining the APC? Those are the two questions.
Okay. Like I said, politics is, even in the UK, I mean, it's you guys, In America, and I think in the UK as well, you subscribe to an ideology. I like this kind of politics these guys are doing. Maybe you're a socialist or you're a Marxist or you're whatever. In America, they have Democrats, Republicans, and all that, and independents and all that. So that's the politics. Because Nigeria does not have where as an independent candidate you have to go and stand for an election. So you must join a political party. That's politics. Now, in the real sense of it, politics is to go and work for the people and serve the people. That's what politics is about. But you must use a vehicle. You have to ask yourself, are you playing regional politics? Are you playing national politics? If you go to some states, if you go to the West, for example, go to Lagos State, you cannot really do much if you're not in APC. Lagos is an APC state. Before APC, it was the AC, So you go to the Southeast, let's use Anambra. Anambra is an Africa state. So you need to find a political party that you use as a platform or a vehicle to achieve your own political ambition. Guys like Sam Mbakwe. Sam Mbakwe was a very selfless leader that everybody will remember in recent memory. Okay, so you go in there using a political platform and vehicle to serve the people and work for the people. That's what politics is all about. But unfortunately, you have to congregate and aggregate with people. Sometimes in Nigeria, you say these are people with strange, you're like strange bedfellows. So that's what it is. That's politics. You go and work and serve the people. Now, back to your question, ambition of joining APC. The same way that I said this on this show already, you see political parties as a platform and a vehicle to achieve your case in Anambra State. I was right in the thick politics in Anambra State for the past 8, 9, 10 years. Okay? So after a while, I said, I'm done with local politics. I want to be a national player. The same way I was living in London with my family, I said, man, I'm done living in Europe. I want to come back and in Nigeria. So I decided to leave and move to Lagos. And from Lagos, I said, I'm coming to Abuja.
All right, we're having difficulties with his connection. So what I will do is I'll remove some of the people in the studio. Maybe that will help with bandwidth. And Ezudo, can you hear me? Ezudo, can you hear me? All right.
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
All right. So Olumide, thank you so much for that question. Let's see if we can get other people before.
So what I'm saying is,
you're still breaking up.
Yes.
Okay. Right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Okay, let's go to.
Is it okay?
Yeah, it's okay now. Let's go to KJ. KJ, you're next.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. Dr. Uche, thank you. Your name is not is a very familiar name, and I want to appreciate the work you did with the radio station in Anambra State. You are totally a professional about that work.
Thank you.
And I think I like you also. I mean, you have been able to present your case very articulately and properly also. Though I may not agree with most of your points. And my reason is simply that, I'm not going to fight. I'm just going to say I don't agree with most of your submissions this morning. And you are entitled to it. I respect that. My question is, what will be, the end result for an Igbo man, the way things are going? You said something that I didn't like, at all, which is that people who are built on wrong land, the government can just come down and clamp down and break it. It's only in Nigeria that such things happen, because there's always, and I'm going to say this, there's always a way to deal with defaulting people without necessarily destroying houses that don't even have enough already. There's already a shortage of housing in Nigeria. And so when people go out, they deliberately destroy those things. No matter what it is, I don't think anybody will put a lot of money on a land without knowing that it has a proper documentation for that land. But most times you notice that those racketeers are from the same government authorities. So, like I said, you are entitled to your own opinion. Now, the other thing I want to say is, as an Igbo man and a chief for that matter, a red card chief, and someone who has actually done a lot of work in Igbo land, do you think that the Igbos are getting the best out of the contraption called Nigeria? And is that a kind of Nigeria that you want to live for your own children, going by, putting into cognizance every other thing that's happening right now. You said you are you are born during the war and all that. And so that question, that pertinent question that the Igbos were asking at the time of the war, has it been solved now? And if it has not been solved now, do you think we should continuously to still play the second fiddle and go along with it? Thank you.
Hello? Rudolph, hello?
All right, Dr. Uche, can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay, good. Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. We can hear you.
KJ, KJ, two things.
All right. Reception is very bad. Dr. Uche, if you can hear us, if you can maybe go ahead.
If you can go out and come back.
Yeah, it's cutting in and out. Maybe you can try to log out and log back in and see if it will be better. Okay, and then we'll pick you back up from there.
Hello, Rudolph.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you hear?
Yeah, we hear a little bit and then it goes off again.
Hello, hey, Rudolph.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so quickly, I was talking about the video that put out. You can hello?
Yeah, it's breaking. So we hear one word and we hear one word, we won't hear the next.
Wow.
I would suggest try to log out and log back in and see if that will help.
Or Rudolph, you can help him by logging him out so that he can come in.
I live in a tech challenge country. If I log out now, I may not be able to log back on. So what I'll do, let me just let me just take my phone and step outside my.
We can hear you now. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay, so I'll just stand there. So I was saying that the video that Untouchable Comedies put out, I said we live in an era of social media. Those guys are content creators. For them, everything is opportunity to make money. And I was saying that if they really wanted to reach the governor of Enugu State, there are ways they could have reached the governor of Enugu State. Okay, and since they brought this into the public domain, my view is that, and also the governor, I saw a published advert that the state government put out 2 years ago, signed by the former secretary to the state governor. I know what the issues are. Warning people not to transact, not to buy, not to build around that estate.
Okay, Dr. Nworah, maybe you can turn off your camera and let's see if that will help. Turn off your camera and see if that will help with the audio.
So these guys went ahead. All
right, we're still having difficulties with getting him. Let me just while we wait for him to fix that, let me just announce that.
Hello?
Yes. Okay, go ahead.
You know, I just stepped outside my house, so let me stand here. I think.
Okay, that's good. Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that people will not suffer losses by the demolition going on, but again, people should also do the right thing. That's number one. And number two, the question he asked me about if I think that Igbo people are getting a fair deal. I said it already, that what's causing the Biafran agitation is Amaluke. Amaluke is a simple concept. That means what holds two of us, you take 90%, you give me only 90%. That's what's leading to Biafran agitation. So Igbos are not getting a fair deal. And I said that already on the show. Okay? But of course, we cannot, because of that, and run away. That's why we're in Abuja. We're trying to get our fair share for our people. Okay? And we have to be in there where they're doing the sharing. And we must, speak strongly to get what belongs to our people. That's why we're here. Yes, thank you. Yes.
All right. Thank you, KJ. Let's quickly get to the other people here before we lose him entirely.
You can take me out. You can take me outside. You can bring more people. Thank you.
Okay, Victory. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, and thank you, Dr. Uche. Thanks for coming to our platform.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm really, really worried about what is going on in Nigeria. So you, as a politician, I was wondering, when you talk to your fellow politician, what do you people even discuss? Because apparently there's hunger in the land, people are running away from the country. I just read an article today that the spokesperson for the police in Lagos State was saying that a young person approached him to declare him wanted because he wanted to claim asylum in another country. That's how desperate people have become in that country. So my question is that even something as basic as the internet that we can use to communicate, you can see how your network is dropping off and coming back in. What do you people actually discuss? Do you people actually look for a way to move this country forward? Because sometimes I wonder that what is in these people's head that even the most basic thing, people are hungry in the country, right? Yeah, people
All
are
right,
questioning millions.
let's round
Okay.
up and get to another.
Victory, let me
Just a
answer.
quick one. Just a quick one. Let me just summarize my
Yes.
thought process. So, in essence, is that when I say what do you people discuss, I'm saying things like people are hungry. What are you actually doing for the people?
Anyway, Victory, first of all, let me clarify that I belong to a political party does not mean that I'm a politician. I am not an elected politician. I've never vied for any political position in my life. Okay. What I do is because of my skills. So people hire me and give me jobs to work for them. That doesn't make me a politician. That's number one. So now let me tell you something. In Igbo language, that's what we say. Ndị nọ n'ụlọ nọrọ ndị nọ n'ezi. Ndị nọ n'ezi nọrọ ndị nọ n'ụlọ. What that means is people living at home are living at home for people living outside. People living outside are living for people living at home. Count yourself as one of the lucky few who are outside. So please, Nigeria relies and depends a lot on foreign remittances, the money that people living abroad send back home. Okay, so that's the connection I'll tell you. Now, I'm not in the National Assembly. I'm not a minister. I'm not a governor. I'm not a commissioner. So I will not be in a position to say, what do you people even discuss? I'm an opinion writer. Rudolph knows that. That's even how I got to meet Rudolph years ago. I share my views. I share my passion about Nigeria, how Nigeria should be. I'm always writing about this. That's the most I can do. I cannot influence anything. Okay, I don't have any vote.
You say you
I don't
work for
have
this,
anybody.
but you say you work for
No,
these people. Don't
I'm
you
a
work
media
for them?
I'm a media consultant, my brother. I'm a media consultant. I'm a communications person. That's my job. That's what I do for a living. So what I'm
When
saying
you
is,
give them idea, they don't take it on board, or they just discard it, or they are not bothered.
I can't answer that. I can't judge my bosses, on the World Wide Web. So I'm just telling you that it's only me and an intervention that I do. Rudolph can bear me witness. I write a lot on the internet. I write a lot in national newspapers. Okay, we give out our ideas how things can be better, and that's the best I can do. I don't have any budget. I cannot influence nothing. I cannot say, let me go and build road. I can't. I don't have the money to build the road. So, but we can only give advice. But if you give advice, they do that, they don't do that. I can't do anything. Thank you. Yes.
All right. Quickly. Thank you, Victory. Quickly, let's go to Eagles and.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah,
God
thank you.
will bless you so much for this program, because this is a platform that has seen that people always come together and reason together about the state of our nation, Nigeria. And Dr. Uche Nworah, you are welcome once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening
Yes.
from India. This is 11:29. Call it 11:30 from India. So I have the two questions. We have been listening to what they are saying. And what is that question? One, he said that if you want to make a journey, you need to look for a vehicle that will carry you to the place where you are going.
Yes.
That means use a platform as a APC, as a vehicle that will push you to the politics side you want to go. But I want to ask you this question. What if you enter a vehicle and that vehicle is not good, it's not giving you the service that you need? Are you going to continue with that vehicle, or are you going to abandon the vehicle and look for a better vehicle? Or if you enter a vehicle and the vehicle don't have a good driver that will take you to the place, your destination, are you going to continue with that driver, or for you to look for another better driver? Because I'm saying this in for past 8 years, APC has become a problem to Nigeria. APC has become a disappointment to Nigeria. That's why I talk about the vehicle. Then the second question, I want to ask you about the state of Nigeria concerning the people of governors. I'm not talking governors and the Federal House of Representatives and the House of Assembly. Now, if you watch, sometimes it seems the problem of Nigeria is from the president. We have governors, we have a House of Rep, we have senators. What will he do? What are we going to do to make sure we correct? Because if we're able to correct this governor, House of Assembly, and senators, at least our state will be okay. For instance, you talk about what is happening in the Abia State. I was born and raised up in Aba. I was born in 19 Chima Avenue off Crystal Park Road in Aba. So that's where I grew up. And I know since 1992, Abia State was created. They have never had a good governor, apart from Ike Nwosu. Governor Ike Nwosu, a military regime that did not last. Before Alex Oti come to change everything. So what are we going to do concerning these people we are electing in the states so that things will go up? Thank you so much.
Okay, quickly, let me respond. Number one, Rudolph, I told you, I am not on this platform to speak for or against APC. That's not why you invited me. Okay? I mean, that question came in passing, and that's when I said that I'm no longer in APC, I'm now in APC. So I will not be able to answer any further question regarding APC or my political choice. It's my personal decision. And I've explained why I did that. That's number one. Number two, what happens in Nigeria politically, we follow the constitution. And presently, the constitution says you elect a governor every 4 years, elect members of the House of Reps and senators every 4 years. We are only hoping that the people we elect will go and work and serve the people. I'm happy that you said you grew up off Crystal Park. I mean, my house is about 5-10 minutes away from your house. So we are happy and proud. We are happy and proud that we have Alex Oti, who is the governor now. He's gotten it right.
Sure.
And I've also spoken about Peter Mbai in Enugu. I think he's doing the right things. I've spoken about the guy in Ebonyi, Nwifuru, that took over from what's his name, the former governor. He's also doing things right. So that's what I'm saying. We only hope that the people we're electing, we always have the people first. I mean, I think it's a question of who are you electing. That's why I said people must get involved.
Yes.
Whether you live abroad. Okay, so let me tell you how you guys living abroad can get involved. Because you give money to your people, your community people. Every politics is local. On election day, let me tell you what the problem is. And I experienced this for 8 years in Anambra State. On election day, people don't vote the right people. They go and collect money from them. So you collect money from people and sell your vote. And afterwards, you expect them to come and vote. It's not going to happen. So if you live abroad and you send money to your people, you should be able to direct them and tell them, listen, guys, this is where you should vote. That's what I think should happen.
Well, they voted last time, but the election was stolen. Didn't they vote?
Well,
the election was stolen now.
My brother wear the same shoes. I also did the same thing. I mean, they vote. I mean, so what I'm saying is, we can't surrender. This is our country. We can't surrender. So don't lose hope. Everybody should also always get involved. Please. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We just have to quickly see he's in the back just to answer your question. So quickly, when I get to you, just a question, please. And concern your next concerns.
Dr. Damages, good day and God bless you.
Yeah, how are you?
Dr. Nworah, also God bless you for coming.
Thank you, sir.
Well, KJ and other panelists, I thank all of you. Well, the question I wanted to ask you is like KJ asked that question, but I want to put also something, This demolition of houses, for me, it's not good somebody suffer and build house, people demolish it. If you want to demolish somebody's house, you have to call the people. If you want them to pay some money, you ask them to pay some money, not to demolish people's houses. Somebody suffer after many years. Even the government you're talking about, no government in the East, mostly in that Enugu and Anambra, coming through the right channel. That man in Enugu State didn't come in the right channel. That man is also a crook. If those people are captured in are crooks, the man also is a crook. So we can't be doing this to our people. That's not good. Come and invest in your country, in your state, and when they're coming there to invest, you demolish their houses. That's too bad. Now we are becoming like refugees in our country. And that thing is that it's like I don't know. It's like you say your APC. Well, I must be honest with you. The question I want to ask you now, since you're APC member, I regard they pay all the APC members as evil. I've not talked to you before. I don't know you're one of them. I'm not saying you're one of them. But I regard all APC members as evil people because they have destroyed the country. They are still destroying. But now my question is, with the way things are now, why are the Igbos or you people that in politics, because of the security, the way the security in the country now, are you people not making effort for us to leave that country called Nigeria? Because for now, those in abroad are not coming to, many of them are not coming back, not to come and invest. So I think that you people should be thinking about, we're thinking about how to leave the country to have our own country, because if we have our own country like Malaysia, like Singapore, like Namibia, others, we're supposed to go far by now. But people are not, I don't know, because you people depend on
Anyway,
this government of evil.
anyway,
Yeah, you people not making effort to see that we have our own country.
sorry, Oga Concern, I think I will not respond on the APC question again. I'm not here as the APC spokesperson, so let's leave that. Well, the other issue I think I've also partly answered that, in the sense that I said that
Concerns,
what's
thank you.
causing all
We have
yes, okay. I said what's causing agitation is the inequality, the injustice in Nigeria, and that the Igbos appears to be the worst hit. So we cannot come on the World Wide Web now and I'll be telling you, oh, we're discussing to leave or not to leave and all that. I think that's not what this program is all about. Thank you. Rudolph, I'm standing outside though, so I mean we need to. Rudolph.
all right. Thank you, Exido. Let's go to Ovie. Ovie, the next. Mazi, another Mazi. Ovie. Yeah. Two more questions.
I don't know. I'm confused. I've never been this confused in my life. So, from the beginning, you said you were not here to talk about APC or politics. You had to talk about what happened in Anambra and the rest. Then Man of Prestige came on and gave you accolades for being brave as the first APC man to be here. And you were full of smiles and you enjoyed that. Then you say you went from AFGA to APC as a registered member. Then on the other hand, you say, oh no, you are not an elected official and all that. Then I'm hearing again that the ambitious project is going on, things are going on where things will take shape, why there's no lights, why you are complaining you're outside, your network is not good. So I'm so confused. So what's going on? I don't understand. Like, can somebody help me?
Ovie, let me help you. I'm standing outside because network inside my house is not good. That's number one. And
I
number
thought you
two,
said that things are going well. Things are doing
no, wait.
fantastic well.
No, Ovie, put these things into context now. I talked about what the governor of Abia State is doing. I said he's doing some ambitious things. Then I talked about the governor of Enugu State. I said he's doing some great things. I talked about the Ebonyi State. I was talking about the Southeast State.
Is there any hope of having electricity in this ambitiousness? Because there's nothing working.
See, no, Ovie, listen now. These things are, you see, the problem of Nigeria is, I think, is a bit complex. So I'm only talking about one or two things that they are doing. I'm not saying everything is great. That's not the point I'm making. Of course, there are challenges all over the place. But
You are speaking to the world. The word you are using, you say you are a communication consultant, so you know what you are doing. That's why I appear to you the way I'm phrasing my question. You know what you are doing, so you are one of our best. So for you to be articulating what is going on in Nigeria to the rest of the world like this, I'm aghast to use my one man brother. I'm just
Ovie, sorry
like,
now.
are you for real?
Ovie, hold on now. If you saw the flyer for this show that Rudolph sent to me, we were to discuss Christmas in Anambra, the cultural and political dimensions. Okay,
But you were
that was
happy
the.
when they were congratulating you
Hold
for
on
being the
now.
first APC man to be here. You were happy. You did not reject it. You accepted it for being the first APC man to appear before us.
I did not. I'm not here as an APC man. I'm here to talk as an Anambra chief.
There you go
To talk-
again. There you go again. There you go again. Man, we are serious here. See, when you are a communication consultant, you are working with government officials, and this is how you articulate Nigerian problem to the rest of the world. I'm sad. I am sad. You guys are the next set of leaders that will take over from these octogenarians that put up in this situation, and this is how you will articulate. Oh, come on, man.
Ovie,
I don't know, man.
calm down.
I'm sorry. I am sorry.
Ovie, calm down. Ovie, calm down.
I'm sorry.
When
I'm
you go,
shaking. Literally
Ovie, calm
shaking.
down. Ovie,
If this is
can you
coming
calm
from
down?
you,
Ovie, can
and
you
it's
calm down, please? Ovie, can you calm down, please?
where are we? What is going on?
Okay, hold on. Let him answer.
Ovie, calm down. Ovie, when you are invited by a TV station or a radio station to come for a show, the first thing you do is ask them what is the theme or what is the topic. Okay? Which Dr. Damages shared with me. I said, okay, that's fine. I'm coming. I did not envisage that I'll come here to come and start talking about APC. Okay, so that's I don't know what the
But
problem
you
is.
are accepting credit when they give APC credit. You are happy. You are happy to be one of them when they say you are the first APC man to be here. You are happy.
All right.
Just a minute ago.
Rudolph, I think
thank you. Yeah,
I've got 5 minutes. My battery is running low.
I know.
I've got 5 more minutes. Yes.
One more,
Your battery is running low, and Nigeria the ambition project is going on. Your battery is running low.
One more
in
question
your own house.
from flagship. The flagship. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Rudolph, and good afternoon, Dr. Nworah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good.
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay, good. My question is going to be centered around Anambra State. First of all, thank you for all that you've done in the many years that you've worked for our country, Nigeria.
Thank you.
There is a viral video that is going on the web. I ran into it on Thursday this week of a young lady from Anambra State who has come out to cry for help because her husband, who's missing as we speak, did run for the governorship position in 2021 with
Yes.
current governor in Anambra.
Abasimelo, yes.
Exactly, yes. So my question is this, and I'm glad, so that I guess you know about it. This is what I was going to ask you. If you are aware of this issue, can you inform us on what happened actually? What has been done? What actions has been taken to see about the return of this gentleman, and what the conclusions are, if any at all? That has been arrived. Thank you.
Flagship. With all due respect, I'm going to attempt to share some thoughts around your question, but I must also let you know I am not connected with the security services. I am not connected with Anambra State government. I'm just a private person, okay, from Anambra State. So what I know that happened with that incident was what I read in the papers, what we read on the internet. It was during the 2021 gubernatorial campaigns. The guy was taken. That was the heat of kidnapping in Anambra State, and I think ransom was paid, but they never returned the guy. And you know how it's unfortunate what happens in Nigeria, which is why in Nigeria, people pray that they don't get sick and people pray they don't get kidnapped. And it's unfortunate that's the way it is. People pray they don't get sick because if you go to hospitals, there's nothing there for you. I've been a victim. I was once kidnapped. My car was jacked. I got into a hospital, when I was rescued. I had to give them money to go and buy, what they used to treat me. They use candle. So that's the way the country is. And when you run into other misfortunes like kidnapping and all that, the security agencies are stretched. They're so stretched that sometimes help may not come, and there's no database to know what is happening and all that. So it's unfortunate what has happened. Okay, so that's the best I can answer, around that because I'm not connected with it. Okay, and we are hoping and we pray that things will improve. What people do in Nigeria is self-preservation. I mean, I practice that myself. You know, people don't know what I do. People don't know where I am. Last Christmas, if I do any video, I only post the video online after I've left the location. You know, these are a few of the things you can do for yourself. You know, don't let people know what you're doing and all that. Sometimes you go and stay in a hotel, don't travel late at night, and these are all the security advice people give you. So, unfortunately, that's just the reality. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so
All right.
much.
Thank
Yes.
you so much.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Nworah, I'll give you the chance to say a final thoughts, and we thank you for coming.
Yes. Well, Rudolph, I must say that this is my first time of being on your show, and at least next time I'll be more prepared. You know, because I think you set me up. You told me we're coming to talk about culture in Anambra State, but again, you know, other things now came on board. But I mean, it's all good. It's all good, and I think next time I will be more prepared, knowing that the staccato of bullets will come from every angle. Thank you so much for the wonderful work you're doing. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate you, and we will invite you
Yes.
next time to join us again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take
God
care.
bless you guys. Thanks everyone for joining. Bye. Good night.
Okay, good night. Bye-bye. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. It's another Saturday, and we appreciate all your contribution, all of you that joined us. We had okay. All right, what's going on? Okay, thank you, guys. We appreciate everybody, your contribution and questions. And let's do a quick feedback takeaway. Let's start with people who didn't get a chance to talk to our guest. I'm sorry I couldn't put in more people. His battery was dying and he had to go. So let's start with a caller. I think you are the first. You didn't get a chance to ask a question. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry, I missed the show. I only saw V throwing punches. For whatever punches he was throwing, I didn't get it. But with the person that was invited, he couldn't. I'm not sure he was answering his question. So that was where we was stinging him like a butterfly and dancing like a bee. But short of that, I'm so sorry I missed it. Came in to listen to people and have a good time at the same time.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go to Jagun.
Me already. Thank you. Good day, all. Thank you very much for being here. I watched that, and it was quite interesting. And I had to give him an ear, even though as soon as he went to the fact that as a person coming out of the APGA political party and then joining APC, it was a bit flabbergasting. But I had to give him an ear. I had to give the guy an ear. Whilst I understand where man like OVA was coming from, you still have to give these people an ear, unless you won't understand what's going on in that country. All we do in that country is pretend. The level of pretending that we do is fantastic. And it came across to me that this guy was speaking extremely honestly. That, oh boy, because see anything else, so there's nowhere else to go. I'm stuck, I'm tight, I'm in deep trouble. I need to feed myself. And inasmuch he has had to make certain personal choices, this is where Nigeria is. This is where the country is. Don't get it twisted. Don't be alarmed. People have to make moves in order to eat. And these moves are all horrible. There are no choices in that country. Don't get it twisted and think that there's a choice. He said that he can't even go to Labour Party. That Labour Party is nothing without Peter Obi. All of us know that to be reality. All of us know that to be real. We have to really give these people an ear in order to appreciate what Nigeria is about. Because there's nothing that me and you are going to do unless we're dealing with the practical truth of that country, the psyche of the people, and the depths that we need to go to re-educate, to re-examine, in order to put in place the level of education that we need to allow our psyche to actually breathe. Because you can hear that the psyche in that country is being totally suffocated. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jagan. Thank you so much for that. You mentioned the Labour Party, and tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we have the chairman of the Labour Party joining us tomorrow. So if you can join us at 11 a.m. New York time, 5 p.m. Nigerian time, we will host the Labour Party chairman. He will be here. And also, similar to that, next week, I'm talking about next the 28th of this month, we have Femi Falana joining us on Sunday on 90 Minutes Africa. So for those who may be able to join us, we appreciate that. Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudy, for having me. I think I follow up. I even joined at a point, but I have to log out. Of course, the guy is a seasoned politician. I don't know why he's distancing himself that he was given a job and he's just worked with. I don't know, but maybe that is what it takes to live in Nigeria. People are going through stuff, and if people of his caliber can pretend that light is down, you have to walk out of his house to get a signal, then the millions of Nigeria is a hell on earth. If people like him are going through that, and that is to use that
Yes.
see what Nigeria is all about at this in 21st century,
What?
which is a pity for ordinary citizen of Nigeria. And I think he's well involved in the local politics. He's a good communicator. He don't, but I was surprised he doesn't expect to hear any other blow from another angle. I think he's also pretending because you are coming to a show. He didn't hear about have your say, or he's not knowing that there are people like Ove and Jagon that will tell him it's rubbish. He didn't know why Obi never come here. I don't know why he pretending that he never expect that, and that is dishonest. If you expect anything here, you can expect. If you don't expect anything here, tell your guests this is the topic, but anybody can ask you anything. This is a have your say. So he understand, and I like that the father is a very good guy. I like him. He's a good politician. He stay away from what he don't want to talk about. He's very disciplined guy, but doesn't take him from not being a politician. He's a pure politician.
All right, thank you, Jonathan. You mentioned that point, which is that I invite a lot of people, and I said to them the same thing. I will talk to you on this topic and this topic, and then when we bring in the audience, they can ask you any question. You have the right to answer anyone you want to answer and not answer. So they will feel comfortable. All right, Mazi Prince, welcome.
Hi, Rudolph.
So what do
First and foremost, Ovie, first you have to pay me for that Mazi that it's in your name. Okay, you have to pay me before you start. Today I see you in action. Good job. I really love that. I never knew that you could be emotional. I thought I'm the only one that said I'm emotional, but thank God you really showed it. That means everyone is kind of like coming to same page, and kudos to that. As for my impression about the speaker or the guest, I will not judge him. However, he clearly stated it. Nigerian politics is not about ideology. It's all about what you can get for your family. I think somebody's stuff is on. I don't know who's speaker or whatever that's on somewhere. Yeah, so pretty much it's kind of like more of what you can get from whatever party or whatever people that's in government that you can get. It's disheartening, but in reality, that's what we become in Nigeria. Yeah, that's all I can say for now.
All right, thank you, Prince. Unfortunately, it's also the noise is coming from you because I muted everybody and we were still hearing it. All right, Sim, what is your take? CM, unmute yourself. Okay.
Well, actually, well, for what it is worth, you should not expect a politician to say that he's a politician. Anyway, being APC is a bad market. That is where he spoiled it. Maybe he felt that by saying he crossed over to APC to fight for the national cake for Ndibo. Somebody's business on, I don't know. To fight for something for Ndibo. I've forgotten that APC is bad market. It's better if he had said maybe he's doing consultancy for something. I mean, how can you be? How can somebody be? APC is a no-go area for now. Since 2015, whatever anybody may say, APC brought Nigeria into the mess Nigeria is now. 8 years of Buhari, no way. So far, no vision. It's only vacuum. So I don't really see the pride. Maybe he made a mistake in saying he crossed over to the APC, but Ovie took him to the cleaners. Anyway, so 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 that should be the high point. So I don't want to join in because I know it wasn't easy. You know, there's no way you will market APC without sounding anyway, let me not say anything. There's no way. APC, the way it is now. Okay, look at the spate of kidnapping everywhere. Look at the looting. How are you gonna defend it? In fact, maybe Ovie should have directed the question and say, well, no wonder since you joined the APC, all we hear is looting here, this Minister for Humanitarian Affairs. Or you could have asked him, since you joined the APC, are you part of the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs? So that, because that is where it's happening. Anyway, it should have been a good interview. If he hadn't mentioned the APC, we could have sort of take him through his career as a broadcaster, maybe as a media consultant, a lecturer, a novelist. I think he wrote a book, and then all those things, all his years serving in Anambra Broadcasting Corporation. But having said APC, no, it's not something. It's not something to be proud of. Maybe next time he won't brandish APC. That's what I feel. He won't brandish.
All right. Thank you. AJ.
Thank you so much, Randolph. If you notice, and I want to also follow the line of TM and the rest who have spoken. I didn't want to get into a fight early this morning because, again, my family are just around, my father-in-law is around, my mother-in-law is around, so I was trying to maintain a gentleman status, But, right from the on-go, he rubbed me up the wrong way totally. You see,
Don't worry, I will use Trump to poke you.
by the way, I told you that I was going to be a shocking time for you. I'm sure you can keep quiet about that. But let's go to where we are going to. Now, here is what I felt. You see, Dr. Rudolph, you are living in the US, and you know that when people infringe on the law itself have a way of making you pay some consequence without necessarily damaging you. And I tell a story of somebody who the IRS caught, who had been cheating the IRS for a long time. And the IRS wrote to her and said, look, you have been cheating us for so and so million. You know what? You have two options. It's either you go to court if you don't think we're telling the truth, or you pay the fine, which we have already arranged. And this is the amount you're going to pay. The woman got a lawyer. The lawyer said, you know what? You better go and settle with these people. Let's go there and settle. They went there and the lawyer said, okay, you have accepted your gift. Say yes. All right. Work out payment plan. They didn't say bring all the money back. They say, how can you pay this money and how much will you be able to pay every month? And she said so. And that was agreed. And she started paying back the money which she has crooked from the IRS. Now, why am I saying that? Every law should have it. The laws are meant for human beings, not for animals, not for goats. So if Anambra State have discovered that, the land we set aside for Centurion City is now being stolen by people, there are reasons why that land is being stolen. Maybe people have seen it lying fallow for long. And racketeers, who most of the times are government agencies, I repeat it again, look, in Abuja, you cannot develop any land except you have the AG, what now? I've forgotten that term. But you go there, set up by Aerofy, and they show you the master plan of the whole land. Me, yours sincerely sitting here, I have been In fact, I don't want to go how much, tell you how much I've lost, those things until I had to, because you go to the master plan, they show you the land, they show you everything, they show you the markings. Only for some years later, you discover that all that was just set up for you, set up with the people inside and the agent who has brought you. So, if that is the case, this individual, whether he's a comedian or whether he's being dramatic or not, the question is that people's houses and properties are being destroyed. First and foremost, let's take it down to as an Igbo person. The Igbos are complaining in Lagos that they are breaking their property. They come back to Anambra State to build. You are also breaking their property. In other words, the Igbo man has no sympathy anywhere. Okay? So that the people who are breaking their property outside of Igbo land can say, you see, even in their own state, they are breaking their land. You see, that's why he didn't show any empathy at all, whether they are Igbos whose properties are being destroyed or not. He didn't show any empathy. And this thing has been going on in Nigeria for so long. I remember El-Rufai coming into office, and the whole of Airport Road that peasants had built, and those villages along the Airport Road, he cleared them all. And what did he do with it? Those lands were given back to the billionaires to build up their estates. We can't continue that way. We can't continue to find a reason to say, oh, you are infringing on the law, and therefore we decide to destroy your property. It doesn't make any sense. That is one. To me, then he's touched some other thing that, like I said, I didn't want to get into a fight with him. This thing that Igbo leaders, and I regard him as an Igbo leader because he did a lot of work in Anambra State Broadcasting Service. I used to listen to Anambra State Broadcasting Service. Okay. Now, you say, well, it doesn't concern me really. You painted that question of the fact that these things going on has not really affected you. You have not received any form of discrimination or just like Chidoke, the former minister of aviation. You say this, look at me, I'm a minister. This discrimination has not affected me. What about millions of people? You want me to tell my story? What about other millions of other people who discriminations have affected one way or the other? Okay, and so that mentality that we have been fighting as younger people now, not our fathers' ages now, that once it is well with you, then it's any other person can go to hell. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't help development. And then will the Igbo man continuously to be one developing his community? Is that what we are called to do? Will we continuously look? The money used for development, developing those communities can actually be put in a central post and used to train the community students who cannot go to school, who can't pay their school fees. Must we always contribute money to put light in the community? Must we always contribute money to dig water boreholes for our people? Must we always contribute money to do roads? Is that what we are meant for? My parents were doing it when my father was doing it when he was here. He has gone to build a lot, and then me, I'll come and continuously to be paying for road maintenance, paying for electricity. So when an Igbo leader of his magnitude comes up and begin to say, we Igbos are used to community development. What are you saying? So what's the use of the government? Then we should equally dissolve the government, let everybody be their own government. Because that's what it's intended to be. We can't continuously to dwell on the old system and expect that that's how it should go, when the rest of the world is moving miles away. Are you happy when you go to your community that some people who are your age look like people living among animals? Are you happy? It should be concern. It should be a concern to you. And the reason is simply because those guys are scratching to feed themselves. So we shouldn't look. He's a well-educated man. His family lives in London. If everything was good, I don't think he would leave a family living in London because it is expensive to live outside. Okay, if everything was working and his children should go to school in Nigeria so they can have the Nigerian culture and sense of belonging, rather than being in a place where you're always looking at like a sultan. Okay, so you see, that's my main challenge. He's educated, he's achieved, he has so many, caps, on his head, but yet he presents a picture of somebody who, well, these guys can't do this thing to me, and I'm moving. I said not to live in London. I came to Anambra State. I made name for myself. I said not to be in Anambra State. I went to Lagos. I made full name for myself. I said not to be in Lagos. I came to Abuja. I'm now making name for myself. Gentlemen, it's not about us. That is the problem with the South, the whole of the South. We always thinking of ourselves and not generations ahead. And I ask the question, you being a very prominent Igbo person right now, do you think that the Nigeria as it is something you want to bequeath to your children? Is that something you think that your children should inherit from you? Because that's not what we inherited. We inherited a better country, a country where things were working, where there was no discrimination. We have got to this point now. What you, as the ones who are the technocrats, who are the leaders of the Igbo land as we speak now, what's your plan? What is your view? What are you telling the young people? What are you saying in the community meetings you go to? What are you saying in your circle of influence concerning this issue? You know? And that's why when look, I don't want to go on and grab it, sound like a broken record, but Rudolph, that's what I take away from it. And I think he tried to dodge away from some of these things because, like just like CM said, once you mention APC, it simply means that you self don't even understand what is on ground. And lastly, some Igbo leaders who have bastardized Igbo land, and I say Igbo land not because I don't know that there are other people living here, but because this guy is particularly dealing with Igbo land. That's why I'm dealing with the Igbo land. Some Igbo leaders tell you, we are tired of playing side politics. So we came into the center so that we can get some of this thing. Gentlemen, there was a man called Aminu Kanu. He was in the opposition till he went to be with the Lord. And today he carries a better name than most of these people who have decided to come to the center. And they are doing nothing other than destroying the community that they come from. Don't tell me about being in the center, because some of them have moved in the center and they've done nothing with the center. They've only been able to enrich themselves and their family. So it's not about them. It's about, look, politicians in Nigeria have no ideology. It's just money, politics, as much as I can get. If it's going to favor me in APC, I'll jump there, whether I agree with people or not, as long as I can get a political appointment. And that is what it is. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, KJ. Thank you so much. We appreciate this input. Mazi Ovie, you're next.
The word on the street say no grief for anybody. Dr. Damages, if you remember the first show this year, when you asked me and I was telling you that I don't see hope, there's no hope. And one of the reasons I was giving then was that the next generation that will take over from this octogenarian are worse than the people that we have now. I was watching one clip from this book they launched over the week, Working with Buhari by Adesina, when the Vice President, Yemi Oshibanjo, was addressing the audience. The first three people I addressed are the president and the past president. And it hit me that those same three people, they have 50 years in between them. I'm talking about Gowon and today Tinubu. Buhari was in between. Obasanjo was there. So if you look at it, the past almost 60 years, now just pretty much one generation, these people are just 5 years, 10 years in between them in terms of age-wise. These are the people who are running the show for the past almost 60 years and counting. Atiku is in that mix too. Then you ask yourself, how were they able to hold power for this long? Then you begin to understand that there are people like the guests that we have today who make these people flourish in power. He said he's not a politician. Fine, I ain't got no problem with that. But he said you are a media consultant, you are a journalist. That is it for me. Because as a journalist, it's either you are speaking for the people or you are speaking for the governing elite. And it's clear which side is on. Again, it's not about the political party he belongs or he not being a politician or he's a politician. It made that clear from the beginning. But when the man of prestige came on and he said, oh, man, I respect you. As brave man you be, you are the first APC man to come and face us. He was smiling. He said, no, I don't be politician. No. That's when I was hungry behind. I said, I don't want to come on because the only question, I just one simple question to ask him before. Say, why is Nnamdi Kanu still in jail? That was just my question. But knowing that this guy will come, he will insult all of us to our face with the way he will respond, I just couldn't bear it. These are the next people that will take over from this, our grandparents. It is scary for him to be speaking the way he's speaking, addressing the whole world that there are wonderful projects are going on, everything is going on. Your phone is dying because there is no power for you to charge your phone. Ambition project is going on. What projects can be that ambition if there is no power, energy to even start it in the first place? So he's lying to us. So when I see a journalist who is lying to our face, I can't just bear it. You say things are going on. What is going on? We don't have power. This is 2024. 2024. The humanity has discovered electricity for over 500 years. If I might be wrong in that statistic, but over 200 years. But we still don't have it. And he came here, they boo-boo us. When he was dancing with the masquerade, you know, see dust where they surround everywhere. Tell me how those old people there will not be dying young because of all those dust. He's a professional. He's proud that he works with government, but he's not a politician. So you are speaking for them. And if you cannot say, "Okay, you they lie," then we are doomed because our parents failed to do the same thing. I'm not the cleanest, I'm not the purest, no. But it's ridiculous. It just, it's found that you could just come here. They lie, say things are going, no, things are not going well. Even from your background, we could tell, but that's not the point. If they praise you, you go. If they say, ask you question, just question. I work with a Nigerian man here, a Yoruba man, who has worked with local. Let me tell you why I was so hungry. Who has worked with local government here for almost 9 years? How I tell no? He go say, Ovie, you see that Walmart? I was among the committee that actually brought it to the community that is employing thousands of people today. You see that hotel? They will be telling you the project that is evolving. But this man come here that he has worked with God for how many years? He say, oh, they don't do anything. Tell us what you did. What do you involve in? So if we don't begin to go down to the simple things for people like him, because he's educated, he's one of our best. So now our best, they deceive the poor. When we say we are miseducated, how come we have been miseducated for 60 years? It is because people like him are sustaining that movement. Just brainwashing us.
All right.
And we say politician.
Dr. Rudolph, can I just interject, please?
Because people like this men are doing their job at their best. That is why the politicians are surviving.
All right, Ovie.
80 years old people holding us ransom because of people like him. And you said I should not call him out. No, I just couldn't bear it. I'm sorry. There's no grief for anybody. Maybe not the spirit. And the Mazi way they did, the Mazi, Namdi Kanu. This morning I was thinking, I now understand why Mazi Namdi Kanu is hard for him to actually address Nigerians with a clear language. You have to they call them by their name, idiot, god, fool, stupid. It became clear to me this morning why he no get choice to address people like that. It is because of stupidity like this. There's no way to address this kind of person. What's that for me?
Dr. Can I just address?
No, sorry, hold on. Ovie, okay, hold on, Ovie, thank you. Let me just say this. Not in defense of Uche or anybody else. It could be any guest here. So there are two things I want to make sure we all understand. When we bring in a guest here, the first thing I said it already, that we say this is the topic you are going to talk about. And I also make sure they know that when people come in, they can ask any question outside that topic. The other thing is this, even for me, I told him we were going to get to what he did at Anambra State Broadcasting Service. And I knew some of the things he did because I was from the state and I visited the state several times. I went to ABS during the time he was the director, and I spoke to the staff. He had a staff meeting. So there are things that he did. We didn't get to that. And that's the nature of conversations that we have because of time constraint and everything. You don't get to everything. I wish that ideally that we got to what he did, which he would have said. I'm just saying that
he was avoiding it. Yeah, he was avoiding to actually comment on what the government is doing. That is his fault. You're not going to blame anybody. He has the chance to actually sell himself. He has the chance. I didn't ask question out of the blue. No, I actually asked him to clarify my mind because I was confused. God, you say you be this, you know, be that. I said, make me understand who you are. That's just my question. I didn't ask question out of anything. I said, make me understand when you go from ALGA to APC, you say you know be politician. When they come praise APC man, you accept all the praise. You say you know be politician. So just make me understand, because I begin to be confused of, okay, who are we talking to? Where is my question going to say? So make me understand. So it's an opportunity for him to talk, okay, this is it. But he avoid anything that has to do with government.
All right.
Period, from the beginning to the end, not just from me, from everybody. He avoided it. But it's an opportunity for him to say, come, I'm not been elected official. But while I was working with social department, I was part of the people that initiate this. It's as simple as that, but he couldn't do that. And I'm not being who I be. I only ask questions based on what he's been splitting. And what he's been splitting is gibberish.
All right. So I already said that to him that we'll bring him back, and I promise you that it will happen soon. All right, Exero, you wanted to say something? Yeah.
Yes. Good evening again, House. It's evening here from here where I speak. Yes. I wanted to say that I'm not apologizing for the guests, but it's also good that we all know where we are coming from. The man spoke from his own perspective as a consultant, media consultant, and that he specifically stated it, and that's why we understood where he stood. But OVA, I was forwarding a question to you on the comment section and even on the private chat. You didn't see. Even if we replace the current political structure, the politicians that are there, and replace them with new people like you, the thing will not still work. I remember that before this time, we had a plethora of choices. You chose Kwakwanso. Please answer the question you asked that man. Answer it for yourself. Do you think that Kwakwanso would have given us electricity and the dream Nigeria, the hope we wanted? Of all the choices?
No.
Let's start from there.
No.
Good. So why were you following? You wanted to eat your own share, Abi?
Good. Now, this is why I choose Konkoso. I be a better person. And if the same people will come out again, I'll still choose him. This is why. Right? First of all, we have to think about what patriotism is all about.
Air their own views first of all before we start going into this.
No, we are interjecting. We are free to interject. I'm just asking you so that you can say. Because if you criticize this man so passionately,
let it be just answer that we move on. Because exactly. We just have to move to the other topics of the day. Go ahead.
Yeah. Let him answer. Let him tell us why he chose Kwakwanso.
I look all the candidates first. How many of them get property and bank account for outside this country? Nobody could able to prove say Konkoso get one. I say, well, that's somebody. Now village champion be that. It's going to be very hard for him to be controlled. I'm not saying it's not going to be compromised. That is one. So who am I going? Why will I follow you when I know that all your inheritance, your wealth is outside the country? It's better than that simple thing for me. It's as simple as that. I cannot follow somebody knowing that all his wealth is outside the country. That's why I followed him. And I'll follow him again. If people like that,
all right, thank you. Thank you, Ovie. Let's go to the flagship.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon again, every member of the panelists, all protocols observed. For me, the conversation, I saw a Nigerian who is trying to belong in the ruling class and find a way to join the party that is ruling right now. I was a little bit taken aback because I saw him, while the show started, I went to read a little bit about him before I came on. He's in the communication business, so I expected for him to know quite a bit. And even though he would not want to spill sensitive information, but at least be able to provide some good information. And the question I asked him is something that is hitting the cyberspace right now, and nobody seemed to have any answer to that question. I expected that he would speak beyond just an article that he read, I don't know when. He was in Anambra State, he was in the party, he's now moved from that party to APC. And to just rely on an article with so much experience and wealth of knowledge in the journalism business is not sufficient for me. But I won't hold him down with that because I know he doesn't want to ruffle any feathers. And I pick his words as he spoke. APC is going to be there for the next 8 years. He doesn't have a chance in Abga where he was. So in order to be relevant, he would rather want to join the ruling party. And regardless of whatever anybody thinks, that's his choice. You know, that's what he wants to do, which in the words of OVA and a few others that have spoken, it's going to be very tough if we have to rely on these people to take over from those that are there. And that's why I've always held the opinion that these politicians that we know, no matter how they go back to refine themselves and come back to represent themselves to us, I don't think they will do the work. We don't need them. I don't think we have to, we need to work with them. I don't care what experience they have. They have been in it for the past 60 years plus, and look at where we are today. Many nations in the world progressed, but we have regressed so bad that we are way below the food chain. I think it was TA that said that. So I'm not surprised at his response. He responded like a politician. He's trying to get his foothold in the party that he has chosen. He doesn't want to ruffle any feathers. He's trying to just find a way to just fit in and see what he can get. That's what politicians do. So I wasn't really taken aback that much. I wasn't surprised at his answers to every question that was asked. I just saw a Nigerian who's trying to get in to get what he can get at the moment because he thinks that no matter how truthful you will be with this present government, there is really no hope until after this 8 years that we're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the flagship. Eagles Air.
Yeah, Rudolph, thank you so much for this platform. I always enjoy the conversation and understanding that goes on in this platform. I hope everybody hears my voice.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So if you watch clearly about our guest that just left, if you watch clearly, the question I asked him make him to say that he's not here to talk about APC. What is that question I asked him? He said that he make mention of a vehicle, that for you to go to any place, you must enter a vehicle, must have a vehicle that will lead you to that place. So for him to move from Lagos to Abuja, he need to move from Abga to APC. Then I ask you a question. Now, what is that question? One, if you boarded a vehicle and you find out the driver of the vehicle is not capable to drive you to a destination, are you going to continue with that vehicle? The answer he gave to me is that he don't want to talk about APC again. Because APC is a vehicle, but they have the wrong drivers that are driving this country. Now, because we have a wrong driver that driving this country, what are we going to do to make sure we change those drivers that is causing all this problem to us? Because one thing is involved. If a wrong person is driving you, two things are involved. Either you lose your life or you become a casualty. Now, see the level the driver we have in APC is driving us now. And personally, what I saw in this guest tonight is exactly the problem the Easterners are facing in national level. What do I mean by that? The Easterners are facing in national level. They always go there to advocate for themselves, to look for themselves to survive, not for you out there. Because he's trying to play diplomatically so that the APC people will not push you and stay to years, but 2 years speaking against us. So he's trying to do what? Defend himself. That's why he don't want to talk about APC, which I understand him clearly. So that you will not have problem concerning his stomach infrastructure. So what we need right now is to find out that people that are there representing at national level, they are there for their own, they are not there for us. So what we need to do right away is that Let us look for a platform. Let's look for a way out to get the right people that will stand for us and speak for us. One of our panel here talk about Nnamdi Kanu. Let me tell you what is holding Nnamdi Kanu in that prison till tomorrow is our Easterners that are representing us at the national level. They are the people that no agree for Nnamdi Kanu to act. They are the people that no agree for Nnamdi, because not even Nnamdi Kanu out, their stomach infrastructure will have an issue. Nnamdi Kanu will not accept, based on the words of Nnamdi Kanu said, most of people, their eyes will open. So please, what I'm trying to say in effect, we that is in diaspora, I want us to reason the state of nation. What are we going to do? Which area are we going to start to make sure we liberate this country?
Yes, sir.
What is our own contribution? What are we going to form a galaxy area that we need to move this country forward? Because personally, let me tell you, truly, being a second citizen in a foreign land is not an easy thing. Especially we that in India here, nothing like a survival in India. India is very tough. Government does not recognize you. A friend of mine last year went to Abuja to apply for a visa. Do you know what happened to him in Abuja? They said to him, because they opened his passport and saw the name that he's very an Eastern name, they asked him to go to Lagos. That no room for him in Abuja there. They should go to Lagos. Do you understand the kind of disintegration that we are passing through as being an Easterners? So these things have got to stop. This thing need to do something about it, to correct some certain thing. And we need to gather together, because I believe people are listening to us. People are hearing what we are saying. And we need to build a platform that people who are hearing to us will be educated. Thank God for Tinubu and the comment he made in this Buhari nonsense book that he wrote. He said that we need to bring back history. The problem of Nigeria to tomorrow is because of lack of history in the educational level. Because if our children, people who are coming after us, study history, know the history of Nigeria, know the problem of Nigeria, they begin to give their own contribution in the way they go far. Look at Dubai. I was listening to one man that were interviewed in Dubai. They asked him, how come about Dubai? How did they build this Dubai? He said that leadership is on the mindset. Your mindset determines how far you go in life. The mindset of Easterners we have that represent us in national level, that mindset is about stomach infrastructure, not to bring a better thing for us. The driver of the APC we have up to tomorrow, their mindset is at zero level. Okay, okay, I want us to finally, Rudolph, I want us to look into this thing. I want us to look into this thing. Do you know that this governor of Zamfara State and governor of Sokoto will make their children to marry together? What are they doing? They are chaining the power within themselves. Minister of Information will go and marry the daughter of so-and-so governor. Tomorrow, if anything happens, they say, this is my daughter. Because they are sharing the power within themselves. So we need to have a platform to correct all these things. Thank you so much.
Thank you. A caller, I was looking for a video to actually play, but I didn't want to, I couldn't find it. Go ahead, caller. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you again, Mr. Rudolph. It's Xero asked Ovi a question. So he said, why did he choose Kwankwaso? And he was saying, because he was asking the other man, what were the projects that were going on? So, but he didn't answer Xero's question of what would Kwankwaso do? Would he put any infrastructures down? He only said because he doesn't have a foreign bank account. So that was all I wanted him to address the question straight away, because I think some of us know how to dodge questions and not get straight to the point while we hold others accountable. We're very good at holding others accountable. That's it. But I'll continue listening. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Jagun.
Sorry, my mic. Guys, I must say, It's very interesting. You know, Rudolph, you were speaking about all the things that you wanted him to speak about. Me personally, I didn't want to come on board whilst he was there, not knowing exactly how to tackle him. So I decided to look at him and listen. I think that conversation went perfectly, really and truly. We didn't need anything more. I think the crux of what he was saying, he blatantly said his family is in London and he's now in Abuja joined with the APC. I mean, that's deep. That's a deep statement, man. We need to hear what people are saying. You cannot feed anyone from Nigeria in Europe. You can't. My friend has just returned to Nigeria. He's right now in Abuja. And he is a very Britico. He's more Britico than me. If you find that my accent is disturbing to your ears, this one is on another level. He's down now in Nigeria and he's doing his bits every day. He's not somebody who is necessarily bothered with what's going on around him all the time. He's a very nice guy, very sociable, but he's not always bothered with things that are not his own. However, in Abuja right now, he is somber. This guy is somber. Anytime he travels out, he finds himself giving out money. You know that he doesn't need to buy anything, but he just finds himself, assisting people with money. The other day, he went to get a haircut. The haircut cost him 1,500 naira. That doesn't even amount to £1 in England. So you cannot feed unless you are really entering into areas where you can either steal or they're giving away a different level of money than everybody else is getting in that country. £30,000 is the minimum wage in Nigeria. 30,000 naira, I beg your pardon, per month. That money doesn't add up to the money that they collect as dole money. The minimum dole money in the UK is £70. That £30,000 is about £20. I mean, the country is banging trouble. We don't really have. We have to appreciate how deep that country is in trouble, and without the diaspora thinking about how we are. Somebody mentioned 4 to 8 years of Tinubu. If we're waiting for that, in all honesty, if we're waiting for 8 years, just understand that Nigeria is lost, and we won't be able to do anything because this world is moving at a rate that we don't really appreciate. I don't think. If we're not acting now to remove this level of impunity and governments that continue to run roughshod over the masses, if we don't get to business outside here in the diaspora, Nigeria is lost. It's lost. Look at the person that we're just on. Look at him. He's one of the best of them, if you like, because there's much worse than him looting daily. And we're here having conversations over tea. So it's a joke. I'll land there, bro.
All right, thank you, Jagan. Janaba.
Yeah, I think I don't have so much different from what I said earlier in terms of the mess is created everywhere. But one of the things is that I think the only way we can find a movement that can change anything, what your mind cannot see and you have never experienced, is difficult for you to push through. The mentality of Nigerians, they have not seen, for instance, electricity for maybe 1 month continually. So they live in that darkness. And those that can afford to go and come from Nigeria, outside Nigeria and come back to Nigeria, are either well-to-do that they can sustain power. So the point I'm making is that it's a long walk to freedom because many Nigerians are gullible and anybody can just switch party and the people follow them based the fact that I don't know what that make a difference, and I don't know why people think him being in APC is a big deal. Is the power? Is the party in power? So these are career politicians. They do whatever is in their own best interest. And if you think you have what to challenge them, go challenge them and remove them. So I don't think we should make a big deal that is somehow he committed anything different from being a career politician. He have no other job. So his job is to work with whatever he thinks he can get. Nobody have is our party are not part of ideology that okay, this is a national issue we want to face. This is the way we want to change the country. This is how we are going. There's nothing like that. So it's shopping. They are just shopping from one place to another. And are we going to talk about party? They say, oh, for the past 15 years of APC or is PDP. I mean, it's all the same. It's the same politician hold the rest of us hostage. So if we have alternative, let's talk about the alternative, which I don't think whatever we talk here is just to sell our free advert to those that are looking for power. If we can have underground any change, I think some people are not coming here again. Maybe their wife tell them not to come because they think Rudolph too is no different from those pastors that take their way. This one, now husband being taken away sometimes. So it's all the same.
All right. What we're going to do, we're going to hear from two more people, and then we talk about the African Cup of Nations. We don't want to go around again with here. If you think you have something different, very unique that you want to say, you
There's
can.
a question they asked. There was a question before me. That's why I come on to answer it.
Okay, answer. What question was that?
I think it's Ikolola, right? That said that I avoided the question of.
No, Rudolph. Let other people have an air before he responds.
Okay, hold on.
Wait now. He accused me.
I've been waiting of you.
Okay, Obi, I'll get to you. Two more people we weigh in on the subject of our guests, and then we will now hear from you and move to another topic. Especially Chim dressed up for the Eagles, and I want to know what he has to say. So who has, Chim, you have something to say. Concerns, you have something, obviously. And we see. Okay, let me hear from Chim and then we see. Then Ovia will respond. Then we start a new subject with Concerns.
What about me? Am I invisible here? Oh, you don't see me?
Chim, go ahead.
Thank you, Rudolph. So I wasn't going to comment on the guest for a reason, because I was watching and I wasn't really impressed. I've heard people, say our best, and I don't understand what speaking good English, like I'm speaking good English now, doesn't make me the best of Nigeria. Let's stop using those. There are certain phraseologies and things we say sometimes that's not our best. That somebody is looking after his stomach infrastructure and has been privileged to have worked in some very prominent organizations in Nigeria and has leveraged those things to, penetrate himself into political spheres. It doesn't make him the best of Nigeria. So number one thing, most politicians in Nigeria, and he was saying good. He said something about Nigeria is not the US and the UK and all the places where we have firmly entrenched political processes. You see, it's so sad. Those people didn't get to that place overnight. People worked hard for it. People stood up and wanted to build the Labour Party and make the Labour Party what it is today based off certain ideologies. People worked hard to make the Conservatives, the Tories in the UK, what it is today. The Democratic Party in the US, I think, is the oldest party. Before then, there was no Republican, and the Republicans came and they took a different direction, with slavery and everything, and became what they are today. The thing is, Nigerians in general, and I'm not going, it's a Nigerian factor, because all of us here are Nigerians, we have those tendencies. It just takes a few people who sometimes insist they won't, toe the normal line in the society. Nigerians don't want to go the hard way. Nigerians want easy route. We're always looking for the shortest cut to where we want to get to. That's the problem with our political system. Because otherwise, tell me why. He said, oh, he doesn't want to remain in opposition and all that, and he wants to get into mainstream. Chief Obafemi Awolowo of blessed memory was an opposition leader all through his political life, all through. And yet he accomplished a lot of things for Yoruba people that they are happy with him for today. The only time Chief Obafemi Awolowo ever was in mainstream politics actually was when the military was in office and he was the chief of the Minister of Finance under Gowon. That's the only time Awolowo ever was in mainstream. The entire Western region called Yoruba people have always been in opposition. Always. Go check it. I don't know where people get these things. Yorubas have always been in opposition. The only time they got into mainstream national politics as a collective was from 2015. People should take time and look at their history. The man who is in the saddle of office today has always been an opposition. That's why sometimes, even though I don't agree with him, there's a part of me that always says, you know what, this guy, he took his time. He was an opposition leader with one state, just like Labour Party is today. And then he began to make inroads, began to sponsor candidates in other parties. He first of all helped the guy in Edo State or Shomole, which is why some of them have this allegiance to him. So if you don't want to pay the price, if you don't think that ABGA has something sellable, that ABGA can do well in Anambra State, and then you would use ABGA, whatever good it does in Anambra State, to sell to the nation to say, listen, this is the one state where we've done very well in. Look at what we've done. If you give us a chance, we will do better. That's what I expect. That's why every time I've told people here that Peter Obi needs to start talking to his people. I've said on this show several times, that people attack me. I said, if you want to play that opposition, he needs to begin to talk to his the few members of National Assembly he has, hold them accountable, try to let them act differently from all those people who are there. So that when they start doing those things differently, Nigerians will see. And then he can begin to say, see, this is what my people are doing, even though we're in opposition. This is what you people are missing. This is what if you give us a chance. And I'm happy for the guy who talked about, I don't know whether it's Ovie, who talked about Aminu Kanu, or somebody mentioned Aminu Kanu. And by the way, Ovie, thank you very much for the way you tackled him. Because as far as I was concerned, he's just there to sell himself. And I didn't want to come in, I would have butted heads with him. I wanted to avoid it. That's why I waited for him to leave. You can't be funding your family in the UK, living in Nigeria. It cannot be regular income. I'm sorry, it can't be regular income. That's not possible. And most people who are funding people's lives, except you work in Shell and you have gotten to a certain degree or any of the top national oil companies, you cannot, in honesty, be working in Nigeria, doing normal 5 to 6 job, and you're funding people, 6-5 people, 4-3 people in the UK, in Canada, wherever. You must be a thief. I'm sorry. You must be really stealing. So that's the point I wanted to bring out. ABGA, there should be no shame in saying ABGA is running Anambra State. And if ABGA is doing well and ABGA is giving development in Anambra State, then we will come and say, look, see what ABGA is doing. And based off what ABGA is doing, give us a chance at national level. That's how the Republicans came to national limelight. That's how the Labour parties in the UK and anywhere else. I live in Canada, I see it. So please, I think the guy came here to. I didn't really get any value from what he said. I'll be honest with you, Rudolph. Maybe he should have just stayed. You should have stayed with the traditional things he wanted to talk about and not going to dabble into APC. Because the moment you ask him any political question, he dodged. He dodged every question he was being asked. He didn't want to answer any, and I wasn't really impressed. I just wanted to make that comment before we go into sports. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Well, thank you, Rudolph. Gentlemen, I greet everyone. Well, I listened to him, and the summary of what I understood was that he has given up on Nigeria. He feels that the system is the same, and my colleagues here have said he has to survive, and to survive, he has to join the mainstream party. It's the politics of survival that he's playing. Forget what he's saying about helping his people and back home and all that, but it is all the same. He doesn't give us any hope that tomorrow will be better. All the questions he was asked about how to change things under this APC government. He avoided it because probably he's new in the party. He's trying to climb the ladder gradually. Doesn't want to rock the boat. Doesn't want them to push him aside. And being as an Igbo man, APC, they're not kind to Igbos in a way. So he's trying to be careful and play it the way he does. And well, and he has already had a career. He's a broadcaster. He has worked in Glow and all that. So I hope maybe he's hoping to be given one of those positions as time goes on under this government. All mainly for his own benefit. It's a problem. And that goes back to what people have said. Many of our politicians are playing transactional politics. What is there for me, what they will get. They don't consider the ordinary man and how the country will be better. And one of you, I don't know who asked him whether is this the legacy he's going to leave for his children. He still dodge the question and all that. So there's nothing much to say. Well, we have all said it. It's a sad commentary about our country, Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Pansat, before we have a response and we'll move on. No, X0.
All right.
Pansat, yeah, Pansat.
Dr. Damages.
Yeah.
Hello.
Concern, no, it's Pansat that is speaking, not you. I said when we end this topic, we'll come to you to start on the Eagles.
I don't want to talk about Eagles. I don't have anything with Eagles.
Okay, we'll skip you and go to Chim on the Eagles. Guy.
All right, thank you very much.
I want to talk about this issue.
A few people have congratulated Ovie today. He took a little vitamin, but I believe that on his second coming now, he's making it serious. I believe that it was a proper grilling that he gave the guests. He did it in jest, in a way, just subtly, very good. But to come back and start hammering it, we didn't have that kind of guest here, right? We have somebody who went into APC. It's an evil party. We agree with that. He came here and he was showboating a little bit about his accomplishments, what he's done, but we didn't catch him lying. Politicians showboat, and sometimes they lie, and they steal and they cheat. We should take it easy. He's not a traditional politician. He's not a conventional, a prosaic, the common typical politician who's holding office. He says that he's a professional when it comes to communication, that he's hired by politicians. And I don't know what business you do in Nigeria or anywhere else. Let's say in the United States, if I'm into communication, if a Republican calls on me or a Democrat, I will offer my services to them. As far as I do it with integrity. Now, that's the standard we judge such a politician. He doesn't escape all criticism. That is true. We're facing existential threats in the country. So that's probably why I will not blame anybody who goes too far in criticizing anybody associated with that word, with that profession. Now, there's a regular quote that is attributed to Thomas Jefferson that you get the government you elect or something like that, right? You deserve the government you elect. We cannot apply that maxim to Nigeria today because obviously there's rigging going on. I believe that the Nigerian people went out there and voted properly. Now, that particular saying would apply to Nigeria because they didn't defend the vote and come out and protest and do what needed to do to get the government that they deserve. So we're in the middle. Now, the mouthpiece is here. I would say it was worse during the campaign. Everybody here now is pretending like we're one. People like Ovie and John Abba. Some others. We're not the same during governance, because when we were going to make that, we were trying to make that sausage. You went there. You were supporting. Now, why would anybody support Kwankwaso?
especially when it narrows down to a choice between good and evil, right? At some point, Kwankwaso was out of the race. So if you're supporting Showore then, or you're supporting Kwankwaso, you are an evil person. You're a mouthpiece for these people. I mean, there is no better way to put it. I would have done it. But I was right here watching OVA on the attack, doing a fantastic job. And I put a comment. I said, look, wow, this is effective. It was an effective way to handle the guest, right? The guest, a good guy. He's an honest guy, right? So, obviously, he was in diaspora where we are, and they went back home. And it's probably caught some of that disease at home now. These people at home have no respect for us. People who are in diaspora. And I don't blame them. It's because of us. Look at us here. We have an existential threat back home. Have we for once mentioned what the problem is? I'll leave it there, because what I want you to do, Rudolph, one day, play back the tapes for the first day that I came here. What was I talking about? Who was I? I was on John Abba's case, if I recall it, right? So what I want to do as you go into your next thing now, let's not overflog the guest. I believe the guest is an honest guy. It's not a prosaic politician. His profession is in communication, and he gets hired. Tinubu could hire him. Now, I cannot be hired by Tinubu no matter what he's doing, right? If he approaches me or APC, I wouldn't do it. But I don't blame those who don't have my high standards. So based on that, I'll say it's a good show, Rudolph. It's not easy to do a show and have guests with people like you. But every other time that Maazio Vie has been talking here, he gets carte blanche. He talks forever. Just when he was ineffective, then you cut him short. He was doing a good job that time. So I'll pass it back to you, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Pansat. Javier, you can respond.
Yeah. Pansat, a group of people that think the same. It's called mob. We are not mob, so we are not the same. I agree with you. We are not the same. We are different, which is good for the country anyway. Different ideology, different belief, and different creed. Now go make the country better. To address one thing, politician, Baba Janaba saying career politician. Some people use the word institution. Some people use they are not conventional politicians. You be police, you be football like this. They are all Nigerians. We are all Nigerians. You be politician or you be doctor or you be whatever. You are all Nigerians. We are not. I don't say they don't vote for him now. Nobody voted for him. I know that. But he worked for, you say, Anambra Broadcasting Corporation or whatever. That institution is run by taxpayers' money. Yes, he's not directly in charge of the money. He works with the institution. All he would do is say, come, the institution I work with, this is what they do and this is what they do wrong. If he have to account for himself, but that's not what we are criticizing him.
Look, Ovie, I'm sorry. Let me interject 1 second, just 1 second. Do you know what the word zeitgeist means? Zeitgeist.
No, educate me.
Zeitgeist. Now, what that word means is capturing the spirit and the mood of a particular period, right? In our country today, you have to understand that guest right there today captures the zeitgeist of Nigeria. I'm sure that Jegun knows what I'm talking about. So I'll leave it, Jegun, whenever it comes to your turn, try to educate these young people of you cannot have a country that you wish you had. You have to deal with the country you have right now.
Wait. Pansat, how did you end up here now, this position?
I just where
you now accept that we have to deal with reality, not imaginary.
Not killing.
Yeah, because when we...
So are we not fighting a war anymore?
Pansat,
listen, what I'm saying is that, right? That's it. Ovie, just 1 minute. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the question they asked me, I'll take 1 minute to deal with it. When we're discussing solutions, right? That's different. It's not everything is the discussion right now is not about solutions. We're analyzing our guest who came here and was very honest, right? He told us everything. He gave his history, his background, and nobody's found anything wrong with that yet, right? But he's telling you in Nigeria today, what you see right in that mirror, that's us. You have politicians going from one party to the other, seeking relevance or whatever and he says, look, but I'm not a typical politician. I could write and say blah, 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 whether they take my advice or not, but I'm not going to criticize APC because it's going to put my career in jeopardy, right? That's an indictment on APC. You could tell that he's a very smart guy. There's a spirit that he's telling us. There's something he's saying to us. So based on that, thank you.
All right, thank you.
But Ovia, I'll talk to you about this at some point.
Now, conventional politician, or full-time politician, or career politician, those are just political words. Just not these are Nigerians. If Nigeria will get better, now these people, all of us will do it. If we go get worse now, forget this labeling, right? Now, people, the guy that was talking about Konkoso, that I think he asked me if Konkoso would have won the presidency, if it was fixed line, would I give electricity? No, I said no, it's not going to do it for simple reason. These octogenarians that in power, it is not in their agenda. That's why they make it into exclusive. Now when they don't finish, Atiku being their last, I think, I want to believe it's their last, they conquer and give states. Who are the people running state? Now young people now, 40s and 50s, right? And unless you believe these young people now, these people say they will do them, they will give us power at the state level. That's fine. But for me, until it happens, because the current structure, it is not in their agenda. No, it is not. If like they will not be in power. They will not be in power. They know that. So there's no hope unless, yes, one person will not go do them. It's not. This is not business one person. Our structure. He's not coming to do it. That is not why I chose him. I give you the reason why I chose him. But please, let's stop falling for these people saying, nah, conventional politician is not the politician. He is a journalist. That is the first estate of that is the most important institution. Journalism, that is at the core of the foundation of our progress and our dismay. When they say disinformation, when they say they don't teach us anything, now people like them, then they use. It's not that they are not teaching us something. They are teaching us something that is not relevant, that will not make us understand them. So he is very important. AJ is one of them. Rudolph is also one of them. These are certified. They occupy the echelon, the top echelon of journalism in Nigeria. They know better. So it's not that when they attack the guy, it's not because it's just an ordinary Nigerian. No, he is a journalist. And journalists, they work for government. Be like Rudolph Wedo on our side. He is with the government. He works for government corporation. We're being funded by taxpayers' money. I have a foundation. I know they singer because our personal money I they spend. If I collect donation, I have no choice than to be account of the people. So if we question people like that, it's not because he's a private journalist. He works for big corporation of that state. That's the heart of. So if you say the citizens of that state are not educated, are not informed, he is part and parcel of the reason why. Because that was his job. His job is to disform the right information to get people know what is going on. So if the people of the state fail to know anything under him, he is responsible, not even the governor. So that is his job. That is a professional. He's being paid to do it with our taxpayer money. So we have the right to query him, to interrogate him the way we them fit.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Let me say
Rudolph,
this.
let me just ask a question
No, please. We spent 3 hours, 3.5. These are the topics that we have for today.
No, I mean the contact of the guests.
You
are supposed to give me his contact.
I know. I got your number now. I'll talk to you later. You don't want to talk everything. All right. So these are the topics we have for today. Explosion in Ibadan. And the idea that we do things anyhow in Nigeria, and that's what caused that particular incident. Dangote Refinery is finally producing things, so it's good news. Benjamin Netanyahu, and the two-state solution, and possibly the beginning of the Third World War. It's a subject to talk about. African Cup of Nations. And of course, Beta Edu and the continuation of the scandal. I don't want us to forget that, because what the government does is that they are waiting for Nigerians to move on, and she will go back to her job. and it's expanding. It's more than her. There are other people who are all involved in this. So anyway, so these are the subjects that we want to tackle.
I'm on our side, though. I'm on our side.
Yeah, I know. We have to make sure that we don't stay too long on a particular topic so that we can get to these things, and they're all important. And I want to hear your views on that. So when I move people around and tell people to round up, it's not because I don't value you. I know that we can talk on one topic for 10 hours, but we want to touch on all these things. So since Concerns gone, because he couldn't talk about Super Eagles, African Cup of Nations, let's start with Chim because he's dressed up and he's hopefully he knows what's happening. I have no idea. I know that they played and they won the second game, but that's all I know. Okay, Chim, let's start with you. What's going on?
Yeah, thanks, Rudolph. Well, things are still early days at the Nations Cup per se. Nigeria, of course, first and foremost, as Nigerians, we seemingly have very high expectations about the Super Eagles, even if the Eagles at the time, in terms of composition and coaching, do not necessarily have all it takes. Nigerians always believe that because we are Nigeria, we must win. I am supporting the Super Eagles first and foremost out of national loyalty. That's why I have my jersey. They're not playing today, other teams are playing. But I've also come to his level in my sports analysis and expectations to be able to tamper expectations with reality. So first and foremost, the current Super Eagles as composed, we have some very nice players, but it's a team sport, a national team sport. So I don't think there's that cohesion yet. But being that as it may, the team also was bedeviled by a lot of injuries. We had Victor Boniface, who got injured and had to leave. Then we had another one who is controversial. Our national team coaches said he had an injury and they substituted him and changed him and he went back to his club. And then his club medics, looked again at him and said there was nothing wrong with him. The guy played for the team in Spain a few days ago. But anyway, so the Eagles started not badly. They played Equatorial Guinea and played out a 1-1 draw, and people wrote them off. And then they faced the host nation that is supposed to be a bigger fish and defeated that host nation. So right now, all we need to do in our next game is to make sure we avoid a defeat. A draw or a win takes us to the next round. I have confidence in these boys in the sense that I think in competitions like this, the farther you go, the more confidence you build. In the last 2-3 major tournaments in the world, like the World Cup, we've seen Spain lose their opening game in 2010 and they won the World Cup. We've seen Argentina lose their first game in the World Cup and then they won the World Cup. We've seen teams that even drew or struggled. Portugal in 2016 when they won the Euros, played out 2 draws and it was looking as if it was hopeless. Then they won their next game and went on to win the competition eventually. So I just think Nigerians should have, I'm not sure what the right word is, but let our expectations be measured. There are a lot of good teams in the competition. The smaller teams are pulling their weight. We've seen Cape de Verde doing beautiful things. They beat Ghana, they beat Mozambique. We've seen Algeria struggle in the last 2 games. Senegal is the only one that seems to be more composed. So that's what I wanted to say about the African Cup of Nations. But before I drop the mic, somebody on the comment section said Chief Awolowo was the premier of Western region. In other words, he was trying to pick holes in when I said Awolowo was an opposition leader all of his political career. Now, see, people should go and read history. Awolowo was premier of the Western region, but he was opposition leader at national level. People should go and read history. That's why he fell back to the West and became premier. He was trying to be prime minister. And as soon as he couldn't accomplish that, he fell back and became premier of his region. Do you understand? So I don't know where some of these people don't read books. They just come to the comment section to just say things they don't seem to seemingly understand. You think I will come to national, international, this and say what I don't know? Awolowo was premier of the Western region, but he was opposition leader at national level. Go read your history, please. So I'll leave that for now and then come back later on. Thanks.
Thank you, Chim. When you were speaking, I thought you will forget to mention that he was at the federal government level as minister during Gowon's period, but you got that. So I think
Yeah,
you got that.
Rudolph, I said so.
Yeah,
I said so at the original time. I said the
I
only
know.
time he played national politics was when he was Minister of Finance.
Yeah, I'm supporting you. I'm not. I'm pointing out that that was what I thought you would miss, but you got that. So your history.
Opposition leader.
Yeah, your history is accurate. So I'm backing you up. No, don't. Yeah. All right. Let's go to Mazi Prince. I'm going the other direction.
Okay, so are we talking about
Super
the
Eagles.
FA Cup?
The African Cup of Nations. It's not just Super Eagles. African Cup of Nations. If you follow.
Okay, so the African Cup of Nations this week to me has proven that there is actually no minnows anymore. What do what do I mean when I say there is no minnows? I mean if people like Namibia could pull those surprises that they did, people like is it Cabo Verde could do the things that they're doing. Oh my goodness. It means that most of the teams are growing up. To Chim, I would say congratulations on the Nigerian winning despite the hypertension, because if you watch that game, you know that you must have been on your edge. Probably you were sitting on the edge of your, on your couch, kicking the air and all that stuff. You know that. I do not take it for granted that they won. They won, no, which is good, but it goes a long way to show that no matter the coach you bring to Nigeria, what matters a lot is someone who can read the game and know when to do some effective changes. Well, Passero to me is not really ideal for the Eagles, because most of them even played their heart out. They put in more effort. That was why they were able to achieve the goal that they achieved. Um, you know, yeah, individual players like people like Osinhen. Osinhen before does not run around the field. He was everywhere, running, running around everywhere. And good, great thanks to their goalkeeper Nwabali. I think Nwabali, yes. He did a great save. I don't think Uzoho would have done what that guy did but I give it to them. Yeah, they did a good job, and let's see what they will do tomorrow. Tomorrow is another day. They shouldn't underrate Guinea-Bissau, because those ones could pull surprises. Those ones are wounded, so they will try to stage a kind of like a comeback or some kind of like surprise. Yeah.
Thank you. It's good to hear Nigerians talk about football or soccer day with authority. I wish we do that. Any other thing? Exer, go ahead.
Yeah, football as we know it has really changed. It has really changed. If you bring people who played football in the past to the football of today, they wouldn't last 30 minutes. Football has become more athletic. I don't know if you observed the Super Eagles we used to have and the Super Eagles we have today. We used to play slow and gradually build up and win games. But you can't play that type of football again today, because your opponents will outrun you and outpace you. Somebody who is a 100-meter or a marathon runner can play football today if you position yourself well. We no longer use number 8 and number 10. What we have is false 9, and we have defenders that run to the attack and then come back to cover. So what I see in these first few games we played is we are trying to play safe. If the coach knew what he was doing, I think he was just trying to play safe, because playing a one-man attack in this current football is just you are just playing a defensive to counter attack. It's not an attacking style of football. We need two striker, a first nine and a nine, so that there will be options, alternatives. We didn't have that. That's why we couldn't see goals. We had shots and goal, but shots on target were fewer. So it's not promising unless there's a change. We need an Iheanacho, Osimhen combination, or somebody supporting Osimhen in the front to give us more options of goals. Everybody can score. But if we continue like this, many things can happen. If the opponents get a penalty and we continue playing like this, there are no goals to be scored. We are out of the tournament. But we played very well, no doubt. But it's too defensive for my liking.
Wow. Thank you, Coach. Janaba.
Yeah, I believe the guys are doing well under the circumstances of Nigerian corruption. Some of them are in their 70s, they shave well and play. So under the circumstances,
there's no age limit in this competition.
That's what I'm saying. I did not say there's age limit. I say some of them are in their 70s.
Sorry, it doesn't matter.
And the food, organic food that Nigerians have is helping us. If not for the food, I can't do that. If I run more than 10 minutes now, maybe you find me somewhere. So the corruption is in everywhere that
let me ask you a more relevant question to you. There was a pastor who was praying for the Eagles to win. I had the video. I just didn't think it's worth playing. But why do people like you do things like that?
Are you serious now? People like me? You see me you put me by the transformer praying that there should be electricity. Do you see me praying like that? I have not. You see, prayer is what they use for everything in Nigeria. So I think it's just our way of life, and I don't know how much impact it have on people, but what people believe work for them. And I hope one day you also will go and play because you said there's no age limit. So I'm looking.
After Chim, he's dressed. After him, I will join. When I see him,
yeah, I saw Chim look like that, and I wonder
ready.
why he's not in the field with them, because you can go from anywhere. And the politics is that the Nigerian politics entered there because there was a time in Nigeria.
This is my way of support. This is the only way I can support them, by wearing my jersey.
Yeah, there was a time in Nigeria that if it's 12 people from one family can play well, they will allow them to play. But now with the politics of Nigeria, that even if you have the best in one place, you say, no, you want to take 10 outside man, or you want to take 3. It's the politics for everything in Nigeria. There is politics in everything. If not, it's the same Nigeria. It's the organic people that we are. A lot of kids that are playing, and there are best people that play way more than them that are nowhere to be found, simply because they don't have anybody that push them. But before, it was merit. So we hope we'll get to that where we can be winning.
All right. Thank you. Eagles, there's a question I always wanted to ask somebody in India. We see Indians do a lot of things, they can fly, but they don't play soccer. Why?
Dr. Rudolph is supposed to understand the kind of life Indians are living. Indians
can I speak on the Eagles? That's why I came in.
Yeah, we're coming to you.
Okay.
So sometimes what Indians are displaying in film tricks. They are not good. They are not good in football, but they are good in cricket. Indians are good in cricket. Even any corner that you go in this India, you will see them throwing cricket. That's their own pattern of sport they like so much. Then in terms of Super Eagles, I want to talk about Super Eagles. And in Super Eagles, they are doing well. But what I found out in their last game I watched, they are playing individual games. They're not playing teamwork, they're playing individual games. If you watch somebody like Osimhen is trying to prove himself. If you watch like somebody like Chukwueze of AC Milan, He trying to do what to show himself, to prove himself in outside. Then the only place that I saw the coach of the Super Eagles is doing well in defense, especially that young guy that is playing too. That guy is doing massively well against Ivory Coast. The guy played a good game that place. He did not give any breathing
The
space.
Hausa guy.
Yeah, he plays very well. I enjoy the defense that guy is playing. I enjoy it seriously. But there's something I found that in sports in Nigeria. And if you can use that spirit, this country called Nigeria will go far. What do I mean by that? In terms of football, in terms of sport, there's no ethnicity. There is no religious. Everyone come together with one spirit. Even when somebody from the north is playing a game, somebody from east will support him, somebody from the west will support him, somebody from south will support. But outside that sports, we say that everybody began to say, "Oh, Israel to your tent." But if this spirit can be found among every Nigerians, in fact, the government of Nigeria will change. Could you imagine somebody like me? Immediately it's time to Super Eagles match. What will I do? I just begin to look for a channel that I used to watch the match. Who is playing? Super Eagles. Nigeria is playing. So if this thing can be applied in Nigeria politics or in Nigeria understanding, I believe we will go far. Then in generally, concerning CAF, most of the team is coming so strong right now. Most of the nation, most of the country trying to prove themselves, trying to bring themselves out. But you know, African game is not an easy game. African game is a strong game. It's a battle that if we don't show so strong, look at Salah. Salah now, they said that he have to miss about 2 matches because in trying to play the same game he played in Liverpool in England. But they show him that there's different bone to play a CAF match, African Cup of Nations. There's a different bone. Before he could know, he just sit down on the field. You watch, is it Ghana that I see AIU or something like that, blaming their team for losing the match. We were blaming them seriously for losing the match. But they forgot that it's not their own fault because the kind of strength that comes to that match is not a small strength. You need to improve yourself. But if we are him, be a professional, what I will need to do is to encourage them. Tell them the area they make mistake and direct them so that everything will move forward. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Igbo.
Rudolph, if I could just quickly add something. So Nigerians need to learn not to take certain things too seriously. It's sports. You don't. This is not the entertainment sports of yesteryears. This is sports where those players earn money. So actually, it's their career. If they do poorly, they're the ones who are losing. It's just a national pride for us. You know, whether it's a club football, whether it's you're supporting your club, or for national pride, there's no big deal. You understand? So I actually want to say that I love the way the Ivorians took it. I've seen a lot of social media, those things. You know, they were.
Jim, our tax money is involved, Jim. Our tax money is
well, in this instance, I'm not sure to what degree our tax money is involved, considering that our
billions.
Our sports managers always, embezzle funds. But I don't want to go into that. I'm here to support Nigeria. This is the same way I will support Nigeria if our politicians were doing well. We come here to criticize. So people know that when we criticize our politics and our politicians, it's not out of hate. I'm supporting Nigeria. However they win, whether they play defensive and they get the results, I don't care. What matters is my country has moved forward to the next round. And if they play like that and they win the trophy, it's Nigeria that will be celebrated. So let's learn to see it from that perspective. For every opponent you play, it will determine the strategy you deploy. The Ivorians are the host nation. In that entire stadium, 90% of the people in that stadium were all Ivorians. So you're playing under pressure, and our Super Eagles to hold their own, get a penalty, slot in the penalty, and hold defensively for the rest of the game is no mean feat. Some nations are not.
What if that penalty was not given? What if that penalty was not given?
That is in the realm of conjecture. This is life. You can't say what if it was given. That's why we have VAR. VAR clearly went there to show, okay, was this guy impeded and VAR showed that he was impeded. And as long as he was impeded, the referee had no choice than to award the penalty. But what would have happened, what would have been sad is after scoring it, and then you opened up and they equalized. But they did not. They held on tenaciously. The Calvin Bassey played a good game. You know, all the players played well. They play out their heart. So let's commend them. It's not easy to play a host nation and win. The problem with us is sometimes we are too expectant. You understand? These guys.
No, they did well. They did well.
Oh, please,
They
I just
did
wanted to
well.
add that.
But the formation is too defensive.
There's nothing like too defensive. Sometimes you play defensive to win. It's part of sports. You
All
open up like Arsenal.
I don't see anybody who wins by defending. You win by attacking.
It shows that you have not been watching football. You've not been watching football. Then.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Okay,
all right. We'll see. Let's hear from Ovie. Ovie doesn't watch football. He does track and field, but maybe he saw this one. Ovie.
Nah, when I yesterday go camp for Dubai, and say don't finish. You are playing Ivory Coast. You go camp for Dubai. I mean, that cruise we did. So, and it's the mood where I did now. I know they mood of cruise. I stopped watching them out of beef. I did beef them. Somebody's in I ate. God, I want to put them. So, and I've not been following actually. But as I said, since when I hear in Nigeria they go camp. Now money making machine. So and Chim said we should not be expectant. There's so much money invested in that. We are giant of Africa, for God's sake, not just by saying it.
I didn't say that. I said you should measure your expectation. I didn't say you should not be expectant.
No, we are trying to equate our expectation with the amount of money we've been spending. NFF is richer than the Ministry of Sports. So I am a big advocate of autonomy. That if you go my federation now, where I know me that they fight there, you should go autonomy. They have level of autonomy. Even the dual sovereignty of the team has to play around this one too. They have level of autonomy. AFFF. They have so much money coming from various sponsors and everything. But so if our expectation is high, it's because of that. If they go World Cup, our expectation is too high like that now. If they go Olympic, but now. I mean, if we say giant of Africa, not just by saying it, we're also putting in money. As I said, they went to Dubai to camp. Just comprehend affairs how much goes into that. Would they play for? We won't play for Ghana, we'll come for Dubai. Why those Egyptians? They are coming close to acclimatize. So there's so many things. Don't be saying I just say I know you watch them. Now attack. When you know things that goes in, how much that goes in. Atlanta, I said Rio. Now Michelobi sponsor their camp for Atlanta. A whole Super Eagle, he has to come out of his own pockets. It's not that we don't have this money. So when you say our expectation is high, trust me, Nigeria is more religious. Arabic Nigeria is more religious. Only one God where we're gonna God of football. That God don't know who be Muslim, who be Christian, who be North, who be South. So you understand Nigeria. There's so much invested in it, financially, emotionally. So when the expectation that high, but the politics are played. I mean, if you look at the team, it's just like you going to war. Ability for you to win war, you have to make sure your supply chain is good. As you destroy your weapon, the manufacturers they go on. For you to have that, I mean, so you get manufacturing base, every economy is good. Where are we producing our athletes, our sport, our soccer player from? Which league? It's supposed to be our league. But we don't get league. But if you go see how much our league was now, billions of naira they go in there every day. So when we don't have the factory that produces them, then expectation is high. So it no hard up. There's everything wrong. As I said earlier on, when the government, people, not just the government, now when the elites, because I see them down go there and the rest of them they sponsor all these guys. They have so much money, right? But so that's where our expectation is coming from. It's ridiculous, but this is where we are. So yeah, you're right. I know they watch, and maybe they get fine. I feel visit person house watch. All right, that I don't think so. I don't expect them to get there anyway. Maybe nobody's how they swear for them according to show. I know if we pray for them, make them succeed. They have to do the work, and so far we'll see. We get what we put in there.
All right, thank you, KJ.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ovie had done a good job on that topic. I'm just going to add a little bit. Now, after the days of late Omeko Merua, Nigerian football took a nosedive. because people started, it became, if you don't find your tribe there, that means, just like John Abba said, that means that it's not a national team. So it was now made to be sectional. And so very important players who could have probably been able to do well were not able to find themselves in the national team. And then even going to the national team became something that you have to be the highest bidder. I have a friend who, was going around looking for, he was had to, at that time, bring 500,000 naira to be able to be enlisted into the national team. And people, I think that practice is still on. They're not abated. Now, you see, what I want to draw attention to is that the fact that Nigeria as a nation has always been lifted by individual efforts, not national collective. Individual efforts. Rudolph goes off, he does very well, we celebrate him. Then the country will remember he's a Nigerian. Oh, it will be now the newspaper cover. Rudolph received the national writing, the Nobel Prize. Then they will say, our illustrious son. They will arrange for him red carpet, take him straight to Aso Rock. And then they use that to, do all the politics they want to do. And that is it. How he got to win that prize, nobody asks. Ask him how. Oh boy, what did you spend? How did you manage? Nobody says so. Okay, since you have been able to achieve this feat, how do we help us to build an academy or yes, an academy where people can be trained to become like you? No, it just goes that way. They will wait for another flash in the pan. And when that person comes, we celebrate him again. We declare he's a Nigerian. Oh, this guy is a great Nigerian. Nigeria is doing great things. That is what we have found ourselves. If not, if it's a people who are deliberate about how to develop their country, what I think we should have been doing is we will have fallen back to those sport academics, those sports academies that produce people like Nnamdi, Nwankwo Kanu, and all the great players that came from those sports academies that now no longer run in Nigeria because of one thing or the other. We would have been able to develop back our all secondary school games where people like us played, even representing states. Okay, we'll have been able to go back to primary school games. If you are someone who listens to radio widely, you see that even primary school games are broadcast in Cameroon. Cameroon does national primary school games, secondary school games, and these things are watched and listened to by the whole country. People are encouraged from their primary level to secondary level, and so eventually they become, superstars at the time the nation will need them to be harvested into national team. But we have totally decided to go away from that. If we are also a people who are conscious of how to develop our nation, since each and every one of us unites around football, we'll have found a way to say, okay, since this is where we all unite, what do we now do to translate this into a national, level where everybody can now, you see, we'll have invested, that's what I'm trying to say, we'll have invested more into soccer, into sports, so that it can be a uniting force. Since NYAC is no longer the uniting force, okay, we'll have done that for soccer and use that to develop the youth and the mind and the body. At the end of the day, we will find out that we are even more united. But because leadership is not taking in that direction, leadership is more concerned about how much is coming to the NFA, and then they will collect it. If you go back in time, you find out that for the last 10 years or so, the sports ministers have been one of the non-entities, You remember our guy from Plateau State, I won't call his name, and then this other guy who was only speaking American English for us in the sports arena, okay? They didn't do much for the soccer, for the Nigerian soccer. Coming to this, just like Ovie has said, when we read that the people went to, you are going to play in Ivory Coast, you are going to camp in Dubai, of what sense of image? How does he come? It's not because one official or the other wants to collect extra code for himself, not for the player. Okay, not for the player. Okay, I see Chim shaking his head. Okay, even if they don't camp in, even they didn't camp there. Where did they camp in Ivory Coast? Where they train?
Okay, please, can I quickly add my voice to
Yes,
this
sir,
matter?
please.
So, guys, please, I hear you, I understand the sentiments, but sometimes we need to always put things in proper context. Your camping is a function of where you're going. You look at similarities in weather conditions. Now, sometimes even your tournament friendly games is a function of the likely opponents you're going to play. So you see sometimes Argentina we have two African teams in his group, or maybe one African team, and you see Argentina will go and play. Let's say Nigeria is going to be in that group, and Argentina will go and play Ghana or Cote d'Ivoire as a friendly. It's because what they're trying to say is, okay, Nigeria and Cote d'Ivoire are from the same region, have similar types of play, physicality. So let's play Ivory Coast to give us an idea of what we'll see when we play Nigeria. The temperature in Cote d'Ivoire right now is extremely hot. Extremely hot. If you have been following, that is why the team went to Dubai to practice, because Dubai is very, very hot. So, guys,
Okay.
hold on. So, please, when we criticize, I'm not holding forth. There's been corruption in our sports. People have stolen money. We've had administrators who have kept money that are supposed to give to the players. We have all these things. But please, when we are making these conversations, let's make informed conversations. Many
Excuse
teams
me, no,
are
Chim,
listen.
you are the one who is wrong now. I gave you my time. I think I want to
Hold
go
on,
back.
hold on.
You
Chim,
are the one who
Chim,
is.
you are
Oh, no,
their
no, no.
fan.
Hold
I
on.
am
Let
their
me
colleague.
take you. Let me
Hold
take
on,
you. Hold on. See, Chim, you are the one making this mistake. Okay? In a country where we are all complaining of that we don't have enough resources, even if Dubai had the same weather condition, everything the same, why do we have to pay more to go to Dubai to train than to go to Ivory Coast or go to Senegal? Senegal is very hot. Why didn't they go to Senegal to go and train?
I
Why did
concede
they go
that to you.
to
Okay, fine. I concede that
wait,
to you, but I was
hold
trying
on,
to
Chim,
explain to
Chim,
you.
hold
No,
on,
Then,
no,
then,
no.
then
hold on, guys,
KJ,
hold on.
KJ,
Let me finish my point.
infrastructure is also important. Infrastructure.
No, Chim,
Hey,
Chim,
my
Chim, hold
brother.
on, Chim.
Hey, please
Hold on,
leave that
guys, hold
thing.
on.
Which
Hold
infrastructure
on,
are they going
KJ,
to play their
KJ,
match? Might not be the same infrastructure they're going to play for now in Ivory Coast. Is the
KJ,
infrastructure going to
KJ,
play?
KJ,
Are they
KJ,
going to
1
play
minute.
in Dubai?
KJ,
Ah, why
1
you don't
minute.
make a finish now?
See, hold on. You say now because of weather, Ivory Coast is extremely hot. So all of a sudden, the whole Nigeria don't they get snow, right? If not because of weather. See,
Ovie,
we
that's
hold on,
myopic. That's myopic.
Now
I don't
hold.
want this
Can
to
you
be
see?
between me
Nobody
and you,
interrupt
but
him. Now
that's
that's the problem.
myopic.
Can you hold on, please? Nobody interrupted you. Just hold on, right? You be their fan. I'm their colleagues. Now the same story. Now I ain't what they tell you. So now I'm trying to let you know what goes down, that goes into those decisions. You understand? That's why I said we have to get people that think outside the box. Nigeria is a powerhouse when it comes to football, not just across the world, but especially in Africa. Why don't we not use this opportunity to make money? So the whole continent of Africa, that our fan base know every one of our players, know their grandparents. No place they hot. When you go carry them, go there. While they are training, they're also making money for the country. Pay attention, Olympics they come. Countries like Jamaica, small countries like Jamaica, nation would they fight for them. Bring your athlete to come and train for 2 weeks. We'll pay so amount of money. They went to Dubai for their own personal estakos, not because of the weather. Nigeria get the weather. African continent, the weather they there. But it is more profitable. You get more to buy personally. You have more, your connection is well spread in Dubai that you can actually push in money out. But that's another thing people don't know. These politicians don't just steal money like that. That's why when they attack all these professionals, as a coach manager, as a coach of the federation, or as the president of the federation, you can take billions out. Why? What is the reason? It's for the team. So they know you cannot. Which one can the billions go to for any of the African nation? If not be Dubai, go fit absorb that kind of money.
All
So
right.
there's more to it at play. So if now weather, we get the weather for Nigeria. Maybe they go north. Maybe they go north. The weather they there. The
Let me
facility they there.
call
What do
Chief
they need?
attention.
So we are big. We are big nation for us to be
So,
playing
hold on.
as if
So,
we small country. No, we have so much. The federation is so much rich with people that think outside the box. Forget all these politicians. Think outside the box. Make money. It's an opportunity for you to make money for the nation. Even if you don't win the World Cup, you will make money. Sell jersey because of your fan base. Your fan base is not in Dubai. I'm able to Dubai. We go.
Ovie is very passionate today.
all right. Thank you, Ovie. Let me go. KJ, before for KJ to round up, there's a question for you. Someone wanted to know: is there any player that should have been in that game, in that team, that wasn't there because of tribe? Wanted you to mention because you raised that issue. Somebody asked that question on the comment section.
Okay, thank you. The person who asked the question, I'm referring to when the Nigerian football started, declining. I'm not talking about now. Just like Ovie, I have also lost interest. I only come in to watch the highlights. I don't watch it any longer because of the quality of play and all that. So I just come in, watch the highlights, and stop. So for now, I'm not referring to this selection now. I'm saying that Nigerian football, like I said, during the time after the days of Meko Merwa, everything started nosediving because people are now looking for to be represented, their state represented, their region represented, and all that. So it became, something that you can no longer select people, because maybe your person is already there. So
All
such,
right.
yeah,
But
and then finally, the other point I want to make, Chim, is this: we're not criticizing because we want to criticize. Why should we want to criticize? This is the only thing uniting Nigeria. We are saying that if the leadership understands that this is the only thing that unites their country as leaders of this country, they will now put more effort in seeing how this thing can be now standardized, or rather distributed around the country, so that young men and women who are everywhere will have places to go and train, expand their mind, exchange ideas, and be occupied, rather than just allowing it to be one time often whenever there is this, we say, okay, football unites us all. If you remember, one of the key points, one of the key holes that IBB had over Nigeria was every single match IBB had boards out there in National Stadium. IBB said this, IBB said that, this IBB said. So many quotations within a one match. Okay, and so he was able to, endear himself to Nigerians because he's always there where the crowd is. He's always there making quotations.
Rudolph,
So just
let me apologize in advance. There's important comment on the comment section made by Mike that there's a need for us to prioritize our European-based players for good facilities. And that is another problem we they have. When they go invite players from Europe, why will you prioritize them? What about the home-based player? Aren't you going to prioritize them? It's about winning. So that's another thing. They prioritize people where they are abroad, where they play for abroad. Even our own time, there's home base and foreign base. Home base will call, they'll put them for night on Sheraton. They go leave us for primary and secondary school, hostel, move for the state. So that's exactly the comment Mike was making on the convention. They are good. They went to Dubai to prioritize the European base. Who give the fuck at the expense of what? We don't have league. You see, they prioritize a few people at the expense of millions of talents. Wait for Joe Legba, wait for Abba, wait for every news and cranny. So those few people will come from abroad. Now they own better pass. So that's another thing we actually need to call. The inferiority complex among us is killing us.
All right.
Inferiority complex.
Thank you. Before Mano proceed, Chim, what do you want to say?
And please let me apologize. I don't want it to look like I'm dominating the program. I'm not, please. But there are some comments I just can't help responding to. So number one, I'm not claiming to know it all, but it shows that some of us are not. Football is not our core sport, and it's okay. I don't know too much about lawn tennis, but I watch once in a while, so I don't know so much. So when people are commenting, but you see this thing called football, global football, not American football, you can't bamboozle me in it. So number one, I'm not suggesting that our administrators in sports are doing fantastically well. I know there's some corruption going on, but there's also some science behind some decisions being taken. So for somebody who is saying I'm disappointing him, I'm not here to make you like me. I'm here to express a view. You don't have to like my views. Now, Nigerian, we haven't developed our infrastructure. That's painful. That's painful. But you see, our majority of the players playing in the national team are abroad. Sometimes when a coach is opening a camp, you look for somewhere, number one, like I said, that is has proximity for the players, the number of players you have coming from Europe, where they can easily assemble for you to before you head off to the main competition. So I'm not saying Dubai, it had to be Dubai. If they wanted, they can go to Sambisa Forest and go and camp if the NFL felt it was a good place. But the infrastructure for the camping is not in Sambisa Forest.
Nigeria has some of the best infrastructure when it comes to sport.
OVA, I allowed you to speak, please, so that I make coherent points. I don't want it to be about running and back, forth and back. I don't want to do that. Tone is waiting, and I want to give him space to talk. Like I said, yes, they could have gone to Senegal if the infrastructure is there. I don't know. Yes, they could have gone to Burkina Faso, which is close by also, which is also hot. But I do know that they chose that place primarily for one, it's slightly more similar to what they're going to see in Cote d'Ivoire. And if you were watching the game, football doesn't have drinking, in between playing. then you stop to go and drink. We don't do that. But in recent times, in two competitions where 3 times they done that was Brazil World Cup and Qatar World Cup, they had to stop and ask them to go and drink. Football typically is played 45 minutes, you play the next 45 minutes. But when they start injecting those drinking periods, it's to tell you how hot the place is. Even the coach said during the first game, what affected his team in the slow pace, these boys have been playing in more colder regions. It affected them. Is it the best thing? Are you saying they should pick more local-based players? I don't know. The coach is the one who knows why he picks those players. They are our best, in quote. That's why he picked them. They're in Europe. So we will deal with that. But it doesn't take away that sometimes some decisions are not necessarily because of bad, pecuniary reasons. There may be some science behind it. The coach will say, listen, this is where I want to assemble my players. It makes it easy for them to fly in from wherever they are. We train considering the time. Then lastly, let's not forget that most European competitions off-season are played during summer. The leagues end, then between June, July, they play their own competition, which they are trying to get Africa to play. But unfortunately, because most African nations are in the rainforest, during that period is the heaviest period of our rain season. That's why CAF has played around with, should we play in June or should we play in January? In January, most of Africa is dry, but again becomes hot. So the Europeans are complaining that our players play in their clubs, then in the middle of the season, we pull them out to go and play African Nations Cup. That's another question that's going on. CAF needs to find a good balance. I don't know what that balance is, but let's always take time to look at all the factors. All the factors. I am not saying NFF is not corrupt. I am not saying Ministry of Sports is not corrupt, but I'm saying I'm trying to be objective enough to look at some of the reasons without necessarily just picking all these silly holes. There is no guy in that national team right now that is there because of any pecuniary reason. All of them, the coach tried. Some players were selected, they got injured, and they had to remove them. And last minute, bring Paul Onuachu, who played the last game, was not even in the team. They had to bring him later on to replace him, to replace somebody who got injured. That's Victor Boniface, who had to leave. So please, listen, I have my grounds with Nigeria. But you see, in this particular matter, I no grief for anybody. Sorry.
All right, thank you.
Rudolph.
Even Chim means I no agree for you because what I'm saying is
politics, make me a host.
You are
Chim
driving
is
your own
speaking
point.
for other
What
people's
you are saying is
interest.
totally different.
All right,
Chim is speaking for
okay.
other people's interest. I lived in Qatar for 2 years. When the coach won't carry us go out for camp, you know where they carry us go? Sleevling in Bulgaria, inside ice. We be athletes. We know they coming for inside ice. You are speaking for their interest. There's more to it than what you are talking about. Factor. I am telling you the factor that is responsible for all this decision. You are speaking. What it concern people in Europe? The European clubs are complaining because of what? For their own selfish interest. You are taking their money away. Of course, why would they complain? When are we going to start complaining? We, the local ones, we don't get to enjoy our own sport. So, Rudolph, bring me on as a special guest on this matter. There is more to it than what we are seeing. Because now Olympic here we do. There's Olympic coming on. There's Olympics.
Next Saturday.
Next Saturday. Don't speak for their interest. Speak for your own interest. Which one be hot? I lived in Qatar for 2 years. We never trained in Qatar. The Qatar go train for inside snow. Because now Igbo man. The Qatar go in village. Inside Sleevling a village. Not be Sofia na the capital. Because Nigeria come from. You know why? Because the hotel where we go stay, maybe na him or na him brother na get them. The food where we go chop, maybe na him cousin na him auntie get them. There's so much resources you put into a team traveling out of the country. So much into consideration. So everybody is fighting for their interest. The coach is a white man.
Okay, were you playing football?
Okay, but you enjoy life now.
I mean, Nigeria, you want
were you playing football?
You want to tell me about football? You want to tell me about Nigeria?
Were you playing football?
Who not play football for Nigeria? Who not play football?
Last I checked, the
You
coach
go
is from
ask
Portugal.
me. You go ask me how many years I play. Don't
You
ask
see,
me that play
you
for. I'm
see,
in Nigeria.
you see,
I grew up in Nigeria. I play football. Yes.
All right, guys.
What the VA is trying to say is this. What the VA is trying to say is this. And as somebody who has interfered some of these things, what you do as if you have that kind of arrangement, for instance, if I have that arrangement with Rudolph, I go look for the place that will give us a reasonable discount, and that discount will accrue to me and to him. And so, if it's going to be Dubai that will favor me, I'll go there, even though may not necessarily be exactly where the team will benefit the most. That's what I'm trying to say. I mean, nobody's saying there's no corruption, but what we're saying is, let us first of all do the best. Since this is only thread still holding us together, let's do the best for it.
All right, let's hear other voices.
When Kenya host Africa Championship, we go camp for Kasarani. Inside Kenya, we go camp. Why they no go camp for other cities for Ivory Coast? I mean, only that city that ain't they hot. Why they no go camp for the city? We are talking about weather. So there's no place for Ivory Coast again. When you're talking about sport facility, Nigeria has some of the best in the world. Ask anybody.
Okay,
so we don't pass any excuse. We don't agree for anybody. It's 2024. We don't go agree.
Your voice is important in this conversation, but hold on. Okay, let's hear other people. Man of prestige and tone, then we'll calm down. Man of prestige, go ahead. He's been trying to speak, and finally we called him, and he can hear us. Man of prestige.
Yeah, thank you.
Go collect share for Tinubu for Nigeria now. It's part of
Can everybody be quiet, please? It's my turn.
Go ahead.
Okay. Everybody has spoken. I see the angle everybody's coming from.
Not everybody.
I think the first version of his submission was good, but later on, I don't know where he went. He was perfectly right of everything that he said. And let me tell you why, as an Ego supporter, I'm a diehard Ego supporter, so I watch everything they do because they're not supposed to be, in Dubai. I know Dubai weather is a little bit warm right now, compared to where, they're in a warm weather right now. But if you look at African weather right now, where they're playing in Cote d'Ivoire, it's 32 degrees. I think it's about 32 Celsius, which is about 80 to 90 degrees. And it was very hot. So they should have camped in Senegal, Gambia, or any country close to Africa. They could even camp in Ghana. Ghana is close to Africa. But what are they doing camping in Dubai? That doesn't make sense. So that defeats the purpose. That's the same thing happened in Nigeria. I mean, everything when it comes to Nigeria, we are just failure. Most of Nigeria are doing well. I know we are missing some players. If you look at Victor Boniface, he is the best African player right now. Forget about Osimhen, that one African player of the year. Victor Boniface is the best African player right now. He's playing in German league. Go and look at his record. I think his team played today and they won 3-2. And there's another guy playing in that club. His name is Nathan. He's from Nigeria too. But we are missing Victor Boniface. He is very, very good. Nigeria has a lot of players, high-profile players playing in the Europe, although they don't have the highest number. I think Senegal has the highest number, but in terms of high-profile, go and read. Nigeria has the most high-profile players playing in Europe. But when it comes to the national, we don't do well. I don't know what's going on. If anyone can watch that match, that wasn't a good match for Nigeria. Forget about the score. Look at Ivory Coast have about 63% of the possession. I'm not talking about possession. I don't mean that possession win games. But they just went on defensive. There's no midfield. Even at all, they want to control the game. They have to have some midfield to hold the ball. They're just playing whenever they kill them at the back. Oh, look at the formation they had. They have 5 defensive players playing at defense. Where's the midfield? Iwobi is playing in the midfield. They don't have any midfield. Yeah, although they lost it, what's his name? Indeed, he didn't play. Indeed, he was injured. He's always injured. He's our best defensive midfield player, but he's not there. And there's something happened before the game. The guy that played for a team, I think his name is Sadiq. The guy wasn't injured, but the doctor diagnosed him as injured. The next day, he went back to terminal and started playing. I think there's something really happened there because they removed him. That's my own opinion. In order to bring Paul Onoha, he's from Owerri, he's from my hometown. I mean, he's all right, but you remove Sadiq because he wasn't really injured. Then they send him back home and bring Onoha. For what? So it has to be that part of nepotism going on in Nigerian Egos. In my own opinion, so far, maybe because they beat Ivory Coast, which is one of the leading team, from in their home ground, that may give them a confidence. But right now, they haven't played well. So everybody here, thinking because they beat Ivory Coast, they're gonna win the cup. No, just hold on. I'm not saying they may not win it, but they are not one of the best teams. The 3 best teams currently playing in terms of form: Morocco, Senegal, Israel. I think Senegal because I watched all their games. I've been watching all their games. That's the two best teams so far playing. Yeah, Morocco and Senegal. Egypt, I don't know. Egypt played 2-2 with Ghana. And we don't know about how Salah is going to do, which is their best player, that play for Manchester City. But Nigeria has a problem. We have the best player in Africa, no doubt about it. But when it comes to Nigeria, when it comes to anything about Nigeria, I don't know. Maybe they don't have any kind of patriotism about Nigeria. They just play like individual. I mean, like the first game. Hold on. Like the first game, we play with common Guinea-Bissau. We're supposed to score about seven goals, but nobody's scoring. So I don't know what's going to happen. Just no, no, they play Equatorial Guinea. I'm sorry, they play Equatorial Guinea. So they're going to play Guinea-Bissau on Monday. So we see what happens. But Guinea-Bissau, everybody has beaten them. We should be able to qualify. But what's going to happen at the next level? We don't know what's going to happen at level. That's just what I have to say in that regard. So yeah, I agree with, like I said, I agree with everything of you said. But Kim, you said the right thing in the first time, but your argument at the later part of it doesn't even make any sense. I don't know if you watch, if you're a sports fans. Thank you.
All right, thank you, man of prestige. Tone.
Hi, good day, everybody. Yeah, where can I start? Okay, football is one of my passion even till now. Sometimes I miss that's the only thing that can take me out of Dr. Damages on Saturday. So sometimes when I get a ticket to go and watch my beloved Arsenal, they put a smile on my face today as well again. But fortunately, I didn't get to get the ticket. Now, talking about the national team, this is something I know like the back of my hands because KJ says something which is very, very, very pertinent. Grassroots football has died in Nigeria. I can't tell of other countries. I remember those days. We used to play. We play monkey post. We play. My even sometimes my dad's my friends' mom would come. They would squeeze us by the ear. Would take us home.
Hello?
That was how passionate I was with football. If I didn't become a soldier, I was looking to be a professional footballer. I even got a trial in Europe as far as then as young as that. I was involved with Youth Sports Federation of Nigeria. I don't know any of you know about it. And man of prestige, I will say respectfully, um, the chap you mentioned that's in Germany is not the best African player for now. I respectfully disagree. He is good, he's doing things, but he's not the best. And we forgot to mention people like Saka that plays for Arsenal. It's very obvious why he refused to play for Nigeria. If, we have some great. There's this guy that is in Germany. I think he's the grandson of the late Alaafin for you. I know that he's a wonderful player. See, we've got a lot of Nigerian players of Nigerian descent that are in Europe. Now, coming back to our facility, what do we call facility? Facility is all about, see, football is not just about kicking. Modern football is not just about kicking the ball around and all that. It's about the management of it, the whole lot of things that go into football. So people are criticizing that they are going into why going to Dubai is another excuse to steal money. I do not agree. Sometimes what is camp? Camp is to take you out of your environment where you will not be distracted. That is the purpose of a camp. Let's not forget about that. So chances are that they can go to an African country and all that. They get distraction, a lot of distraction. Camp is supposed to take you away from um, civilian environment, if you want to put it that way, and all that. Because instead of football, all you're doing is waking up, playing, resting, the instruction, watching video. That's what camp is about. So I think going to Dubai, I don't see anything wrong with that. But I'm mainly concerned about because I personally, yeah, I did. I mean, someone mentioned the comment section here, the name of the young guy, excellent guy. I don't know why the Eagles have not invited him. Amazing talent. He's gonna do some great things in Europe, just like Saka. Now, grass football is something that we need to revive. All these all the empty spaces, I know that you are not allowed to play football. So every area, in my opinion, should have a football pitch. Like where my house is in Ikeja, not very far from Dr. Alexander's house as well. I know that there's a pitch that Fashola himself, because that guy too is another football crazy person. He's built
So I
a pitch.
I hope you know that Saka plays for England. No, he's not going to be able to play for Nigeria.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That the reason why he will not come, if I have a son that is that is old enough to play football and is doing great things, he will not come to Nigeria. Not because I don't want him to wear Nigerian jersey, because of the state of events in Nigeria. If he says he wants to play for England, if England comes for him, why not? So what I'm saying is we don't need a foreign coach. We don't need a foreign coach, because that's a waste of money. We have loads of talents that can nurture our players and all that. And grassroots scouting has also stopped. There are a lot of talent on the streets. There are a lot of talent all over the place. I played principal corps for my school back then, those days. That was where the talents, that was where people like Friday for Henry Mosu, that was how they got found out. So let's just talk about, that's one thing about Nigeria. We need to go back to the basics. We're so rich when it comes to sports. We're so rich. So it's not just about the players from Europe that are being given. Like Ovie, what he said earlier was correct. Those days we have a home base, we have foreign base. The foreign base obviously were treated like celebrities and kings and all that. They were not even as good or even better than the home based. So that's a problem we have now. That foreign coach that we have there, that guy that is there, I don't think he needs to be there. Nigeria is just wasting unnecessary money. There are better coaches, 10 times better than him in Nigeria, that Nigeria should support and all that. Because football now is very scientific. You talk about management, you talk about there's a science, a lot of whole science to it. Now, corruption with the NFA did not start today. See, one person I wish that he was alive and he was very, very passionate about football was Chief MK or Abiola. Back then, very young, I used to go and watch them, and I respectfully asked the coach and all that. I used to train with them at my spare time and all that. That was where I learned a lot of things and all that. That man was very, very passionate about sports, So, but right now, how many governors, what head of states now do we have that are really into football, into sport? Because part of the thing that put us on the map as Nigeria, we shouldn't forget, was football. Let's go back and check it. Was football. Why can't we do it again? So that's my submission for now. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. For the
Doctor,
sake of those who are watching, let's
Ovie, hold on. Rudolph just stepped out to make a call, so he asked me to hold forth for him before, pending when he comes back. He's making.
I wanted to ask you a question, actually.
Okay. Go ahead.
Because I think we should share light on what facility is when it comes to team camping or athletic camping. What do we mean when we say facility? What do we actually mean?
Yeah, from the way I understand it, playing football.
So, what do you
let me answer you, Ovie. Ovie, let me answer you. From what I know from the time I played football, camping means you need to have a good pitch. A pitch you'll be able to access 24/7. There has to be electricity. There has to be infrastructures like there has to be food, canteen, toilet, bathroom, running water. That's what you need for facility. It doesn't necessarily have to be 5-star hotel. That's my own personal view. So one of these things are present, but right now in Nigeria, So right now in Nigeria, I don't know because
I asked that question because for those of us who are supporting the going to Dubai because of his facility, that's why I asked that question. All you need, aside the claimants that yes, you need to go where to acclimatize, which is in this case, you don't even need to leave Nigeria if you're talking about the climate to acclimatize, right? You need good hotel. You need good hotels that pretty much provide everything. That's a good restaurants, pretty much all the facility. Because as an athlete, at that point, two things is expected of you. All you think about is how you are going to play. Every other thing should be taken care of. How you wash your clothes, what you eat, how you eat, everything people are thinking for you. The only thing you think about is training, and the compete. So you need an exclusive environment away from your emotional distraction, which is family this time around, your parents, your wife, your girlfriend, or take you away from the time that you know everywhere. To an exclusive place. It doesn't have to be Europe or outside the country that will cost budget. Remember, Tinubu main theme of this administration is to cause what cost. We should cut costs. So why would you use that opportunity to cause costs rather than incurring more costs? The facility is there. Everything that those boys need are there. And you are talking, if you were to actually make for those who are coming from Europe, for God's sake, African continent now won't play. Now hard to hard. So all the facilities that we need for a team to concentrate and actually train and compete is everywhere abound within Nigeria.
Okay,
we don't necessarily
so let someone else share their view. Sorry, I
appreciate that time.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm not sure who else wants to speak on this matter before we move.
I don't really want to speak, but it's my turn. So I'm going to take it.
Do you want to speak on the matter? Because that's the conversation we're having.
I will, but I won't come from the same angle as everybody else. I'm not going to deal with this strange politics that you guys are talking about when we know the state of Nigeria is a hog of shit. Sorry to be so rude. However, really what I want to say is that, look, where the talent is in that our glorious Nigeria, we all know, it doesn't matter what the talent is, it's not being properly utilized or nurtured in that country. Nigeria, for as long as I've been following football, and we're ballers in our family. We're ballers, both left foot and right foot. We're athletes. That's who we are. As Nigerians, we're athletes, naturally. Having said this, being reared in the UK, the Premiership is a rather new thing. A lot of people globally are looking at the Premiership now, but it's a new thing. It's about 20 years old, if that. Now, when we go before that, it was the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth divisions, and then it went into the area leagues, and then it went into the townships, and it just keeps going down. And there have been certain teams that have risen right from the further reaches of the football map in the UK and come up and up. Wrexham and all these strange teams that you may know about in their hometowns. So where football is concerned in a country like the UK, not only are there these wonderful stadiums, but there's a lot of parks, playgrounds, facility for sports people. When I go to Nigeria, there is not anything called a public square. I don't know where the public square is in Nigeria. Sometimes, just a public square, let alone where people play football. I've seen people playing football in dirt when there's so much greenery around. Can't organize a green space for people to play football in correctly. See people playing in mud, in the rain, in broken down concrete places. I don't know why we offer ourselves such low standards and we appreciate them. This is the football that's going on now in terms of the African Cup. I've only watched a highlight of one game, and I know there's been a lot of games on. And I've even got a dedicated channel here that is for the African Cup of Nations. But I haven't been that interested, really, to be honest. Largely because the quality of football isn't really. Sometimes I watch a game and I get immediately bored. I like to see ball playing like ball. And I know that the standard of football in Nigeria and Africa or across the board is lacking because we haven't put up infrastructure for the game or for sports intelligence in any case because of our snobbish nature as Nigerians. We have so given sports as a whole a very small priority. And we even look down on those who are sports people. And not be football they play. It's only of recent when we know that people are earning really hardcore currency. My older brother was a footballer, and I used to always tell my parents that this man can play football. He wasn't so academic, but he was a great student still. But he was a sportsman. There wasn't one sport that my older brother couldn't play. But my parents didn't see the value of football. They just didn't. They didn't see it. And I feel we are still
sorry to touch it. It looks like the noise is coming from you. Can you help us mute yourself?
Is she hearing?
Go on, Jack.
Yeah, so for me, I would really like to speak about the infrastructure in the country for the game called football and for any other sport. Because if it's rugby or if it's cricket, if it's all these English games that we play, they used to play them in Nigeria in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. And they played at a good standard. But today I saw Nigeria with a cricket team the other day. It was the most useless thing I ever saw. However, I'm happy that they've at least started. I am, because these are real sports where competition, where you can beat the master at his own game. And that's what sports is all about. Sports is another way of waging war without violence, if you like. Here are the rules. Here's a playing field. It has two sides. Let's see who's the best. These things are serious in terms of world competition. These things are serious in terms of growing one's passion for one's country. These things are serious in terms of the lessons that we filled the entire country, how athleticism is important. Sometimes I'm going into Nigeria and we are, as a people, we're quite unhealthy. A lot of us are overweight, pot bellies, big dirty Yoruba pot bellies all about the place. You know what I mean? Big mamas, just like you tell me that you're 24 and you're looking 58. What's going on? You know, all these matters of sports are quite important for the reasons of the goodness and the health of our society. So I just wanted to add that, if I may.
All right, thank you, Jack. I really do appreciate the level from where you took it off. In fact, you took something I was going to say, which is, I remember back in the days when, I'm coming to you right away. I remember back in the days when we used to go to the same Abidjan where the Nations Cup is holding. ASEC Mimosa had a very good camping ground. You know, Nigerians, people seem to forget. Some of us have been around, we know these things, but and then if you look at the infrastructure in this current Nations Cup, I give a lot of thumbs up to the Ivorians. They've done a beautiful thing about hosting this competition. Their pitches are exactly a replica of what you would find in Europe. No muddy place. It's beautiful. Even the ambience of the stadium is amazing. So we'll give them that credit. And that being said, I move to Ndubisi.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I will take my angle from the teams themselves, our team and the other teams. I've seen some highlights. I watched our first highlights of the opening match they had with Equatorial Guinea. There were a lot of missed chances. They would have won that match outrightly. The defense seemed shaky in that game from the highlights I saw. And Osimhen, he has to get his acts together. He was missing many chances. And there were some moments I saw, including in the match against Cote d'Ivoire, where the person who made the final shot would have passed to somebody who was better positioned to score. They didn't do that. I know in games, I played football myself, at least up to secondary and a little at high school, at tertiary level. You might be in a haste to make hay, to be the one that gets the goal. So, but like Shim, like you said, in the second game, they were much improved to some extent, holding Cote d'Ivoire that long and getting that goal through a penalty, and finally holding on to win the match is a plus. It's not easy with all the crowd yelling and all that. The crowd is always the number 12th man on the pitch, supporting the host team also. So they did well. It shows that giving a better opportunity, the guys are professionals and maybe they have known the gravity of what it is. Nigeria is a big name in African football. If you check the history of the Nations Cup, apart from Egypt that has won it more, Cameroon and Ghana, Nigeria is next in trophies won, and Nigeria is even more in silver medals, in placing second. I think we placed second about 6 times, or 5 or 6 times. So, but I hope they will do well in their next game. They should not underrate any team. This our team is not like the team of Yekini, like the 94 team or teams of Kano. They are not any level near that team. We don't have somebody who can come into the pitch and you say this guy will make move in the next 5 minutes or so. You see his move and he will help the team to get a goal. We don't have a midfield magician or maestro like JJ or Olea or Ekpo, or even when the person was playing. Those guys like that. This team, they are still trying to get themselves together. Unfortunately, many of them they were caught while in Europe. Only I can't even remember any of them who played local in Nigeria. And like I said, our league is nowhere near it. Each time the teams qualify for CAF Champions League or so, they get knocked out in the first round or so recently. So that is a different topic altogether. We need to work so hard in our local leagues. On the camping, I don't see if the coach, because this thing they do, this camping they do, is not just decided by that. The coach is part of his job. He prefers where he wants to camp his team, looking at all the conditions necessary to prepare the team very well. If it's okay, because we are close to Cote d'Ivoire as West Africa, we should camp in Ghana or even in our country. Maybe go to Badagry somewhere or somewhere in the north where the sun is a bit heavier. There will be distractions. Fans will be coming there to disturb them. We know the economy in the country. Most of these boys support their families. Family members will be flying to visit them. Brother, I want to see you. The phone calls, all that. Girlfriends will be hovering around them and all that. It's part of the instructions they will get. So they need a serene place to prepare themselves and then move to the venue. Sometimes what is important is moving to the venue of the country where the game will be played ahead, maybe like a week or 5 days to the start of their first game, so that they can acclimatize. After all, when they go to play home and away exhibition matches, if we play in Nigeria and we're going to play in Egypt, our next game, and say must win or really a draw, the teams even join the host team and they board the same plane to Egypt and acclimatize even a week to the game so that they can do what they've done that in the past. So those are the things I see. What they need to do, the team now, is to concentrate. Look at after every match, the coach is supposed to call the team into a room and they'll play the video of the game from different angles. They will notice their errors and all that and try to improve on it. I commend the goalkeeper for what he did. There was a ball in this second game against Cote d'Ivoire. Our defender couldn't clear the ball away, and the ball fell on the leg of that Ivorian player. The keeper was very close and he spread his arms. Luckily, I think either his arm or his lap was able to stop the ball. If it was a Lazio keeper, he would become afraid and then he would grab the player and that would be penalty. And if Cote d'Ivoire had equalized, I'm telling you, they will beat us in that game because they will pile more pressure to get the winning goal. So what our team needs to do is to look at the games that the games Guinea-Bissau have played and see where the defense of Guinea-Bissau has weaknesses and try to catch them on that. Then we need to fortify our midfield. We don't have, like I said, we don't have good midfield players per se, like the talent we used to have. These guys are just up and coming. But I pray they will, as their confidence grows, they will improve. I saw something in that Calvin Bassett. The guy is a tough guy, and he does well. Then that guy that plays, I think it's Sadiq, the guy that plays the left back, is equally good, but he overlaps too many times. He goes up front, and each time they go up, somebody has to cover up for them. Sometimes the Ivorians, we are coming forward. It is like 5 Ivorians against 3 of our guys at the back. I just looked at this thing now. The last game they played a 4-4-3-2 formation. No, 3-4-2 formation. 3 defenders, 4 midfielders, 2 like attacking midfielders, and 1 master, which was Osimhen. I don't know. Maybe that is the system of the coach. So I hope they will improve. The coach, they've not been too lucky with this coach since he assumed the duty as their coach. It has been near draw. It has been draw, and some painful losses. I think this is perhaps one of the first games they've won under him. One of the first few games. Then lastly, let me speak about the politics of the game. We know how it is. Some officials, they are using this tournament now as where they want to make money. And that is what you used to hear. Will not be paid allowances, this and that and all that. I hope they will find a way to avoid that in this tournament. Facilities-wise, I'm happy with the idea. I wasn't surprised that Ivory Coast were able to set up this tournament. The pitches were sweet, very sweet. The ambience we are very, like Shim said, very nice. And so far, I've seen some level of impartiality from the referees, not because of the VAR, they've been very calm in going to look at. I just watched one. I think that was the Equatorial Guinea. There was one game I just watched the highlights. A goal was scored. It appears it was not. It was an offside. The referee went to the VAR box, looked at it very well, and really said it was a goal. It was the Equatorial Guinea. It was one guy scored. I think the captain, number 10, he scored a hat trick. It was his third goal or second goal, I guess. So far it's good, but
Okay.
the big teams are disappointing to some extent. Ghana is not playing too well. I hope if they can win their next match, probably they will qualify or so. Egypt.
You're not hearing me. Do you want to give him 30 minutes?
Sorry, I'm almost done. Soccer is one of my favorites, football. So, well, like somebody said, I think Morocco and Senegal are outright superior in terms of their play. But as the game goes further, some of the things may begin to get better. Thank you.
So, Rudolph, so before I hand over to you, let me just...
Rudolph, what sport did you do in school, please? I'm very curious.
He will answer you. Hold on.
I see you're very tall. I think you're as tall as me, if not taller than me, though.
Okay, let me quickly say this. I hand over to
Rudolph is a fan.
So usually, you know, when it comes to competitions like this, it's easy for certain teams to jump off the block. Senegalese, yes, they're the defending champions. Give it to them. Morocco, being a semi-finalist at the last World Cup, of course, the expectations are there. But what people fail to realize is this is football. As the games keep coming, you see teams start changing. Things start taking shape. Some teams that you probably have written off will come from behind and, you know, win competitions and all that. It happens. In 2013,
Yes.
Nigeria was not even rated to win that competition. We drew our first two games, then won the last one against Ethiopia, then played Cote d'Ivoire in the quarterfinals. And before you knew it, we won the competition. Nobody gave that.
We were even written off against Cote d'Ivoire in that quarterfinal. We were written off.
Exactly. We started losing. They scored before us, and then we equalized, and then we ended up beating them. So my point is this: I hear what people are saying, but this is football. In sports, teams begin to gain confidence and composure as they make progression into the competition. And the last EPL, Arsenal held on for how many weeks? And from nowhere, Manchester City just came through and won their last how many games and won the competition. So that's sports for you. You have to continue to be on your guard, otherwise the team that you Cape Verde might suddenly even be a bigger problem in this competition. Nobody knows. So I just wanted to say that for those who are criticizing Nigeria and saying, "Oh, coach, this, coach didn't do that." Every game, every opponent is different from the one you played before. That's how football is.
And one more thing, Doctor. Senegal and Morocco, those teams have been together for a long while. That's another thing people don't know. And Senegal, particularly Senegal, under the same coach, that their former captain. He has been their coach for a long time. So I'm not surprised they are doing very well. But I pray maybe our team, the Nigerian spirit, will kick in as time goes on and they'll move forward.
All right. Thank you so much. I thought we'd do this in 30 minutes and move on to
Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah.
Dr. Rudolph, I think from now on I'll just be listening.
You just what?
I'll just be listening. From now on, when I come to your show, I'll just be listening.
Doctor, he wants to speak. Allow him to speak. He wants to speak.
Is that what you've been doing? It's like how old people.
Yes, and I don't want to speak now because now we have two women. That means we have two priorities. So
yeah, and I've had you before. I'll go to them, but I will have to move to. There are serious topics that I wanted to address. Explosion in Ibadan. The Netanyahu, because we have to be talking about issues internationally that will have impact on us, and the two-state solution, including the possibility of a third world war and better edu. But let's welcome to the show Expressionists.
Yes, let's welcome her to the show, shall we?
Trying changing name. Which one you do?
You change names a lot, though.
You change name like rapper.
What do you change name? I'm getting confused.
You change name like rapper.
Check her out, man.
So happy New Year to all of you, my brethren and sister. How you doing, guys?
We're good. We're good. How are you?
We're good. We're good.
Nice to see you guys, and that you're still.
We're still here.
Still here.
Yeah.
there is hope for Nigeria, hopefully.
We'll find it. We'll find it one day. So, are you willing to talk about soccer? Did you watch?
Hello, Mr. Chi. Hello, sir. Normally, I don't do rounds. Pardon me if I don't do that. It's just that sometimes, I want to get to the nitty gritty of the topic. Hello, Sir KJ. Jadaba, Sir. X0. Dagon. Okay. Well, I was. So let me not be ahead of myself.
Since you came, Jagun has been smiling very well. So, guy.
Hello,
we don't see him smile this well. That's good.
I'm trying to hide my gap teeth.
The smile is very therapeutic.
Indeed.
So I was doing something. I was busy, and I felt okay. Today is our day with Dr. Damages. We need to show support and then talk about Nigeria to see how to move it forward. I then stumbled into this conversation about sports as someone who was really active in sports representing Nigeria.
You represented Nigeria in what sports?
I'm not going to say.
Okay. That's okay.
Thank you, sir. There are a lot of things that go behind the closed door before camp, leading to selections of athletes, and then now heading to the venue for the main competition. And what I've noticed is that with my experience, there is hardly any meritocracy when athletes or players are being chosen to represent our dear nation. How I wish there is a sense of choosing the people that are absolutely good for that sport. Meaning that if you are abroad and you are a Nigerian and there is trial, there always be trials. If you qualify, if you are based in abroad, playing for whatever club you're playing, it doesn't really matter because there should be equality when choices are being made. If you're coming from whatever club and you can perform better than someone from the village, why not? We want results for our country. But what I don't like sometimes is that the outlook that because you're based abroad would give you the automatic ticket for you to represent the country. It shouldn't work that way. And that leads to a lot of corruptions, less meritocracy. When the coaches are choosing players, there is sort of partiality becomes a thing of who you know. And then when they go there, because the best are not chosen, they don't perform well. So until we get it right by deciding to choose the people that merit that position to perform, regardless who you are, regardless where you come from, then we are talking. So for them to go to Dubai to camp, it doesn't really matter. For me, I believe when you're in sports and say you're an athlete now or you're a footballer preparing for a serious competition, there is always going to be tension, whether you are the best in the world or not. There is tension. And change of environment is therapeutic mentally and emotionally to support these players to help them perform better. Imagine if you're camped within, in hot places, they are saying they went to Dubai because they're looking for similar kind of scenario to match with where they're going to play these actual sports that they should have camped in Nigeria. I believe taking them to Dubai is good because for me, take for example, you now, you're going to do some sports and they take you to a nice place, nice environment. It will entice your sense of, it will bring out the best in you. Your positive energy will be electrified. And then you put in your best work. Whether they are going to, whether it's going to lead to a good result on the field, that's a different ball game because that will become an individual thing that you're given opportunity to go to the ball. Then when you come back to play in the field, you owe Nigeria to perform without your experience you've been given because it's not easy. So I don't I don't feel I support that they went outside of Nigeria. But I believe that even when they are outside Nigeria, before the competition, they may have come back maybe days before to also acclimatize with the environment closer to where they're going to perform because they should have a camp where they're going to play. So there's nothing wrong with that. But what I'm against is that corruption, not choosing the right people to represent us in Nigeria. So I wish our Super Eagles the best of the best as a Nigerian. I'm proud of them. I didn't watch the match, but whatever they do, I give them my 200% support to do us proud. As a
All right.
loyal Nigerian I am. Thank you.
Thank you, expressionist. Ngozika, what did you do for Nigeria? Did you represent Nigeria in sports? She's not smiling. Ngozika, I said, can you hear me? All right. So I don't think Ngozika can hear us. Ngozika, can you hear us? Hello? Can you guys hear me? Okay. So Ngozika, we can't hear you. You are muted. Hold on. Let me see if I can unmute you if it's from this end, but I think it's from your end. No, I can't unmute you. You have to come back again. Try again and let's see. All right. I hope everybody got a chance to speak on this topic. Let's move to the next topic, the explosion in Ibadan. Let me play a little bit of the video of...
That is not my mic.
Give us details.
What's your question again? I'm sorry.
Where were you? What was the
Someone was in my house in Are. Are is not far from here. It's outside this estate, down the road. So I don't know what I felt, but I just felt that the building I was inside was shaking. I got back from work around, I think, past 8, so I was really tired. I had slight headache, so I was just sleeping. I was trying to rest in my bed when I felt that building shaking like it was going to come down. So I don't know what it was. So I called a few of my friends and my relatives around Bodija. So they told me what is happening. And before I could even come outside my house, I was really scared. It took me about 30 minutes or 1 hour. And when I got here, this is really catastrophic. Very, very disastrous. Because if I could count correctly, we have about, like I said earlier, we have about 6 or 7 buildings here. And like I said, I wish we could get help. We need lights. We need bulldozer, whatever we can get. I still feel like even here that I'm standing, there might be people under. But we are not even getting the help that we need. The medical teams are here to give people first aid, but we couldn't even get inside to bring people out. We don't have something as simple as lights. People are just using their phone lights to do what? And everybody's leaving.
All right. So far, what we know, 3 people dead, more than 77 injured. The cause of the problem, suspected case of dynamites used by illegal miners or miners with papers. They claim they have papers. Some stories, they are reporting that they are foreigners. But I want to hear what you guys know and what you've been able to gather from out there. Let's start with Lozika. Lozika, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. Good evening, everybody. Good evening to our Am I audible now? My network, I
Yeah, we
don't know
can
what
hear
is
you.
going on. Okay, good evening, everybody. I don't even know where to start, but I think I'll start from this thing that happened at Ibadan because of something that happened today. So before I say this, let me just put a disclaimer that I was warned not to say anything by people who are concerned. But this is the second time we'll be encountering such a thing. It's my civic duty to put it out here. And I've said previously on this show that I'm going to concern myself mostly this year with anything that concerns the Southeast. If it doesn't concern the Southeast, I might just pass. So, some of you know I hike. I went hiking today. And a trail that we've hiked before. Last year, I went on that trail last year. It's one of those trails that the first hill, you almost gas out at the first hill. Today, we went on that trail and that first hill was gone. Like it was flat land. It was flattened. Dr. Damages, I'll send you a video I managed to make. It wasn't that it was flattened that was the problem. It was the reason it was flat. I'm talking about a mini hill. We saw tractors and all sorts of um heavy duty vehicles, all these construction vehicles there. And then we noticed that when we were coming there, there was a toll, like a toll gate or something, which was not there last year when we went to hike that trail. And then we passed them. They asked us where we were going because we were really many. We have more than 100. We said we were going to hike the hill over there. They said we should go. When we started, we were seeing tractors, we were seeing cars. We couldn't find the hill anymore. What happened to the hill? Turns out that they are doing mining over there. And one of the guys came and was asking our talk, where are you people going? Said we are going hiking. He said, no, 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 video I walk. Oh." He said it to my face because I was when we were going hiking, I used to stay in the front. Said, no, no video what we they do. And I did manage to make a video and it's not funny. I think I'm going to look through my archives and see if I can still see a picture I took last year on the same trail so that people understand the kind of environmental degradation that happened there. That we could not find the route anymore. We had to go back and reroute and take a different trail. It brings me back to this thing that happened in Ibadan. See, anyhowness, don't say anything. Let it not be like we'll be the end of Nigeria. I don't say anything. Now you go carry them for head. Not only you see them, must you say it? It will be the end of Nigeria and Nigerians because you cannot tell me that at least one person did not feel something was amiss. You cannot tell me that at least one person did not feel something was amiss. But of course, now you go talk must you say everything you see? Now you the hot for body. Now you go carry them for head. And that is what happened. This is my personal opinion. That is what happened in Ibadan. If somebody who had felt something was off had said something, perhaps what happened would have been averted. And this thing I saw today, it's so bad that I am forced to say, because this is not the first time we are seeing them. On a different trail, last year we had seen them. And that day too, we couldn't take because we couldn't take pictures that day too. And today they said it to our face that we shouldn't video what they are doing. So if they were doing something that was legal, where were they telling us not to video what they were doing? This was illegal miners happening here in Enugu State. And let me just say this here. Another thing that is happening in Enugu that I want to come and say, I don't know if it is part of what we are discussing. Our governor, through the Enugu Capital Territory Development people, is busy demolishing houses at a place called Centenary City. Earlier, when I joined the show, I was trying to get confirmation from a friend I know that lives around there if he has any idea what was going on. Said he knows that there's a demolition going on the other side of where he lives, but he doesn't know exactly why those buildings have been demolished. Now, I went online and I read the statement from the chairman of the Capital Territory people, and his reason is like it's one of those things you hear and you go like, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" He's saying that some of those buildings are being demolished because they are kidnappers' hangouts. How do you demolish a building because it is a kidnapper hangout? How? Can't you chase the kidnappers away? Can't you arrest them? You demolish buildings, not one, not two, not three, and call them kidnappers' hangouts. Buildings. How many houses we get for Enugu where you want demolish houses? With the way real estate is going up in Enugu, house rents are going up and everybody is just looking for accommodation. You are demolishing houses. Because you say they are kidnappers' hangout. Make it make sense. Sometimes I wonder how some of these people reason. And they can't tell me they don't know what is going on in that place I mentioned. Because those people were comfortable. If you see, I'll send the video to Dr. Damages once I leave. If you see the kind of environmental degradation that is going on at that place, they won't go and look at those people. They won't go and fight that. They don't go and take care of that illegal miners until something bad happens. But they're here inside town, demolishing houses. That kidnappers are inside. How can't you chase them out? Can't you arrest them or something? I don't know. Sometimes one of my friends will say that at this point he has his shock absorbers for Nigeria. Yeah, he has reinvested in shock absorbing for Nigeria, that nothing will shock him about Nigeria again. And I think I'm getting to that point. I'm at that point when I hear news, I see something, I just go, oh, well, it's Nigeria. It happened. It happens. It can happen. Because by God, I don't know. I can't make sense of it anymore. These people were comfortable. In broad day not to video what they were doing. And the government did not see them. And inside them demolishing houses. And everywhere is silent. Well, I'll leave it at this for now.
All right. Thank you, Ngozeka. I think one of the videos, we started the show by playing one of the videos of someone who was complaining about his house being
my
demolished.
brothers and sisters from Enugu State, I beg, please make una help me tag the governor of Enugu State, because I don't understand what is happening in Centenary, guys. This is my house that I built. I know they do Yahoo. I know they do. If you come investigate, I know they do Yahoo. I suffer every blessed day. You understand? To make my money. You understand? This is the house I do in Centenary. Everything I bought the land, everything is documented. Everything they here. I went to Lagos State. I came back. This is what I saw. Removed by. This is it. And this was the date. 12th. This was on the 12th. On the 12th. You understand? Today is 19th. They came to Sentinel. I was sleeping. My boy have to wake me up and say, "Oh, they don't destroy houses." So, if you, let me show you around, guys. They destroyed all the houses. Look at. This is people's investment. Look at. See, and every house in Centenary is damaged. Every house. Show them around. Every house, guys. We are just begging. We dey beg the government. Please, if you have any pass contact this message to the government, I beg. His document, everything is complete. All the documents is complete. This is my house in Enugu State. He buy am, I beg. Please, because they came here, they were threatening to destroy my house. They can't even carry caterpillar come. They want to come. I beg. You understand? I beg. I'm just saying this so that the governor of Enugu State can see. I beg. I don't do any bad thing. Get money, build house.
If you can share this video, God will bless you.
Please share this
high
video.
blood. I don't feel they wake up every morning. They worry about in health. Please, I'm begging you.
I beg.
I'm begging you.
They say more invest, more leave Lagos. Come invest for home.
We don't leave Lagos.
We left Lagos. We came to Enugu State to invest. This is our
peace
place.
Of mind.
We were born in Enugu State.
We bought the land.
We were born in Enugu State.
No peace of mind.
Please.
No peace of mind.
I beg.
If you move round, they don't scatter everywhere. They don't scatter everywhere, guys. If you go round, they don't scatter everywhere. Caterpillar is entering everywhere.
Follow me. Everywhere in Centenary, they destroyed more than 200 houses in Enugu State today. Please, come, follow me. Oh God.
No peace of mind. No peace sleep. For the past how many days? Like security posts with the day so that we can beg.
Look at it.
So that we can beg.
Look at it.
This is the place I nearly paid for.
Enugu State government. Pitamba, I beg. We do respect, boss. I beg. This message is for you. I beg. Now my only house be this for Enugu State.
I beg.
I beg.
I beg. I beg.
You understand? Okay, make I come up.
I
beg.
I beg him.
Now my house for Enugu State be this. I don't get another house.
If there's anything we have to pay
if there is anything where we go pay.
May they know.
I beg.
This is full-time sweat. This is full-time suffering.
Boss, I beg.
Now be fast. Now when they see the video.
Please share this video. All my Igbo brothers, I beg. Igbo brothers and sisters, where una dey, I beg. I need una now. Enugu State, I beg. Centenary, my house for Centenary.
Guys, if you go around,
they destroy all the houses. Every house.
No sleep. Nobody feel sleep.
Only God intervention. If not, my house we don't go today. I beg. I God that they use God. I beg that they use God beg our governor.
To every single person seeing this video and you have the governor's contact, share this video. I beg. Call them.
All right. Okay. I'm looking for. I will get to your video, Ngozeka, but let me go to KJ. KJ,
Yeah, thank you. Ngozi and the expressionist, welcome again. Yeah, we had started on this video earlier on, and I made quite a lot of comment, but I'll just reiterate what I said. And you see, the earlier guest said the guy knows how to get to the governor. You guys know how difficult it is to get to a governor in Nigeria. You can't just walk in. I mean, how do you even go when you don't even have anybody there? You know. So you can't get to the governor. So this is the only way you probably be able to get to the governor. Despite the fact that he's a comedian or someone who makes sketches. Doesn't matter. Doesn't mean that we will allow him walk into the governor's office to go and make his complaint. And that's one. Two, like I said earlier, it is difficult for me to understand why governance is about wickedness. You just want to do wicked things to people, all because you have been voted into office. And peradventure, the guys have gone contrary to the law. There are better ways of dealing with it than just going there and destroying the people's property. you know. And so I believe, and I'm not saying that they will be right, but I think that if I'm the one and I want to make an investment of that magnitude, I would have gotten everything correct. Now, the question be, when you invest in the right proportion and then you lost your investment, government don't meet you and give you back your money. Those of us who made investments in some shares, in Nigeria and some companies that eventually woke up one day and they are all gone, today. Nothing ever happened to the people. Nothing ever happened to the people. Government didn't take them off. So, well, how come once you build a house and they perceive that it's a wrong building, they bring their bulldozer to bulldoze it? I think it's still a hard thing for me to swallow. I'm not saying that people should just go and develop, but I think it's a hard thing for me to swallow because there are better ways of handling these issues. On the issue of the Ibadan bombing, remember, it's not I call it bombing because I don't think it is mining that could have done that kind of thing. Remember they've said it was a dynamite used for mining, illegal mining that have caused that. Well, the same thing was said 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago in Akure or so, when this kind of thing also happened. And then the governor was quick to say they were Malians. So you know that Malians are mining in the center of Ibadan, and you left them to be mining till this incident happened. Is that what I say as a government? So whichever way you try to look at it, it doesn't make sense. And for those people who like Tone, who probably are in this business of arms and ammunition, they will tell you that this thing that did this destruction couldn't have been any form of dynamite. That this is something much different and more powerful than whatever the government is saying it is what is going on. And they were not able, up to this moment, they've not been able to reconcile the figures of people that were said to have lost their lives in that incident. But here is the question, because each time this kind of thing happens, and government quickly run to give names of people or individuals without any investigation, it really bothers me. Because right now he has concluded that a preliminary investigation proved that they are Malians. Okay, so case closed. Because they're not Nigerians, so case closed. What happened to people whose property? What happened to every other life lost? What happens? You see, this is the thing we are saying. Are we? I don't know. I mean, I'm lost in thought because I don't know what to say on this issue. But every other thing points to the fact that it's not what they are saying that is happening. Thank you.
Thank you, KJ. Chim, you're next.
Okay, so thank you, Rudolph. Let me start with the Ibadan thing. The stories I heard initially were that it was not an illegal mining thing. So let's even say it was the mining issue that caused it. The company was not illegal. The company was duly registered. I sent you a chat if you take time and see. The name of the company is written there when it was registered as far back as 2004. And then, of course, the news around careless handling of explosives used for detonating mines and all those kinds of things. So I don't want to dwell on the realm of conjecture and conspiracy, but you've heard me in recent times on this forum say that the Nigerian authorities and regulators are the biggest enablers of anything conspiratory. We always give room for people to start conjecturing, as it were. When it comes to that Ibadan thing, two things for me is, let's even say it is mining, and from the information I have, it's not illegal. It wasn't an illegal company. This is a duly registered company in CAC doing some mining. My question is, where are the regulatory processes? Even if they are allowed to hold dynamite, should the workers be keeping dynamite in their private chambers and homes? These are work tools. These are things you're supposed to have proper safekeep somewhere. I remember some time ago we had a conversation here on, I'm not sure what it was. We discussed. Hey, it was on the extinguisher thing in Alaba market, and I said we're supposed to have regulatory processes. Every market, every mall has a fire service center, so that when there is a challenge, they are able to immediately deal with it. So what it tells me is that in our country, anybody can come in and do whatever they want to do. There's no monitoring of what people are doing. People can suddenly carry dynamite and go and keep in their homes, and then create hazards and safety issues for unsuspecting innocent citizenry. And so my mind is that we need to wake up in the way we manage our affairs. The way we manage our affairs, like as if it's a jungle. People don't do things appropriately. Nobody's following standards. Nobody's following the procedures. We just do everything, order from above. Like you rightly said, I think you used it. There was a phrase you used, anything goes kind of thing. That's the way we continuously live. We live our lives on the edge. It's time we begin to place premium on our citizens. It's time we begin to see that our citizens are the biggest assets we have, not oil, not gold in Zamfara, not whatever it is anybody is mining. Your citizens, their safety. So that's what I want to say when it comes to it. Then coming to the Enugu issue, why on earth will a political chief executive be the one to arbiter everything? I mean, I live in the Western world. We have a premier. She sits in cabinet. They discuss how much they want to budget. Once they agree on the budget and how they apportion it, every agency takes their budget and goes and runs their own sphere of responsibility. The guys who are responsible for working on roads, you will not see any chief executive going to commission a road or going to inspect it. Things just happen. At the end of the year, they call you, Rudolph, you are the one who is responsible for the road maintenance or whatever agency. Come and explain to us the money we gave you. How did you use it? You will tell them, I asked you for $60 million to construct 7 new roads. I have delivered on 7 new roads, or I have started the 7 new roads. They're supposed to be delivered at some time. I don't need money from you anymore, or I need extra budget or whatever. It just goes on. Life just runs. The person running the health system is doing his or her own as chief executive of the health system. Person managing tourism is running tourism. Life is just going on. Why? I felt so pained when I heard that guy, and I understand him. I'm not faulting him. I'm just saying, why would somebody be begging governor to please come to their aid? It speaks volume to the way we're running our society, because the governor should not even be involved in any of those things. You understand? If that land was appropriately acquired, the state government or the housing authority has designated that place. From the name, it's called centenary housing, right? Which means it's a designated place for people to go and build homes. And this person bought the land properly, build the land on the right spot where they should build their land. I see no reason why they should be begging anybody. This is, in fact, if the system was working, especially just walk into a court and get justice. How can somebody buy land from you and he's flaunting his approved documents? You can see clearly he has the documents for this house. Unless we're being told that the person didn't get the documents accurately. Even if the person got the documents wrongly, there should be a procedure, which means whoever officials were responsible for signing that document should be taken to court. They should be jailed. All the procedures that the person went through to get this, if they were falsely documented, then heads should be rolling before we start talking about the demolition of houses and anything. But no, government will wake up and say, people are built on illegal property, illegal spots, And the next thing you see overnight is they move in bulldozers and they crumble millions of dollars down the drain. I don't understand how we live. We have no respect for ourselves. We have no respect for procedures. We have no respect for how things should be done. It's very painful. I think it's time we begin to. So you see now when people keep screaming this constitution we have, it's not just about some Fulani people are looking it over or something are saying. There's a lot wrong with the document we're using to rule ourselves. A lot wrong with it. Because I see no reason why a governor can be the one. So okay, let's assume the governor says, okay, my magnanimity, all right, don't bulldoze his house. Really? It's now at the whim's beck and call of the governor. He can do as he likes. There shouldn't be a procedure. So the civil servants cannot disagree with the governor, for instance, and say, no, we don't agree with you. So I really am struggling. As I was watching that video, I literally was in tears for that guy. Because if the governor does not step in now and say, don't bulldoze his house, that house is gone. That's what we're being told. No procedure being followed. So if the guy got the land properly, he should pay a penalty for a land he bought purely, he followed the procedure, he got the land. I know he may have given bribes because even if he's getting it accurately, somebody will still ask him for bribes somewhere. So these are the things we need to start looking into. The way we are running our affairs, we're running our affairs like people who live in a jungle. It leaves a lot to be desired. I honestly don't even know what else to say. So I'll leave that as it is for now, and then maybe contribute later on.
All right. So Chim, let me just make sure, because sometimes I want to understand. Are you saying that you were surprised that people are begging the governor, or that you don't agree that should be the case? Because there are two different things.
Okay, so what I'm saying is this: is that because of the way we have been running, so every time people are begging governor. Okay, so let me give you this short story to explain it. I once want an official assignment to Kaduna State, and then the morning the driver came to take me to where I was going to do my assignment, and he turned on the radio, and the news was on, and somebody said that was when the guy who became vice president to Jonathan was governor then, and then they said, the state governor, His Excellency, blah, 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 has in his magnanimity done this. I wasn't living abroad, though. I was living inside Nigeria. And I told the guy, I said, magnanimity? The governor of the state has magnanimity over public funds? So the point I'm trying to make is this. I'm saying that I'm surprised. I know it happens. I'm saying I'm surprised we allowed this kind of...
Okay, I just want to make sure that
the governor we cannot be begging the governor to do his job.
Yeah.
It's not his magnanimity. Those things are wrong.
Don't be surprised. KJ wrote that speech. KJ is not laughing.
KJ is actually frozen. He's not.
He's frozen. Oh, okay. Okay. I would have been scared. All right, Exara, you're next.
Well, I don't even know where to start from, because it seems
you've been
like
watching
every day. I've been watching and learning. Seems like every day we come here, if we are discussing any topic, it boils down to system failure. In fact, to the nonchalance of political actors. First, we have a governor who has the temerity to be telling the public that Malians took dynamite to a residential area. Everything is wrong with that statement. First, Malians, how did they get the papers to come into your country, to your state, and living there, and you didn't know? Then they have dynamite with them, which is illegal in a residential area. And you didn't notice this until there was an explosion that killed people, which is a very heinous crime. And they escaped. It shows that the government, you don't know your job. Your job is the security of the people in this state. You have the temerity to say there are Malians in your state with dynamite committing crime. You did nothing about it until they escaped. I mean, there's everything wrong in that statement. So it's just a system failure. We have a system failure that we ourselves as people, we are tired. It's like we are tired of fighting these people because we see that we have not elected this kind of people. They will never know what they are doing. This is why when people like Ovie are talking about any matter here, I keep referring to him supporting Kwakwanso because they are in the same league of this kind of people. They can never bring anything normal to the system. You need somebody that thinks out of the box. So, but for the case of the governor of Enugu State demolition houses, I mean, these guys, they have a way of, pushing your mind into a very dark place, into a very, very dark place. I don't understand how you will invest. Nigeria is not a place where you can invest your hard-earned money. To use the Nigerian parlance, is a place where you invest stolen money, money that you cannot regret, because you don't even know which one you invest, they will come and destroy. All the normal people are leaving the country. All the normal companies. The last time was GlaxoSmithKline. Now we hear Lever Brothers have stopped manufacturing soap and some things. Before you know it, they'll leave. Every normal, sane company or investor is leaving because you cannot deal with these guys. They'll come in and they'll take all your profit and you run at a loss. Now you build a house. I don't know what, it's not like there's any water body in that state. So you can't say they are blocking water channels. Is it that, oh my God, I don't know what to say, But this kind of things, if I lost the kind of investment that guy is about to lose from his sweat, I will go to a very dark place. That governor is going to feel heat. I'll go after him. Because there's not, you go mad, you get high BP. That guy will never recover if he lost it. That's not a beautiful mansion he put there from his sweat. Let me just leave it there.
All right, thank you. Let me play this clip from Ngozika. Maybe after that, she will explain to us. Okay, Ngozika.
So, like I said earlier, what you're looking at as level land was not level land last year. That was a hill. Last year when we went on that trail, it was a hill. Today we went back there and we couldn't even recognize the trail anymore. It was gone. It was flattened out, and there were these heavy duty trucks everywhere. I don't know if I got that part where they had packed coals in cement bags. I didn't think I got that part because those people were there, and one of them said to my face, "Make una no video our work." So I didn't want trouble. I knew things could escalate easily. I mean, this is Nigeria, so I didn't get that part where you could see the dugout clay, the coal. They were bagged, and the place they were being removed, excavated from, the hill looked as if it was going to fall from the top. It was going to topple over because they were digging from underneath. I don't know how to explain this. I'm just regretting I didn't find a way to get a video of the particular place where they had bagged the coals in bags. This is a hill. What you're looking at now used to be a hill. I went on this hill last year. Nobody said they tell me. And today, look at it. Are you going to tell me that the government is not aware of what is going on? Look at, I can't even explain if this one is chemical water. I don't know what this one is.
All right.
Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Ngozika.
Yeah.
Let's go to who is next. Expressionist. Okay, I'll come to you next. Dexter, you're next. But let's hear from Expressionist. Do you have any, both Ibadan and the story out of Enugu?
Well, I decided to stop following politics somehow because I'm trying to protect myself from having high blood pressure. That's the way I deal with it. But the Ibadan incident, I don't have much to say about it. I didn't watch it. But with this video I saw with that man is heartbreaking, disappointing. This is one video we're seeing now. How many more are there behind closed doors that are going through this situation? They don't even have time to video the situation and bring it forward to the public's attention for help. Is he going to get any help? I don't really think so. Because I believe that if they started demolishing stuff around houses around where he's residing and he's marked to be demolished, they have a reason to do that. And I believe in Nigeria, where we are remember, is a lawless place where people in power believe that they're gods and that every other person is a servant and don't have rights. All right, they would go ahead to carry on with this demolition unless man is highly connected or someone that is watching it through this platform or anywhere else from his aid. But then, if he's going to say, all the ones that have been demolished, still have to their properties have been demolished, what's going to happen is it fair? If they spare his one, I'm not saying they should demolish his one. And I wish that none of these properties are being demolished. When people set out to build houses, they put in their hard-earned money. And those houses to be demolished like that is show of abuse of power and force. I mean, it's not a good for society. Who's going to speak for the other one? The people that no one knows about, or no one knows about. So in a country where the system is undermined, disorganized, the foundation is rotten to the core, from bottom to top. We ain't going to yield any things until the foundation is being dealt with accordingly. It's sad. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, expressionist. Before I go to Dexter, let me just for Chim, what you said, I wanted to get back to reframe this in a way. Nigeria changed, for those who may not know, when we had the military government, military coming into office. So one of the things they did was they changed the command structure. They changed where power is. Before the military, there were powers in the local government and the lawmakers in the regional areas and things like that. Now there is a central administration and command. So everybody goes to the governor who has the power and or the president. So that's when things started changing. But again, when we look at the incident in Enugu, one of the things we need to think about is look at the date on the 12th that they came and said, we want this, we are giving you warning. And which I don't know the day he made the video, maybe within a week, they have to bring down the house. So that tells you what about court system? Did they go to courts? Did the courts give any order and say this has to be demolished? And the reason why they run to the governor, they were calling people to go to the governor maybe, is that by the time they go to the court, before the court even they get a date, they will demolish the house. And that brings us to the issue of insurance. Because if it's anywhere else in the world, when you are building a house, you have insurance. In a structure like Nigeria where there is no insurance, because if they have insurance that covers whatever they've invested there, if anything should happen to it, they will have something to fall back to. So sometimes these are problems and there are solutions, and we could start looking for solutions even in an imperfect system. And these are the kind of conversations I hope we can have with Femi Falana when it comes in a week's time. But these are people.
Rudolph,
Yeah.
Are you done? Sorry,
I'm done. Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. So what else? What I hear you and I agree with you to an extent. I don't think it's fairly okay to say the whole system changed under the military, because under the military, the local governments were still working. They were sending them funds, and yes, they were. there were local governments were working. There were lots of, I can mention some local governments in Abia State, because I went to secondary school in Abia State, that became popular.
What I mean is the command system. And I think from that point on, where, and I know that, I mean, I wasn't there, but I believe that before the military coup structure took effect and became the idea that Nigerians understood, there are certain things that people go to the king or the court system in the local government and they rule. But now, after the military, now, if I know somebody in Abuja, they can actually overrule the governor. So the governor could say something to, let's say the governor says, okay, don't demolish this house. If the person doing the demolition is someone with connection in Abuja, somebody in Abuja can overrule. And it has happened, I think, in Lagos, where the governor gave an order and the person was saying, no, I can't obey your order because I'm from Abuja. I'm getting order from Abuja. So that's the new structure we have in place. But say what you want to say.
Yeah, I hear you, but you see, we can't continue to, and I'm not faulting your comments. No, I'm just speaking on a general note. So it's not a direct response per se to what you have said. I hear you, I understand that. But I think there are a combination of things as a people we're dealing with. One is we got this democracy and Western way of leadership after our independence, but we didn't really fully embrace it. We were still struggling between this new modern way of leading and trying to fall back to our traditional ways. Someone has said that even in religion, we carried some of those things over. So, for instance, the king owns everything, and whatever, if the king points at any maiden, he automatically has her as a wife, which means, so our people carry that mentality that the king owns everything. The king owning everything is not democratic. So if we want to practice democracy says that if the system, there is a law coming out gazetted, people can challenge that law. There's supposed to be a window to give alternative or dissenting voice. The dissenting voice to say, I don't agree with your government, I go to court. The court passes an injunction and says, stay hold on your outcome while we look at it. You respect that law, allow the judge to decide. If the judge decides that, oh, the state is actually right, go ahead, then you proceed and go and carry out your action. If the court says, no, you're not right, then you stay. Then if you think you want to go, you go to the next step, which is to appeal it and all that. But we don't do this. What I see is that even when we have a constitution that is telling us how to do things, people bypass that constitution to do impunity. That's the point I am trying to make. For instance, I see no reason why, if you want to demolish a property, there should be some guidelines on it. In fact, you should even constitute an inquiry to say, this place is not designated for building. Why are we having houses here? And then call your civil servants who are responsible to find out what has happened. Then those who agree will go to court. There's this judge until eventually we come at a conclusion, whether it is to demolish everything or to stay action or whatever. I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing a president that is disobeying court order. I'm seeing a chief of army staff that is disobeying court order. I'm seeing a local government councillor that is disobeying court order. So there's just impunity across board and everywhere. And that's what I'm saying, that do we really want, because every time people come and say, oh, Igbo man give up, I've come and say, oh, Igbo man didn't give you anything. What the Igbo man gave you, you're not even following it. Let's even say they gave you. You understand? What I'm saying is there's a fragment of carryover from our traditional way of doing things into modernity. And listen, my religion tells me that you cannot mix new wine in an old wine skin. There will be a problem. We need to decide what we want to do, because I am tired of hearing the magnanimity of the governor. The governor has no magnanimity.
Thank you so much. This I'll come to you, but let me just respond to somebody on the comment section. I was saying that the insurance companies will run out of cash if people are allowed to insure companies, buildings, that because of the lawlessness in the country. What that will lead to, next thing that will happen, let's say there's a law, like in other places in the world, there's a law that you have to have insurance. Let's say some local government starts destroying houses in that place. The insurance company, obviously, they will run out of cash if they continue to pay without doing anything about that. But they will go to court and sue the government for destroying houses. There's a solution always. It's not like once you encounter a problem, you stop there and nothing can be done about that. The reason why ordinary people can go to court and the court will ignore them is they're regular people in Nigeria I'm talking about. But if an insurance company that is rich, connected, maybe the governor has a share in the insurance company, it's in the interest of the governor that his money in the insurance company should not go. They should not go under. So so there's a system that is set up. Let me just go to Dexter. Maybe he has a better answer. I don't know. Go ahead, Dexter.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. There's this common phrase by Rufai Oseni when I listen to the morning show on Arise TV. He says, culture will eat strategy for breakfast any day. And it's true. That's basically what's happening in Nigeria. I don't know why we're expecting better. Our culture is horrible. Our culture is suicidal. And then we have strategy, and then we think that we can strategize. Our culture will eat strategy for breakfast any day because our culture is very, very bad. Some sections of Nigeria practice a culture.
Speaking of breakfast, I've not had one. Let me go and have something. I'll come back.
Some sections of Nigeria, the king can do no wrong. That's what we have adopted right now in Nigeria. The king can do no wrong. A governor is a king. He can do no wrong. He can do and undo. And unfortunately, the populace, you and I, are the ones aiding and abetting these things. Because we are all waiting for when our turn will reach. When will I be part of the national cake? I listened to Chibike Amechi today. What was he saying? That why Nigerians living? Why Nigerians going for a stable job? That they should stay back. That in Nigeria, overnight you can become a commissioner. That overnight you can just become a commissioner, you can become a minister. And they asked him, 250 million people will be vying for a position for only 5,000 people. What is the chances that somebody will get it? And he said, well, you can wait, you never can tell. That is our culture is horrible.
Dexter. All you need is to be prayed for. Go to church and have or pray for you, and you become a minister. And
that's part of the culture.
You can choose what you want. If you can
that's part of the culture.
If they have appointed our ministers, you can choose anything, sports administrator, and there are many positions.
Then we should stop expecting a society that is like the Western society. I mean, look at Nigeria. Between 1970 to 2000, there was no system upgrade. The leaders were not even thinking population is. Same countries conduct census every 10 years so that they can plan and develop. Nigeria, there was a boomer generation. They did not plan. They didn't think that their children will need power. They didn't think their children will buy new houses. And unfortunately, we are just we think that Nigeria will just change. It won't happen. It won't happen until you and I, all of us here, decide to be part of leadership. Because what is happening in Nigeria is that the corrupt ones are the ones that are leading. And they don't care. They don't absolutely care. In fact, insurance cannot work in Nigeria, Dr. Rudolph. It can't work. Absolutely can't work. Can ShopRite insure their goods? Can ShopRite insure their goods? It can't work. All those things work in a society whereby the structure has been set up. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
All right, thank you so much, Dexter. And let's go to expressionist just for 1 minute, and then we'll go to man of prestige. Yeah.
I'm not trying to push back on you, Dexter, but this is what I'm thinking, that we should separate culture and the people, because culture is a belief system of ways of, the foundation, things that have been put down for the people to follow. So it is the humans, the society that fail to uphold those laws. So the culture and the people go hand in hand to make a better society. So our culture, to me, is not bad. I love my Igbo culture. This is not being tribal now. So because we are ethnic, but we are who we are. We are people. Our culture is us somehow, but in behaviors, we have to separate our culture, because they say our culture is say the law is being made to help us to better our culture, we, the humans, should respect the law and move it forward. That's my belief. So we can't blame the law because we break it. So the people that make it and break it, they are
All
not
right.
the culture, but the people are the problem, not the culture. We make the culture, we make the laws. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to man of prestige.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Yeah, let me start with I think Ngozinka is here, so I'm not really familiar with what's going on in the Enugu stuff, whether it has to do with with mining or whatever, something like that. But to make the story short, I think Nigeria has a problem. I mean, all this demolition of illegal houses and everything. Who gave them the permit to, to start building to begin with? And the problem with Nigeria, we are not structured properly. Well, when does the eminent domain come in? I mean, whenever a government take over a property, they're supposed to compensate you. But we don't have that in Nigeria. I mean, they just come and, you can't, even at all you want to go through the court process, the government has the final authority. They can easily demolish the house. Like, I think Ngozi has stated that earlier. How are you going to, no, I think somebody stated, are you going to start going to the court process? But, the governor will just come and demolish your house. So it's just the problem we have in that country. I mean, I just came back from Nigeria. I know the problem. People are suffering in that country. I mean, we all can stay here and just talk, run our mouth. There's a problem in that country. It's not about culture. Desta, I understand where you're coming from. You say it's culture. Our culture, is good. It's a very good culture. We have a very diverse culture, which is supposed to be our stronghold. But it's just the orientation of people in Nigeria. We are talking about all this cabal ruling Nigeria right now, older people ruling Nigeria. The young people, they're even the worst. Nothing. I mean, I see them, I saw them, I mingle with them. I mean, all they want to get to the same place. They will be doing the same thing people are doing. So the Nigeria overall needs certain kind of orientation, young or old. So all these people, like I was thinking before, let the young people come and take over. It's not going to make any difference. They have already embedded, their mind, it's not going to make a difference. They're still going to be, they're still going to do whatever the people are doing right now. So Nigeria need completely reorientation. It's just totally bad. I mean, what happened in Ibadan? I mean, something just happened, there's no investigation. The governor just came out the next day and said, "I've seen illegal miner." Have you done any kind of investigation? Have you been given a report? I mean, but the situation of Nigeria is so bad. I don't know where we're going to go from now. I don't like to talk a lot, but it's just such a horrible country. Okay, I mean, it's still my country. I love it. Talking about insurance. Hold on, we have insurance in Nigeria. As somebody who has a business, hotel business in Nigeria, yeah, we have an insurance, but I have not been in that situation whereby I have to see any kind of compensation or something like that. So I don't really know how that's going to fare. In terms of I want to collect some damages.
Are you paying premium?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're paying premium. Yeah, we have not just in Imo, but go ahead.
Do you think the premium you're paying is enough for them to pay you if something should happen to your building?
Well, you know how insurance works. It's not about the premium you pay. It's a collection of people. Some people, it's a risk.
No, I know. Why I asked that question is that I know people in Nigeria who own cars who pay what they call car insurance, but what they pay is not anything close to what they should pay to guarantee that the people you are paying will be able to replace your car if something should happen. Something that should make you think that this is real. If I'm going to pay $25 in America here for car insurance, I'm sure they won't be able to give me back.
But that's on a personal property. But when it comes to business, I think I do pay enough for compensate what kind of damage. But I've not been in that situation. We haven't been in that situation to know if we're going to be able to collect for any damages. Luckily, we have not been in that situation. But we have to do that for insurance purpose.
Yeah.
In case,
let me just point out something. I think Desta was saying something about culture. I think what he meant was not really culture in the sense that Igbo culture, Yoruba culture. I think what he's referring to is the Nigerian, what we now call quote unquote culture of impunity. That's what he meant, not the culture of the people. And then for you, man of prestige, you were talking about eminent domain. We actually have it in Nigeria. It's called Land Use Decree. So it's the same thing. It just says
Right.
that the government has a right to take your land and compensate you if they should. And this is, so
Yeah, I'm familiar. As a business owner, I'm familiar with that. I just use what everybody here will understand because most of us are in diaphragm, except in Ngozi, So yeah, thank you.
All right. Janaba.
Dr. Damage, sorry, with me, I don't like trouble. I mean, I know the hell when Wahala show itself. Now they will say I've started again. And if I said I'm going to be honorable and respectful, but me, I have been trying to avoid someone, not to say anything in the chat section. Normally I shouldn't. The man called Motown has been speaking for my attention, calling me 70-year-old woman. Other women reading this might not want to come to the platform. It should be. This is an international platform where a lot of people are reading. It is very disheartening and discouraging that in this day and age, an African man, especially that guy, Motown from Nigeria, will be so disrespectful to a woman and he's going to give birth to a girl and has a woman as a wife. I wonder how you keep women around you, including your wife and your mother. That is very rude. Please.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for bringing that to our attention. All right, Janaba.
Whatever killing a poor man will last for so long. Where the mining, the demolition of houses, as far as it's poor people, it has no solution. Like you said, you think the insurance can work in Nigeria if interest is there, because you will not pay people that without thorough investigation. So it's about interest. The lobbies will make sure that things are in order. And the reason why it is in Nigeria is it doesn't have, it's like COVID now. COVID was stopped around the world so quick because it has no respect. Especially if your system is compromised already, if it breathes through you, you are gone. So anything affect poor man is a long way to freedom. If the legal mining, who are the one taking the mining? Is it not the rich people that bring them there, and the poor people will lose everything? Mountain is demolished overnight. Who does that? It's the elite that is still doing all of those things in the back of the poor people. So whatever affect poor people, the solution take very, 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 very long, because poor people can't fight back. They use everything against the poor people. They use poverty, disease, oppression, injustice. So that's what happens when things like that happen. And you want to tell me that what happened in Ibadan? Where is the government all this while? They don't know that there's illegal mining going there until the explosion. So it is what it is, man.
All right, Janaba, thank you. Let me just clear something. Janaba, you said you were talking about poor people. The people, that guy that built that house is not a poor man. An average now this is statistics we saw that over 70% of Nigerians don't have 50,000 naira in their bank account. So that man that built that house is not.
No, are you talking about the
Enugu? Yeah, the Enugu guy. Yeah,
I talk about the Enugu, the one that Ngozi can share where they were
where they go for hiking.
That
people.
And the other side of it is I don't know what they want from my Igbo brother. They say make them come back to East. They came back to East now. They follow them, go demolish their house again. I don't know what they want. So they will settle themselves. That's politics for me. So they say come home and develop your home. These guys, they work so hard, came home. Governor say maybe, and all of those things have a political tone on it sometimes. Because look at the one that used to be in Ibadan singing. What is his name? Remember when they demolishes his house? Some of those things are politics, even though you see it like, why should I? So it is the other guy, the comedian, or the one that I know the guy. I mean, he's on the internet everywhere. And your guest, you don't want to talk about it. He says because he says that the people are supposed to speak forcefully that this is not right. But then he said he have his paper. He was waving his paper and taking it off for the governor. The governor come and kiss his body. What did he want to take his clothes for? What is that for?
All right. Thank you. Ngozi got 1 minute, then I'll go to flagship. Go ahead, Ngozi.
Correct something I said earlier. Earlier, I had said that it was the Enugu State Capital Territory Development Chairman that said that thing. But let me read out a brief statement by the Commissioner for Information for Enugu State about the demolition. He says, "What we saw in the trending video today was an attempt by the originators to demarket Enugu State as an investment destination for real estate development. But in reality, the operation by ECTDA, that's the Capital Territory Development people, and the security agencies was a testament that government is resolved to rid the state of criminal elements and protect property rights and investment in the state." If you go down, I just want to read out that portion where he says, "It is also funny that the young man has been brandishing a mere deed, which cannot be an approval to build. We won't succumb to blackmail." See, sometimes for the sake of that this is a public platform, there are some things you don't want to say because let me just leave it like that. This is what the Commissioner for Information has to say. Somebody's father, somebody's father, that his senses are correct, that is complete, supposedly. This is what he has to say. I'll just leave it at that because this
All
whole
right.
thing is pissing me off.
Done ready. All right. So two things. One is that we pointed this out when it happened in Lagos. Why do they have to wait until the building gets to that point before they figured out, oh, we have to destroy, demolish this, and not give them enough time? Again, the information minister identified something that should be of interest to a lot of people. The marketing, the market, what is the word? The marketing, yeah. Enugu as a destination of choice. So they know maybe after the fact that, oh, this thing they are doing will mean that people will not come to Enugu to build. They are beginning to figure that out after the fact. They should have thought about that before. I mean, the house is not going to run away. Whatever is the issue can wait for 1 month to resolve it, for 2 months, for 1 year. But they know they go and give you 1 week and destroy the house. And then now they are saying that, oh, people might not come back to Enugu to invest.
Sorry, Doc.
Anyway,
They're also claiming that some of those demolition videos are old videos. They are claiming that some of those videos are old videos, which is untrue.
all right. All right. So it tells you that they're getting the hits. All right. The flagship, you're next.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, for clarifying the aspect of culture. I was going to speak on it briefly, but I'm glad you were able to make that demarcation. The, the the issue here is this: there is an agenda, and it's a big one. The government is aware of it. There is no government in whose country, state, or local government, county, whatever you call it, that will be present and is unaware of any activity that is going on which majorly would affect the citizens of their country, state, or local government. They are aware and they are in on it. Now, the question is, does this agenda include the people? No, it does not. Do they care that it does not include the people? No, they don't care. And why does it not include the people? It is because the people refuse to speak out and push back. I would reference Amechi's video sometime last year when he was talking about politicians and pushback and all of that, where he said, if Nigerians want to take back their country, they can take it back. It's just because nobody's responded. So until we start to push back, no matter how little we started, they will continue to do what they do. You see, I travel a lot for work. I'm in 5 states every week. That's how much I travel, Monday to Friday. And each time I get to my destination, I do not like to rent cars because it's a lot of work for me to do that and then try to catch the next flight onto my next destination. So I'm always doing Lyft or Uber. When I get to some cities, I find out that there's no Lyft, there's no Uber, there are just taxis. And I had a guy that I formed a good relationship with. So when I come to town, I just call him. He's there at the airport waiting for me. And when I'm done with business, he's there to pick me up and back to the airport. So my question was, why is there no Lyft or Uber in your city? He said, oh, yeah, they came, but we fought them out. I was like, oh, really? How did you do that? He said, well, taxi is a good resource for many of us here. And we rely on it so much. But when Uber came, we found out that initially it was good. They were taking only 15% of the ride, but it got up to the point where it was now nearing 25%. And it was just not working for us, the average cab driver. So we pushed back, we fought, and Uber was kicked out. That's what it takes. If you sit down and do nothing and expect the government is aware. They give the licenses, they give the approvals to the miners, to the people who come there to break down your homes because they have something else they've got in mind to execute, which you are not informed about. That when they tear down your home after a 1 week notice, you can't do nothing to them. The guy in what do you call it? Abuja is aware. The state governor is aware. Your local government chairman is aware. Your senators, your House of Rep members, they are all in on it. The question is, have you gone to approach them and question them about this? Have the young men and women in the city put up a town hall meeting and request that the senator or the House of Rep member come and be in attendance and ask these pertinent questions? Why do you sell land to us? Give us permissions or whatever documents you give, and we don't have a permit to build. Or whatever document you gave to us that say, yeah, we can go ahead and build, was not signed and issued and agreed upon by you and us. That you can wake up tomorrow and say, oh, well, no, you didn't get the right and permit to build here. So guess what? We're going to tear it down. And there's nothing you can do about it. You can't go to the court. You can't go nowhere to ask. These are the things that need to be put on the table to ask. Put up a town hall meeting. Have your House of Rep members, senators, when they come to town, let's sit down and talk. These are the issues on ground. These are what we want to do. 6 months from now, we're going to meet again and talk about what advancements we've made. If we keep quiet, these things will keep going on. Until we push back, it will never stop. We will never be included in the big plan. And before you know it, life will not be as it's always been, like we used to know it, from when we were knee high to now that we're adults. I'll end here.
All right, thank you so much. I want to appreciate Olumide. He's been quiet. This is the revolution. Since he came in, he didn't intervene. So I appreciate you for that. And I want to go to Forefathers first. I hope you keep waiting. We'll come to you. I will listen to you before I leave. Forefathers first, and Paul, then Olumide.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Dr. Rudolph, and greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. Yeah, this week has been very eventful with all the kidnappings in the Abuja area and all the problems we keep hearing from Nigeria. I didn't follow the football much because I've given up on Nigerian football for quite a while now. But the issue, the one that really got to me was Tinubu coming on TV to basically say it doesn't matter that the people are jackbarring, that they are going to create more. And I just found that completely a betrayal of the Nigerian people. And I don't know why people just hear this and think it's okay. Because what is different from that and slavery, what he's doing? He's willing to say, he said they are going to make more. And they will even make more to send to them. That's what he said. 200 years, 400 years has not made any difference in our elite class. I've been saying it, that this elite class, they are the ones that sold our people as slaves, and they've not changed. That Tinubu has friends that he talks to that have that, share that kind of mindset, and you wonder why the country is as it is. And he forgets the Tinubu name itself. Does anybody know about Madam Tinubu? The name is associated with slavery. This is a woman that said she would rather drown her slaves than sell them any cheaper than she wants to sell them. This is the kind of leadership that we have in our country. I find that a serious betrayal to our people, because he didn't just say the people should go. I didn't care. He was going to make more and send them there. That's kind of these people are not here to help you develop at all. The same problem that we used to have before is still there right now. And when people say Nigeria have a cultural issue, I think we have an elite class issue. An elite class issue, they've not woken up to their responsibility to the people. An elite class, your job is to make sure your society progresses, not to make sure other people's society progress. What has Tinubu done now? He was saying that Nigeria is getting better when people are getting kidnapped left and right. I just got off from a phone with somebody, came to Abuja within 6 months, robbed, almost kidnapped, took money out of his account, and he's looking to abandon Abuja and escape. Just today, barely 30 minutes ago. This is the kind of government that we have, telling us that things are getting better when all the metrics is going negative. I don't understand our people, and I've spoken to Nigerians, and what I begin to find that Nigerians have a lot of good features. I've spoken to so many different people around the world, from Americans, South Americans, East Africans, North Africans, South Africans. And when I see Nigerians sometimes, when I hear the way we talk sometimes, we have a counter-development culture. There is something seriously wrong with us, and they are the worst. I can tell you right now, I work with Indians, and I am not a very big fan of Indians because of their caste system. Nigerians are the worst. They are the worst. Somebody that will tell you that they are willing to drown slaves than to get a cheaper price for them. That mentality has not changed today. These are the kind of people, they don't value human life. They don't even value their own. I don't understand the kind of mindset that creates this kind of elite class. And if we don't shed it, we'll never get all this stuff we are talking. We're just wasting our time. We have to start putting pressure on these people to change their mindset, because this is a mindset of an elite class. Tinubu is not alone in thinking like that. He's not alone. And he was in the state where the governor was promising people to send them overseas when he said these things. Is he only Tinubu that is doing it? There are people in the south is doing the same thing. In the north, they are all too happy to do the same thing. That is the one that kills me the most. And me, I'm invested in Nigeria. I want the country to do well. But when you have these people, this elite class, and we are also culpable because we enable them. And many of the people I speak to, they are not in Nigeria. Some people, they are overseas, where they will make a call in 10 minutes. The police will come and save them, or in 10 minutes, counter-terrorism police will respond to come and save them. They will, when you tell them to put security in Nigeria, they will make every excuse under the sun not to do it. They will say it's tribalism. They will say religious, it's Fulani, it's everything. And that's why I find them so wicked. Our people are. I've spoken to so many people, and I can tell you that other people have ears to hear. They learn to change when they hear things. Our people, they want to bring you to their level, not to get you to where they are or where you are. The idea is that if that kind of attitude helps sometimes, if you are intransigent, you believe you are correct all the time, it helps, because if other people want to come and influence you, you are going to be able to withstand it. But it's also very damaging if you are not going to be willing to learn and grow. And that is what we have in our culture. For me, it is a very negative thing, and it makes me very, very raw, because I just experienced some policies. I want to go to Abuja. Now, all fire is setting off there. The place I wanted to start investing in Nigeria first was in the north, which was in Zaria. Boko Haram was there. I shifted to Abuja. I've been investing in Abuja now. Now I'm stuck in Abuja, and Abuja is being set on fire again. What kind of, it's like you don't want to develop the people at all. What kind of leadership do we have in Nigeria? What kind of people do we have in Nigeria? Because this same person that was telling me that all this stuff is happening to him, he came to Abuja 6 months ago, and they've robbed him once. They kidnapped him from a hotel, and there was one other thing that happened to me. Now he wants to run out of Abuja and come back in low key, so that nobody notices that he's there. And this is a brain. And when he gets the chance, he's going to escape Nigeria. Every chance they get, they escape the country. And the reason why all these things are happening is because we have a culture where we don't hold people accountable. And like what we were talking about a moment ago, about the property that they wanted to destroy. We don't know the facts. We don't really know the facts. We have to wait. We don't know what the governor is looking to do. We just assume that they want to destroy the house. Personally, I don't even know why they destroy houses, except the house is blocking drains or something like that. But if somebody builds a house, they are criminals. It doesn't mean you should destroy the house. You can sell the house. I don't know why they always have to destroy everything. So I don't necessarily know that case very well. But in terms of what I find is that, like the Lagos one, when they were demolishing, people jump on it and just start thinking that they know what is going on. You don't necessarily know what is going on. And we have a culture that doesn't want to check facts before they act. Be patient, know the truth, act positively. You are going to get somewhere. That's why I look at it. And if we want to get somewhere, we really have to start learning to at least take this our ego thing away a little bit. Not be. I don't understand it because I don't have ambition. I don't have pride though. If I had pride, all the insults I've gotten here, I would have lost it by now.
Yeah, but could you take a pushback though? I mean, you
can
go
have
on.
your
No. Let me
just
push
see what
back.
I'm saying. I'm
Let
not
me
going
push
to
back on the 2 points you made. Right?
No, Pastor, no. That means you will speak more than I have time for.
Dr. Damage. Let me say something about what you Naija just said. I wanted to say something in reference to the kidnapping.
No. Hold on. No, please. We want to make sure.
My point is that I don't have pride. I don't have pride for anything. The only pride I have is when somebody teaches me something that I learn from it. That's when I'm happy. Because if I don't learn to get better, what is the point? Because I know we are in a bad place. We should be wanting to learn and grow and grow and grow. We are in a very, very bad place. How can you not want to learn? It's like you are in elementary one, you don't know much, and you block the people that know better. You don't want to learn from them. How are you supposed to get out of that position so that you don't end up on your children don't end up in a bad place?
But forefathers, who are you addressing? Who are you talking to?
I'm addressing Nigerians that I've spoken to. I've been on panels where they would insult you for just saying something that is mundane. They will tell you that calling somebody a devil is less benign than telling somebody what is wrong with you. They will tell you that
Rudolph,
satanic is an insult.
He's referring to me.
Say,
We're in a panel a couple of days ago.
I'm not referring to you. I'm not referring to you.
It's not just you. Don't worry.
Hold on now. Rudolph, hold on. He's going on and on.
No. Pansat, you get your chance.
I'm not referring to you.
So, forefathers, can you round up and
yeah, I will try to round up. I've gone long. They will tell you that they will basically gaslight you and tell you that what you understand about life is not what it should be, all because they want to bring you to their level. You have situation whereby even I fear that what has happened in Nigeria. The other day, I'm beginning to go through some of the videos of Nnamdi Kanu too. Some of the things he has said, and I'm beginning to understand why some people misunderstand the reality completely, because his own narrative, like one of them, he was saying that Fulanis are given access to Nigeria because of Nigeria. Fulanis are able to go all around the country and be everywhere. It's like, how is that necessarily the reason why you have a problem in the country? Are you going to argue that is not exactly the same reason why Southeasterners are all over the country in Nigeria? It's like, and he will tell people these things and they will believe and they will hold grudge against one section of the country. There is something seriously wrong with our narrative. This is why. Hold on. Let me just finish. Let me just finish my point. You are started interjecting now.
Did you get the news of
You see that? He started interjecting.
Did you get the news of Mietiala?
No, hold on.
The reason why I was so angry last week, I was so angry on one of the channels that I said that all our leadership, all the people that we like to think that they have been doing very well for us, many of them have betrayed us. Because if you look deeper into the details, you find that these people are all just similar. They are all doing the same thing, betraying our people repeatedly, instead of them to be fighting for their people. Even small Hamas, look at what small Hamas is doing for his people. We don't fight for our people at all. 200 and something million people, they sell us cheap. None of these people are fighting for their people. It's almost as if we have given up. 1.3 billion people around the world, and nobody's speaking for them. And Nigeria is sitting on top of everybody. Nobody's talking about our future or what are we aspiring to. Somebody committed a suicide in Nigeria, and one of the notes she left behind was, there is no future. What is the future? Maybe it's personal, but that same comment that she lady put there Obasanjo has said, receiving a letter from a lady saying exactly the same thing, that she looks at Nigeria, she doesn't see any future. What
All
kind
right.
of what kind of society are we running?
All
We
right.
have to seriously question our elites. Every single one of them. Anytime they change something, question why they are doing it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Paul, before you speak, let me just clarify something, not for you to respond to others, but if we have the chance. I'm hearing, Olumide, please, can you mute yourself? So, Forefather said something that I want everybody to pay attention to. He said his friend, he called his friend, and his friend talked to him about what the friend is going through in Abuja. And as a result of that, his anger with a lot of things in Nigeria doubled. Okay, he's obviously for good reasons, and he's concerned because he has investment in Abuja. But then when he was talking about reaction to what the video from Enugu and what happened in Lagos, he was talking about us waiting for details for us to react. And the important thing to note for everybody really is forefathers, and this is why I respect everybody's opinion and I value it, because people are coming from, like, people receive this kind of call you received few minutes ago, and they are coming from that perspective that they know what they had, they know what their people are going through. You may not agree with everything you are thinking, but they are coming from the same place you are coming from. Okay, I spoke to somebody who gave me insights on what some of the things going on in the country today, and I can tell you from what I heard that what's going on is worse than you think. Whatever you think is going on now is 10 times worse than you think. All right, Paul, you're next.
Yeah, Doctor, thank you. And I really like what you said, what is going on. I was talking to one of my in-law like almost 2 months ago, and he told me, he said, the poor people in Nigeria are really crying, things are hard. But this man told me, he said, even though the rich, the elite, they are finding things so difficult. This man has a daughter here schooling, and he said they used to get dollar for 400 and something CBN rate. Somewhere along the line, that dollar moved from 4 something to 9 something CBN rate. Meanwhile, his daughter's school did not even increase 1 cent in school fees, but his daughter's school fees triggered over 100% plus. You can imagine. So even though the rich that send their kids to go school abroad, they're finding it very hard because they're paying school fees and they're also buying gas. They pay for other things. They pay for security to protect themselves. So things are really, really tough in Nigeria. But I will say something really triggered me yesterday. I really felt bad with the Israel and the Hamas war. So I'm deviating a little bit when I saw what CNN uncovered in Palestine, where the IDF went down there to dug out grave, killed over 24,000 of these people. You still went there again to go dug out grave of the people you killed mercilessly. You understand? There is the Jewish grave, there is the Christian grave, and there is the so-called Muslim grave. They didn't dug out the Muslim grave. They didn't dug out the Jewish grave. They didn't dug out the Christian grave, but only went to the Muslim grave. And they say, they are looking for their own people that they suspect that maybe some of the people that the Hamas must have killed. If you are doing investigation, why don't you dug out all your grave? You understand? Even in their worstest time, you even take their life, you still want to mess them. But doctor, you see some people, some of us who support things like this. That is exactly what is catching up with forefather to some extent. You understand? When things hit him personally, he's feeling the way some of us will feel in a different way. Doctor, this is a country, Nigeria, is a country where governments spend millions upon millions upon millions to send people to go for pilgrim. The Christians will go, the Muslim will go, they will spend money. But this same government will destroy people, property, worth of those same millions. that can bring revenue to the government, because these people will pay in different ways. They whether pay tenement rates or they'll pay land use charge. Businesses, they'll put up small businesses around those places and everything. But the government don't care. Sometimes I find it very difficult the way we think. Doctor, I have friends who buy properties from the county, from the cities. There are properties that the cities are selling and everything. You still see these properties. The properties will be there. Where people buy for decent price. These are properties that scattered all over the 50 states in America. I know people who are telling me, hey, just put yourself together and everything. You can do it. You make good money because you buy this property very, very cheap and everything. You will see the properties there. You go to the site, you see everything there. So sometimes when we talk about, the government, you see the Commissioner of Information is coming out. I can't even go to Enugu to go to the Commissioner of Information, their site. I can't go to the regional or urban town planning. I can't go to their site to go see what they are putting out there. You understand? To counter what some of these people are saying. We can't see anything. Is that not too hard for us? Is this how we will struggle for information when we find ourselves in the West? And I want to believe this should be the most easiest thing for any one of us to get. If I can press one button, I can access the video. If I can press one button, I can access TY Savvy. I can press one button to access my local government chairman. Are they all not Nigerians? I can't get it. You understand? You can't access anything from our government. Like I said, most of the government offices here, maybe we drive past them. We don't even know where most of the government offices here. The government offices are all in our phones, our laptop, and our tablets. We just go online and we access whatever we want to do. But you don't get all this type of thing in real time in Nigeria. It just makes things hard. We can't run a nation like this. We can't run a nation like this. So when I criticize as I'm criticizing the next man that is here, maybe the man that is in charge of that office come from his own constituency or is his own town or village, he will feel bad. Oh, you are criticizing my name. Oh, it's not like that. Till the other one will catch it up with you, then you feel bad. I just can't get it. I don't know how we think we can grow a nation like this. You understand? We just run the country anyhow we like. Then in return, we believe what God cannot do does not exist. Is it not funny? As dull as I could be, only for me to find myself in the West. Now I'm better off everybody that is smarter than me in my class, in my place of work, because I find myself in the West and not like I did anything special. And the same people in the West will tell me that, damn, Paul, you smart. And I was not smart. And not like I went back to drawing board, not like I sleep in the library. I just can't get it. We can do better. The way we are taking this country from the presidency to the councillor to the ward supervisor, we all have failed this country. We failed this country tremendously. That is my take for now. It's getting me too emotional.
Thank you so much. Olumide.
Thank you, Rodolph. So I want to start by saying that the Enugu issue, I think, is more of what happened in Lagos State. By my own opinion about that, is more of political vendetta than anything else. You understand? Because why didn't they start this demolition until after he got the Supreme Court judgment? You will notice that this started out not until after. So maybe he's trying to pay back some people. You understand? But because if you truly want to do things the right way, why are these boys claim they have the right papers? Why are the people in your government agencies not being punished for issuing fake papers if they did that in the first place? But I think they can go to court and seek redress, though. They can get lawyers, they can seek redress, but for them to get justice is another thing entirely, because that country, like I always say, is a shithole country. Anything can happen. So I think it's more of political vendetta than anything. And they are trying to copy Lagos State for payback time. I want to read an excerpt from Shore. One moment. regarding the explosion. I think it kind of summarizes my own opinion of the whole issue. But Showore, in a reaction on X platform, highlighted posers for Governor Makinde and security agencies in the state regarding the deadly blast, saying that even in developed countries, it takes nothing less than 48 hours before government agencies make a categorical statement about a massive explosion. He added that this include cordoning off the area, obtaining evidence on the scene, analyzing it before telling the public what exactly happened. Showore said that in less than 10 hours, Governor Sheyi Makinde already investigated the incident in court and submitted it was illegal miners in court. He questions, who are the illegal miners? What do they mine and why are they in possession of such powerful explosive? Is there any explosive dealer known to security agencies in Eyebrow neighborhood in Ibadan that the government had long been aware of and did nothing about? Again, who is that miner? What is the miner's name and what do they mine in Oyo State? Is it gold, silver, cobalt, uranium, or what? A release should be done immediately to reveal the identity of the miners. According to Showore, mining and using explosive as a procedure and rarely explodes without a trigger, especially dynamite. You have to ignite it automatically or use fire. Was the building rigged with explosives? If so, why so? Is the governor or the Oyo State government aware of mining in Agodi residential area? Is the governor aware of it? Or is or the state carrying out rock blasting in a residential area? The DSS is saddled with approving the use of explosives in Nigeria. What is their public position on what happened? At least citizens need a preliminary report about the DSS on this matter immediately. So it kind of summarizes the whole thing. And I was listening to an online YouTube blog, like I watch yours, and a US major, army major officer of Nigerian extraction, I won't say his name, said from his own assessment, what happened looked like a bomb blast. You understand? From his own assessment, looked like a bomb blast. The governor was quick to make conclusion. First, they said it was a gas explosion. You see the GAFE? And there is not even a police officer, and he's coming to say illegal miners. Oh, the people, the residential area, the neighborhood association should have reported it. They knew about it. You can see the incoherent assessment there. So are these really people? Are they there to secure the lives of the people? And like what Showore said, how long have they been mining in Oyo State that they don't know about? So what racketeering is going on by government officials? That resources are being mined that should be to the benefit of the people, and a few people are cornering it. You can see kind of worms opening up there. But I'm going to leave that that aside, and I'm going to conclude by saying that you know what, the Nigerians are in a mess right now, and God help them. The kidnapping is going on in Abuja, and people are saying that it's payback time for Wike, that Gumi is trying to pay him back for his bragado and all the rest of it. I mean, is that a saying? Is that a country? And then when we say it's a shithole country, people begin to insult us and say, oh, we don't know what we're talking about. I'm going to conclude. There's another report by Sarah Reporters. I don't know if you guys have heard about it. It says explosion rocks Kaduna State community, leaves 9 persons injured.
Yeah, it's a breaking news.
I
It's
know.
true.
Is this what is going to be going on and on and on? Explosion
It's true.
rocks. They're not even saying what caused it. You know, they're not. You understand? They haven't said how many people died. They only say if there's no way that kind of explosion will occur and people won't die. So I don't know. This is just going to get what. And then Rudolph, you didn't carry that news or the vigilante group that Miyetti LS started in Nasarawa, and they are going to start in Zamfara. You understand? And now they are criticizing, and you forefathers, you are criticizing them, the kind of for setting up ESN. When Miyetti Allah a known terrorist organization is setting up a vigilante group approved by WHO. And we are calling for state police, and you are telling us we don't have a right to call for state police. See, what is going to solve, at the minimal level, what is going to solve all these problems is to allow the people elect who they want. If you don't allow the people elect who they want, and you will continue to force criminals on the people, this is what they'll get. You understand?
All right.
Sharing people's resources and loot, this is what you'll get.
Olumide, thank you. Thank you so much. Jagun and then Pansat.
I've got to really thank Olumide for the news that he gave us, news that he gave me. It gave me a much clearer understanding than what I've been able to amass, especially to do with Ibadan and the explosion there. Because what I heard is that it was a gas explosion, and my understanding kind of ended there. And what you explained sounds a lot more plausible, especially given the reports that you cited. Again, it brings us to this point where I can see agreement across the board where this is concerned in many ways, but I'm not sure we agree as to where it points. You see, unfortunately, Nigeria is an extremely rich country, and there's a lot under the ground. Half of it we don't even know about. However, other people are quite aware. The Chinese have been coming in for a long time now, and there was a time that they were exporting dirt, and people were wondering, why are you exporting dirt? What's the point of this? What we didn't know is that all the dirt that they were exporting had gold in it. The ground was full of gold, basically. And they would take it to China and sift it out, separate the wheat from the chaff, as it were. I don't think our country is being led by people who are administrators. We are being led by a caravan, a cabal, a non-caring elite, and it's been led by particular leaders. But we want to be blind by it. We want to talk tribalism. We want to talk all these funny things that I'm thinking, look, it's pointing. Follow the money. Follow the thing. That's where it is. But no, people want to start doing their European misunderstanding of fair play. This ain't. We're not in Europe. In Nigeria is not Europe. What goes on in Nigeria, for me, it stands to be the fault of the people. And what I mean by that is that the people have not governed their territory. The neighbors have not partnered themselves to make sure that they're well looked after. We acting like disparate people, I'm afraid, and this is what happens when we are so divided. The news that we're hearing today, I'm afraid we're going to just be hearing it more and more and more. It's the state of affairs in Nigeria. If we look back, there was a big explosion in Lagos. The pipeline, an oil pipeline, was not even 6 feet deep. So as it was sifting now, it caught light. No, it caught light from the sun. Bang, everything's up in smoke. We're not looking after ourselves, and we haven't been. So be sure to hear more of this bad news. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I also saw a report from People's Gazette. I think Ijoma highlighted it and I checked it out. The oil pipeline owned by Ajip was on fire in River States. Explosion on oil pipeline. All right, Pansat, you're next. After you, I will take a break. I'll hand it over to forefathers.
Thank you very much. Let me continue on the existing protocol. I was here earlier and I spoke. Look, I don't take delight in coming to these platforms and addressing somebody here who's known as forefathers, also known as True Nigeria and other platforms. But I have to. Who else is going to do it? I know that Olumide tries sometimes. That Rudolph were in another platform 2 days ago, 48 hours ago, maybe 3 days, with forefathers. And I was in the comment section and he was on the platform as a panelist. And I've said many times, there is no hierarchy created when it comes to true or false. Even you, as the host, perceptively, by imagery, we're looking at you, the host, as like the top pecker right there. Then maybe your guest, and then maybe the people on the platform, and then those who are in the comment section. And obviously, that's an illusion, right? That is not the way it works. In sorting out true or false. I want to say that so that forefather doesn't keep deceiving himself that if he gets on a platform, especially becomes a host, that then that gives him some kind of 2x4 to whack us who are in the comment section. So what I went to that platform to do a couple of days ago was to soundly defeat him over there with this kind of arguments that he makes, and had him thrown off the platform and called evil and the devil, and he was thrown out of that platform, right? And for your own benefit, Rudolph, I did announce your coming guest for tomorrow on that platform. It's a sizable platform, so I told them you have a guest coming. So now, why am I saying that? We always see two Niger come here in highfalutin terms. He's talking about us, our country, our people. Now, let me first say, I'm not one of his people. All right, I'm not. There is no us yet. We want this aspirational. We want a Nigeria. We want a constitution. We want a powerful military. We want a country that works for everybody. Right? Don't mind these cowardly people who keep saying, "Oh, we need to write us a constitution, or we need to change the constitution," because they're cowards. Nigeria doesn't have a constitution. In essence, the military cobbled something together, right? But we didn't give them that power. So we don't have to go to them to release us so we could have a constitution. But let me address to Niger, because now, remember, I told you before, he and I had a debate. You could find it on YouTube about a year ago, mano a mano. And I beat him to a pulp in that debate. It's on the record. You check it out. But he doesn't want to listen. What he does, he comes here to talk as if somebody makes sense that he's going to hear what that person, he's going to learn, right? I know it's a platform where I have to end at some point, but let me say, everybody on this platform right now know some of the solutions to having security in a country. It's not just a military thing. There are social part of it. The local government has to be strengthened. There should be economic equality. There should be reduced in organized crime. There should be jobs. There are all kinds of soft stuff. So now, what I'm saying is that not only is forefathers being ambiguous, he's deceptive, treacherous. Sometimes he tries to cover it under Machiavellian dissembling on principle dishonesty. At some point, you, Rudolph, you have to be held accountable for what he's doing. To come here and talk about Nnamdi Kanu and try to put our people on the same footing with terrorists from the north, Fulani terrorists, who are menacing all over the country. To always, because minorities, and Paul is not going to like that, because I don't exonerate minorities in the equation, right? There are people, obviously. But what I'm saying is that in every country, minorities like to pit the majority together. Israel does it. Jews do it here in the United States. In Nigeria, people from, I don't know where the hell he comes from, forefathers. Let's use Paul, for example. Before I corrected Paul and others from coming on this platform and talking about Igbos and being disrespectful, what they do is to try to pit the Hausa against the Igbo or the Yoruba against and try to bandwagon whenever it's convenient for them. Whereas they cause all the problem in the country. If they're strong enough to save that oil, would these northern Muslims come all the way to the south and take their oil, collaborate with the Yoruba? Look at what Dangote is doing. Came actually and took that whole oil and go and open a refinery, a fraudulent refinery in the Yoruba land, right? But that's not their problem. Forefathers' problem is Nnamdi Kanu, who has won every case that's been in the courts up to the Supreme Court. They don't want to release him. Nnamdi Kanu right now is more innocent than you and I. It's a procedural thing that's holding him down, right? I think the court aired there. So you can't, don't you ever, look, talk about your people. Don't you ever mention our people in your diatribe and your foolishness, right? Stay out of the Southeast. Talk about your people and how you're going to emancipate yourself from this stuff. Who are you? Did we tell you to go and increase the army for us? We don't want it, right? If we want army, more army, we'll join it. Right now, it's a Fulani army, Islamic army in northern Nigeria, and I want them as small as you could, maybe 10 of them for the entire country, 10 soldiers, right? So use your head. There are social components to the security in Nigeria. They have to be fair. The country has to obey the shambolic constitution they have that should recognize everybody in the country. So, Rudolph, I'm just 1 second to calm down so that it's a friendly thing. I'm irritated by some things, but I'm now begging you. This is where you come in. Now, I think you believe that you have forefathers built up. I don't know what it is. I can't imagine. Is his looks? What is it? Right? You're gonna have to. You have to let them that on a platform like this, we want to discuss a myriad of issues, not just the security, how to increase the Nigerian army. A lot of us believe that. What I actually came here to talk about was the NSARS. I don't know if I could take 1 minute to say my opinion on the NSARS, because it's very important that they know that I know this. I want you guys to know that I know this. NSARS, right? Can I go on?
1 minute, 1 minute, no more than that.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you a synopsis of it, the summary. NSARS wasn't a virtue. All right, they saw that they were successfully gonna bring down a Buhari administration that is horrible, and they saw how easy it was, and that's not really what they wanted. They were just after the limited area. So when they saw how successful it's gonna be, they pulled back. So I want to be allowed to elaborate on this whenever it's time, because it then carries over to today. They saw that the 5, I believe I don't know if it's made in 2020, they made 5 demands, and the government granted them those 5 demands. And I could tell you what those demands were. If you give me the time, I'll tell you how stupid it was, right? So these NSARS youth, they think they got everybody fooled, but you didn't fool me. You didn't mean business. You were up to doing something small, and then it worked. You were able to bring that government to its knees. Then you say, oh, wait a minute, they're going to destroy our Lagos, right? If we do this, this government is going to be gone. So they pull back fast. So I want to be able to talk about that at some point. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Pansat. I am surprised that you know that at some point you have to stop. When you said that, I said, okay, we're getting somewhere. Pansat, just so you know, I saw your encounter with Ijele on One Man Show. That was wonderful. I didn't know you could go that far. I thought you've given us the best of you, but your performance there was wonderful.
No, they say I was defeated in that thing between he and I.
I saw the score. How are you going there? I saw the score.
No. But I don't know if one man, I don't know what happened to him. He hasn't been online for 5 days or 6 days. See, I don't like to hide stuff like that. Like what the Yorubas are doing when they get attacked by the Fulanis, they want to hide it. They don't want people to know. They want to just think this thing is between the Igbos and the Fulanis, right? Have you seen, when they attack your Yoruba land, now my friend Jegun and Olamide, I don't look at you as Yorubas, I look at you as Igbos, as a matter of fact. So when
Man,
they get
you're about
attacked,
my friend.
when they get attacked, they hide it. They hush it up.
Pansa, I didn't
So
want you to continue. I just wanted to point out that I saw that. And it was between you and Ijele. Both of you were both Igbos, and it was something else. It was unbelievable. I will play that for you.
Pansa, sorry, Rodolph. Pansa, see, being Yoruba nationalistic doesn't mean that I hate other or we hate other tribes. We just want a country that works. We have a Yoruba country doesn't mean we're going to hate other tribes. It just means that we're going to be very organized, very civil. If you come, you want to naturalize, but you do you're civil, just like the way they do it in US, or you understand that's what we want. We're not hating on anybody.
God
You
is going to
understand?
grant you
Nigeria
your
has
wish.
failed to work for all of us.
You're gonna make it. God is
They've
going to
failed
grant
to
you
work
your
for
wish.
us, and some people want to still force it down our throats.
All right. Expressionist, hold on before you speak. Let me play this for you guys a little bit. 1 minute. If that will play. Just tell you what they think. We invite you to share your opinion. What happens after? We cannot control. Participants may pound you like this. And then you will join Bumi in saying, this platform is not for the weak. We do not start every conversation you hear, but we make every conversation you hear sizzle. That's what we do.
Rodolph, are you saying that symbolizes to Nigeria?
I saw Pansat when they Ijele Pansat over there. But thank you guys for always being here and for joining. And this is your show. You make it interesting. And I can't do this without any of you and your contributions, no matter what you think. Like I said, you all have fans out there. When I go out there, people talk about all of you like you are heroes. So thank you. We hand over to Forefathers. Expressionist, you wanted to say something. Maybe you wanted me to hear that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I happened to listen to that altercation, and to me, it seemed like our dear Pansat, brother Pansat, was set up, and you just, entered the trap, and Igele was used to attack you. I was expecting you to understand that everyone was silent and watch the show go on. It felt like we were both in the boxing ring, even though we're close to the wall, regardless where we come from. But it became a bit kind of we are going to deal with transport today, and he's trying to deal with you, but at the same time, as a Nigerian, I'm trying to deal with you. You're a Yoruba. I'm dealing with myself because we are Nigerians. So you see, in the end, everyone is losing. That's what some of us don't understand. You're fighting yourself. If I'm fighting you, a Yoruba, I'm fighting myself because we are both Nigerians. A public international platform that the show, the boxing, publicly disgrace Nigeria, not just the tribes.
My sister, I really thank you very much. But one thing you have to watch out for is a paradox. Okay, in that case, that's what it's going to look like. Now, those who want to watch this encounter with this EJL of a character, they have to look at the preambles, the submissions before, and then when he was being disruptive. He doesn't know where he is. Now, what I'm going through here, I've gone through it with everybody on most platforms. and I've changed some people up. I don't want you to give me anything for it, right? People like Paul here, virtually everybody. I had a battle with Man of Prestige, even with you, Mr. Expressionist, and one man, and so they go and they bring this guy. I don't know where the hell he's from. I know he's an Uber guy, and we get that, but I didn't cross the line knowing that we're gonna need him, right? So I did not cut off his nuts or anything like that.
All
But
right.
he was abusive, and that's all.
Answer, thank you, and the flagship, thank you, Paul, thank you, Edmund, thank you, Chim, Man of Prestige, Olumide, and Expressionist. Forefathers, take it from here. Thank you, guys. And tomorrow, tomorrow, for those who may be joining us a few minutes ago, they joined a few minutes ago. Tomorrow we have the chairman of the Labour Party joining us. So if you can join us and we can talk to him. Take care.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye, sir.
Bye.
Sorry.
Fathers, be careful. If you don't be careful, they'll pound you like that guy. You see that guy where they pound on top of
greetings. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, hold on, forefather.
No, I think expressionist has the right of way. You know, women they're underrepresented. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry about that, Man of Prestige. For me, I don't have. You said me. I don't have issues with you or anyone. For me, I speak straight, and when I do that, I don't mean no harm. I'm not coming from a place of harm or taking it personal. We are just Nigerians and we want the country to work for everyone. I never ever had intention to disrespect you. If I did, I'm sorry.
You never did. I'm just being facetious in that case. And when you were Bear, I mean, I look forward to you speaking because you're a powerful woman. You're very, very beautiful, like my sister Ngozika. Now, when we come out here on this platform, there are a lot of things we're doing. A lot of audiences we're talking to. I happen to know what I've seen the movie. Right? I know what the end thing is. It's going to be a war. That's what we need to solve the problem in Nigeria. But that is way in front. So I don't expect anybody to understand that now. Nobody else has done it, right? Nobody else. Forefathers, let me just say, and could I go with my avatar for a minute and then come back? Is that okay?
Let Man of Prestige speak. He wanted to speak before.
I wanted to say something.
I'm going to go off camera for a minute and then I'll come back, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. I wanted to reference. Yeah. Okay. Let me speak. I wanted to reference to what forefather was saying earlier in reference to what's happening in Nigeria, kidnapping and some other things. I don't know if you know what's going on right now. There's a guy, supposedly, aka Chineza Philip, that the military, the police arrested for being the kingpin of what's happening in Abuja. All this thing is made up. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that everything that's going on right in Nigeria right now is the government is culpable to it, the police and everything. This Chineza Philip, his sister posted something on the web, everything, the whole chat they have before he, undergo whatever he undergo right now. He chatted with his sister that he has a business he has to do, with the government, that he's going to get paid for a lot of money. And eventually, the police arrested him because I think they already paid him for him to say that he is the kingpin. They don't want to solve the problem. They decided to arrest this guy. They're probably going to leave him there for a couple of days or a few days. Then they release him. Nobody knows when they release him. So he's been paid. The military, the government, and everything is comparable to what is going on. They just want to use this guy as a guinea pig, like they solve the problem going on right now. I think everybody heard about it yesterday or whatever. They
I saw that piece and I didn't believe one piece of it.
And it's still
he was all made up.
It was made up. And if you're not aware, this same name has been used in 2019. There's a girl in Lagos that was they suspect that was robbing defrauding the bank. They used the same name, Chineza Philip. And this guy, that's not his name. His name is Chukwemeka or something like that. The sister said it. So something is wrong with our country. They don't want to solve any problem. They are comparable to what is going on.
The question arises, to what end
would
they be doing something like that? What is the purpose? Why would they
want to tell you that they solve the problem? That is it.
Sorry, can I quickly interject? I hate to interject, but
Go ahead. Go
Mr. Man
ahead.
of Prestige, sorry.
Go ahead. Ngozi.
Forefathers, sometimes you ask the most very obvious questions. Like,
I don't
yeah,
know. It doesn't make
like
sense to
no,
me.
no, like really. Sometimes I wonder, I be this man, the why not me? Why is he asking this question? I be just wants us to talk. Like you're asking why they are spinning that
Mm.
propaganda, whipping up ethnic sentiments,
Oh no, but
repeatedly
I know about the
mentioning
ethnic
the
one. I
role.
know about the ethnic one, but I don't know about insecurity, creating insecurity in Abuja. It doesn't help them in any way. That's my
Who
thinking
says
anyway.
it
I don't know how
doesn't?
it helps them. How does it
Who
help
says it
them?
doesn't? We are distracted by it. We won't even look at it what they are doing at the National Assembly. We won't even pay mind to the presidency.
You think
It's
so?
all a game. And the fact that it is even happening in Abuja will make it even more distracting because like everybody will not be, hey, even the seat of government is no longer safe. Aso Rock is no longer safe. Capital territory is no longer safe. And people will be leaving. And these people will have a field day. It's all
Babangida didn't
strategic.
need that to. Babangida didn't need that to make all the money he made. Abiola
He
didn't need
is
that.
not
So I don't know
Babangida.
the
Their
logic.
master strategist is not Babangida. I don't even know why, in God's name, they fool themselves that this man is a master strategist. For God's sake, he's the most obvious person. I remember one time David Hondeyin came here and he said Tinubu is a very boring person, and I agree. He's very boring. There's nothing new. He doesn't have any new tricks up his sleeve. He's almost predictable. For those that follow patterns, he is almost predictable. We feel he is unpredictable because Nigerians have selective amnesia. We choose to remember what we want to remember and forget what we want to forget. This man, there's
Mm.
nothing fantastic about what he's doing now. There's nothing absolutely new about what he's doing now, or saying or not doing. Precedents for a reason are there for a reason. But I made a promise to myself. See, being a Nigerian and living in Nigeria and being a young person in Nigeria is very difficult. It's very difficult. Sometimes you wake up with anger, so much anger. And I I work sometimes as a freelancer, a creative writer freelancer. I can tell you that some of my friends that work remotely, hi, when they say may Nigeria not happen to you, it doesn't have to be ending your life or your properties being destroyed. You're deprived, you miss opportunities, you're denied opportunities just because you're living in Nigeria, just because you're Nigerian. And we come out and we talk, and people just want to trivialize everything. And it hurts. It hurts. Like really, really hurts. It is terrible. And then you see people make jokes about now Shebi, and they make jokes and taunt you for believing that a change could happen. They taunt you for wanting to still do right. You are the crazy person for wanting to follow
I think
rules.
see the reason why I think people have to have hope. The alternative is extinction.
I
Period.
am not against hope. I'm just speaking as a Nigerian, a young Nigerian living in Nigeria. I am telling you my reality. It is not funny. So forgive me when I come here and people are trying to be politically correct. People are trying to whitewash issues. It will not go down well with me.
Can I,
It won't.
Ngozi, sorry, can I ask a question for fathers, particularly because you are focused more on security. So, do you think that VK approached this insecurity issue in Abuja the right way? It came out recently saying that they've established 2 additional police divisions in Abuja. I don't know if other people heard, to address the insecurity issue. Is that the way to address it?
It's basically rearranging the deck on a sinking ship. They didn't increase the size. They just said, "Oh, we're going to create another unit from the police that already exists to specialize." I see specialization is the issue. The problem is still going to remain. And you notice that Zamfara area, all the northwest, is beginning to be a little bit quiet and is moving to the central region because there's always a void. You can't cover everywhere. When they fix northeast, it moved west because
They
the
did not fix
criminals
the
know
northeast.
northeast is less dangerous compared to where it was decades ago,
Is
a
it
decade ago.
or more underreported?
I think it's actually more secure now
You know, these people
than it
control the
was.
media. Are we going to pretend that they
Boko
just?
Haram used to control villages. They used to control villages and wipe out
And who
military
says they
units
still don't?
because there is no news of that and there is no
That is
evidence that that is
exactly
happening.
it. They stopped reporting it. They gagged the
But that's
media.
not true though.
We
But
have to be
there's
careful. We have
news.
to be careful when we say things are
There's
still
news in
burning when there's
Sahara
no evidence
reporters. There
for
are
it.
more recent news in Sahara reporters that these guys,
Sorry,
these
guys.
bandits collect money.
Sorry, guys.
They
I'm
collect
lost.
tax
What
from
exactly are we?
farmers.
What exactly are we doing? What's the? Rudolph left, and we just went into a chaos. What topic
We
are
are
we
having a
talking about?
discussion. If the people that are having a discussion, if you want it to start moving in sequence, that's fine too. We can do
No,
that.
but I'm not
We have
sure what topic we were discussing because it looked to me like Ngozi wanted to have a comment. I was waiting for her to end it, that you would take control and tell us where we were going, and then it became a free for all. I'm not used to that kind of process. That's why I'm asking.
I understand. Like I said,
Insecurity.
we are thinking Olumide brought the issue of insecurity up, and this thing Ngozika was addressing some points too that I felt like I needed to add. If you are free to add your own voice, if you wanted to add your own voice, nobody is stopping anybody from adding their own voice to it, because just like Olumide did, where it's a free, relaxed conversation. You see what I mean? It's not, if you want it to be regimented, we can have it regimented. Everybody talk 33 minutes, and it circles around over again. Do we prefer that?
All right. Well, let
Could
me
I
let me
just
then
sound off on
let
what
me
No,
bring
I
it.
never mentioned against what you were doing. I just thought
Godfather, I
maybe
think
we
I
needed to
prefer
stop
that
that
because
and then we have
Olumide
a
is here,
formal
Pansa is
process.
here. We can't do 3 minutes. It
No,
will
but
never be possible.
Paul, what I do, which is what I'm gonna do now, is to give my 2 cents, and I'm gonna exit the
Well,
stage.
look,
Right? You have all day to talk. I don't try to stay for a long time. I'll go to the comment section, and then if I have something to say, I'll come back. So let me just say succinctly, forefathers, I doubt if you didn't hear when Sheikh Gumi came out about 2 months ago or more and sounded an alarm that he didn't like a Southerner being in charge of Abuja, and that if Tinubu does not correct that, that he was going to make some kind of trouble. Right? Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of the comment. I'm not very clear
Okay.
whether he said he was going to make trouble though, but I'm aware he made that comment that a Southerner should not be in charge of Abuja. Yes.
Okay. So now everything afterwards, then will have to be speculation, but we have to also understand that we're smart enough to put one and two together. We know that when Jonathan was there in Abuja as president, a Southern Christian president, there were bombing of United Nations, for example. Girls were kidnapped from Chibok. 290 something girls kidnapped from Chibok, and there's been no prosecution of any terrorists at all on the from 2015 to 2000 when what is it 22 or 23 when Buhari left. So what I'm saying to you is that you try to give benefit of the doubt, and you want those people before the Northerners and the Muslims and these terrorists are assumed to be what they are, they have to be proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty. But then when it comes to us in the South who are saying, hey, look, this is not right, there tends to be a pattern here that's, then you doubt those. Do you understand? You doubt us, but it's not fair. It's not fair.
I don't think I doubt it. I never supported what Gumi said. It's just as bad as people saying it in the South too. You can't. Nobody
please.
listened to him anyway.
No, but look, you condemning it by saying, "Look, I don't accept what he says." Then what are you going to do about what he said? Do you understand what I'm saying? We just don't say we condemn it, and there's no moral equivalence. You don't have any Christians
who want to be thrown in jail for saying that. If that's what you want, I'm up for it. That one too, so that all these useless people are not going to be causing division in the country.
Okay,
because
who are you comparing him to now?
It's a form of hate speech now.
Who are you comparing him to?
No, my point is that it's a form of hate speech when you keep using race, this thing, that's tribes, religion as a way of describing people's appointments. So Nigeria,
or bombing,
about it,
or killing. In essence, he's not just violating speech here; he's actually doing things. In essence, we are alleging that he is at least a spokesman for the terrorists,
See,
or he's enabling the
Answer, it's the
terrorists
same
to kill.
Nigerians that will be saying they should release him for free. When you, if Nigerians, they will say they hate corruption. You tell them make corruption capital punishment. They say, oh no, that's too harsh. You say division. You shouldn't. They don't like division. They are all, many of us are enjoying countries that are protected by hate speeches and all the rest of it. When it's happening in Nigeria, they say, oh no, people have the right to say what they like to say. We're tribes. We have pride of our tribes and all the rest. You better pick and choose.
No,
you don't. You can have it.
Look, you can have both, right?
Okay,
you could have freedom of speech, and also you could have security in the country. You cannot sit here talking about, okay, do you want him thrown in jail too? Who else is thrown in jail? Who is the two? Who is the first one? Who are you talking about? In essence,
I said, do you want him thrown in jail like everybody else that, like in the West, where they throw people in jail for saying hateful things? If you carry a Hamas flag right now in London protesting, you end up in jail.
Right, but look, we're not saying that the statement that he made is the end of it. We're saying that not only has he made the statement, he's carried out terrorist attacks. Do you understand? I want you to don't be a gap with your mouth there and looking. I'm saying, listen what I'm saying.
Now, terrorist attack. If that's what you accuse him of, then they should jail him if he has done it,
or at least have him exonerate himself. There's prima facie evidence right now that he's met with terrorists, right? Met with them. There are videos of that in the forest, in Sambisa forest. He's come and say, okay, here, look, this is what the terrorists want. This is what they're demanding. And you ought to do it, or if you don't do it, there's going to be more terrorism, right? And after he says that, then there's more terrorism. Now, I am not an absolutist on this. If the government wants to engage him as a spokesman for them, fine. But you cannot sit there and keep being deceptive, right? That is the point I'm making. It's perfidious for you to know everything else. But you don't know.
If I can, real quick. I think I follow what you're saying. I think I've got an understanding. The thing is, I don't think on this platform we should look to change each other's mind. We should look to continue conversations from the last time. So I do appreciate that. But we can't, there's no one's mind that we're going to change here, to be frank. And I think it's the way I like conversations to happen, especially when we're speaking like this, it happens over a course of time. And we should remember what we said. And whatever it was that we said that another person may have objected to, then maybe it comes up because new and fresh news has come out. Now, for this day today, if I can assist you, for what forefather began with in his utterances, it seemed to me, and probably many others, for the first time, this guy has touched the feeling of what Nigeria really feels like. Because it's a hot country, not because of the sun. It's a hot country on a very much a different level. That place will pepper you, like they put Scotch in your eye. The thing is, when it touches you, you are for real. You're going to be raw. The thing is, you have to ascertain where the problem is coming from. Now, we may have many different scenarios as to where but me personally, I'm very clear on where it's coming from because I've done my research. There's a program from 1948 and it continues. It's a British program, all in black and white. It continues until 1965 in Nigeria. And they speak about the various regions. It's a really fascinating watch, all in black and white. So it shows the Igbos and it says what the Igbos were good for and how hardworking they were and all the rest of it. Then it showed the Yorubas and how we are fishermen and people of the water and farmers. And then it showed the North, how the North have been captured by the Fulani and the Hausa, which is the main language, are actually being controlled by the Fulani. Now, this whole Fulani element, we give it a kind of political correctness point of view coming from a European standpoint. That's not how we look at the Fulani. We know who the Fulani were from the beginning. And the fact of the matter is, be they good or bad, because I'm not saying that one way or the other. Now, I'm not saying that they're not human beings. I'm not trying to dehumanize them. I'm not trying any of that because people were like, oh, you're talking hate speech, and start crying. I'm not on that. What I'm dealing with is that there is a
Father, please
particular.
let everybody speak 3 minutes. All this system of one people talking is
Are you listening? Why don't you
it's
listen?
very insulting. Let everybody
Okay,
have
let
their
him
3
finish,
minutes.
then they will do the 3 minutes rounds.
No, one voice cannot continue all the time. Let people go
Let him
around.
I
finish.
think
Now it's already
Dan, I
talking
think
now.
he's
You
trying to
can't shut him up
let him
now.
finish his
make a
Let
complaint.
point.
everybody go
Dan,
around. Not only one set of people will be talking all the time.
Dan,
It's
it's
very
only fair.
rude.
Let him finish.
Point.
He's
Dan,
already
That is
talking
very
now.
rude.
when he's done.
Am I being rude, Dan?
No,
Yeah, you
you
are
are not.
rude all the time. Let
No,
people go around.
Why are you
Let
saying I'm
people.
rude? I just
he's
began
not being rude.
Yeah,
speaking.
Dan, come on now.
Tim brought
Jesus
up
Christ, he's
a
not being rude.
statement. Tim brought something up. You people covered the man up. Paul supported him. You kept talking. 3 minutes to everybody, please.
Who kept talking? What's the matter with you?
You kept talking. They wanted it to bring a program. 3
Look,
minutes.
my friend, Dan, I don't want no trouble with you. I don't want any trouble with you.
with you. We have to correct ourselves.
But Dan,
I don't want. Look,
that's not
if
fair.
you were
Okay,
listening, wait, if I can, forefather, if I can.
I just want to address this point. See, this is not an issue of unfairness. Chim asked that we go around in this, and then we say let's finish. I even encourage him, if you want to say something, you can say something. Now, Jagun is saying something. He's not being rude. He's just saying what
For
he
how
needs to
many
say.
minutes, forefather? I'm sorry, but
Yeah, you
let
can.
us respect
See, I
other
understand
people
what you are
too.
saying. I understand what you are saying. You can say, okay, please try to round up so we can get to the business, but it's not being rude by just airing his own opinion.
Excuse me, forefathers. When I mean
wait,
rude,
Dan.
I mean
Do
that.
you have something to say?
I don't
Do
have
you have
what
something
we're
now to
saying.
say?
Let it go around. Everybody have something to say.
Look,
Everybody has something to say.
No
if I can
But
just
when one
add,
person
if
is talking all
you
the
are,
time,
don't repeat yourself.
Yeah.
Now,
Okay. Yeah. Please just round up.
forefather has just corrected you in terms of
yeah,
Chim.
but you are still making the
Wait,
same mistake, Jagu.
just be
You
quiet
are
a
still
minute.
making the same
I think it
mistake.
was Dan. I think it was trying to make a point about how this British
For how long?
elders fell down.
When you
Yeah,
just
but
look, all you have to
I'm
do,
listening to him. I
Dan,
want
all
to
you have
listen
to
to
do,
him.
yeah,
If there's
Dan,
anything else
all you
want
have to
contribute,
do
you can
is
contribute.
listen. If you don't want to
I can't
listen,
keep listening to one voice.
well, get off then. Get
What is the
off.
I don't
voice?
have
What
to
does
get
it
off. You
matter?
have to calm down.
Oh goodness!
I'm
You
not.
see,
I'm
this is the
calm.
problem. Dan, I understand you, but what he was saying, he's talking about something that I didn't know about. Sometimes it's good for us to learn.
Just
He's saying
listen.
something
That's
about
all.
videos
You have
that
to
he
be
saw
bored. If
and
you're bored,
everything.
go away.
Let's just
That
finish
is the
hearing him. Then we
trouble
can
with
go back to
Nigeria.
the
One
time.
people will keep dominating
The
other
trouble with
people.
Nigeria is people like
Because
you.
one person is always dominating.
It's not dominating. We are all
Is that
learning
what
from
you
each
felt? Is
other
that what you
here.
did? You feel dominated, bruh?
Yes,
We are all learning
Jagu,
from
You're
you
each
calling
other.
dominate
He's
this
not
yourself
dominating
program.
anybody.
Dan.
You
You're
are
calling.
driving many people out of this program, Jagu, because you keep talking. We know
Thank
you
you,
know a lot, but let other people talk.
Dan.
Okay.
For Christ's
I
sake.
didn't. If
Okay.
you're listening, you know that I wasn't even near landing. Let me
It's okay.
land.
It's okay.
All you have to do is listen.
Jagu, just finish what you are saying, and so I can
All I
go.
was trying to do is to extend. Yeah, it's better that you go, man. That's what. If you're bored, F off me. All I was trying to explain is that what Pansat is saying is real, but we don't have to tag on to every little argument. But there is a big argument where this Nigeria thing is concerned, and I think we miss it a lot because we don't want to really see the truth of what's gone on in that country. The only thing I was saying is that Nigeria hasn't changed from that 1945, 1965 era till now, because the same problems are still with us. And this has to be alerted, because I think we like sleeping. I don't think we like really quenching a problem. If we see a fire, we'll just let the house go up in the smoke and then talk about the fire. We won't look to stop it. And this is our problem. And then there are people,
Yeah.
damn fools like Dan, who doesn't want to
If you
listen
can
and
share
learn.
those links, that you talked
Yeah,
about,
I will. I will
that would
actually.
be
I
useful.
will.
Okay, so now let's do the round. I see this idea that people feel like if you don't speak somehow, I don't understand it really. You can wait. It's not like
You
the
can
whole world.
listen. We're
I
here
don't
for a
know.
long
Why can't you
time.
just listen? We're not rushing anywhere. And
Bruh,
people just feel
I
like
don't
we
want
are
you to
upset
put
and
us down to
worry. I don't
timing.
understand it.
Even if we make it a free for all and somebody has a point, it doesn't mean you can't speak.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It just
Ngosika,
means that
please
we're
go ahead.
organized. We're mature people. So what is
Exactly.
the
We
point in
can
three?
self-regulate. There's no need for it to be acrimonious.
I prefer
Ngosika,
that.
go ahead. Ngosika, go ahead.
My own, I don't like
I'm here.
interrupting. Sorry, I don't like interrupting. I was saying something before I was cut off. I have lost that train of thought, but I wanted to know if I didn't join at the beginning of the program. I wanted to know if you people have talked about the news about the Southeast governors planning a Eastern train services. I saw the news somewhere.
I hope they start it too. I've heard of it before.
I just wanted to say something about it. I was
Okay.
talking to a friend of mine about it today. She came over and we were just having a discussion. And see, some of these things, it's not that for, okay, I have lived, if I calculate all my life, the number of years I've lived in the East is not up to half of my life.
Hmm.
Yes, but I started living consistently in the East as an adult in 2016. And I can tell you something, if something like that should happen, well, opportunities are endless. I told her that my fear is that the powers that be, and please don't ask me what is the powers that be or who are the powers that be. I told her that my fear is that they won't let it materialize. And she kind of like, we were like, our thoughts were in sync. She had the same fear too. And here is why. I said that the people in Abuja would not allow it to happen because the people in Abuja, I don't care how I sound right now because this is how I feel. I told her that if it happens, my people who are in Lagos doing most of their business in Lagos, a good number of them will shift to the east for good reason. If you won't give us a seaport and they now have active train services to the east, what will happen is that once their goods get to Lagos and they know that it can easily be transported to the east without hassle, they will move to the east. And I'm saying this because of one of the topics that was in the flyer we're supposed to talk about today, the massive homecoming that happened in the east during this Christmas. Only an Igbo person will understand what happened this Christmas. Only an Igbo person will understand what happened this Christmas. For personal reason, I can't go into the details of some of the conversations I've had with people at home who are living in Lagos. It is no longer business as usual. It is
Good.
no longer business as usual. I am telling you for a fact, it is no longer business as usual. On the surface, it might look like it, but there has been a mindset shift. What
Hmm.
you're going to see in the next few years, especially for people of my generation, is going to be different. Lagos is going, for people that have been clamoring that Lagos should be left for them, that is for them. People are going to have your Lagos very sooner than you think. Oh. You're going to have your Lagos sooner than you think. And it is my earnest prayer that this train services materializes so it comes quicker. Because for the longest time, some of us have had to sit and take all this bigotry with grace because there's really nothing you can't return it because you can't become a pig because a pig is fighting you. We just had to take it with so much grace for the longest time. Now that it's looking like there's a glimmer of hope in the horizon for the dynamics to really change, given what we've seen from this December. I am just excited as the prospect, and I'm hoping even the part of me knows very well that they're going to kick against it. I mean, that's like taking food out of their mouth. And the people in
Yeah,
Lagos are not in
but do
Abuja.
you think though? Do you think that it is the situation, like the development that is going on in the east, is what is also helped make that decision? Because when I went to the east, when I went to Nigeria, I didn't see that the east didn't develop. Onitsha was heaving. The road in Onitsha was different from what I remember in 2016 when I went there. So a lot of I saw a lot of movement in the east. So maybe that is because now they say the southeastern train from Port Harcourt to Kafanchan or whatever in the north, that one too is
No,
being done. And the one, don't you think that
I
maybe
don't know
that's what's
about
been
that
coming
one. The
already?
one I'm talking
Mm.
about, I said is only
Mm.
Southeast is my
I
business
know the
this year.
southeastern one they are doing it too, but I noticed that it's almost as we are returning back to the 80s in Nigeria,
Isn't
where
that the
because
best?
of course it's a
Isn't
good
that
thing.
the
That's what I'm
best
saying now
feeling?
because there was development in that region and there was trains running through all Enugu I took train from Port Harcourt to Enugu. I know I had that experience myself. So maybe all those things are returning again now. And it's
I
because the
am
government has already made that move. So maybe that's what is happening. And I take your
I
point
am
from what that guy
hoping.
said. Like, no,
I
I know,
am,
I know. I will let you. Don't worry. I'm just interrupting because I'm agreeing with you. The narrative about the narrative. You know, the guy that they showed about the property. What he was saying.
yeah.
He also said that you people say we should come to the east. We are now in the east and look at what's happening to us. That tells you that the narrative has changed and it's a kind of evidence to what you are saying.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to conclude by saying this. When Lagos demolition was happening, I mean, the clip is there. My opinion was very clear. There's no reason to demolish a house that has been built if the documents were legally acquired. And for God's sake, if they were built on the wrong place, don't let it get to the building. Don't let it become a building before you demolish it. I still stand by that. And I used to say on this program that what annoys me is when people change opinions because of it doesn't favor them or it favors them. Imagine if my opinion on that Lagos demolition issue was beclouded by anything, maybe sentiment or tribal, whatever. What would I have been saying in this Enugu demolition? I would have hidden my face in shame. But this is me still calling out Peter and Mba and the Enugu state government. And they should do the right thing. The same thing I will say to any state where they are doing this kind of thing. Do the right thing. If those buildings were not approved, if they're not built on approved land, stop it. Don't let people spend their money. God, do you know how difficult it is to build in today's Nigeria? You know how expensive cement is? Somebody will build a full house and you demolish it. Are you crazy?
They
And
are
that means this
crazy.
kid hang out.
The
They are
only thing
really
is, the only thing is, if I may interrupt you in Zika, is that this 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 thing that happens to people in Nigeria, it happens to everybody. And it doesn't matter what. You see, we're being played in that country. We're all being played against each other for religious reasons, for ethnic reasons. And we have to really spot when we're being played. The Igbos leaving Lagos and going back to their homelands is not a bad thing for anyone. No one should see that as a bad thing. That should be a welcome homecoming. If an area needs development, go and develop it for real. Develop it and have your homeland and be proud of where you are and who you are. All this blaming we do all day long, it's just rubbish. It's his fault. Oh, it's his fault. The country's there, oppressing everybody, and we can't see it. We can see it for each other. This is the thing. People are tribalists just because they want everything for their tribe, or they think that they're the only ones who's oppressed. Just extremist views. Extremist views aren't going to get Nigeria anywhere. We have to think, and we have to have a good degree of love for each other. There was this guy, that guy TA, who when he first came on and he spoke of the love issue, I thought he was going to really expand upon it, but it was just myopic religiosity that was going on. We have to love each other. We can't continue with this hate that we have, a sneaky suspicion, all these funny things. Everybody's
Can
an
I
individual. Yes, madam, please.
can I say something? This is going to take me a bit off track. I'm going to round off in the next 2 minutes, so please kindly indulge me. You said something about loving each other, and see, I used to think my parents, or the generations before us were tribalistic, and I judged them harshly. But after what happened last year, I am saying this with all confidence. They were just victims of the situations they found themselves in, experiences they had. Because somebody like me that went through what I went through last year, both online and offline, there's nothing you want to tell me. I am going to avoid certain people from certain places like a plague. And this was what our parents did, and we condemned them. Like last year was one of those light bulb moments. Last year was it. I was one of those people that would say, your mom is really tribalistic. Oh. Look at how she's saying this thing. Your dad is tribalistic, your grandma is tribalistic. They don't want you to go. They want But those people, they experience these things. It was after last year's event that I got to understand that these people experienced something that made them act this way. And these same things were repeated last year, and it's still happening today. So you saying that we should love ourselves? It is not going to happen.
Well, fair enough. Then we don't have a country. You know, it's very simple. What you know?
And it is it's okay. It's
No,
okay.
I don't think I don't agree with that. I disagree with you in terms of it
We
being
do not
okay.
have a
Jago,
country.
please,
That is
Jago, let's
hypothetically.
before we have another rebellion on our hand.
Hypothetically, we do not have a
Let
country,
finish.
but you and I know that there is a country called Nigeria. We might disagree on how it is run. We like each other with I am not big on love. See, all I want is you like me, you don't like me, that's your problem. But you have to respect me. You have to give me what's due me. There has to be equity, there has to be fairness. What are we doing with love if we can't be fair to each other? Where is the love in that? You claim you love me, but
That's
you
where
deny me what
no, that's where it begins. That's where it begins. It's not love for romance sake. It's love. It's love in action. The kind of action you're speaking about
and
is
that is
where
what I'm trying. I am agree with you and disagree with you.
you are, and I am
Because
at the same time.
So let me
that is
just leave
But
that
why
as
can't
not
we
this.
just agree to agree once in a while?
No,
that
we
is
This is
can't.
a
that
very
We
it's a
can't. Come on now.
non-controversial point.
Let's just
Ngozika,
that is
Ngozika, you are
what
too
that is what
emotional.
Michael
You are too
Bolton said.
emotional about
no.
Igbo issues.
If you say
No,
I
wait,
am,
wait, wait,
somebody has
wait,
said the
wait.
same thing before that I'm too emotional.
Blackstone, you with your
Let me
Abacha
just
glass, you
finish
just
and go.
come
I
now,
beg
you want
you,
come
Paul.
overthrow
Let
me
I
me
dey
now.
come
finish
for
and go,
you.
please now.
This one,
Let's
no,
allow
Paul.
the
Let me
Blackstone.
Paul.
finish so that
Hold
I'll keep
on.
quiet
Yeah,
The
and
Blackstone,
listen.
let the woman finish now.
Let me
Please.
I
finish,
was said
then I'll
my
keep.
own.
I
You're too
don't have a
emotional.
problem
That's
with
one thing
listening.
about you. That's what
I
I
don't
say
have a
about.
problem with listening. I can listen for hours. So I'll conclude by saying this. I am not saying that I like the whole Eastern train services because it is going to happen it is going to benefit my people. I like that Igbos are coming home more. I like that this kind of conversations are being had and this kind of developments are being planned. It is not because I hate Nigeria. It is not because I think the Igbos can function outside as a secluded group without mingling with other. No, I am saying this so that some of these rhetorics that we hear will begin to die down. Of course, I know it will be very naive of me to think that there will be a time where every single Igbo businessman in Lagos will leave. It's not going to happen. It's just like saying that every Hausa man in the East is going to leave. It's not going to happen. There will always be Igbos doing business in Lagos, even if hypothetically Nigeria was no longer a country. What I'm saying is that for some of these rhetorics that we heard that were given life in last year, for it to die very natural deaths and never be resurrected, this kind of things need to happen. And I'm praying and hoping that whoever is going to stop it from happening, God should take the person away. That is my prayer. God should take the person away. Let me just be listening in the background. Thank you.
Thank you, Ngosika. Yeah, Paul has been very, very patient, super patient. I know Paul has a lot to say about. Yeah,
But I try as much as possible to be patient, but I see that the Blackstone want to overthrow, so I just have to come in
don't
faster.
mind Blackstone now. You start talking about emotions already. That's a cliche
No.
statement. Seriously, what is the emotion about what she just said? Please,
Yeah.
Paul, go ahead.
I just think what Ngozi said when Ngozi talk about the love thing and everything. I just say let me just put a soft spot to it, like Michael Bolton said. He said, "How can we be lovers when we are not friends?" Sometimes we don't know the strength in love. You know, growing up, we all love our parents, we love our siblings, but the people we call friends, we confide on them on so many things that even though the people we love don't even know us more like they think they do. That's how powerful our friends can be. Then, then on the flip side again, living here in the West, you don't need to be my friend. We all see these things. We see this type of racism. You don't need to be my friend, but just respect my space. You understand? And one of the ways you respect people's space, that is when they put law and order. In workplace, that is where you see HR will come in. You understand? They make you understand all these things. So you understand how to respect people's space. You don't need to like them. You don't need to do anything. You know, in my place of work, we argue in my place of work over radio. You know, I just have some smart Hispanic people working with me, and we started behaving like barbarians over the radio, turn the radio to English and Spanish. And the boss just take the radio off, no radio in the office. I still protest, and they said no. And I protest. I make them understand the history of the first time they put radio in the car, how millions of people protest in London Say for safety issue, you can't put radio in the car. But every one of us car today have radio. When they put street light on the road, people protest. Brussels, Athens, London, New York, people protest street light. Today, if we don't have street light on our road where we're driving, we won't feel like we are not safe. You understand? So we can always find that happy end. We can always meet somewhere in the middle. You understand? All the time, we don't need to throw the child and the bathwater away. My mom used to say these things that I like. The British thing will say, you don't throw the child and the bathwater away. But my mom said it in her own local way. My mom said, if you have a bad child, if you give the child a bit, you throw the water away. But if you have a good child, if you also give that child a bit, you drink the water because it's a good child. No, you also throw the water away. So the bad child and the good child, you still keep the child, you only throw the water away, whether one is bad or one is good, because time shall tell, you know. So sometimes we can find that happy end. We today, I live in the West, I have kids in the West, you understand? I enjoy everything, and if they treat my kid bad, I feel some type of way. So I shouldn't go back to my own ancestral home. I want to kick people out when I feel bad, when they treat me bad.
Paul,
And when I feel so
Paul, sorry for interrupting you. I just that analogy you gave about keeping the bad and the good child, time will tell. How does it apply? Where does it apply? I want to get an idea of how it applies to life, because I'm struggling to get it to fit in anywhere, even if it makes sense.
Yeah, to what Ngozika said. That's why I said what I said. You know, she really felt bad at the last election, seeing some people, and I know Ngozika said these things more from seeing people from online. So to the best I found our own knowledge, she feels these people are so enlightened, most likely maybe educated. Why are they standing this way? So they must have been coming from the place of hatred. That's why I use the analogy of, if you have a bad child, if you give the child a bit, you throw the water away. If you also have a good child, if you still give that child a bit, you don't say because it's a good child, you drink the water. You also throw the water away. So we can find an happy end. Let's not just use one word to say, oh, they treat me bad for that reason, I want to avoid them. I say these things all the time. When I bought my house in America, all my Nigerian people, they were happy for me. I'm expecting the same thing, that Ngozika will be so happy when his brother also built his first house in Lagos. You understand? How come they didn't tell me that, hey, no, don't build a house in America, they are racist? They were happy my brother bought a house of $480,000 in America. They were happy. You understand? They didn't tell me, no, don't do it, they are racist over there. You understand? Of course, they are racist, like the Yoruba people, maybe tribal. It's just the same. You understand? But we can find happy end somewhere along the line. You understand? I understand it can be very, very, very painful. But what do? My own people treat me bad. I go back home. I was born, raised in Lagos. When I go back home in Warri, they treat me bad. They say I'm not part of the struggle. Illustrious son of the land, both mother and father. But I still go home. I still bury my both parents there. I still visit there. You understand? But it just gives me strong personality. I argue. I tell them to their face where I feel that they are wrong. That is just the height I can do. And I try to sensitize them. You know, that's all my take.
I think there is wisdom in what that statement you just made. And I'm thinking about it. It's almost like saying, you know, you treat the problem, don't necessarily give up on the bad child and stuff like that.
Thank you. Then we feeding the cancer. You
Oh
understand?
no, I like the way when you get patience, though, but this is your episode long.
I hand over.
Jenny can say something. I think Jenny. I don't know whether Jenny has been here before. Jenny, if you want to say something, you can say something. Don't mind the Blackstone. The Blackstone is going to start talking about emotions now and all the rest of it. Can you leave it?
No, it's not about emotion. I mean, first come before now. Why are you
that was so funny.
There are people that can say. No, I'm just saying, if Jenny wants to say something, it's a lady now. She can say.
Yeah, let Jane come in, man. Let's understand who Jane is.
They say you are a lady. Okay, or I say something.
Jenny, please go ahead. We can't hear you.
Release your mic.
Oh, my mic. I'm sorry. Hi everyone.
Hello
Yeah,
there.
So
welcome,
this is
welcome.
not my first time here. This is my
Okay,
second time, I think.
You're
no,
welcome.
welcome. So,
Yeah,
what do you
thank
think about
you.
what you've heard so far?
Well, I've been watching Dr. Damages for a while. Very nice show. But I just can't get over. I just called in not really to be like an everyday participant. I just thought jargon kind of like hit something that I was asking myself some a while back before about this show. Um, I know people are gonna come at me, clap back, whatever. I don't care. But this is how I really feel. So I just thought, well, let me just use the opportunity and throw it out there. I believe a lot of people might be thinking what I'm thinking, and they probably are just a bit too scared to come on this show because they'll be attacked or stuff like that. So I don't know why is the show always bothered? I mean, like what everybody says, even Gozika, you know, why is he always bothering along tribal stuff? Isn't this about Nigeria? Why is this show always about what is being done to the Igbos? Do we realize that there are other tribes in Nigeria that are facing what the Igbos are also going through? Is it because they don't come out to say, or because we are not as many as the Igbos? I don't understand. I'm from Niger Delta. I'm not Igbo. I'm not Yoruba. So before anybody comes for me, oh, you are Yoruba or whatever. So that's one issue I've always had with this show. And this thought of mine is really for Dr. Damages as well. If he can kind of fine tune it. A good one that'll come to mind is when the buildings were being pulled down, in Lagos and all. I know a lot of people were not Igbos, that the same thing happened to them. And the whole narrative turned to, what was this guy that calls from Nigeria? He was heralding the whole thing then. He calls from Nigeria.
Oh yes,
Sometimes you don't have that.
righteous man.
Righteous man.
Righteous man. And that day I was like, there were a lot of other people that are not Igbos that went
Just
through
go
the same
ahead.
thing. I
It's not
know
so
the struggle
righteous.
of the Igbos. I know their struggle. I read a lot about things, I know these are people who are entitled. Every group of people have a right to their self-determination. They have a right. If they want to live, they come together, do it, maybe a referendum or whatever. I don't know. I know they've tried other things, a lot of things, but the Nigerian state, of course, wants, because it's a corrupt entity. But I want to say, it's not only the Igbos are facing that. So let's not make this show always about what the Igbos. That's what it looks like to me. That's what this show is always about. Sometimes I just want to come and I'm like, why is it that? And when any other person calls in to say something that is different from the opinion of most people on this platform, they get seriously attacked. And I'm like, and the next thing, you people will still say, oh, you have a right to your opinion, I respect your opinion, and stuff like that. It's not good. You don't have to accept people's opinion, but why don't you let them just express themselves? How are you different from the Nigerian states that oppresses people? You oppress people's opinion on this show is very bad. If they are not being racist in their statement, they are not being sexist, they are not being abusive or something, it's okay to express an opinion, and you can simply say, I don't agree with you. This show bullies a lot of people. I'm sorry to say, I thought to just come on to say that. And the third one, I don't know, it's off my head and I can't remember. Well, I hope it comes to me. But I just thought to mention it. Let there be a balance. Every tribe is going through. I am a Shakiri, okay? Have you been to Shekiri
Ishekiri.
land?
Yes,
Have you
I
been
have.
to
I know it
Shekiri
too
land?
well. Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. We have oil there in
A
abundance.
lot.
Do you see what's happening in Niger Delta? So
Of
why do
course.
Igbo people feel like they're the only ones going through something in Nigeria? Look at
There
the
you
people
go.
in the middle belt. Sorry, Ngozika, before you say something there, because
I'm sorry,
you
I
too,
just
you're one
wanted
of
to
those
say
people.
something in
You're one of
30
those people I
seconds.
was going to come
You
for,
are
but
doing
I said
exactly the
no, I
same thing
won't
you're
come for.
accusing us of. You're doing
No
How?
exactly
pulling,
the same
no
thing.
pulling here. Oh. Don't pull here.
No, you said respect every other person's opinions, right? And people come here, I come here, I have an opinion. You don't want to respect it. You said that we are silencing other people. You're not
No,
respecting my
yeah, you are
opinion,
silent.
right?
You attack, not silence. You attack. You don't answer. You don't silence.
I don't. I air my
You
opinion.
do. You
I
did it
don't.
to this other guy from Benue the other time. I watch you guys a lot. You did it to this guy. What's his name?
It's so
What's this
funny.
guy's name from Benue? One gentleman. Ah,
John Abba.
Jonaba.
John
And
Jonaba.
I just
Abba. I
wanted to
felt
tell
so
you, see,
sorry for him today. You even did it to forefathers today before I called.
But we
Forefathers
bully
is
here.
trying
Oh.
to
It
be.
is
I
bully's
know.
paradise.
I know forefathers there is controversial, but I think what forefathers is trying to do is to be balanced. He doesn't want to. He wants to spring up a conversation, so he tries to probably act in that way. But even if you don't agree, can
I
we
kind of
stop
feel
attacking people
it's
on
me
this
that you
show?
point.
No. I think she's
Jenny,
talking.
Pastor, it's not
Jenny,
you.
I think it's me you're pointing at here. It's not
This is the
Ngozika,
truth.
right?
No,
Because
she's not. She's
no,
not.
it's my turn to
What
talk.
she's
It's my
doing
turn to talk.
is
It's my turn
wait.
to talk.
If I may, before we disturb this lady, what she's actually doing is telling each of us what it looks and sounds like watching. And sometimes we don't get that point of view. We're
Feedback,
here
review,
insular.
feedback.
We're
Let me take 1 minute.
very insular here.
It's
So
my
when
time
we
to
hear
talk.
this kind of opinion,
It's
I
my
think we
time
should
to talk.
listen.
Yeah.
It's
She
my
makes
time to
a.
talk.
Jenny,
Pastor, it's my time to talk.
Jenny,
Let me just say one
Jenny,
thing.
It's my time to talk.
funny enough, I'm
Wait,
from the same
my
worry
time.
like you also come from.
I want to
Funny
respond
enough,
to.
Forefathers.
we in Niger Delta, we are the majority in this show. How funny it could be, you understand? And what I understand when it comes to majority and minority like the state is supposed to have their say, and majority have their way. But sometimes it looks like the majority have their way. Instead of you to leave us with the minority to cry because we are the minority, but it looks like it's the majority, the Igbos, who are the majority. They are the one that cry more. But it's okay.
No, it's
You leave,
understandable
you
actually.
learn.
It's understandable that they will cry because they are more. But
What
I'm
Jenny
feeling I
excuse
just
me,
want them
Yeah.
to
Jenny,
know
sorry.
they are not the
Jenny,
only
sorry.
one. We are all going through it. It's not just the
That is
Igbos.
true.
What Jenny just said is the truth. You understand me? Because this platform, that's why I try to stop coming. Because everything is about the Igbos, which is not fair. Everybody come, they change the discussion to Igbo discussion, right? Do you know what I ask my Igbo fellow friends about why the Igbos have issues in Nigeria? Is this simple question. What is this trust factor? How many tribes in Nigeria trust the Igbo people very much? Let's look at it that way. We only complain Igbo. What is the trust that people trust the Igbo people in Nigeria? Have you considered that? Something don't just happen like that. Let's look at the trust factor. Do I trust the Igbo man to do business with him? Because doesn't that people trust the Igbo people? So let us look at it from this other ways too, not only one direction. I discuss with fellow Igbo people a lot. I have got most of my friends are Igbo, both male and female.
All right, let me respond
Let
there
me finish, man. Let me finish.
No, but no, hold on, Blackstone.
Let me finish now.
Hold on.
Well, what am I only done for you? What am I
We're
only done
responding
for
to
you?
Jenny.
Pansat, please,
we're not going.
Pansat, let Blackstone finish. This is the first time he's saying anything.
I know, but this is not his turn. He's responding to Jenny. He's gonna get his turn after Paul.
Let him finish responding to Jenny.
Okay,
he hasn't even finished doing that.
Fine. You carry on, Pansat.
Okay.
I know
okay.
you are about to get on this platform.
Yeah, good. Okay.
So go ahead.
Thank you very much. But anyway, Jenny brings a good point, and I believe if handled fairly, there's some positive discussion that could be had about that, right? Now, because if the Igbos don't complain for themselves about, we're not gonna wait for you to start complaining, right? We can complain about what we're going through in Nigeria, but you also have to be honest and know that when they're saying Igbo, depending on the geographic location they're talking about the Igbo, or the Igbo is fighting for the Igbo, Igbo is nothing but a euphemism for all of you, right? Igbo is nothing but a euphemism for Ishekiri if you're in the north. If the north is calling somebody Yamiri or they don't like that person, you're not exempt. Paul, you're a Yamiri. Jenny, you're a Yamiri. As far as they're concerned, right?
Who's they?
Yeah, but now if the Igbos start usurping the complaint and start complaining for us and you, we'll be speaking for you. And a lot of you in the South, let me just land.
Complaining for? No, not for
if I go, you're gonna say, here, complain. Look, I'm not Igbo. Complain for yourself. But a lot of people in the South, they have bad mouth, right? You wanna listen to the acidic. When it comes to Fulani, they won't do anything. Fulani will come there, take their oil, give them gun. They are armed. They give you gun. Stop them from taking the oil. Nah? You cannot do it. But let an Igbo man just say one little thing, and they start running their mouth, right? Listen to this. In Nigeria, whether you like it or not,
you are better unfair.
Blackstone here, I'm going to end with this because we're just responding to Jenny, our sister. It was just a few years ago that I know That's the difference between me and anybody say Port Harcourt, some parts of Edo even. Not the Hausa and the Fulani Muslim part of Edo, right? There are our people all over. It's not by Igbo or what do you call it? It's not by tribe or clan. We have our people in the Calabar area. We have our people in the south. We have our people even in the Yoruba, right? So it's lately that I came to about a year ago. I come notice that most of the people who are our problem are actually from the south. They keep running them out. Like Jenny just came here to complain that they also going something. Now, when we're complaining, what are we? Who do you think we're complaining about? It's what
Have
you're
you
going.
have you ever considered that most of your problems are from people from the southeast? Have you considered that at all?
No. Our leaders who are picked by the north, right? But our people are savvy. Look, make no mistake about it. From the 60s, we know.
Pastor, let me ask you a question.
Let me just land. From the 60s, Blackstone, hold on. Let me land. I'm saying from the 60s, you see, the problem with the Igbos is that we really can't tell you the truth because you can't handle the truth, right? If we really talk, we're going to be condescending. I've never seen a Nigerian like we're here now. You say, you know what? The Igbos had it right. These Fulanis were out here trying to kill us, and they take over the houses, and they're not coming for us. That's what Igbos were saying. And they fought a war, and we didn't support them in that war. Boy, I wish I know what I know now. I'm apologizing to the Igbos. You're never going to see any of you do that. You know why?
What?
Because you have no respect. You're on the wrong side of every issue.
You haven't listened to anything Jenny has said. It's just
no, listen to me. Listen.
They're just locked in place doing exactly the same thing.
Yeah, of course. Wait a minute. Let me land with this. I'm trying to tell you, it's a two-way street. I'm going to learn from what she's saying. But if you're wrong, right? If you're wrong, I'm not going to say, okay, turn by turn. Let me be wrong now too with you, right? The point is that politically speaking,
you are not wrong.
Listen to me. Politically speaking, if in the forefathers hold your horses,
can I make this mention? Can I quickly make this mention?
Sure.
Just there's a guy by the name of Obilo, Edmund Obilo. He's a proper journalist, in my understanding. Of late, I've been watching him 1 hour and 45-minute shows, and he's been going deep into the questions of Nigeria, deep questions. Biafra, the first coup.
Sorry, Dragon, what did you say the name was again? Sorry, I didn't get that.
His name is Edmund Obilo.
Edmund Obilo, yeah.
Yeah.
Splash FM.
Yeah, that's
Splash
right.
FM Ibadan. Okay.
That's right. He's
the one that hosts State Affairs. Okay.
Very good. Very good. The State of Affairs, that's the show in itself. I'm just saying, if we tune into that show and we listen to many of the conversations that we've had here, deep conversations, the way Edmund goes about presenting it, arguing it, and allowing people of the time to speak on it, you would see that Edmund must actually need to go back, look at the whole thing again. Because most of our views are very lopsided and very stuck in a tribalist format. Whereas the way Edmund was breaking it down with those people that were in the war, those people who have written books on it, both from Igbo and Yoruba extraction in the main that I've seen, you would see that there's depth in this whole thing, and you would really understand where Nigeria is. What if I can quickly just round up?
Before you conclude, I'm gonna exit. I will watch from
before you exit. There was something that you said. There was something that you said.
He's not going to respond though because the ladies.
No, he doesn't have to respond. He doesn't have to.
Three ladies here. It's fascinating to watch. I want to watch the.
So when they have become majority, the privileges
so,
go
Jagan,
away.
if you don't mind, maybe we'll talk later. I'm gonna exit and watch from the comment section. Let's see.
Very good. Take good care.
Nice meeting you, Jenny. Hope to see you again here. Thank you. Bye-bye.
There was something that Pansat was saying about the troubles in Nigeria, which do need arresting. However, the Biafra Nigeria war was fought on many premises, and it was convoluted. And in its convolution, by the end of it, people were raw. It took us 20 years to understand, I will say, what the Igbos were trying to say. But I can't lie, that war should never have happened. That war was extremely clumsy. That war tore Nigeria apart to the point where we're repeating a lot of our mistakes. You know, we're in a country just suffering under a minority, and we're not brave. We're not a brave nation to look the oppressor in the eye and tell him no more. So what we do instead is we fight amongst each other for all kinds of idiotic reasons. And it just continues and persists whilst they're running roughshod over our head. I think
Thank
it's
you.
a position of weakness. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenny, please go ahead. And expressionist, if you want to say something after Jenny, you can go ahead. Jenny, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just going to round this up because I have to leave the show. I just thought to come on and say the Nigerian state is the failure of our leaders, but it's also the failure of the average Nigerian. We are all a part of the system that is rotten.
Yes.
The government that we're all talking about is an extraction from the people. So the Nigerian people, we are all guilty as far as I'm concerned. Then Pansat probably didn't get me. I didn't say the Igbos cannot complain. The Igbos have, why not? They can, you can air you can complain, you can express yourself. I'm just saying the show looked to me from me watching it here is like the Nigerian state against the Igbos. But it's the Nigerian state against the Nigerians. That's what I'm just saying. So, that's just what I wanted to say. And thank you for giving me the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Please
You're
come
welcome.
again.
You're welcome anytime.
Jenny.
Please come
Yeah.
again.
That's why I want to say hello to you. I came on specifically to welcome you to our midst.
Oh, thank
You're
you.
highly welcomed. I have a voice for women, yeah, and I support that you're here to speak up the way you feel. You have that right to speak it. Please don't let anyone silence your voice. Keep speaking, okay? What you have said is 200% right. I've heard it. Sometimes people may even think I'm not Igbo. They attack me, and stuff. And I just see it from a point that everyone think differently and express themselves differently as well. We're all Nigerians. I've always said it doesn't matter where you come from in Nigeria. Nigeria should work for everyone. We are all in it together. It may seem as if the Igbos have the loudest voices, but I can tell you that maybe some other parts, maybe some other parts in Nigeria are even suffering more, to be honest. For the fact that someone from the north is in power doesn't mean that the north will be like London. So when people go in there, they are so selfish. That's one thing we've forgotten. I've learned a lot that it's not about you or it's not about Yoruba or Igbo, but even though that we have this our ethnicities that is absolutely beautiful, we should harness for goodness and positivity to lift one another up, but we come publicly to fight one another. But I still believe that if Nigerians see each other outside and someone is trying to abuse the Nigerian, the other Nigerian will stand up. But we should learn to tolerate one another regardless where we come from. I as an Igbo, I understand the voices of an Igbo person. They have the right to speak as well. But I understand your point that the platform, because it's not only meant for Igbos, this is an international platform for all Nigerians to come to air their views, and their views should be respected and not attacked. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you. Well
expressionist. Thank
Spot
you.
on.
Thank you all. Thank you so much. I have to leave now.
See,
Bye-bye.
I have to say that.
Godfather,
Let
Godfather,
me just address his concerns before you go.
Godfather.
Concerns
Godfather.
before you
I'm
go.
supposed to talk right now.
Hold on now. See, concerns. Amy hasn't said anything. I have
It's
to
lie.
just say
I
one quick
was
thing
there
now.
when
Let me 15
when
seconds
Dr.
now.
David
I
was
didn't
here.
finish.
Mine is just 15
I
seconds.
have
I'm
to
not
say
I
even
didn't
something
finish
going
now.
my
past
thought.
15 seconds.
I didn't even finish
Oh,
It's here,
my
it's here, it's here.
no,
As Nigeria,
call
the
time
black
I
the
go.
black tone came now.
this.
I was there when Dr.
Concerns,
David
come
came.
on. You don't do this on other channels, so you're very, very, very well behaved everywhere else you go. You come here, you start acting like this thing. I don't understand it. See, I have to say, expressionist and Jenny that just came in, people like that, like AY. I always tell people that are dispassionate about things that look at the problem as a national problem. I think you are very, very important in Nigeria right now because the voices that are like that, you don't often hear them. And hence, look at the results we get. all the voices that sound tribal and all the rest, look at what he's delivering. You need the kind of people that have this type of voices, that are dispassionate, that sit in for what they truly are. You know, the kind of people that are not blinded by tribalism or by trauma, just want to address the issues so that we can move forward. So I would just say that I've gone past 15 seconds. Emmy, please go ahead.
It's not Emmy now. Steph has been here.
He's been complaining. Who's Steph?
No, Steph.
No, Emmy, when he came in, went out, came in again. I don't know.
Here now. I'll be here. Don't pass me.
The Blackstone, okay, after Emmy, the Blackstone can say something that is Steph.
I'm not supposed to speak.
Oh my God.
He's supposed to speak.
You know we are not going anywhere for hours. We are going to be here.
Now, you know, if we take our time,
what is the rush? I don't know what the rush is.
Yeah.
Forefathers,
no concern. Let's take our time and have a conversation. We are going.
You have been speaking all along. All of you have been speaking, but I have not spoken once. Okay.
Don't worry, concerns. Okay, let Emmy speak. Then we'll come to you, concerns. I was there before Emmy. The Blackstone and Steph can go. You're not here before him.
Leave it. It's just madness.
Emmy, please go ahead. Then concerns.
So we are one. Please, it doesn't matter who speaks. Nigeria belongs to all of us. Please, come on. Let's just tolerate one another.
Can everybody hear me? Good evening from here.
Yeah, we can hear you, Emmy.
Emmy, come in, my brother.
Yeah, Jagon respects. Everybody on the platform and to our beautiful ladies. I think we need to greet you specially for, we appreciate your spirit. And I hope, you see, there are some people I value in Nigeria that how I wish that everybody can just imbibe their spirit. The average Nigerian woman, they are a strong force. And you see, the Igbos, for their doggedness, and the Edo people, I so much appreciate this set of people. I'm a Yoruba man, yes, but I see value. I value what they bring to the Nigerian space. The Edo man doesn't take shit and not agree for anybody. I think they literally drove the Obi campaign on their head and shoulders. And we just have to appreciate what this set of people bring. And the Igbos themselves, despite what they've passed through, their nationalistic personnel that they bring to the space, it's well appreciated. Yeah, but this is what I just want to say. And I think one of the things that caught my attention more was the discourse that Ngosika had, especially on this demolition of buildings in Lagos and things like that. And that wants me to, I want to go back to this discussion we had some times ago, and it felt like many of us were against the Igbos, especially during that election period where it was like, oh, go back to your place and things like that, that narrative. I know it's stayed long on this platform that we discussed it. You see, many of us, for example, for me as a person, I'm a person of principle. I don't really buy into emotions like that. I'd rather just put things on the ground and weigh the options, what are really happening. And I was one of those who said, come, the Igbos should us truly go back home. Look, maybe people are not saying it from that angle that even for Nigeria to even develop, I think we need a set of people that will just go and develop certain place with the resources that we have at this moment, and others will begin to learn that, oh, this resource can really do this. And that drives me to this Abia State Governor's this plan for this fast train of a thing. Look, it's like the average Nigerian at this moment hasn't comprehended what money can really do in that nation. What the money that has been, the monies that we have, what value this money can still bring. That's why that when they mention the value, most of the time we always aloof about it. And I just pray that somebody like state governor can perform and really impress, so that it can be another story again. Because if you look at now, development story has always been the Lagos story. Like Lagos is the most developed kind of a thing. But if you compare the amount spent to this development, sometimes you'll be like, come, no.
Okay, I'll call you back.
I don't think this is what this we should have more to this money. So I pray that the Igbos can really, you see, it's not that maybe they are saying go your way or anything, but I think
It's nice to say.
sometimes before we can talk of
Listen,
unity, we need to even
I
address our
don't look at
differences.
myself as somebody, and my friends are sad.
Somebody's on the phone.
Yeah, leave him.
Doc,
Please go ahead.
Papa, mute him, I beg.
I've muted him. Don't mind him. Please go ahead, David.
We just have to first of all appreciate our differences, and we have not yet appreciated that. Yes. And one way to appreciate your differences, have your own base built so that nobody, if they say go back to your fatherland, you say, yes, I get my fatherland, no be say anything. As in, there's a confidence, there's a pride that comes to that. Please don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you don't have your fatherland, I'm not saying you don't have your pride, but use it to make it grand so that a lot of people still need to learn. A lot of Yorubas need to learn. A lot of other tribes need to learn. But after this moment, I don't know if I'm trying to communicate it properly. But how I pray that this railway system that these leaders are having, that they're trying to build in it, works well. You can imagine the kind of positive competition if you drive, even in Nigeria. Because now an average person from the other place will be able to say, come, this thing can be done here. Okay, let us push our leaders to also do this. And gradually, eventually maybe it now become that regionally we just have to go that level. Regionally, maybe the 5 Igbo states, we just have to develop that region. The 5 Yoruba states, we just have to develop that region. The middle belts have to now come together, gradually, and these things will begin to form shape. And then the national discourse can now have a place to stand on. Because as what we have now, I'm telling you, is simply scam for every. And it's not just scam because of ethnicities, it's a scam. The elites are scamming every other person. And the elite can take any from it, could be Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, Fulani. There are some people have enjoyed more. But for us to really have a nationalistic discourse, I think we just have to, first of all, have this difference discourse. Everybody just appreciate the difference, develop yourself to make sure that your difference is made known. So the goes for me as a person, before you talk of let our people go and hold your leaders also responsible. What are you doing for us with what we even have at this moment? Hold them tight. The more you hold them tight, others too will learn. The Yorubas will understand that if the Igbos can also do like this and hold these people tight and get this set of results, I think we need to also imbibe this culture and learn it as well. So I don't know.
You don't talk for 30 minutes, so.
Don't mind him. He's reading NTA news now. Where are you going to stop? You know how this are. This thing. Okay, take it easy. I get the point you are making, but round up so that concerns can go.
I'm with that explanation so far, and I hope that I communicated that because
I think I got exactly what you are saying in terms of I'm sure they listened, and I think it's quite accurate actually. And I didn't know you were from the southwest though. I thought you were because you sounded more like southeastern and some of the things you talk about. So, but it's okay. But that's fine, and I think everybody agrees with you. That's why I didn't hear any interruption. Concerns. It's your turn now. I know you have a lot of south friends. From what you are saying on the phone, I don't know who you are talking to. Concerns.
How do you know?
Because you were talking about it on the phone just now.
Because I have many south friends. You see what that lady came to say. Well, what she's saying is not bad, but the problem is that I look at myself as somebody also from South. I have many South friends, and the South people, when the Igbos are talking or what, like what Pansat said, Igbos also whatever Igbos are saying also are saying for the South. Today, you people know that Igbos are suffering because of the first coup, and the first coup they attributed the Igbo man in Zogo. Well, we're not saying that it's not in Zogo was not the leader. But today, everything is against the Igbos. But it was what that man did. But he did what he did was not bad. You see? So South people must not. And again, the problem again we're having is that the South leaders are the one dividing us. You people should not be thinking about this Southeast. All of us are one. We're supposed to, even the Northerners, they regarded us as one. Even the Yorubas today regard South and Southeast as one. So I don't know why we should divide ourselves. When the when the Easterners are talking, it's also the South are talking. When any woman is talking, it's like a Benue man, somebody from Delta State is talking, or somebody even in this election now. That like the first Republic, the Benin people, they voted for I think Yoruba, UPN. But in this time now, they voted for the Labour Party. Not that Labour Party is an Igbo party, but being headed by an Igbo man. So what I'm trying to say is this: Yoruba, the Bini, the Delta, all of them also are going back to their roots, because their root is where that eastern state. That's where we are, all of us, coming from. On the issue of what Ngozi said before earlier about there's Philip Nance or what, you see, what I believe, what I see that in that is that the people who are holding the government are the Fulanis, and the people who are killing, who are destroying everywhere are the Fulanis. They believe that if they bring an Igbo man to that equation, then everybody will come down. Hey, it's an Igbo man. It's not anything a Fulani. But the security the security actually, they know what they're doing. They want to bring an Igbo man to this equation now. You see, on the issue of the Igbos who their leaders are accountable, my brother, this government you see now is a government of, all of them are criminals. All these people that are ruling, they are criminals. Because none of them want to do anything good. Even the Yorubas are having power today. Which Yoruba leader is doing good for the Yorubas? None of them. None of them. No one is developing their state. Even upon they having the money, upon they have the power, but they are not doing anything. So what you have to know, understand at this point in time is that even if you go to those states, the man doing the do is it's nonsense. In the East, it's nonsense. All of them are criminals. When an Igbo man, and most of the problem again is that none of them won election. That is why it's very bad. The man in Enugu that is destroying Igbo people's houses, the man didn't win any election. All of them are criminals. So that is why when people are talking about to have a good election, some people are throttling that. That is why the country is not moving forward. And the country will never move forward unless things are changed in that country. If the constitution is not changed, if the country is not restructured, if the country is not the new INEC and so on and so forth, and not done, that country cannot move forward. We are all put in that circle. But my problem is this: others should not drag others to where they're going. If there's we can go back to region, because if like what is happening now, I believe that the country is dividing itself. If this railway if this railway will be accomplished, the south are doing what they're doing. The southwest, the northerners are doing what they're doing. I think the country is dividing itself, and I'll be happy that we go regional. If we don't go regional, it's better we divide, because even if we stay in that country for even 100 years with what the Fulanese and other people are doing, we cannot achieve anything. Coming to the hatred, the issue of Yorubas and Igbo, it's very, very unfortunate what happened in that election. It's very, very unfortunate.
Your audio.
If the Yorubas, for example, the people that did that are not the real Yoruba, they are criminal Yorubas, which is led by Tinubu. But the problem is that the Yoruba itself, the Yoruba people, didn't protest against what the people are doing. If that the Igbos are the one, our leaders are doing that to Yorubas, Igbo people will protest. But the Yorubas did not say anything. They just keep quiet, and all those things were happening. That is very wrong. People should not. The Yorubas, they're not that all of them are too bad, all of them are too good.
Concerns. Okay, let me ask you some questions then. Let me ask you some questions, Concerns. Let me ask you some questions that
stand up. You have to stand against them. Tell them, these are brothers.
Concerns, you can't hear me.
We have many things wrong with them.
Am I the only one hearing myself? Concerns, you're not hearing me.
How can he hear you?
It's not hearing anybody.
The people must know that.
Oh my God, what is this?
Common things. We have many
you can't hear
things in
anybody. This is one sided.
We should not fight against each other because of what they're doing. In this political distance, as I said earlier,
It's like he just put a
no,
video on or something.
don't tell him off. Tell him, talk to him now. Concerns.
Concerns. No, I think it's like he's just put a video on and just played
Please,
it and
Steph
walked
has
away.
not said anything. I want to hear Mr. Steph speak now. He has not said anything here.
It's my turn.
I wanted to,
Yeah.
it's the black stone. I just want 15 seconds. I wanted to add one thing. While before you go and Steph go, we need to think again whether compared to what the Southeasterners have at their disposal, are they actually underperforming compared to other Nigerians? Go ahead, the Blackstone.
Okay, thank you. First of all, let me say I concur with Amy what he said, because that's also that has been my point of view, thoughts concerning the Igbo people, right? We all say that Igbo people are very intelligent, industrious, and everything, but they have abandoned their region. You cannot leave your own place and go and be developing other place. Just as I did today, live in Nigeria and go and be developing foreign countries. The same thing the Igbos do to themselves, right? I believe that if the Igbos can settle down and make a master plan for their region, for all the 5 states, it's the only region that have 5 states. You all speak the same language. You all take us as one people. Why can't you come out with a master plan that all this now the states are agreed to have a railway line? Railway line is just one thing, right? Why can't you have a plan to develop the states, all the 5 states have a master plan? Work it out together to develop that region. Because we have been saying that it is a tree that has fruit that people stone. So instead of people complaining, putting the blame on that part of the region, government, and so on and so forth. You have a lot of resources. You have billionaires there. The states are there. The state gets subvention from the federal government. Why can't you people now come together and develop your region? And let's not stop the blame game. If you develop your region, Lagos will lose, because most of the business in Lagos belongs to the Igbo people. They start coming to you to buy things, to get what they want, right?
Lagos not the usual.
No, they may not lose because they have the seaport. Of course, they still have that former federal capital that advantage, right? You understand me? But on the on the lower level, but no, in short, right? Every state can specialize in some areas whereby they will develop on, that will now bring investment, bring investors, bring people into that state. Every state has that potential. But are we now working on that line, taking that potential into full productivity that will attract people to come to Nigeria, to our state? The 3 regions of Nigeria today are not even developed. Who are saying we are the major tribes? They're not even developed. Then what do we talk about the minority, the small states, like my state, like a state of Paul? You understand me? Who is getting about 100 and something billion naira from a subvention every month, but we are not seeing it. So this is so let's try and think out of the box. Let's try and face our governors. Let's try and have a master plan for each region, right? With that, we will be able to have something to talk about. No, we are not complaining, blaming people for national and so forth. No, like I said before, let me say it again. What is the trust factor for the Igbo peoples in Nigeria? How many other people trust the Igbo people when it comes to anything in Nigeria? Let's look at it in that way. When people are fighting the Igbo people, you have to find out why they are fighting. So that trust is not there for the Igbo people in business, in friendship, and everything. The only thing they are maybe the other part of, but when it comes to the area of business, which they are the major business people in Nigeria, that trust is not there. That trust is not there. So that's also the bottom line of the only thing, the problem the Igbo people have, or people have with Igbo people. You understand me? So that is it. So let us not look it in that direction. Because I discussed with Igbo people, I tried to bring this point to their notice, and most of them agreed. That is it, because that trust is not there. You go and
But
buy something from
Blackstone,
Igbo man,
can
you're
I
not
just
even
ask you a
sure
question, Blackstone? Why is the trust not there? Can you help me understand that?
why is the trust
No,
not
it's
there.
not fair. This is not fair, please.
Let me finish now. Let me finish. Let me say why. You asked me a
I
question,
don't
right?
understand. I'm telling you
Wait
the
now.
truth.
Let me ask you a question now. Are you going to answer
My
your question for
goodness.
yourself?
I'm talking
You
to
didn't get to
her.
that
I'm
level,
trying
though.
to answer.
Mr. Steph hasn't spoken. This is very unfair. He's been marginalized on this platform. I've been
Oh,
watching.
dear.
Okay,
He's
now
going.
I
He's going.
understand.
He's going to
He
be
will.
next.
He will
Please,
start. He will
it's not
talk. Let me
fair.
answer Olimide.
Mm.
Olimide, you are a pharmacist, right?
Go on, please.
So you are a pharmacist, right? The drugs that go to Nigeria, what are the major importers of drugs into Nigeria? Can you certify those drugs that they are 100% up to standard?
But what are you trying to say?
Yes, because if you go to buy something for the business people, mostly the Igbos are one of the most marketers in Nigeria, and you go there and buy things that you spend a lot of money for, and end up is fake product. What will you do?
Nigerians
So
make
if you
fake
go,
roads. Nigerians are specialized in making fake things. So fake roads, fake street lights, fake
I'm
train
not talking
lines,
about
fake,
it.
fake.
Yes, of course.
Even
I'm not talking
airline
about
is
it.
fake. What
I'm
are you
not
going
going
on
there.
about?
Excuse me,
Everything is corrupted. Why are you going? What are you, the point you're making?
forefathers. Don't misquote me. Don't
Blackstone, I don't
misunderstand
have
me.
an answer for you. Sorry.
No, you can't get an answer from me, because what the people use, what the people buy, their product, what they use for themselves. What do you mean? Somebody go and buy a drug, and don't know they will eat it and die because they will buy a nice drug. You go to a, so I'm not saying that. At least I'm not saying that
They
everything
buy
from. Wait,
that.
let me
The point
finish.
you're
Let me
making is that
let me clarify myself.
okay.
I'm not saying everything
Please
is
don't
all
go
the
down this
is
road.
by the Igbo people. I'm talking about the trust factor. Let us understand that. Talk to any Igbo person who's reasonable. He will
Blackstone, you
tell
go
you.
chop cake well
But you
tonight too.
forgot that most of the
No,
drugs
no,
are
that
actually
wahala. You don't
the
concern me.
ones that
Me,
are
I
the
don't talk
bad
my
ones is
own.
the one you remember.
Eh?
But the road,
I
I say,
call
I think
me.
that is
Wait,
not
wait.
a
No,
strong enough
forefathers.
argument.
Wait.
Yeah.
Forefathers. If people, okay, without everybody says all the tribes are fighting against the Igbos. Igbos is the people
No, they are
who
not.
are disadvantaged. People are fighting against them. Can't we ask ourselves what are the major reasons? What are some of the factors that the people are fighting? Even let's remove the government from it, and the citizens, the common people. Let's
But
remove them. Let's
that is
remove even the
assuming that
government.
people are fighting
You see
Igbos. So
why I wanted
you
to
are assuming that
understand.
people are fighting them. I
You
don't
see
see
why
the
I
fight
wanted
people are
to
fighting them.
understand why he thinks that people
Let's
have a
allow
problem
Steph to go, please,
with
before
because I'd never heard that angle before except from Blackstone.
Yes, okay, so you go analyze it. I did it before.
the
So
Blackstone does
you
come
go
up, does
analyze it
come with his
yourself.
German
I give it as a
analysis
job to
sometimes
do.
now. You know, the German culture is rubbing off on the Blackstone. Steph, please.
Don't use that one. You yourself, you yourself, you have a problem. You yourself having a
Okay,
problem. People are
I do
attacking
have
you
my
okay,
here.
problems now. I'm not denying it. Please, okay, are you done? If you are done, so as Steph can go ahead.
No, you have made me forget my thought, my line of thought.
He's
Come on.
done. He's
If it's
done,
so,
sir.
if it's very, very important, you don't forget that. Okay, Steph, please go ahead.
okay. Thank you, everybody. Am I audible enough?
Yes.
I've decided actually wanted to do most of listening today, and it actually paid off because it gave me opportunity to be able to hear better what today's conversation have been. I started listening since morning before I finally decided to join. And I've heard quite interesting stuff. Mostly positive anyway. The most striking is what Blackstone said now, the trust factor. And I'm very much interested in the follow-up question that Olumide asked because I'm interested in learning. You understand? And I don't think that he actually answered Olumide's question very well. So I would want to, before my time starts counting, I want to ask him another follow-up question. If Igbos are the highest importers of drugs in Nigeria, and all the drugs they import kill people. Why are there still people living in Nigeria? Because I think almost everybody in Nigeria takes drugs at least once a year. Another question is, if you are sick today, will you allow an Igbo person, an Igbo doctor to treat you? Or if you want to enter an airplane, will you ask them if he's an Igbo pilot
Sorry, Steph.
that
I
drive
just
the
wanted to
plane?
say, Blackstone, are you a Catholic? You need to go and repent.
Because what I don't want us
You need to
to.
go.
The issue is that it's high time we begin to understand that we are all individuals first before we become tribesmen. And then we are tribes people before we become Nigeria. You understand? I think we should start learning how to deal with each other as individuals first. Where I am here, I think I've said that before Jagun once. The most benevolent people to me since I came into this land where I am today are not people from my tribe. Most benevolent. And I think I've also impacted on a lot of them. I really doubt that they don't trust me and they're able to help me. You know? I think we live in two different worlds in Nigeria. There is a world of the political class and there is a world of the ordinary citizens. And I know that in Nigeria, people do businesses across tribes, business transactions. The possibility of an Hausa man duping you, to the best of my knowledge, is the same possibility of an Urobo man duping you, or the same possibility of an Igbo man duping you, the same possibility of a Christian duping you when you do business with him. It's the same possibility of a Muslim man duping you when you do business with him. So this stereotyping is real, but does it really make sense? Does it really have a strong foundation? If you ask me, I'll say no, it does not. When you talk about people stealing money, the same way a Yoruba and Hausa and Fulani and Igbo will connive and steal billions of naira, I don't think it's only one tribe that has been looting the treasury. Man, I I don't know. What my sister Ngozika said, or where I think somehow maybe sometimes we present an argument and it may come out the other side differently from what the person had in mind, you know.
That's what you just done to my presentation.
And I know, yeah.
Is that all you just had from Steph? Is that all you had from Steph? Steph what he said is very, very actually good. It shows that listening is also a great thing because he's summarizing all the conversation we've had. It's a good thing that he's not maligning what you said. Come on.
So, what Ngozi said is a sentiment that so many people have shared, and I also shared that same sentiment. But where I don't want us to get it wrong is for anybody to think that maybe when somebody like me advises my people to go home, that I mean they should abandon where they are living presently. No, they should not. Nobody should leave any part of Nigeria for any other person. But always remember that you came from somewhere. Because if you leave that place, don't run away. Do stuff in the home too, home front. So that before somebody insults you anyhow, the person will look back and say, this person actually, if I'm telling him to go, it's not as if I'm cursing him. You actually have a place to go to. It's just like maybe America, Chinese threatening an American company to leave China. Do you understand? It doesn't mean that it doesn't have any other option. So let's not understand this in that perspective. But coming to that, the greatest, somebody also asked that question. I think the greatest problem we have in the Southeast and any other maybe part of the South is our political office holders, especially the governors. Let me tell you something. Whenever a governor, at least I know the Southeast very well, whenever a governor, and it also applies to some other parts of the South anyway, whenever a governor comes up from Southeast, governor who is pro people, pro masses, the first thing that comes to his mind is an eye at the center. He automatically feels that now I have an opportunity to become a president someday. What does that have? What's the effect of it? It affects his psyche, the way he thinks. So they no longer want to do, sometimes not as if people from the north are directly controlling governors in the south. No, they have this mentality that have to start sounding, pro-north, start behaving to show that I love the north, so that eventually when I'm going to need them, so that they will not say, this one is always against north. And one the way to be pro-north is to, don't do anything that will make them feel like you are proving to be better than they are. And that's how they don't put the interest and well-being and welfare of their people, which most of the time can actually, both can be managed. You can care for your people and also not being against any other person. So the Southeast Economic Development Plan or whatever, it's not just, it didn't start today. Even the real issue, having a center of excellence in health in another state, having an education in another place, industry, it's been more than decades. So it's not just like the idea of having a rail line just came up today. They have a solid blueprint. But for whatever reason, whenever, like I said, any of them occupy that office, they no longer want to care. Their eye is somewhere else, how to build an alliance in the north. And that's a problem.
Like that is the corrupting process, isn't it?
It is.
The everyday Nigerian gets into office and suddenly they want to start towing the line and start
Father,
behaving
please,
like
can you give me 1 minute? My phone is about to go to die. I'm using my phone. I'm not using the system, please.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Jonaba, Loco, I see you backstage. Once there's
I will leave now. Somebody is coming in. So Ngozi can make mention of the rail system. Just to let you know, the rail system is a very good thing. But if the Southeast governor don't have that great plan in mind for greater industrial revolution, if they put on the rail, it will go down the drain. Because rail all over the world is highly subsidized by government. You don't make profit from rail, just to let you know. You don't make profit, but it creates a lot of jobs because it can move one thing from one village to another village, which means Ngozika, you can comfortably set up your factory in your village because you know there's a good transport system that can take it from your village to Inewi, to Aba, to Onitsha. You understand? Go different place. You understand? The rail system, it will help. But rail system itself doesn't make profit. And if it doesn't make profit, it brings a lot of subsidy. And our government is very bad when it comes to subsidy because people will steal this money. They won't manage these things well. They'll put billions there before you do between 5 to 10 years, or even though one administration, it will go down the drain. So I hope that they do it well. If the Southeast can set up that standard very well, it will be a great thing. You understand, for the whole region. I can tell you for free that the Yoruba people want to take it as a challenge. I can tell you the South people will want to take it as a challenge. The Northwest, the Northeast, the North Central. It will open up the country. But I just hope they do it well. I just hope it's not just some talking points and every other thing. At the end of the day, then they fight themselves from their party line and their individual pockets. Thank you. I'll be on the back enjoying the program.
Okay,
I think it's going well.
That's quite good analysis.
Then also the Blackstone, you completely went nuts with the Igbo people. You are 100% wrong with everything that you are saying. You understand? 24 years. from this election thing in Nigeria. It's only Delta people that has been ruling Delta with all our resources. Delta is the second richest oil state. That state is poor. Rivers is poor. Akwa Ibom is poor. So that thing that you are talking about, Igbo, every little step in, every one of us that make up that place called Nigeria, we all fail the country. So don't just go pick one point and say the Igbo people. We all fail the country. So don't just go pick one.
Individual trust. Let me tell you something. I look about the national trust.
He wasn't saying that. He
My
wasn't
brother,
saying
my Orobo people fail. My Orobo people fail me, and I fail my Orobo people. Your Edo people fail you, and you fail your Edo people too. So thank you.
Sorry. My people don't fail me.
Thank you. Who is next? Jago. I think Jago has
No,
said
can I round
okay,
up then?
finish.
So in summary, am I happy talking about Igbo issue when I come on this show? No, I am not. And I think even forefather is also guilty of it sometimes, indirectly spinning up the conversation. I wish they will have reason not to engage in such kind of conversations. You know, I'm trying to see what I can do this year to really avoid it, because I would rather wish that it's not. I don't think it's helpful to me as an Igbo person, or that is in any way going to help address any issue that I think that need to be addressed for Igbo people. It doesn't make sense. I rather feel more comfortable discussing Igbo issues or Southeast issues if I'm in a forum with Southeast or Igbo people, you know, because when you have a problem that's peculiar to you, it's better you address it in within yourself. And if you really want to bring it out to the open, you should have a strategy of what you want to achieve by bringing it up. Like somebody said, do I believe that Southeast is being marginalized? Yes. Do I believe that the only region that's being marginalized? No. Is there anything wrong in Southeast saying that they are marginalized? Of course, no. Should other tribes that are marginalized also say that they are marginalized? Of course, if you want, say it. But if you don't want to say it, don't shout out down another person that's saying that he's marginalized. But do I want to speak about it in a forum like this? No, I don't want. And I think it's not a conversation that should be happening every other time. It doesn't make sense. Because if we are not careful, it may not be what you want to achieve with it that you're going to achieve at the end of the day. And that's the reason why in the last election, when Peter Obi started running his campaign, as much as he tried to, separate himself from the agitation of the Southeast, people still have reasons to rub it all over him, because there are so many Igbo people that decided to go about it the wrong way. So I think talking to my brothers and sisters, we should start being more strategic in the way we'll have some certain kind of conversations.
Can I ask a quick question, please, Steph?
Yeah, of course.
I've heard and understood what you said, and you articulated it very well. It's clear to me. I would just add and find out, because we are in a particular state called Nigeria, and I believe what's happening to one is happening to the other. In the privacy that you desire for an Igbo conversation, Igbo-centric conversation with only Igbo voices, are you able to accept assistance? Are you able to accept advice? Are you able to accept a different point of view within that discourse from others who are in Nigeria?
Yeah, why not? Why I made the statement I made is that if you want to address a problem that is peculiar to you in a way, you should be able to have your own strategy as a person. If I want to present my problem to you to help me, I should have a strategy, for instance. You understand? So that I will not be able to push it in such a way that you're going to misconstrue it as if I don't even care about your own pains. You just because of the sensitivity of the issue. That's what I'm just talking about.
Can I ask a question too? Because one thing I noticed is that like in my own case anyway, when I talk about Nigeria, I will talk about a southwesterner of person, an official, even the president. Nobody says anything. But the moment you say something about a southeasterner, then it becomes a southeastern issue. Maybe that is the reason why you see me when I talk, it looks like I bring up southeastern issue. But if you look at my statement, often most of them start up from other regions. Talking about like when I started with Tinubu today, I'm talking about the Madam Tinubu. It wasn't a southeastern, but you didn't see the southwesterners come in and say, "Hey, why are you bringing southwesterners up and all that?" But the moment you mention anything from the southeast, it becomes a southeastern issue. That is
Okay,
the consciousness I
let me
need people to be aware
answer
of.
you. Let me answer you that question. That's the reason why I want to be careful going forward over the issue. The way I am passionate about a problem that I have, you may not be the same way passionate about your own problem. We may be the same problem. I may go to my house, I may not sleep in the night over that same issue. Maybe you have an exam to write. And you may go home and sleep well. Do you understand? Igbos are passionate about their position in Nigeria, what they perceive to be the systemic injustice. You may not understand it, and I believe that as real as it may be, we need the rest of Nigeria to solve the problem. And if we are not careful the way you present it, you're going to use it to, distance the people that you need to solve the problem. Because eventually, when the problem is solved, it's not going to be solved only for you, to be solved for other people. That's why I see it as a very sensitive issue that you
So
don't just begin to throw
when
around.
does passion give way to logic so that people can actually have? Because if we all use passion, then nobody will have conversations. There will be noise everywhere.
You see, that's the problem you are trying to take me into now. If I'm
No,
having this conversation with only Igbo people, I'm going to be able to draw the line in such a way that we will understand ourselves before we now present it to you. You're not going to solve the problem. That's what I'm trying to say. Except we have what we are presenting to you as what we think is the problem, is the solution.
Okay.
Sorry, Fofanas, I've not contributed because I was driving. Can I
I
just
think
make a
I think it's
contribution?
Jagon's turn though. Jago, you want him to go ahead?
Yeah, sure, no worries.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you, Jaguar. I appreciate. So I particularly wanted to come in because I didn't get a chance to engage Jenny when Jenny came in and said that that all we talk about is a particular part of the country and blah 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 blah. See, I want to say that it is true. Everybody has a right to their opinion, to be heard and to be said. But see, maybe because I came to this part of the world, we call it the free world, the civilized world, US, Canada, UK, Europe, you understand? And I've listened to the Igbo agitation. I've listened to their story, especially through the mouth of Nnamdi Kanu. And I haven't seen, see, I believe that this fight, when I was back home in Nigeria, I knew I followed the agitation of not really well, but I heard about Nwa Zurike, and my impression of Nwa Zurike was that he was a troublemaker. Who is this troublemaker trying to give Nigerian trouble? The way some people think on this platform. But it wasn't until I got to this part of the world that I knew actually what true freedom meant. And then, you understand? So I believe their fight, whatever they're agitating for, is not just an Igbo fight. It is a fight for freedom. It is a fight that every ethnicity in Nigeria should enjoy. If you listen to the guy's message, their message, they are saying they are being marginalized. This last election was a very clear example of that, where an election that was supposed to be free and fair, it was rigged out. And we heard on several videos where a certain man, El Rufai, was boasting that they did it, they deliberately made sure that it was a Muslim thing, and all this is now history now, you understand? So listen to their agitation. Nobody is saying the man from the middle belt shouldn't talk. What is their own problem? What? Come and tell us. Come and talk your own problem. Every demography is different. For instance, the north is largely maybe a large expanse of dry land, forest. In the south, it is their
Yeah,
sea,
but
their oil
Olumide, let
well.
me let me just ask this question then. How did Buhari, that is from the so-called elite class in Nigeria, which is the Fulanis, run election 3 times, presidential election 3 times, lose it, cry, and he was a former head of state, cried on national TV, and somehow we think only one side is marginalized. And I asked the question earlier on that for given what the Igbos have to, the Southeasterners have to work with, I don't like to call them Igbos because
Why?
all kinds of, for some reason, I'm not sure why, because I think it's very, people feel passionate when people
Forefathers, that is
call them
fine.
Igbos.
That is fine.
Um,
Buhari,
see, oh,
Buhari
let
has
me
a
let me
right.
just finish the question I wanted to ask.
Sure.
That given what what they have to work with, are they underperforming in Nigeria compared to other groups? They have some of the best performing groups in Nigeria.
So
So I don't
forefathers.
understand it truly.
Now, see, let us analyze again. See, that is a very valid question. That is fine. Buhari has a right to feel that after contested the election 3 times, it was probably rigged out. They never allowed him to get there. He had the interest of the country at heart. But in 2015, he eventually got there. So what was his last 8 years like? That is one. Two, we are saying that the system has failed us entirely. It is one. From the southwest, we have our own agitation too. We are saying the constitution is fraudulent. We are saying that it doesn't allow us control our resources. It doesn't allow freedom of religion, and we have our own grounds with the constitution too, depending on who you talk to in the southwest, and that we can do our things better if we have autonomy. You understand? Through autonomy, state police, and the rest of it. So in essence, what I'm saying now is that my train of thought now. So in essence, what I'm saying now is that the system failed us in the sense that the minimum requirement for a democracy to function appropriately, maybe the ability to make fashion a new constitution will garner steam along the line over the years. But the minimum modicum for democracy to be said to be true democratic in nature, a free and fair election is not even allowed to take place. They rig people from the local government level to the state level to the House of Assembly level. They determine who they want to get there. You can't vote. The only way you can really punish them, you can't even do a recall. But the only way you can punish these people who see the resources and the money that should be used to develop the land is to vote them out and bring people of similar interest, similar ideology. But they realize that and they gang up and install people there. The Imo election was an example. Who would have wanted that man to come back for second time? Which same person would have wanted that one to come back for second time? Not same person. Even in my southwest, Ogun State, who would have wanted that somebody like Gakpabiodu to come back? A man that was saying that, a state where Awolowo came from. This man was propagating keke napep to propagating keke napep to transport people to hospital emergency.
So
Is
what do
it
you think we
sane?
should do to stop those people from getting the people we don't want?
We want a free and fair election so that people
But
can
what
be
do you
voted in
I know what
and
you
voted
want,
out.
but what do you think you should do to stop the yeye ones from taking office? Because you have to stop them. What do you think we should do? Because I know you are passionate about this electoral process, but you have to have solutions for how you can block them.
Yeah,
Forefathers, there's nothing you can do now because the people now in charge are criminals, big time criminals. Only way you can do is only to people to protest, people to stand up against them. But if you are talking about what the people can do now, nothing. Nobody can do anything. The
Maybe there's
intercontinental
something,
political
maybe there's something
criminals
you
are in
can
charge.
do, especially
And then
during the party selection process.
one very important thing again I want to say is that, for instance, look at the north. The people from the middle belt. I was watching an online program, online blog program, and an Hausa woman who understood Yoruba, who grew up in the southwest, called in into that Yoruba program. and was complaining that the way their Fulanis have treated them, they didn't like it. They feel conquered. These people are now starting to talk. They are now, some of them coming out on online blogs, middle belt, trying to say their stories because now they feel they've been cheated out because they initially thought they were one. How would the people be a majority in a state and it is a minority that will be governor in a free and fair election? I don't believe that they conquered all of the northern states and their minorities there with the way they've been treated. We want the minimum modicum for a true democracy is a free and fair election, and change will naturally take place. The people who they want, the person they want to use their resources to. That's why we have godfatherism. I mean, a
Well,
godfather
I,
and a
I, I
governor
agree with
and
you.
their
I agree
son
with
will
you, but
fight.
it's just that you are not talking about
Without any,
how your
No, it's
expertise in this area
difficult.
doesn't include solutions. That's
No,
the
it's
main
very, very
part.
forefather. These solutions that we like to draw for. We have to understand it's extremely difficult to just pipe up, even though we may make utterances of complaint. Because it's too easy to complain, and sometimes when we hear complaint, it's just hurting people's ears. The same story
but
going
but
round
but
and
but
round.
more
But
importantly,
wait.
too.
I need to continue from where you've been, because where what I've seen is that there's been no change for 60 years. And I think understanding and appreciating that and all the turbulences that we've been through, it takes each and every one of us to sit down and think for a minute. To really sit down and think that 60 years of our independence has really been about round and round and round, and our movement forward is nowhere. South Africa has just stood up as a nation to speak to the whole planet about what's going on in the Middle East, and they don't like it. To them, it looks like genocide. They have been able to bring that up, and the whole world is following behind them. They're probably the only country that could have built it. But Nigeria isn't anywhere politically, globally. We're nowhere. Let's not pretend about these things. And we know why we are nowhere. We don't have a strong nation. We have strong individuals, but we don't have a strong nation. In this, there's a lot to understand, especially pertaining to our history, to our mindset, to our individual cultures, to the clashes that we're having amongst ourselves. We really have to understand it before we can provide any solution. Because for me, the ultimate solution as to where we are now is to take out the government as it stands right now. They are not leading us anywhere. In order for us to do that, we have to own our own territory. We have to. We have to own our own territory. What I've seen, and somebody else has said it, is that truly, 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 people are waking up. People are waking up. Are they waking up fast enough? I don't know. But I know that they're waking up. And I, like Olumide, have been citing a lot of people calling themselves Hausa and saying that these Fulani are not our people. They are feeling the oppression. It's taken them an awful long time, but they're coming out right now and saying it. Everybody is calling their father's name. Because as people may or may not understand, Nigeria has not been founded yet as a nation. The reason why people come across as tribalist to people is because that's what they really understand. I understand myself as an Igbo person. I understand myself as a Yoruba person. There's no getting away from that. And that should make me a Nigerian from this aspect. But it's difficult for each ethnicity to announce their Nigerianness, even as much as we're Nigerian, we understand it, but it's very difficult for us to announce our Nigerianness on top of our individual ethnicities. Because the matters that be seem to be working against us, each individual seems to be working against us because it's not working at all. So when you come with what's the solution, it's not a one baked, half baked, misunderstanding, round and round trip, because that's what anyone will perform here if they try to start articulating solutions when they haven't really thought deeply about solutions. They haven't tackled their solutions with other people to see if it even makes sense. Before uttering it. I think it's extremely difficult to speak about these things unless you have thought about them. And if anyone has thought about a solution and wanted to provide one, to be challenged or what, just to present it, that individual, apart from the thinking and the taxing that they would have done before coming to the table to speak on it, would also, I would think, want to make that plan an example on the ground, because that's how I think. If I had a plan before I'm mentioning it on here, there's something already happening on the ground for real, as opposed to just coming here to start talking again. Do you know what I mean? I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Is they say action speaks louder than words, isn't it?
Indeed.
Once you're already in motion, it's easy to convince people. And I like the fact that Lumide is on one. He sounds like he's all over the place, but he's always coming back to this electoral process. And I really encourage you to try to think about solution, because if you are talking about something you're really concerned about, I would like to think that you're thinking about how to circumvent it and stop the problem from reoccurring. Please, Janaba, go ahead.
Thank you for having me once again. I think Lemide is new in the politics, so he's excited. It's a good thing. The the politics of Nigeria, we have made a significant progress. We are not where we used to be. But the notion that one cycle election that somebody failed, or whether election was ring out, since 1999, there's no free and fair election in Nigeria. Doesn't mean we shouldn't have one, but not to admit that this is not the first time that is happening, and this is not a progress. It's a lot of progress. It's a third party that came in 6 to 7 months and pulled crowd because Nigerians were desperate for change, and I think they're still desperate for change, and that is what brought the third party or the third person, because I don't think it's too much of Labour Party. It's about to be, and he came and make a lot of progress. I'm not his fan. I don't know why somebody say I come to join. I never join. I will never join. But doesn't mean that you will not be given the credit for a successful run. Yeah, so I should not give him a credit for what he has brought to the table, whichever way. But then Nigerian election has always been a ring out. And the only thing that we have made progress is that the third party now, whether it's 6 million, and then other
Mr.
ones.
Abba, Mr. Can I want to ask something. Did you
Mr.
think that election was
Concerns,
rigged or was not rigged?
Mr. Concern, please wait
No,
for
I
your
want to ask
time. Other
a question. I
people
want to.
here. No,
He
no,
just,
no,
he
sir.
just
No,
wants to
sir.
ask a question.
No,
I
you're
That
just want to ask a
disrespectful,
question.
sir.
let him
No,
ask.
I just
He's
want to
going
ask a
to ask.
question.
Ngozika
Did
has
you
been
think that
raising
election
hands.
was rigged or not?
No, Lumide. Ngozika has been raising hands, and you guys didn't say nothing. Me, I'm a fighter for women, so you people should respect women. If
Go
he has
ahead.
right to speak, Ngozika can speak too.
No, it's just a question I was asking. I didn't want. I just a question.
Ngozika wanted to
Go
ask a
ahead.
question too.
Let there be
Is it
peace,
fair?
please.
Expression is
Let there be
Biko, please.
peace.
Biko,
He's trying
Let's
to
let
not
him
answer
ask
a
fight.
the
question.
question. Then Ngozika will
Olumide,
talk.
Ngozika raised her hand first. I believe
I
in
know.
fairness.
She will have the floor, but it's just a
Ngozika
question.
doesn't have to raise her hand.
Oderoma,
Janaba
Ngozika raised her
would
hand
have
first. You people should
would have
stop
finished by now,
marginalizing
no.
women.
Exactly.
Olumide, Eshorare.
Consign, what do you
Jọ
say then,
dákun,
please?
arábìnrin dákun jọ.
Mr. Abba, I know that even since we are born, all the elections in Nigeria have been rigged. But I want to ask, do you think that this last year election was rigged or not?
Everybody ring in the area they could ring, and the person that
No.
pushed them ring out the final one. Every one of them ring where they can ring.
Mr. Abba, are you a Fulani? Are you a Fulani? I want to ask. No, let's be honest. Let's be honest ourselves, because you are so. The way you speak like sometimes you speak like in this way. You speak like a wind. You speak like a sun. You speak like this
No,
one. Are you a
no, I'm
Fulani?
a
Just be honest
Nigerian.
with. Just
I'm a
just be honest with yourself.
Nigerian, and I'm telling you the truth, my brother.
You're not
So
saying the truth.
because okay, you do not have anything. You see, the only way we make a progress and people believe we are making a progress, this is you checkmate the system. If you're going to checkmate the system, you must have evidence, and you must have before you checkmate the master, you must make a move. And when you checkmate it before the whole world, they know that you make a final move. You don't have a strategy, you don't have a move, and now you are telling me, and you don't have any proof, just like we're all speculating, and we say, okay, people came out overwhelmingly to vote for somebody, and because of that, we just concluded without having anything. So, in another case, that we are making a case against ourselves, and somebody say, oh, is sure. When they went to court, they did not even file for that. That was not the case. They filed for because they don't have the evidence to say, oh, I'm filing because I won the election. This is what I have. So I don't know why we come here. Sometimes we want to just stick to issue because we get involved whether in first election cycle or second cycle of election, and we just concluded that, oh, this person was ring. That didn't ring anybody. Everybody ring in the area they could ring, and the master checkmate all. That's all.
You're a full animal. And you also
Nothing wrong to be a
you're
Fulani.
working
Nothing wrong
for
to
the
be a
establishment.
Fulani. Is not a crime. It's a
You
tribe.
are working for the establishment.
Okay, can we yield the floor now to Ngozika?
I yield the floor, brother.
Oh, well done. No. This is almost 2 a.m. here. That's why I've been wanting to speak so that I'll go to bed. I wanted to respond to Jenny. Please, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
I wanted to respond to Jenny. I didn't get a chance to really do that because I don't like cutting into people when they're speaking. I do not have issues with what Jenny is saying. It's just that she was contradicting herself. And I think a lot of us do that without realizing it. We come here, we say that everybody is entitled to their opinion. And yet when I'm making my opinion, you're telling me I shouldn't. That it's not just about me, but I'm doing what exactly you're advocating for, making my opinion. Why is it an issue? Why exactly is that an issue? It's a different matter if I did not allow any other person to speak. It would be a different matter if every other person tried to speak and I shut them off. Then I would understand if you said I was trying to drown out other voices. But people are having their say. This is have your say. And I am having my say too. And you have an issue with me having my say. That is not proper. So sometimes when we point with one finger, we should be mindful of the fact that the other fingers are pointing back to us. And she says, I'm just a bit saddened that she's not here for me to say this. Nobody said any group that feels marginalized should not speak for themselves. I've not heard an Igbo person tell any group that feels marginalized not to say that they are marginalized. I have not heard it. If you feel you're not being treated right, speak. Speak your speak your truth. Don't wait for anybody. If you won't speak your truth, don't go harassing somebody else that is doing this, or gaslighting them, or telling them they shouldn't, or telling them how they should. You don't do that. And the second thing I wanted to talk about was Mr. Blackstone. I don't know why, but anytime I look at Mr. Blackstone, I remember that episode. I don't know if some of you remember that episode when Mr. Blackstone and Mr. James, that man in Gambia, were having a discussion about how men treat their wives. And every time I look at Mr. Blackstone, I remember his comments and I just can't help but laugh. Anyway, I was going to talk about the issue
Which
he
comment did
raised.
I make at that time? Tell me which
No,
comment.
that will that will take the discussion of what I want to say. And I wanted to talk about trust, but not in the context that Mr. Blackstone mentioned it. I want to talk about trust as a people and how we gather here. I am deliberately trying not to go into what he said. I just picked trust and I decided, okay, he's raising the issue of trust, but I'm not going to do it his way. I'm going to speak about it how I want. When we come here, we are different people. We might be from the same ethnic groups. Some of us are from the same ethnic groups. Some of us are not. Our opinions sometimes are not cohesive, even if we're from the same ethnic group. Sometimes our opinions align with people from the other side. Mr. Blackstone coming here today to paint a whole ethnic group with a brush. I said I wasn't going to go there, but look at me, I'm going there. Suggests to me that even though we come here and we say we are speaking for a better Nigeria, some people will still look at you and do, and then raise their noses and be like, "Ooh, this one too is speaking for Nigeria." I don't know if it hit any other person like that, because to me, that is exactly how it hit me. We say we want a better Nigeria. Look at me staying up. This is almost 2 a.m. talking, and all of you are still awake. The people watching us are still awake. All of us want the same thing. And then somebody is telling you on the same platform that you are awake to talk about the betterment of your country. And you can't trust you. And you think he's just talking about the Igbo people. He's telling you straight to your face that, that even though we are pushing for the same thing, I don't trust you. That should bother you. If you are gloating within yourself and you're saying, if you're gloating within yourself and you're saying, he's talking about Igbo people, those ones they are way too much. Don't worry, I'll keep saying it. Maintain the same energy. Maintain the same energy. I like saying what is unsaid sometimes. And to me, when he said that, and
Sorry,
that is
sorry,
how I read it.
Ngazika, sorry for interjecting. John Abba, could that be the reason why you are not a fan of P2B?
You want to start your own fight that you not go finish, right?
Is it because of the trust deficit?
No, not.
We don't trust ourselves.
And to be
Even when
honest
our
with
opinions
you, it
align,
has
we just look
nothing
at each other and just
to.
look at this
Yeah,
one.
I
He thinks
always
I'm
say,
agreeing with him.
and
That we don't.
I
Yeah, that is exactly what Mr. Blackstone is saying. He doesn't.
that
Okay,
Well,
let
that's
me
your
just.
I, I
prerogative.
That is
You understand
interpretation.
that my
That's your
younger
yes,
brother,
interpretation.
he
I
my
took.
brother.
That was not what I
You
mean.
see,
Okay?
guys. Sorry, because the question is trust, and I think it's a very important thing to open up with, and I like where Ngosika was going, and I wanted her to go all the way, but I do feel that you misconstrue Blackstone's utterances. They went into a place where it wasn't very savory. I agree with you, but
I
I don't
inferred from
believe.
what he
I don't
said. I
believe.
am not taking away from what he said. I inferred. That is how I understood it.
I
I am not.
understand. I understand what you're saying. I'm saying to you that he wasn't the best at articulating what his meaning was. His meaning was, why do we mistrust the Igbos? Why do we mistrust anyone in that country? The thing does go further, as both yourself and Steph articulated. We don't want to put trust and the lack of trust on any one tribe. And I think we need to be a bit forgiving on this platform where people articulate themselves in a certain way and it doesn't really hit home, as it were. But I didn't take that's what he was saying. He was just I feel he was just trying to look at the question of trust as you are doing now. And I think, there are some of us on this platform that we articulate ourselves extremely well. Sometimes I'm blown away by the way.
Mr. Jagun, I respect you a lot, but I think since Blackstone is still here, maybe when
Okay.
Ngozi can finish, let Blackstone answer for himself whether he is being misrepresented.
Okay.
Ngozika should continue before I come to your own allegation on national TV.
So, Mr. Blackstone, this since we decided that people have every right to. Okay, let me just phrase this in a question. When you said that, you realize you just painted everybody with the same brush. You do realize that, right?
Painted everybody. I didn't put everybody in the same brush. I was
Sorry,
I was
every Igbo
referring. Wait,
person,
excuse me.
every
Wait,
Igbo person with the same brush.
I said I was referring to a group of people, right?
Igbo people.
Yes, I was feeling a group of Igbo people.
Very
So not
good.
all the
And I
Igbo
am
people,
I, I am
right?
now expanding the conversation because
Yeah,
the people here are
you
not
can
just Igbo
expand it.
people.
You can
Okay,
expand it, right? Because I'm
maybe
talking from my
expand
own.
is not the word. I am bringing it
Yeah.
home. I am bringing the
Mm-hmm.
conversation home to the people on the panel. And you're saying that if you cannot trust a people from a certain
Wait.
demography in Nigeria
If you
because of
excuse me first.
whatever
No, excuse
reasons you
me.
have,
No,
and
excuse
some
me.
of those
Excuse
people
wait,
are here.
wait.
Excuse me,
Excuse
Mr.
me.
Blackstone. Some of those people are here. What you are saying in essence,
before you come,
please let me
before
land.
you continue,
Please,
wait, let me land.
please
Let me
let me
correct you.
land.
Let me tell you how I started. I said that most of my friends are Igbo people,
That
both
is a
male and
racist
let me
statement.
finish. No,
I
let me
have black
finish.
friends,
So
but I'm not
wait,
racist.
wait,
That is what you're saying.
wait now, wait. We always misunderstand where somebody put something forward because maybe it you understand me. You can tell you can okay. You can say my people are not trustworthy people. I can agree with you to some extent. I will not maybe fight you about it. I can say okay, that's fine because people are there like that. You understand me? But
Okay.
what I was saying,
So
what I was
forget
saying,
everything I've been saying for the past
okay,
5 minutes. Let me just say it. Let me just
okay,
start
conclude.
again. Maybe this time around you understand. I am saying that you came on air and you said every single Igbo person is not to be trusted, that they are untrustworthy. And I said, okay, let me bring it home. Forget every other thing I've said so far. Let me bring it home. This is our own little Nigeria. We have people from every part of Nigeria here, and there are Igbo people here. I am an Igbo person. And you're telling me indirectly that being an Igbo person, that even though me and you are on the same platform and we are doing as if we're fighting for Nigeria, you don't trust me. That is what it means. And you're saying no, that is not what you meant. Please, sir, how is that not how is it not what you meant? Am I not Igbo enough? Are the Igbo people here not Igbo enough? Because sometimes when we say these things, when we just say it, it just sounds vague. But I wish sometimes we bring the conversation home and use ourselves as examples. Because Nigeria leaders, Nigerian citizens, we are the Nigeria here, every one of us. So when you make such broad statements, you should, and I bring it home, you should be able to stand by it or make an apology.
Uh,
Ah,
Can I say something? No, because there are a few women here. Most times women don't
it's
come.
my point
You
of
guys
view.
are trying
Whether
to
you take it or you
overshadow
leave
us.
it. It's my point of view. How I was
No,
going to
no, no,
everybody.
nothing
I
like
want to
that.
say something. No, I don't want to barge in or take it by force now, so I don't sound disrespectful. Oh.
I'm done speaking. Every
This
other
woman.
person can go on.
No, when Ngozi finishes, Ngozi, go ahead, please.
She put a
He's
scenario to
already finished. Finished
my
before
man,
I
are
Oh,
you ready to
respond, please.
apologize? Because the
before
fact of the
he
matter is,
apologizes,
what you were saying
my sister, I want to
obviously
say
was
something. I have
misconstrued.
to make something. I beg.
no,
My sister, I want
ekuzine,
to say
ekuzine,
something because.
ekuzine, dede.
Go
Ikujole,
ahead now.
No,
No,
let
wait,
this guy apologize
wait,
or
sir.
not now.
No, wait.
No, you
So
can't
before
force
he
him
will
to
apologize,
apologize.
I
He
want to
can
put
No,
more
apologize.
not
rope
force
around
him.
him. No, let me put more rope around him so that the
Please.
apology will be tougher and stronger, so that he won't even know where to start to
Okay, go ahead.
apologize.
Go ahead.
Who's
Yes.
apologizing?
Well, I'm
Me?
coming. Let me finish.
I owe nobody apology.
Wait
Give
That is
you
my
now.
the
own point
floor
of view.
to
Wait now.
expression it, please.
That's my
Brother,
own point
wait,
of view.
wait,
That's my
wait,
belief. So
wait.
it isn't every Igbo
I'm not
people.
trying
You
to
understand
attack
me?
you or
So
convince you. I'm not convincing you
uh,
or attacking you.
you
This
can
is my
even can
voice
attack me,
now.
can confuse me, no problem. I'm ready for it. I said it as my word.
Okay. No problem. Everyone is entitled to their opinion. And
Yes,
our
of course.
understandings are differ because we are unique. The way we
Yes,
think, the way
definitely. I
we
agree with
even
you.
the way we express the same point will be different.
Yeah.
Well, I want you to kind of expand or kind of explain deeper because a lot of people may misunderstand you. From where I'm sitting, what I understand from your point is that Igbos may not be trusted. And from the election, it's like, is it politically or as business people or
Biz,
culturally? Which point are you
biz,
coming
biz,
from?
business wise, are the major importers of goods into Nigeria. That's what I mean, right?
So
Wait, so
Your accuses are correct then. Your
Mr.
accuses
Jago,
are
please.
correct, so my brother.
So wait, Mr. Jago, please. Do other part of Nigerians patronize the Igbos in their businesses? Yes or no, please?
They patronize them, but what is the
You're gonna
outcome?
get
What is
deeper
their
into hell.
feelings?
If someone is
What?
buying from you,
No. What is the outcome? What is their feelings after buying a product from from an Igbo man, right? Okay, let me give you an example, right? If you are buying a brand new part for your car, do you trust it or do you trust the one that is imported? What they call it, the Kubo one or the brand new one? The brand new one will be more expensive than the Kubo one, but you can't even last you up to 6 months in your car because they have fake products. So that's where the issue of trust come in with the business, the major importers of this into Nigeria, which are mostly the Igbo people.
I
That's
think
where
this
I'm
is
coming from.
it's not irrelevant, sir.
Yeah.
Permit me to use
No,
that word.
wait. I
It's
said, no,
absolutely,
listen,
it's
no,
totally and absolutely
wait,
irrelevant to
listen
the
to me.
My
point.
What I
sister, my
said,
sister.
listen, what I said is this. What was I said? One of the major problems the women have in Nigeria is the trust factor.
How?
That's
Can you
what it is.
explain?
I have
Explain.
yes, I've given you one reason for that. I've given you one
One
reason.
reason is not enough for say now
Okay,
you are
leave it like
now.
that. So
Wait,
you
wait,
go and
sir.
find out
That's
yourself.
so you just
We
guys
are not
started a
fighting.
whole
No, wait,
race.
No,
let me
no.
finish. No,
I
wait,
don't need to.
don't
No,
run
you know what?
away. Don't
Wait.
turn it to fight. So no, this is
He
not
Wait,
fight.
wait.
We're
No, it's
having a
not to
chat.
fight. Understand?
Don't turn
I
it to
don't
fight
say
now. I'm begging you
I
in the
beg
name
to
of
nothing.
God. Please,
Wait
boss.
now.
oh,
We are not
man.
Wait,
fighting.
listen to me.
You
Thank you,
don't,
sir.
Russ, you don't expose yourself. Or
My
Steph, you are right to
my
stop
brothers.
me.
Listen. There are certain things somebody say. I don't think you need to, you know, be too hard
Hammer
on
the
the
point.
person. You've heard the person. It's food for thought.
Yeah,
Just swallow
yeah,
it.
And
yeah.
Yeah, of
I
let
course.
me
swallow it, but
let
I don't wait. I don't want
It's my
representation of a
it is
people.
my point of view. It
No,
is
but
my
no
opinion.
that is him. That is what he. That's
So
how he
that's
feel
my
about you.
opinion. So anybody
I
can
He
take
said
it
it.
or
understand, but
leave
I
it.
want to.
please
I want
let's
to
move the
understand.
Also
conversation.
from
I
my
am
own
still staying
experience.
on.
Wait,
Sorry,
Expressionist.
also
I
from
am
my
still
own
staying on
experience.
so that
Wait,
forefathers
excuse
will
me.
come back and take charge before I
Excuse me.
leave.
It is
Expressionist.
also from
That
I've
is
also
why
not
I'm
from my
still
own
finished,
personal
staying
so
on.
experience. Okay.
I've not finished.
Can I just
And
say something?
Okay, please.
I am still staying on because I'm waiting for forefathers to come in. Then before I leave. And this whole thing, it doesn't matter. Mr. Blackstone, you don't owe me an apology. I just wanted you to own what you said and make sure it is what you said and own it.
This is
And
You
he
don't
has
owe me
owned
an
it.
and he
He has
has
owned
owned
it.
it. So let's move
Yeah.
on. He has owned owned it it with his full chest. So Let's moving move. on.
okay.
Let's
We
move.
are not
Very
moving
good.
on.
Mr.
No,
Fofadas is
let
here. I can now
no,
go to sleep.
no. Let
Yeah,
me
I
finish.
must say, Ngozika, hold on. I must say, Ngozika, I
Ngozika.
think the way Ngozika's submission and leading to that demand for an apology is quite, it's merited because if you look at what Blackstone said, he was saying you cannot trust Igbo people because they sell some fake products. But
Forefathers,
the entire
that's not
Nigerian
what he
state,
said. Let me
that's what he
correct
said.
you. Let me correct you.
Okay.
He said that Igbo people have trust deficit.
I
So he said, somebody
did
asked him,
say,
I'm
Augusta,
coming.
don't
Somebody
disagree
asked
with
him to
me.
explain.
I
He said
don't disagree with
the
me.
impression
Wait,
is
don't
that
disagree with me.
there are so many reasons, but let me just use importation to explain it to you. That's what he said.
Yes, and
Exactly.
he used
So
the,
We are
it's
all
not just
here.
about importation.
yes, there are certain areas, but that the example he used was wrong too, because in reality,
No,
the
but it's
entire Nigerian
okay.
state.
That is how he feels about Igbo
But it's not
people.
okay.
Why
But
are
that's
you
what we
people
are supposed.
quarreling with
Hold on,
him?
hold on. That's what we are
We are not
supposed
quarreling,
to
sir.
challenge
Mr.
here.
Mister, to
You can't
me,
say
I'll
something
set
that
my
is wrong
own.
and you
So
We are
get
not
either
quarreling.
you
We are
take
not
it or you
quarreling.
leave it. So
hold on. If he
either
starts
you
saying
take it or
that,
you leave it.
then the roads that are being built that are also fake, who is holding those people accountable? Why are you trusting them? The almost everything, the airline that we had that is not there. Is he an Igbo man that did all that? All the
Forefathers.
fake stuff you see in Nigeria,
Forefathers.
who are you
Forefathers.
holding
Fuck
I'm
accountable
not
for that?
I'm not
And
conceding
forefathers.
and
that he's right.
Forefathers.
and
Forefathers,
Can
the
we
drug.
move on,
Hold on,
please?
let me
I
finish my
I'll
point
set
now. How
my
many
own.
seconds
I
am I
am not
talking?
conceding that
Let
he's
me
go
right,
finish
right
my
now.
but
point.
I said that is his
See,
opinion.
it's Ngozika that is moderating right now. I'm just making it as a panelist. My point is that the
I'm
point
not
he made was
moderating. I
completely
want to
wrong.
go and
The point he
sleep.
made was completely wrong, top and bottom. Because if you look
look at it, the medicine that he even used as an example, just because you have a few fake ones
there are 99% of them, they are good. You buy medicines in Nigeria. Nigerians are the ones killing each other. I went to a Nigerian hospital, and I had a little bit of a cold or whatever I got, and they gave me medicine that I've never seen before for the last 20 years that I've been in the UK. And I knew that these guys want to kill me or something. And I was like, no, these are too many medications. I'll just take the essential one and reject the rest. And that was it. And my illness went away. It tells you that it's not the drugs that are killing people. Most of the killing is being done by Nigerians over medicating each other. And most people take the medication, they feel fine. So to use pharmacy as a way of saying Igbo cannot be trusted, that is below the belt. And hence, the case that Ngosika made to demand an apology is actually merited. You can't just do that. It's not fair.
But you
And it's wrong.
cannot force him. You can't force
I
him to
don't
give
want
the
an
apology.
apology. No, I did not ask him for an
No,
apology. I asked
It's
him
Blackstone,
wrong.
to
don't
You
go.
can't just make
Blackstone,
you can't
don't
just make
apologize.
assertions like that.
Please don't.
Forefathers,
Please don't.
can I just say
Please
something?
don't.
Because I was the one who asked that follow-up question. Because of that, I just want to say I wanted to know why. If it was the same, if it was the same as been mentioned before, that maybe because I was thinking it was going to lean towards maybe the civil war, maybe coming from the civil war, maybe the Nigerian system has not fully trusted the Igbo people. Maybe they will try to secede. There's no. I was thinking I wasn't expect because that issue of somebody bringing in substandard products is an institutional failure. You can't blame it on it's an institutional failure. It's a failure of all this young we've been talking about. Somebody not holding elections properly. Somebody not providing security. Police security agencies not doing their job the way they should do it according to law. It's a failure of institution. It is. I think it is unfair for you to now blame a whole tribe for that kind of, or to mean it to be the reason why they don't earn the trust of Nigerians. I think it's
Yeah.
unfair. I don't think it's a fair assessment. That's my opinion.
Okay,
Can I
Dr. David,
finalize at
Yeah,
least?
yeah.
Expressionist
Let
wants to say
specialist
something.
go
Please,
ahead.
let her just
Let me
finalize. I want us
finalize.
to move on from this topic. I
No,
beg.
Ngozi can now. You can't speak yours and ask me not to air mine. You see now. Oh, which one you did now?
This, you know why I'm insisting we move on from this? It is going
okay,
to drag.
specialist, talk now.
They
Let me
say,
talk.
we
Let
say.
a
No,
specialist
wait.
say
Don't tell me
her
to
mind.
stop, oh, because this is my voice. That is what they say. Stay, speak your own. I speak my own.
No, I
Okay.
said talk. Let me talk. I said talk. Let me talk.
Uh-huh. I mean, I want to
That's what I
talk, oh,
said.
I beg. Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Because Nigeria belongs to all of us. Me, I
Uh-huh.
don't like to go tribal, but I cannot say I don't trust Yoruba, Hausa, or Fulani. I don't think that way. I'm not saying I'm not judging Blackstone. He has his view. But when utterances are made, people can agree or disagree. Don't mean that they're attacking you, because this is an international platform and everything we say here will not be wiped off. Generations to come will still meet it. And as a person from that side you're talking about, I won't just sit here and not say, for me, the way I understood it is like Igbos, whichever way, are not trusted. And who is trusted in Nigeria? Even outside Nigeria, people will say, are you Nigerians? Oh, you guys are scammers. And I say, please don't use the same brush to paint all Nigerians. We aren't all scammers. We have scammers all over the world. Just like within Igbos, some people are not trusted. It's the same with in Yoruba. All tribes, all humans, the heart of a man can be deceptive. You understand? Even here, I don't know you, but I give you benefit of doubt. You understand? So if we have such a kind of mindset, that's why I say our mindset is very important. If you have a mindset, you know, to say, okay, you don't trust me and you don't know me, why? But I sell goods that would help you, medicine that will cost you fortune abroad, and you say you won't buy from me because you don't trust me as an Igbo. When you buy it, you will pay me. Then I don't believe it's true, because I lived in Nigeria and I've lived in the southwest. I speak the language a little bit, but I can't say I don't trust Yorubas, because they've been nice to me when living there. Apart from what's happening these days, which I believe the politicians are the ones cooking it. So we should learn to understand that the politicals are in their own on their own, and the other people are on their own. We should come together as one and remove all divisive mediums, be it trust or not. Let's learn to give each other benefit of doubt. Perhaps that love, that seed of love may germinate. But when there is division of no trust, when I don't trust you, then what are we doing as a country? That's my own. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
Forefather, please
I'm on the
let
Yes,
platform.
Forefather, can I
people
what
speak?
is
flow.
I've been
We
here
wait,
for,
Mr.
I'm not
Mr.
interested.
Mr.
Let me speak.
KJ, I beg
John,
1 minute, I
hold
beg.
on. Let me speak.
Mr. KJ,
Let
beg, let
me
me talk, please.
See,
You see, this
KJ,
is your this
I've not
you are not an
spoken
obese
since.
supporter. You are not allowed to speak.
Mr.
You have the
KJ, please.
moment.
This
Just
issue of
hold on.
trust, hello,
KJ,
this
just hold
issue
on.
of trust,
Uh,
it's not a problem.
let Jonaba say something, then
No,
you
no,
can
it's not
go.
about speaking. Let me talk. I want to talk on this issue. Jonaba is not an Igbo man. He's talking about Igbo. Let me talk.
Jonaba, please let him
No,
talk.
the forefathers, wait, let me talk. I want to say
Yeah,
something.
It's okay. You can go ahead.
You see this issue of trust. Well, one, I'm disappointed in that Mr. Blackstone. I'm disappointed. I thought you man such a thing. That is one.
You are very free to be
Two,
disappointed.
let me
No
tell you.
problem. You are very free to be disappointed. People
Brenda
can be
Fassie.
disappointed.
Brenda
For
Fassie.
me, I'm also
Wait,
disappointed
let
in
me
you
talk
because
now. Let
you
me
are
talk.
homophobic.
Brenda Fassie sing a song. He said, when people are talking about you, don't think the people hate you, they love you. You see, when in the time of election, that's where people hate Igbo. You know why? They don't want Igbo to hold the post because they believe that Igbos, when they hold the post, they will leave the country. So it's love. The people don't want us to leave. The whole country, they love the people there love Igbo so much. That is why they're always afraid to Igbo not to win the election so that they will not leave. They don't want us to leave. That's why they all those things are okay. Like what they bring out, the Fulanis are going about killing people. The military cannot do anything. They cannot hold them. But yesterday, they bring out one Philip in Zanz or what? Just to put this, when they say that it's Igbo man that is kidnapping people. Yeah, they say yes, that's what they said. Igbos are bad. Igbos are bad. So that is that gaslighting. What I believe is that Igbo men are loved. Even here, the women here, Yoruba women, Delta women, what they call it, Benue women. My brother, when they see you, not only the women, the men, when they see you as an Igbo. Let me tell you, when I want to send money
You're
here
not
now.
stereotyping Igbo people now.
Yeah, let me tell you, when I want to send money here, when I call my Benue friend here now, I tell my friend I want to send money. He said how much? I said 2,000. He just sent me 2,000 after I give the money. So if there's no love, how can that be? How can that happen? The same thing with my Delta brother here. So forget about that, my brothers. It's love. The people love Igbos.
That
They
is
just talking.
illegality. That is illegal. What you've done, sending 2,000. How come on the platform now? Don't market that one.
Yeah, don't mind
Sending
him.
what? It's not
He's
my
a
money. It's your money.
businessman now. he's a big,
It's my money. When I send money
he's a
home, if I
businessman
want to
now.
send, I
He's
tell you what.
marketing himself.
What
So,
I'm saying here in effect is this:
mm,
nobody love each other. Nobody hate each other in Nigeria. But the most tribe, we know the most tribe that he hated. People that are killing you, you don't hate them. It's the people that are giving you drugs. If the drugs are bad, why not the standard security not hold them? In any country, there's supposed to be standard organization that inspects all these things. What is their job? What is their duty? So if you bring a bad tie into Nigeria now, the standard organization is supposed to hold a pandit, but they're not doing it. So don't blame Igbos. And when you are talking about Igbo, blame the few who are dealing on drugs, not all the Igbos. In Nigeria
mm.
today, there are those who are in occultism. There are those who are
I
in
didn't blame
what they
you.
call
I
it.
didn't put it on the Igbo. So now, God say, can I say that the Igbos I talk about?
Maybe
I
I
was
think I think it's
anyway.
But you
Then
did though, the Blackstone. You did say that
forefathers,
it's coming.
forefathers. I
Blackstone.
beg.
I think it's
Yeah.
you
I'm
said
not
it because
trying
of that
to
your
pick on you,
glasses.
but you did
It's
put it
not a
that way.
problem. Oh, means I don't talk my own. Simple.
Okay, can I
I know,
talk now,
but I
please?
think it's because of that your glasses. That your glasses deceiving you.
Mm.
Remove that glass for the
Don't
meantime.
worry.
Yeah.
Can I
I
talk?
think it's John Aba's time. But
KJ,
John Abba, before you
we're
talk,
gonna be coming to KJ since
we don't have issues. I just
No,
wanted you
no,
to
no,
weigh
no,
into the
no. We're done.
conversation.
We're done. But it's important that I let you. It has nothing to do with trust. But I don't know why trust become an issue today. You guys have been calling people Fulani. You brand the whole Fulani people. Say they are Fulani people. As far on this platform, Fulani is a crime.
So you see, that is life. Now that they come to you, you are not welcoming it again. And here they say, oh, Fulani people, Fulani are the this, Fulani cannot be trusted. And there are things to be honest is that there are things you can trust people with. There are things you cannot trust people with. Even individual can tell you, don't trust me. I don't want to hold on to this. I'm not good in this. I'm not good in that. So if you are generalizing it on certain tribe, I think we are just trying to make a political talking point out of it. Like they separated before they say, okay, Hausa Fulani, and then they come up with this talking point recently. So even the Hausas, they don't like Fulani anymore, or Hausas are not Fulani. All those are all created talking point by politicians to divide and control. As far as human being is concerned, there are no perfect human being. And there are society you go today, you will see that you are well received, well loved, than where you are coming from, regardless of your color, regardless of I watched a documentary, and actually was produced by Barack Obama's media. And the person that championed the whole movement that organized uh, the the speech where the what do you call it? Who call it? What I'm trying to forget it now.
Conference or something.
The conference that led to the big speech of "I Have a Dream" by
Oh, the match, you mean Martin Luther King?
Martin Luther King. He was a gay guy, open gay. Is the one that organized everything. They used the gay issue to say, oh, this guy is this and that. Well, he persisted, and even the society see that side of him. As far back as then, it's almost like a taboo. You can get key for it. And the politicians that feel black, they don't want the meeting, the rally to be held, because it's going to affect their interest. So trust, we have to balance what trust means when we talk about trust. There are certain people that have a certain behavior. So if I tell him this word now, this person will take it to the other word. So we all have trust issue, but it's not anything you and I blame each other in terms of things like that. Government regulates, set a standard. If a human being are desperately for anything, so if there is a standard that hold people accountable, even it also go down to this is security we are talking about today. If government functions and things are working, this kind of a thing too is all that the same thing. If anything like that, if you talk whether it's a drug issue or any other issue that come to the country, it's a failure of the system. It's not on even on election. It's the same failure of a system. And if the system work, then anybody that is doing it, so the majority of people from here do it. Like people come here, so everybody voted for Obi. That's not true. But people say that in the world that, oh, they are trying to express themselves that a lot of people vote for him. And for my brother, I don't. It's not about Igbo. My brother Steph, it's not Igbo thing. That has if anybody from run for president in Nigeria that I will vote for, Anambra is my grandmother's, my father's grandmother place. I will vote for him based on tribe issue, but it has nothing to do with Igbo. It has just to do with my own political view. And I have my brother KJ here. He's an Igbo guy, and I don't think he said it on this platform that he is not to be fan. So can you tell him the same thing that he hate to be? So because it's Igbo, so that is
Yeah,
it.
yes. KJ have this Igbo, what's it called? Igbo distrust phenomenon.
Exactly.
Keep sowing seed.
A
Keep
traitor.
sowing seed. All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
A traitor. Where is the brotherly love when he did what? KJ decided to support some other
Please,
person instead of a
please,
little.
Mr. K,
Eh?
I know it's
This
your
is
turn to go. Let me just say this
yeah.
thing. I realize I take responsibility for how far this whole trust conversation has gone. And let me reiterate what I said earlier. Mr. Blackstone, my only intention was to make you own up to what you said or apologize if you feel oh, I said this thing, but I didn't want to say. But you do not have to apologize. That being said, I saw a comment that drew my attention. I was going to, but Mr. John Abba touched on it. Somebody said that on this platform, Mr. CM and Mr. Pansat have said worse things, and he went on challenge. And I'm going to say this to the person that made that comment. Whenever you feel somebody is saying something that does not sit right with you, and you feel attacked, or you feel belittled, or you feel anything, you do not, it just doesn't sit right with you. The onus is on you. The responsibility is yours to checkmate it. Don't go crying when you do not checkmate it. And he continues to run. He said something. It didn't sit right with me. I checkmated it. Now you're coming to tell me that because some people said some things, or you claim some people said some things, worse things that Mr. Blackstone said, and because they were not checkmated and what they were not meant to own up to what they said, that we should keep quiet whenever such statements are. Please, I beg to differ. I won't keep quiet. If you say things about Igbo people, I am an Igbo person. I don't care if every other Igbo person keeps quiet. I am an Igbo person. If it does not sit right with me, if I feel threatened, if I feel attacked, I am going to speak. And that's on periods. Good night, everyone.
Yeah,
Thank
but
you.
for
Thank you for that.
for
Ngo,
whatever for
Ngo,
whatever reason,
I want to listen to it.
What Blackstone said, I don't
Right,
really,
sorry,
have
Steph,
issues with
Steph,
him over it.
I have to speak right now because I've
You
been going
know.
Both
through
sides
this
are
session
correct. You
today.
know, people that don't
I've been
support
sitting here
P2B,
for more than one
we
hour
have to
with you
marginalize them
guys,
for a
and
little
it's going
bit.
on and on and
Um,
on.
um,
I think it's time.
You see, Pans that is saying he's never said anything bad. Yeah, I don't know, man. Typical
All right,
people that will
please
never
let
repent.
me speak. Let me speak. Let me speak, please.
Okay, okay, KJ, you are welcome. You know, you are like an institution here. I'm just teasing you for not supporting P2B. I may be, but
No,
And,
no,
And KJ don't like Igbo, so KJ don't like Igbo.
I don't have a
yeah.
problem with that. What you both of you are saying, but I want to tell Steve something. You know the reason why now I speak. I take a stand on when it has to do with Igbo question. Before now, and most of my northern friends didn't even know that I'm Igbo because I never presented any front like that. But it went on to the point that people started pressing, to say everything and every negative thing, and trying to make you feel guilty and feel bad for being Igbo. And so I revolted. So now if you say Igbo, I stand out and I will attack. Okay. But now I'm not going to attack Blackstone because he's my friend.
No,
And
attack me. No, no, remove
Exactly.
friendship.
He's
and I
our
Remove
know
friend.
friendship.
I,
Attack
hold
me.
on, sir. Hold on, sir. Hold on. And I know that he doesn't really fully he didn't put into account totally what he's saying. And when people say this tribe is not that, this tribe is not that, I think they're not putting into account. Most times when I say I talk about the north, I say the northern elites. I never say the north. I always say the ruling elite. There are some group of people who have decided that they will control whatever happens in the north. And those people are the ones who direct affairs and sometimes make it look as if the whole north is into what they're saying. If you go back through politics, you find out that the Plateau State and Benue State has always been in support of MPP. Okay, so Mola was an MPP governor in Plateau State. Paul Nongo, late Paul Nongo of blessed memory, was also a very strong member of MPP those days. Okay, now let me come back to. I want to paint a picture for Blackstone. What he's simply saying. Okay, you are talking about a 70 million group of people. You say you can't trust them. But you go in the night time to a Mesuya place and you pay for suya. You don't know whether it was human body, that is human flesh that he used in making the suya. You buy the suya, he puts pepper for you, you put onions for you and the tomato, and you sit down, and enjoy it. You garnish everything, okay? But you have
And if
trust for that man who you just met in the. Oh, hold on, sir, hold on. I
for your
listen to
information,
you.
How
for
do
your
you know
information,
it's
me
suya?
myself,
How do
for
you
your
Hold
know?
on,
information,
sir. Hold on. Let me speak.
I don't even
I
use
want to
suya.
speak. Hold on.
But
You you
Blackstone,
you
what about that your Igbo girlfriend?
you finish. I'm
Eh?
coming, sir. I'm coming, sir. You
I don't know
finish.
if you use suya.
When you
That's
when
our
you
problem.
finish eating the suya,
It's a friend, not
you
just
I'm
a
coming,
friend, not
sir.
my
Oga,
girlfriend.
listen to me. You open a bottle of Coke. You didn't know who made it, whether it is real Coke inside or the one they made behind the backyard. You down it. You have trust in the person who made it. Who you don't even know about. who you didn't know, you don't know anything. They may see you probably met him on the road. He may not be there tomorrow, but you are able to eat all that, enjoy yourself, and go to sleep, and you have no qualms with that. But you have qualms with with Igbo people because you probably bought a spare part which they didn't make and it didn't work for you. And I'm not approving that as a yardstick. I'm simply saying that before we make such utterances, we should consider what we are saying. If you
Okay,
consider
okay.
it a bit,
Let
you
me also
probably
start.
I'm coming, sir.
Wait,
I'll
wait,
give you a
wait.
chance to speak now.
This,
Let me speak.
how I started. Wait, let me cut you. But how I started, I said, what
Make
is
I
the
talk
trust
now.
factor?
Make I talk now.
What is the trust factor? This was a question I asked. What is the trust factor?
Let me
So,
tell you something. Or
uh-huh.
I'm coming to that your trust factor because I wanted you to have that at the back of your mind. What's the trust factor? Now, we used to say before that, oh, if you are dealing with a Hausa man, and somebody said something here, it's John Abba, that said before they used to say Hausa Fulani. It was the Fulanis when they were less than 7 million in Nigeria that they coined themselves as Hausa Fulanis. Because that time, the Hausas were more than the Fulanis. But since the Fulanis got to position through their hierarchy, and they are now dominating the affairs of Nigeria. They say no. If you say Hausa Fulani, they will say no, we're not Hausas. They don't say they hate Hausas. They say no, we're not Hausas, we're Fulanis. Fulani is different. Hausa is different. The person who said that the last time was the governor of Bauchi State. He's still governor of Bauchi State, who said the whole Fulanis around West Africa are all Nigerians. So they are free to come and go whenever they like. We cannot stop them from coming and going because Fulanis don't have boundaries. So if a chief man who worldview is that wherever the sky touches the ground, that's the end of his land. If he decides to take that same view and implement it, will there be peace at all? So when we say these things, let's put it in context, okay? Because now you are saying to me, you don't Igbo people have question, trust question. What brought about the trust question? These are things that people were told. Igbos are not good. Igbo now there's one that said Igbos don't love themselves. Yet Harvard and all the business school put together have not been able to produce enough millionaires that the Igbo apprenticeship scheme has produced. Even Harvard themselves say they refer to the Igbo
Uh,
apprenticeship scheme.
KJ, you just touched on something just now that I wanted to add to this. Let me just add this. In Germany, where the Blackstone is right now, they have a very strong culture of apprenticeship. I am not sure why the Southeasterners have not picked up on it. Like when they were talking about it, it reminded me of some of the stuff that the Southeasterners do in Nigeria, to where they bring people up all the time. They always go on to succeed. I've experienced one.
It's not that kind of apprenticeship. It's different. What is happening in
Is it
Germany is
different?
different. It's not the same thing.
They say
Okay?
almost
No, no, no.
everybody has to go through it in Germany.
No,
That
well,
you can't.
It's
Nobody
our
even
own
recommend you if you don't go
apprenticeship
through it.
it's
scheme.
not.
It's not
It's
like
not.
The,
that.
the
It's the
It's not the
apprenticeship
German
same
scheme
thing
one
that
that
it's
is
not the same
government.
thing
that
that
is
Igbo
in
apprentice. It's not the
in
same
one
that Igbo
practice in the
apprentice.
east has
It's
the
not
Mm.
the same
Harvard
thing.
School
It's
State
not. It's
has
not the same.
produced
Yeah, I thought I should
more
bring it
of
up now because the way they're talking
It's
about it,
part
it
of the
sounded
Germany.
like
It's part
what
of
this.
the
wow.
vocational system. Okay,
Mm.
technical
Okay.
educational.
Go
So
ahead,
you
KJ.
don't want me to talk.
No,
No, we are
normally,
not stopping you now. We are not stopping you. All this show will support us. Why would we stop you? You have free time. Go ahead.
You are pulling my leg, but I will not fall for it.
Make your point. All this show
I will
already
not fall
people.
for that.
Go
What I'm
ahead.
trying to say to Blackstone is look, that analogy is totally cute towards a wrong direction, and it's not going to hold water. Every
yes,
tribe
sir.
get bad people. Every tribe get good people. Every tribe, whether they are five or six, they get bad and good people. Okay, I for one, who have lived in Benin for long, I can tell you that I have rarely dealt with any person who I can't, if I think through my life, I can't see maybe one Idoma person or one T person. I would say this person was bad. It does not mean there are not bad ones there. Okay, but I'm just saying in my own dealings, I've not met one that's like that. Okay, and the same thing. People who have look, I have friends all around Nigeria. I cannot say, okay, this person have done me this because of his tribe. Okay. Some people have even said, oh, is he not Igbo? They are always like that. Some of my northern friends are the ones who defend me and say, no, this one is different. But am I saying because they say I'm different, so Igbos don't have problem? Some Igbos have problem. Some have problem. Some who are doing business don't do genuine business. Is it only left to the Igbos? No, because the biggest, you talked about pharmaceutical industry. The biggest pharmaceutical industry in Nigeria, one is in the east, one is in the north. The northern one is operated by northerners. It's in Kano State. Okay,
I wasn't referring
it's
to
a
particular
Kano. I say
industries.
I'm
I
coming.
said
It's
the
a Kano
cultivation
drug
of
market,
drugs. That's what I
and it's
said,
not
not particular
operated by
industries in
Igbos. It's
Nigeria.
operated by
Uh-huh.
hamsters or whoever the people in Kano there are. So if you now say because people get medicine that is not, look, that in a proper country can be regulated. Are they not evil people in America? Do you want me to show you my account here where I've lost almost $300 now? Somebody just keep sending, rewinding my distance saying
That
I'm telling you
419,
what's
and
going on.
they don't visit you.
That you subscription I never subscribed for. I have done
Uh,
many things for them to remove it. It's here, and it's not a small bank. Okay, so what am I saying? I'm saying that every society, but the laws are made to work so that those evil ones can be checked. They can be checked. When you refuse that the law shouldn't work when it's your brother or your sister, then things begin to spiral into out of control. That's what I'm saying. We're not saying that if you find Igbos that are cheating the system, you should take them to court. I mean, put them in prison. Why? Who is going to look in my place those days when my dad was telling me they didn't have thief, that is armed robber in Igbo language. It's a new lexicon that was introduced. In their time as young men, they didn't have it. They only have onyoshi, which means that somebody who steals petty things. You go and see food, maybe you're hungry or something. For which he even told me what they do. When they catch you, they take you to a public toilet and throw you inside a public toilet and then make you dance around the village naked. So that's a lesson they teach those people. It's all this came in in this dispensation that we're in now. So what am I trying to say? They will always bad people, they will always be good people. Let's not just make it
mm.
look as if it's the Igbos that are the only
So,
ones.
just for practicality, let me try to understand this public toilet situation. So, like, when are you referring to? Like, are you talking about in the 80s, 70s, or you're talking about ancient times where they throw people in public toilets? And did they have public toilet if it was ancient times? I'm curious.
not
Where are
public
you
toilet.
now? And
Not
all
public
these,
toilet.
all
The
these
pit
show
toilet.
supporters, they can't hold on for long
It's
enough.
not
It's all
public
right.
toilet. The pit toilet. The pit toilet. Not public
The
toilet. The
pit
pit
toilet.
toilet.
Okay. So after you throw inside public, the pit toilet with all the smelly thing, you bring you out and start coming to dance in the public
And I
square.
go and bath now. Now.
What is your matter?
I'm just curious. Like, what?
No, man.
I just want to understand like what he's
Oh.
describing because you
What
are
happens
painting a
is this.
vivid
Let me tell
picture.
you how it goes. So far, since you're
Mm.
interested, when you are caught, when you are caught, which is very rare, okay, according to what my dad told me. Now, they will take you around the village naked with children singing and you are dancing. They'll be singing for you to be dancing. Then, of course, they'll have the public toilets made in those villages. The Igbo village, if you know the Igbo village setup, they always have a section reserved for public toilets.
You see, that's
Okay.
something I didn't know. That's
Okay,
interesting.
yes.
Yeah.
They always have a place reserved for public toilets. Now they take you to that place and they will ask you to enter inside. So when you enter inside and come out, before you enter inside, everybody would have gone to their house. And those public toilets, somehow the stream will not be too far away from it. So you will need to find your way to the stream and go and bath. And the lesson must have been learnt. Okay, those who go through those kind of public disgrace, don't ever do it again. Okay,
Mm.
but as things began to spiral out of control, they started having now the first time they started having armed robbery was at the end of the war. This is my story my dad told me. They started having armed robbery at the end of the war because those who only had 20 pounds and they have arm now started standing on the road to wait
That's
for
very
those collect other
that's very
people's
correct.
pounds.
Those days there was no armed robbery and it was only petty thieves.
So the term now was coined Ojiebaga, people who walk with gun. Okay? There's no other lexicon in the Igbo land that gives you the name as armed robber. Okay. So what
Mm.
am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that every tribe have good people, have bad people. Let's not make it look as if because one tribe is in a particular business. So don't you happen to be changing money in Nigeria? Have you not changed money sometime? You find out that what they gave you is old currency, American dollar that don't work, that have been
Mm.
have been cancelled. Have we now decided that say all the Bureau de change guys are evil?
Okay, KJ, let me ask you a question.
KJ, you're on your own.
KJ, let me ask you a
Blackstone have
question.
told you what he meant.
KJ, let me
I
ask you
think
a
this thing
question.
about trust. This thing about trust. Hold on, Blackstone, you've had your say so that
wait, let me know. I
you
want
can
to
say
ask a
something.
KJ a question. Wait, ask a KJ question. You understand me?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, now what is the reason for all the complaint that Igbo has that marginalization? We are not getting this one from the government. So what led to all that this denial of what is supposed to belong to the Igbo people that are not getting it? I mean, that's what I want to know.
Listen. You see, right from the beginning, okay, the system was killed against the Igbo man. And if you go back in history, and I'm sure that Profile probably would have done that research, you find out that the British didn't like the Igbos because the Igbos were their biggest problem. Okay, the Igbo communities were their biggest problem because they didn't know how to handle it. And if you go back to read the stories, the writings of Lord Lugard, okay, he wrote extensively about the Igbos and the reason why they should use a different system to handle the Igbo land. These are the National Archives. You can go read it. Okay. So right from that point, the issue of the Igbo people became a problem because there's always one wise man who is always decoding their moves and cutting them off when they want to do it. So it was difficult to colonize and totally have dominion over the Igbos. And that's how they started looking for people who could take bribe and help them to have control over the system in Igbo land, which is still going on to today. Some of the politicians will have, we Igbos know them, they're not for the good of the Igbo people. We know that. We are not, nobody can tell you that it's not, he doesn't know that. There are some politicians who they will always refer to as the Igbo leaders. We Igbos know they're not our leaders. We know they're not our leaders. Okay, and they will always make sure that those people turn around and become something or hold positions in Igbo land in order to help them to continue to play their politics in Igbo land. We know that. There's nobody, no other tribe here who has gone to Germany to go and slap their politician. I will not the only ones. Because we are looking for accountability, we're looking for you to do what you need to do. Okay. When people get up and say this thing about Igbos, we just wonder. But you see, like I said, I am IPOB. What do you call IPOB? Indigenous people of Biafra. I am Igbo. I am indigenous. I am Biafra. I don't have any apology to anybody. Okay? I mean, because look at it properly. All of us sitting here, nobody was born Nigerian. Were you born Nigeria? No. You are born your tribe first before you became a Nigerian. So I'm born Igbo. The only God knows the reason why I made me Igbo. I cannot now say, oh, okay, because Nigerians don't like Igbo. So I'm not.
Who made you think you were born Igbo first? You were born a human being first.
No, I was. See, a human being was already formed. So the question of being a human being is different. I have this tongue. God
You
made
didn't
me.
start. You didn't start off as a human being as Igbo. The gene that gave you life didn't start off as Igbo. Igbo was created too.
No, the gene that gave me life came as Igbo.
All right, everybody, good
It
night.
didn't come
Let's not
as
argue.
Igbo.
Let's not
I'm just
argue
saying.
these small points.
No. These points are fundamental because it tells you how people think about their origins. You
Well,
have to
yes, you're right, but
change and things like that.
Everybody,
I
good
did
night.
this our conversation. It was expansive at the beginning,
Governor
and then it
Steph,
went down this road of
No, let's
tribalism,
let,
Kidnapper,
let's not start telling
which we
people.
were warned.
Timothy,
Somebody came
Tabu,
on here
AJ,
and spoke
Hassan,
openly
everybody,
and
good
said
night.
that we should try our best not to
The
be doing
Blackstone. Good night.
overly Igbo talk,
Yeah,
please.
I think what we are talking just now is actually important because
Good
the
night.
idea is to understand what changes
The
and what
Blackstone, good
doesn't
night.
change, and because sometimes some things change, other things don't.
Yeah,
Um,
I
Oti,
thought, Father, you're going to pivot to the guy that was caught, the kidnapper, whose name is Chilasa. Chinaza.
so you want me to start thinking that the head kidnapper in Nigeria is Igbo, is Southeasterner? Is that what
Of
you are?
course,
I
that's
don't
the
want
kind
to
of
give
thing we like
another.
to hear.
See what step is doing. Why would I
That is
go in
what
that direction?
that is what the system. That's what the system.
See
That's what
what
the
you are doing.
system is telling you. That's what the system is telling.
You
Want
see,
you.
KJ is surprised you've not said
You
about it
know
because
that
that's the kind of thing
Northerners
we
have
like
been
to
doing
hear.
kidnapping way longer. The South has been doing kidnapping way longer. So let's not this thing. Many of the South people went on to go to universities and they started docobos and all of that. He went to prison, he came out, and it's just what it is. The point about trust, I think trust is something that people often think about as fixed. I think you trust people at certain point with certain things, and other things you don't trust them. And I think it's right to behave like that. There are certain things, traits people have. If you evaluate it and feel like that trait is not doesn't merit your trust, you shouldn't trust on that thing. But it doesn't mean you just distrust the person completely. You still have areas you trust the person on. And I think that is, from my point of view, the way I look at trust, it's not fixed. You can trust even your enemy for certain things, and I hope people understand that. I think it's Oti. Oti has been patient today. Oh. Go ahead, Oti. Welcome.
Forefathers, this thing you said now, I've
Mm.
never agreed with you more on any other issue than what you said now.
Thank you, thank you. I do
What,
I
what,
do
what, did,
sound
that, what did
correct
he say?
sometimes.
What did he Hello, good evening, everyone.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sorry, Steve, can you just help me? What did he say? Well, maybe I might pick up on that. What
It's
Forefather
just
said.
about trust. The idea that trust is not fixed. You can trust people with certain things, and in other areas you don't trust them. That trust is not absolute. You don't say, "Oh, I don't trust this person with anything." It means you don't work. You don't know areas where you can exploit or work with that person to achieve a goal. Because everybody cannot be trusted. You can't trust me with everything. I can't trust you with everything. And I can trust a lot of people with everything. I'm not going to trust you to look after my children. You see, there are different areas of barriers, and you have to evaluate people based on the situation and the issues. You see what I mean? So that was what I just said. Go ahead.
Well, yes, I mean, I agree. Trust is kind of a quality, not something that is. I mean, you can lose, you can gain, and you lose. So it all depends. It's not something, as you said, it's not fixed. Um, I mean, I don't know. Really, I think I even thought the discussion went too
I think,
far.
let me help you.
Okay,
I,
there was a
I think,
discussion before.
if I may, I
Okay.
think we're talking about trust in terms of the Nigerian polity. Do we trust each other as people? We're clearly not able to trust our government. Is our the misleader of trust where our people are concerned? So from there, kind of.
Right. Well, of course, I don't think we do, and for good reasons. Now, because the Nigerian, I mean, here we come here, and then some people call them the elite, Nigerian political elite. Our leaders, they have not, you know, gained our trust. They have not, because they have not done what they've promised to do, what they should do as leaders. So to that extent, they have not gained the trust of the people. It's and I think if we talk about um, democracy, government, the rule, government of the people, government that is accountable to the people. I mean, the politicians are not doing delivering for the people services and protecting them, their lives and properties, and of course, this the rule of law. Um, there's no reason why the populace should trust them. I should have faith, confidence in them. So what we have in Nigeria is more like, dog eat dog. Every man, for himself. So yes, there's trust deficit. I think it's general, really. So it's not just some. I mean, the way the Blackstone brought up the issue, I think it was just completely. He's wrong. I mean, there's no doubt about it. So it's and I just hope that perhaps he has learned some lesson tonight, and he wouldn't uh, go somewhere else in public and make such a statement. Because I mean, it's indefensible. So at this stage, I don't know how old he is, no, but they said that trust, people can be trusted, and then these are the people that you're hoping to live together and build a nation together. Um, so really, it's beyond. I don't know. But I think there's again, I think the way we handled it. I mean, the panel here is no offense taken. It's just kind of corrected him and gave him the opportunity to kind of make amends and see reason why such expression of view is is clearly wrong. People can have an opinion, but not every. Some opinions are wrong, and we shouldn't be afraid to say so. You know. So yes, you can be entitled to your opinion, but it doesn't mean that you must be entitled to be right. You can be wrong. Your opinion can be wrong. So that's the thing. So really,
See, that's interesting. You didn't have much to say. That's really cool. Um, Thank you for coming in, OT. OT, don't worry, you will have more time to interject when anybody talks nonsense. Jago, please go ahead.
Thank you. I don't necessarily want to talk about trust. I think we've kind of done it. We understand that it's just another thing that we pour into the Nigerian equation in terms of our own confusion in Nigeria. However, I do want to talk about the changing demography of West and Central Africa and the Sahel. And I don't know if we've taken a look recently as to what's going on in Chad of late, what's been going on in both Sudans, but particularly the North Sudan, Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, Mauritania, Central Africa, Nigeria, Cameroon to a certain extent. Now, I raise this because, again, these are things I've put forward before. But this week, I had a look at the map in terms of the news and in terms of what's going on in these countries I spoke about. Do you know each and every one of them has a massive problem with Fulani in their countries? And sometimes when it comes to Nigeria, because Nigeria is supposed to be a strong country, you would think that what's happening in other countries wouldn't necessarily take place in Nigeria, given some of our history. But not only is it taking place in Nigeria, it has a proper stronghold in Nigeria. And I just wonder what people think about this, in terms of maybe utterances I've made and maybe have been misunderstood or whatever. But what do you think about this? What do you think's going on in your minds? Yeah, I would just
can I ask? But where is their homeland? Doesn't mean they don't have
Well, I want to hear other people's voices. I want to hear what anyone else thinks. I think you might remember what I've said. I'm willing to repeat it, but I think mainly people remember what I've said on this platform as regards this issue. So I really want to find out now that there is an actual demographic example of a movement across West Africa into Central Africa and the Sahel. What does it look like, or what do people think is going on? I would like to understand from the platform, if I might. I hope I haven't stumped everybody. Oh my goodness.
Well, I can kick it off. I can kickstart it with especially when it comes to that issue of trust. You understand? And trying to gaslight a particular ethnic group. So Jonaba particularly made a statement to the Fulani issue and um, about what is happening. So we're not see. I think it was just like trying to mix apple and oranges. So, but if we're talking about trust issue now, see, there's an existential threat in Nigeria right now, where people are losing their lives. You understand? And people are dying. So that is what is critical. People are dying, especially in the middle belt. They're not necessarily coming out to talk about it, but we from other ethnic groups are coming out to talk about it on air. So, like I always say, what is more Nigerian than that? I mean, we shouldn't hide away from that fact that now in Ibadan now there was a blast that we are not even sure what is going on. It's more likely a bomb blast. You know, the government is not even sure it's a dynamite, it's a gas explosion, it's a this or that. So different theories, people dying on their farms, and majority of these witnesses, majority of have been confirmed by eyewitness accounts that the people who have attacked them are of this particular ethnic stock. This were the languages they were speaking. You understand? Fufude, Fulani. See, we're not trying to brush the whole race with the same brush, but we're just saying that the institution responsible for protecting the lives and property should act. And if they are not acting and people keep on dying daily, then it is only natural for people to begin to think that they are trying to wipe out their ethnicity, they're trying to wipe out their race, they're trying to take lands by force, either through the means of law with waterways bill or Ruga, or so we shouldn't run away when people make this express these fears. Don't wipe it off as ethnic sentiments. We are in different parts of the world, in different countries. We are law abiding, we follow the rules, we try to live and be normal, but we don't want people, we're not saying the Fulani shouldn't come and be a part of us, but we want them to obey our laws, respect the cultures that are there. Don't force your religion, don't force your cultural ways on our throats. Obey the laws. You understand? And then when farmers go to the farm and your cows, your herds eat their crops and they complain, the next thing you do is you murder them. I mean that's not right. And you tell us not to talk in the name of one Nigeria.
Okay, sorry. Okay, a little bit. Okay, I think ask a question where their homeland is, and somebody responded in the comment section.
Your audio is gone, OT. I think the idea that I think Olumide is a little bit more measured the way he described it this time. I don't think it was very extreme. But the idea that it's the Fulanis alone that are destabilizing and causing some of all these problems. It's not only them. They used to even most of the Northerners, and they were even having trouble with Hausa people too. They were killing it for that. There is something going on in the Sahel whereby there's a lot of weapons coming in from, and the jihadists are being funded from the Middle East, and there is also the desertification that is going on that is pushing them further south. So all these events mixed up together is creating this narrative that the Fulanis are part of the problem or the main problem. They are not.
It's not a narrative. It's not a narrative.
Which kind of reinforces the point that it's both an ethnic and a religious agenda. You understand? They are being sponsored by some people in the Middle East. But if the Hausas and the Fulanis are having tough wars, you understand? Why is that tough war happening? Have we heard the Hausa story? Why would
I've had the story. It's exactly the same thing as we have in the South. Because of famine and herding. That is why they're having